Hello, friends and fans, and welcome to day number 4 of the China DPC. And if you're getting tired of these tiny little 2-series days, then do not worry, because every single day now is going to be the full 3 series of games. My name is Nomad, and joining me, we've got Lizard, John Xfire, and MLP on the panel to get through today's matches. I want to start with you, Lizard. Which team are you most excited to watch play today?
Which team am I most excited to watch play? LBs, yes, Poke, all of these guys, they're awesome. Super excited to watch them. But I'm more excited to see 2 new faces with us, John and MLP. What is it? 3 games, so we get 4-man panel? What's going on?
Hell yeah, we got our boys. Absolutely. John, Xfire, and MLP joining us on the panel for these ones, and they'll be casting the games as well, so that's super hype. Love hearing their takes on this kind of thing. So, yeah, John, you've been watching through the past couple of days. Anybody taking your fancy, tickling your pickle? Absolutely. Well, the last day of broadcast was February 9th, where we had LBZS versus Mystique to start things off. And it was LBZS getting the win there, as John said, but it was a brawl. These guys have been fighting for every single win they've got, and Mystique really kind of pushed them to the edge on this one. But it was a great series. It was very fun to watch. And yeah, I don't know. I think stand-up performances, it's hard to say because I think everyone was looking pretty good, but always LBZS, we're looking at PP, we're looking at mid laners, and so many of these mid laners, John, are just so damn impressive in this region.
In the past few patches, it does feel like, especially in the last, let's say, Stockholm-ish patch where you'd have like Storm mid every time, it just felt like mid was kind of predictable, but China's showing us not quite. There's still some funny things left to reveal.
Indeed, some funny things here and there. Yeah, Mike, I mean, these games which just kind of devolve into absolute brawls, they're always fun to watch, but not always fun to play. It can be a bit stressful, can't it?
It certainly can. I mean, this region's kind of different, right? Because they play a very slow game at first. So much farm going on across the map, and then they just kind of muster up, group up like a ball, and just run at each other constantly. It is pretty exciting because the region does offer some pretty crazy drafts compared to the current meta that you're seeing across the world, but it's very exciting to watch, seeing how these different kind of combinations can work out here in China.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, everyone's doing different things. As you see, we've already had a Meepo, we had Narc Warden as well, and we've got just the man to talk through these games, but the cheese hasn't worked so far, has it, Lizard?
Yeah, like, it's hard. It's hard to make these heroes work. Like, the Arc Warden, even in a perfect game such as this one versus a TB, couldn't work out in the end because he's a glass cannon. Eventually, you have to go low ground. Once you get low ground, it wasn't even him. He was surviving, kinda, but they just couldn't muster up the forces to get rid of the TB multiple times. Overall, that one fight, he had like a refresher, 3 times BKB with the refresher orb as well, with his meta. Like, it was disgusting. Like, I think teams should stay away from Meepos, from Arc Wardens until these heroes get buffed. Ice Rock, please buff them. I need some MMR, please.
Dude, they're doing you a favor here, losing with it, showing how bad it is, and making the case for those heroes to get a little bit of love. And I can tell you who didn't get any love last day, and that was Team Cloud. Unfortunately for them, they came crashing down once again at the hands of YBB. I do feel like there is a split in the China region, right? Like, we have like the top 3, and then we kind of have everybody else just battling it out. Was this YBB proving that they belong in the top 3, Lizard?
I'm not sure that if they proved it completely, but they had a couple of really nice drafts. Like, their playstyle completely demolished the Lina draft, which is always a nice thing to see. Like, if you can own a Lina, then in my books, you don't necessarily deserve a Division 1, but you deserve a trophy. Like, we beat Lina trophy, like we can play against that hero. It's at least that.
Yeah, and the weird thing was they banned it next game as well. So after proving they could beat it, they were just like, even then, they were like, all right, we don't want to have to do it twice. Once is enough. And you can't really blame them, can you, John?
No, I mean, Lina's still Lina, right? Like, it's still the top here in the meta. China leans into it. We rarely see it slide through. When it does, feels like you have very few answers for it. And one thing is, you have certain answers, like say the Nature's Prophet, that tends to be banned out if Lina's left in the pool. So it's just a safety. Even if you can beat it, you don't want to try it again. And who knows, down the line, your actual core matchups are taken out as well. At least in that one game for YBB, they did have that NP, but again, it doesn't usually slide through in most cases.
Yeah, exactly. There's always these kind of hot meta picks, and so far YBB have been pretty damn good at exploiting those heroes. So time to look at the standings and see exactly where everything has settled right now, because as I just mentioned, we do have that top 3 which you're kind of considering, but the standings don't quite reflect that just yet. Mike, what are your biggest kind of surprises here, or what do you think is going to change? Or I'll ask you that instead.
I mean, I do wholeheartedly expect Vichy to move their way up. Obviously, they've only had one series so far, so you can't expect too much from them. This YBB team, you just talked about it, but they're looking pretty darn hot as well, so I wouldn't be too surprised if they move their way up to the top 3. Like this Meteor side, currently 2-0, like that is kind of impressive to me. Mind you, their series so far have been against Mystique and Poke, so I kind of want to see a bit more of them to see if they really deserve to be in that secondary slot, but yeah, the second and third team is what surprises me a little bit. But again, it's so early on, it's kind of like anyone could be the top 3.
Yeah, that's true. And as you mentioned, both of these top 2 teams at the moment who've got their 2-0s have had some pretty easy matchups so far. And but some things are going to change. One thing that's going to change is that Poke and Mystique currently have not won a series each, but one of them's going to win something because they're against each other now. So we'll see which one of those they're able to pull out ahead. Then we move into our second series, which is going to be LBZS versus Meteor. Again, another really interesting series there between the top 2 teams at the moment. Someone's going to have to take an L. Who's it going to be? We're going to find out. And then we got Vichy versus Outsiders from China, which I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting to see this matchup this early, because when it comes to just straight up pedigree, I think these are probably the 2 biggest teams.
Yeah, they are. Is there anyone else? No, it's Vichy and Outsiders from China, really. Like these 2 teams, you expect them to go through easily. You expect to see them in Division 1 in the next season. At the same time, don't be fooled. This is Division 2 China. Like anything can happen. We've seen IG just roll through 2-3 seasons in Division 2 after dropping out from Division 1. So it can happen that the same thing occurs to Vichy Gaming. Like they can be stuck here for a while. They don't look like they're gonna be stuck, don't get me wrong. They look pretty solid. I'm not sure players like FY are very happy to be in Division 2. But overall, like they are the strongest. Like these 2 teams, they're the ones that are setting up the pace, setting up the tempo, the meta, whatever you want, like in Division 2.
Yeah, and what I love about today as well is that, we've got that hype match for last. That one's going to be our final series of the day, and I cannot wait. But we've got like our opening matchup right now. It's going to be Poke versus Mystique, the 2 bottom teams. And I think we're all kind of interested to get a power reading on these 2, because I wouldn't be able to tell you who was better than the other. And then we've got like our middle match as well, LBZS versus Meteor, who are 2 teams which are doing well at the moment, but we're not expecting to be in that top position. So, we've got the proper like match day, boxing style lineup. So I'm very excited for that one. But let's move in to our first series of the day. And as mentioned, it is Poke versus Mystique. So as we mentioned, don't really have too much of a power reading on either of these teams. They played quite a lot, but at the same time, it's been against kind of the other bottom running teams. And now, well, they're going to play against each other. One of them has to pick up a win. Who do you think it's going to be? Who has shown more potential so far, John?
I'd say Mystique overall probably showed a little bit more potential. They've managed to take games off in the series they've played. Not to discount Poke. They've also it's been a little bit of a struggle. And, they're one of the teams that did get their slot from elsewhere. So there were always a bit of a question mark over that roster, a question mark over what they can do. And it's been a lot tougher for them. But I think Mystique's just... They've shown more potential to take games off from other teams, and I think that just gives you a little bit more of an edge and confidence, at least coming into this. And you've got no names, Ray and NJ. I've seen them before in North America, in Southeast Asia, so they've got a roster that, on paper, has a little bit more experience as well.
Yeah, that's true. And we'll see if that experience hold up in this series. Because, as you said, we do not know much about poker at all. The experience of their players is pretty unknown. I think we've seen Aaron and Killer around before, but even them, just like a couple of games, and that's about it. And look at that, we're straight into the draft, so we can get straight into this one. Mike, anything you noticed straight off the bat from these drafts? Nothing too spicy?
I'm happy to see the first pick Rubik. Like, this is the thing that I've noticed about these two teams is they tend to draft, I'd say, more out of meta heroes, especially from the POS 1 role. At the very least, we all know Rubik very strong right now. Broodmother still very strong. Mirana very, very strong. So it's good to see they're going down the more meta route. Though, to be fair, they tend to do this for the first few picks, and then it starts to devolve into complete chaos when it comes to these drafts. What I want to look out for is what kind of position ones are these guys going to pick up? Because I've been seeing a lot of Naga, a lot of Spectre, and some Sven, and I don't like any of those POS ones. I don't think they're strong at all in this meta. So I'm hoping they kind of go more meta picks.
You don't like the Naga Siren? That's interesting. What's your beef with her?
It's so slow, Nomad, it just farms forever. It's like, what does it really work with either? Like, are we going back 5 years to Naga Disruptor, which, ironically enough, John and I did see when we casted our first China Div 2 series. It just, it's too old. We need the new technology.
Stop living in the past, man. It's time to get up to the future. These fast carries, these leaners of the world. That's what we want to see. I don't know. I like Naga. I think she's good. I'd like to actually see more of it in the China region. So yeah, screw you, Mike. I'm team pro Naga. What you gonna do about that?
Not much, Nomad. Not much. Apart from watching teams lose when they do pick Naga, I tell you. I mean, this hero is just almost a guaranteed loss in my books. If you want to lose, choose Naga Siren. That's all I'm gonna say.
You're dead wrong, Mike. You're dead wrong. But are there any really underpicked carries to you, Lizard? I want to get your takes. What's the hidden gold here?
I wouldn't say there are any super underpicked carries. Like, even if you look at all divisions, we've had a ton of heroes picked. Like, in the last couple of days, people, like teams, drafters would go real deep inside that bag. They'd get like a PA for a break versus a Spectre or versus anything that needs a break, even though the hero is in a pretty abysmal spot right now. So nothing's necessarily... let's just put it this way. There are heroes that are too picked, but everything else can, at the same time, kind of work. I don't think that there's anything that's super dead. Is there any hero that's like complete garbage on position 1? Like, we've seen everything. Like, even Sven's picked up, right? But Enigma played them a lot, but it just didn't work. So Alchemist carry, that's something we didn't see in a while. Like,
the Alch's a bit dead and buried, isn't it?
Yeah, it's way easier to focus on the heroes that are picked than the heroes that aren't, right? But,
That's true. Yeah, it's easier to think of as well. We do have the draft back. Unfortunately, the names were incorrect, but we can have a look now and see exactly what's being picked and banned. And Rubik Legion opening from Team Mystique here. A little bit interesting, but then you see they've got a Broodmother, so I guess that makes sense. Are they going to be trying to force that lane, John, the LC versus Brood, or is this just for catching the Brood later in the game?
I think it's really for later on. I mean, the lane matchup's pretty all right. You've got a self-dispel on hand to just take off that mischance that the Broodmother will want to throw out, and you can trade decently in that lane. It's just, when you play musical lanes like this, it can work against your favor. So I'm keen to see how far Mystique actually pushes that point. I'm also keen to see what Poke does with the Broodmother. We rarely see it slide through. It tends to be banned out in that first phase. So when you do see it come out, you're expecting the rat, you're expecting the aura play, you're expecting to play around the momentum a Broodmother can give you, the map denial, the forced aggression the responses that will force out from the enemy team. So I want to see Poke take that faster pace. Again, going back to what Mike said, one of those faster carries coming out here for Lanfa. Just to tie in, you already have the Ember as well to have that mobility to jump the backline, play this game a little bit faster from mid, and Ember plus Mirana combination. So you've got the chains into Arrow, could lead to some great rotations down line as well for Poke.
Can I just add, by the way, like with the LC pick, I think like you don't need to lane against the Brood, but once Brood hits that 6 mark, you can rotate the LC to your safe lane and just switch lanes with the carry, and that way you can just deny them taking that tier 1 tower early. And as well as that later on, like John just mentioned the chains into arrow combo, but you have pressed the attack on LC to just purge all that off. And as well as that, LC is really good at catching Ember. So I think the LC pick has a lot of value here this game. And I think just purely denying those early tier 1 towers going down from this Broodmother, it's going to be pretty valuable, I think.
Yeah, they actually also picked Ember on the side of Poke aiming into the LC, which isn't that bad. But the reason why they picked the Ember is zone on Team Mystique. Like, they're just stealing it away from him. Like, this is the most obvious snatch pick that I've ever seen in my life. Like, zone, you have one hero you dominate with, we're gonna take it away from you. I mean, he plays other spirits well too, but okay, the Slark is another way of dealing with the Brood, but usually that Slark is comboed with something like an Undying or another lane dominating hero, right? Like, Rubik needs to be a 4 here. I don't see him as the best Slark combination to defeat the Brood. Have they banned out the Undying? So far they haven't. Like, if you get some bully sort of a position 4, or even something like a Disruptor maybe, like, the Brood Mother's lane can be completely devastated. You don't even have to think about your lanes if your team is Mystique. You send LC Rubik on one side, Slark plus whatever on the other. Brood should not have a good game. And if Brood doesn't have a good game, I know you guys were talking that Poke is maybe a little bit better, maybe a little bit of a favorite here, but yeah, Disruptor gets banned. I'm not sure. I don't like their chances with the Brood, at least so far.
Yeah, I think mostly Team Mystique are kind of the favored team, I'd say, when it comes to names and when it comes to
are they favored?
stats
Okay.
so far.
Okay, all right.
I think so. It's hard to say because we just haven't seen enough from them, but from what I would say.
Anything
but,
you
yes,
say Nomad, I just hear it negated, inversed. In my mind, I have inverse Nomad.
Well,
Go on, Nomad.
alrighty. The Snapfire, does that give you that kind of bully, that kind of controlling hero you wanted to see as the Void comes out? But yeah, firstly, the Snap is that going to be enough to secure the lanes on Mystique? Mike, you can answer it. Go on.
I like it, right? Like, if it is going to be a +5 snap, I think it works well with the Slark. Just nice setup for the pounce. I think it works very effectively against the Broodmother as well. You know, just clear out those Spiderlings very easily with all your spells. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I don't see many counters towards it. I mean, you got the clock against you, let me be fair. There is a huge counter, but it's not going to be that easy.
But did I
also
see
an off lane.
Yeah, it's off lane.
Yeah.
Snap.
Oh!
NJ, right? That's a twist.
Yeah, they're running the off lane
Is
snap,
it
so they're
the 5 LC, right?
pos 5. Yeah, pos 5 LT for good old Ray.
I don't know if that's good anymore, boys, I'll be frank.
It's all,
I mean, you talked about the value of press the attack, right? So as a support, it's still there.
it's into the
No, I'm
Brood.
with you,
it's,
but
it's into the Brood. Like, you just lane into her and the Brood gets defeated by the LC, more or less. That's the reasoning. Like, it's like one game in which position 5 LC is okay, I guess. It's when you lane into her.
I don't know. I think I'm with you as well. And what was funny as well was I didn't quite get a chance to squeeze it in, but I was saying that I'm going to have a new rule when it comes to drafting where I'll only ever vote for a team which has a melee support, at least one melee support. That's going to be my new rule in this patch. So I was all ready to jump on board for Poke Gaming and be like, yeah, Team Mystique, you know, they got 2 range support heroes, but no, they switch it up. They bring the LC into the support roles. So, gosh, I think I'm going Mystique. I really like this little switch up from them. I love the Snapfire in this game. Gives them some frontline tank, I think, which they needed, which the LC may not have done for me because she's not really the kind of frontlining hero you want. So yeah, I'm going Mystique. Lizard, what are you saying?
I'm going with the LC position 5 for fun.
Hell yeah.
I want to see it.
Yeah, it's a great game for it. It's a great game for it. And hopefully it's going to be a great game to cast because we've got two great casters to take us through this one. John Expire and MLP. Take it away for this game number one.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. We do get into game one here between Mystique and Poke. Jonathan, you heard the panel. They seem to believe that Poke have, or rather the POS 5 LC is their favorite right now, of course, on the side of Mystique. You tell me though, John, like, is this enough for Mystique? Do you think Poke might still have this one in the bag? In fact, hold that thought. Because we are going to have a very early engagement. Ray's going to cop an arrow right to the backside here from Run Fudel. And it seems like Ray, he's going to get completely blocked off. Poke, they will secure first blood here for them. Ember, V will take it. You were saying, Jonathan, do you like Mystique?
I still do, despite bleeding out first blood like that. It's kind of sad to see Ray not be able to use his overwhelming odds. Battery Assault is a very fun spell for you if you have a cast point. But the one thing with Poke's draft that I'm not behind fully is, nice little deny from Ran Fudao, is the Faces Void for Lanfur, right? Like, you look at the FV in this game, it doesn't really have any play in. Like, you have a Broodmother, you have an Ember Spirit, both melee heroes. Ember can contribute a little bit with Sleight of Fist into Chrono. Beyond that, you don't really have damage going in there. And you do have some counterplay from Slark. Like, he can be fast enough to Shadow Dance, mid-cast animation of Chrono, suddenly your core-to-core matchup feels really, really bad. You have some weird plays with Depth Shroud, where if you're at the edge and your allies at the edge, you can save them as well. So I'm not sure how much value Lanfur can really get out here, and if his hero can really kind of seal the deal for them in this game.
Right. That bot lane, like, they talked about the POS 5 LC being a nice counter to the Brood, and I do agree, but early on, it doesn't feel like it's going to do that much. Mind you, you are still against two melee heroes here down at the bot lane, so I suppose press the overwhelming odds, rather, is still going to do a hell of a lot of damage, but we'll have to wait and see the impact of Ray. Of course, he does at least find himself a nice courier there from Eren. Maybe the Clockwork Courier going down with a Sentry Ward and a Mango. Going the other way as well, John, you look at or MMM on the Slark, he's going to have a fantastic time, right? Like, you've got two melee heroes against the Slark. There's not really anything you can do.
Yeah, and even if you can start to threaten down the line with the Silicon Bola, Slark does have the Dark Pact to purge it off, so you're not going to be missing your hits too often. And you can trade pretty alright with Essence Shift, even when the Insatiable Hungers pop up. Like, by then, you'd want to press the attack on Ray, so you're going to have a little bit of healing and trades as well, and that lane just looks good. Mid lane as well, it's been a little bit rough.
Yeah, Fairy Fire was eaten up there by V just to make sure he survives the damage onslaught that was incoming from zone. But that mid lane, you're just about to talk about it, it's a very even affair so far between these two heroes. Do you give the advantage over to one or the other here, John?
It's a lot easier for Leshrac to play. Not that it's immediately favored, but when it comes to just executing, a lot easier for Zone. And for V, he's going to have to watch his Flame Guard usage. He's going to have to try to dodge out with the Sleight of Fist. Zone has range advantage. He has all the spells to spam. You will need some pressure to be relieved with a rotation from Ron Fu down the line. But until you have the Searing Chains up, which it doesn't look like V's even opting for early on, not going for that Sleight of Fist chains to be more aggressive in lane.
Bottom lane, Eren was getting chased down on the clock. Looks like he's going to be able to survive through it, but it's just so hard when you get pounced by the Slark. Like, there's just, again, nothing you can do apart from a Cog's pushback, but even then, Eren's still level 1, trying to soak that level 2 XP, but having difficulty doing so. And even Killer already rotating to the small camp of that Radiant side, trying to contest the small camp pool. Again, everything's proving to be rather annoying down in this bot lane, because again, you just are against a Slark LC. It's not very fun, and here we go again. Another pounce out for this Broodmother. Killer, he's going to be able to walk away from this. But it just feels like with all these Essence Shift stacks, it's so annoying to keep the lane going. Mind you, Ray has been caught out by the cogs of Eren, and may just drop and does. That feels like a pretty decent error here from our LC, John. Considering how dominant the lane was for the Radiant side, you can't really afford to give these kills away for free.
At the same time, it's a little bit of a reset for the LT, right? You come back in full mana, you can keep spamming out the overwhelming odds, press the attack, you've already had your impact in lane, and you can just keep giving the Slark farm. Like, even if you feed a couple of kills to the Brood and to the Clock, it still feels like you have the answers lined up for you here. Although it is a strong start for Poke, not putting that down in any way. 2-0 for them so far, less than 1k their way. The last lane we haven't really looked at is that top, as there's been a little bit too much action across the map. But this is the most passive lane coming out from this game. You've got Ranfu and Lunfer on a Faces Void and Mirana. It's not the most aggressive. You're not going to be looking to bash and hope for the best. And NJ has himself a pretty damn good lane here. Every time he sees Time Walk, he can commit pretty hard.
And there you go. He's chasing right now. Lunfer going to get lifted up and sent right back the other way. They may not have enough damage, though, but they do have mangoes on NJ. They just needed the cooldowns to wear off. Lunfer still trying to run, but a very nice scatter blast in from NJ. Going to ensure they secure the kill. And Lunfer, he's not going to be happy about that.
No, and this is not what you want to see for your Void. Again, the lane matchup isn't the best for the Faces Void here. A lot more aggression coming out from Mystique. And you're going to be trying to farm up in this game. You're kind of trying to beat this win condition, right? So we're seeing Lunfer queue up the Mask of Madness, maybe go for the Maelstrom down the line, and it's just a lot slower in comparison to what a Slark can do with, say, just Echo Saber when it's up and running.
Yeah. That will be. Ranfu down now. Chased down by DQQ. Be wary of that damage coming in from the Rubik. It's not that easy to lane against this hero right now. Ranfu down, trying his best to trade as best as humanly possible, but again, it's a very scary top lane for the side of Poke. We'll have to just try and slow this lane down just a little bit. And of course, you made the comparison here to the Slark, of course, down at bot lane, and well, he's having a very good time. 31 and 8 in terms of CS. Another pounce out onto the Broodmother. Killer, I mean, he's staying alive with the insatiable hunger, but there is a struggle in terms of farm. Mind you, he is still finding a little bit, but it's just not a very easy lane as now Aaron moves in, but another chase is on now. No pounce off cooldown, so MMM, he couldn't go for it. He is going for the max essence shifts kind of build here on the Slark, and well, it makes enough sense. You want that longer duration because you're getting so many stacks.
Yeah, there's nothing really threatening you here as a Slark. You don't have the hardest lockdown from the side of Poke. They tried to get a little bit of movement down mid. That does give V the Arcane Rune here as well, but that means with Mirana kind of found out here by DQQ, you aren't going to be able to get that kill opportunity. And again, you've had a slow start in V. He's kind of set to be your momentum carrier here, but with this kind of slower start, with the delay in the phase boots and the Orb Corrosion, with all the farm zones getting, your tier 1's going to be under threat sooner rather than later, and just having DQQ here to pressure means V's not comfy at all. There's some interesting flanking movement here from Poke.
Yeah, Zone's going to try and move in. DQQ right around the corner. Aaron is just getting annihilated here by the damage of Zone. And V, he can't really do much about it. In fact, he's going to have to go for a run, because he is only level 5 at the moment, so he won't have the remnants up and available. Trying to secure as many creeps as possible to get that level 6 up. Zone will just move in once again, but won't land a stun here onto the Ember. So V's going to be okay to survive through it. Steak really just kind of pushing the limits of their heroes here in the mid lane, just ensuring that Poke find absolutely nothing for their trouble, as even DQQ again chasing down this Mirana. Ranfu Dao going to be okay. But it does seem like every kind of lane's gone the way of the Radiant so far.
And despite finding those earlier kills for Poke, you just have a lot of good answers from the side of Mystique. Again, there's always still this question mark on Lanfa and how much he can do in that Faces Void. You've got the kisses ready here on NG as well. So one opportunity to just lock one hero down from decent range. You've got the damage to kill. Aaron's trying to find something here.
They are. DQQ still okay. In fact, they'll just turn right back onto Ranfu Dao, and now Aaron's in trouble. Kisses will fly in. They will not land. It will be cancelled off, but you've got another Scatter Blast in 5, and you don't even need it. NJ's just got the right-click damage. That's a double kill for the offlane Snapfire. Lunfer!
Oh,
I
no.
mean, look, I know you had Time Walk Lunfer, but there's so much burst damage with these two. You can't run up like that.
No, and even
Mid lane.
mid, Zone's just looking for these solo opportunities.
I mean,
The mobility's
he's
there.
going to try and move in with the chains out, but Zone, he's just going to avoid the arrow. Ranfu Dao could not throw it out earlier, because there was a creep wave blocking the arrow angle. Oh, and it's a complete disaster of an early game here so far for Poke.
Yeah, it just goes back to this flex with the LC. I mean, look at Ray now. It's like what you said, you know, the LC just camps the Brood lane, slows down to push. You have level 3 overwhelming odds, level 2 press the attack. You are perfectly safe here, no solo kill opportunity. They drag in multiple heroes to try to look for rotation, but It's just an LT, and Ray's just playing safe. He's just camping that tier 1. He has a good ward, watching this movement coming out from the side of Poke. And if they don't find this tier 1 bot, you're going to have a hard time buying space for Lonfer, who, again, isn't having the best of times in this game, and will need a lot of space to grow.
I appreciate what Killer's doing here, John, just leaving the Spiderlings behind so Ray can't get the full value. They'll come in from the side, but they have used the overwhelming odds now. And with that, he should just be dead, though. Ray still going for a run, trying to tank through it, trying to juke them out. There's Ranfu down, leaping right in. They'll even bring a 4th hero in just to ensure Ray does go. And with that, that's going to open up that bottom tier 1 tower. But in the meantime, Mystique doing the right thing, just pushing in the mid tier 1, forcing rotations back in from V on the Ember. Meanwhile, Eren getting chased down here by MMM. The Slark is going to be okay to back his way out. It's complete chaos across the map, but more importantly, John, Killer is still finding the bottom tier 1, and that's what you kind of were worried about with that POS 5 LC. It's not gone yet, but it's almost there. Though as I say that, Ray is back, and well, here we go. The chase is on. Jewel is out. They've locked him down, and that should be Killer just dead, though he is tanking through it. The Jewel will not be a win, and he's actually running. He is actually running away. Oh, but they have enough. Just barely. Overwhelming odds will prove to be enough damage. In comes V to try and help out on the Ember. Not much he can do in terms of trading, though. Not quite yet.
And that was on the edge. Ray got level 6 off those Spiderlings that died while he was just kind of chasing around. And he managed to get the kill off the back of it. Like, we're seeing V trying to make space across the map, but it doesn't feel worthwhile when you're rotating on a support. You know, this is a support LC you're trying to gank up. And yeah, your objective is that tower, but every time you show up on the Ember, you just have a threat on mid. They do at least find Rubik up top here.
They're trying for more. They'd love the Snapfire. It's a much bigger kill here onto NJ, but the problem is he can always just cookie out of there, and well, that's exactly what he does. In fact, now the kiss is the turnaround onto Eren. It's not enough damage yet. He's trying for the Scatter Blast. Eventually, he will just find the kill. And that's a mega kill streak now to the way of NJ. So sure, he does need to commit these kisses to find these kills, but at the end of the day, this Snapfire is out of control.
5-0 already for NJ, getting all the space he can at top. They're going on Ray again.
But they are. Ray, he's going to try and juke out once again. Hill's coming in, but V's on the chase. Nice juke so far from Ray towards the left side of the tree line. Killer is around the corner, but no, the patience. Ray just waits. And his patience will pay off as he just runs out of there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing his job right. Like, he's dragging this attention from the Ember away from his more higher priority cores. He's giving space out for Zone to just push and control mid as much as he wants. Max out Edict. Mid-tier one's not going to stand for too long, even with Ranfu out trying to hold back the wave. And that's a much bigger objective for Mystique to find here.
Dire's middle tower.
That it certainly is. Going to open up the map here on the end of things. Hope need to pay. Oh, hold on a minute. NJ top lane. That's a big kill if they can find it. NJ going to try and go for a run. Is still very tanky on that Snapfire. Doesn't have Cookie to throw out though, so he's in a lot of danger here as he's going to try for a TP. Wishful thinking though. He will just drop. Not much he could have done about it. And hell, even mid lane, they found zone while that was happening. So 2 huge kills going to the way of Poke, and well, that's a lot to give back the way of the Dire.
It certainly is. These are some very important kills to V. Just feeling a lot better on the Ember now. Finding that build up lead. Still bottom network core, but not too far behind in comparison to Zone at least. And you're getting some space out for Lonfer. He's at the point where you can't just solo control the Void anymore. He does have level 3 Time Walk and the Mom, so he's got some damage output as well. So it's going to be a little bit harder to hold down that Face's Void. He's got some room up top to keep farming.
Shot out, top lane. They've got Zone again. Another pretty big pickoff if they can kill him, though Zone actually gets the clockwork first and they don't have the damage. They'll have to leave Zone B. Just too close by the tier 1 tower, though I say that, B's going to move in, but Chains will not land. Oh, he goes onto the creeps instead. That is just so unfortunate.
Yeah, that window to get the chains out with Sleight of Fist is pretty tight. The animation of Sleight is super quick. So sometimes you just get a little bit unlucky when you pre-cast there and just kind of miss out. They've still got to back out on Zone, but they're going into that point where the full Bloodstone's going to be up and running. And that's the danger zone. You're not going to have early BKBs. You might find DQQ here for your trouble, though.
They may. DQQ. They pop an arrow there. Then again, press the attack going to help DQQ out so he can survive just a little bit longer as V now forced to back off. In fact, lift up on run Fu Dao, but he will be able to back off himself. Kind of concerning though, just with the press the attack.
Cool.
They're allowed to keep DQQ alive as across the map. Aaron, hook shot, Con's pushback is there onto NJ, but looks like again he's going to prove to be just a little bit too tanky, but they'll keep going. Lunfer trying his best, Chrono committed, but can you get the damage out in time? They'll get the battery assault there just as well. NJ trapped up is going to drop. Ray trying to help but got caught on the Chrono himself, so couldn't do anything. Chase down another. The LC will purge off the chains himself. But it seems like
Radiant's
Poke,
top tower is under
even at
attack.
these earlier stages, without damage output, they are still trying to get aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's working out. It just needs a lot of heroes to work. Like, you're dragging 4, you're dragging 5 heroes for these kills on the offlane, for these kills in the supports. You're allowing to just free farm on the Slark. He went for the Midas unpunished. He's going to have his Echo Saber up and running as well. And as we mentioned, that full Bloodstone being up for zone puts a massive dent in the issues here for the side of Poke as well. Mind you, that kill on NJ took a lot longer because of the Guardian Reeves. Like, the fact that this item is so cheap right now and everyone picks it up, just the moment you hit that threshold for the bonus to kick in, it's actually really hard for something like the Void to just handle by himself at the moment. So it gets a lot trickier for you to get offensive without Chrono. It does force you to drag so many heroes in. And it's just space that Mystique is using a lot better. Like, this Slark is still going to be an issue. With his Echo Saber and Hand of Midas up, you can just run down heroes, get a lot of stacks up and running, and just find some nice, easy kills.
Off lane, NJ again being caught out on the Snapfire is just going to melt. Be able to pick up his 4th kill of the game on the Ember. I do agree with your point because the fights are generally pretty drawn out as well, so the Slark is going to have a fantastic time getting all these Essence Shift stacks going his way throughout these fights. I just wonder at what point he starts joining the team because he's got the Echo up. You think this is around the time they might group up and try to fight as well top lane, they'll lose Ray as well. These kind of situations just feel like they could be turned quite easily by the side of Mystique, but they just aren't grouping up yet.
No,
Radiant's
they're just
top tower is
much
under
more
attack.
trying to work the map, and I think it's all right to wait for these major item spikes. Like, the blink on Ray is going to be big. The Bloodstone being up on zone, he's out of mana for this kind of play though.
They're going to find the Rubik. DQQ now to drop. Rotations incoming. Looks like Zone wants to keep the fight going on the left track, but he's completely surrounded now. Even more TPs incoming. Zone's still a very tanky target. Will be able to run his way out for now. Meanwhile, a duel has been committed onto the clockwork, and they will find that one. Aaron, he is going to drop. Here comes Lunfer, however. He does have Chrono in a few seconds. He just needs the time. Back Zone. Zone is just going to melt without it. They don't even need it. It's NJ. NJ will run his way out for now, but V is on the chase with a great chains. Landing on 2, but there'll be no follow-up to it. Lunfer, he'll hold on to the Chrono, wait for another day.
Yeah, they find the big kills, and they're starting to really work this aggression well on Poke. They're just more than willing to come in while these defensive items aren't up, while their Slark isn't willing to come in. He's pretty much ready to go. He is working towards the Ags, it looks like. So maybe just waiting for that to be finished up. Having the double long-range pounce is going to be big. You do have this blink already up and running on Ray, so you should be able to start off with these big duels. Maybe just pin down the Ember, probably your highest priority target, most mobile here that you don't really have the best lockdown for, immediate lockdown outside of duel. So that's where I want to see Ray kind of play with his blink, hunt the Ember down with his Leshrac round. They're going for that Poke on top. They will find it. It was very low HP. But you're still in a pretty good position here for Poke. I mean, Mystique, they do have the objective advantage, but until we see the Slark join in, it's a difficult 4v5 at times to take.
Ranfu gonna get caught here by the Jewel. Will go down eventually, and that will be another win the way of Ray as they find even more now. They found V. The Ember a much bigger target, but he'll get the Remnant away. Oh, just barely. Able to survive on through it. But Mystique still proving how strong of a team they are in this game 1. Again, this is all without joining in here on the Slark yet. We'll have that Ags up very, very soon, so we should see him very, very soon. But 10 to 11 now. 1k advantage the way of the Radiant. Can't really figure it either. Lonfer, he is farming very effectively. Only second in net worth at the moment. He had a much tougher time early game. But the Void is slowly but surely catching up. There's no real way out of that chrono this game, so you do have to be wary of that.
Yeah. I'm gonna smoke up here on the side of Mystique, though. I think the one counter you have for the chrono is something like Shard. That could be a funny way if you manage to cast it in the chrono to save your teammates. Well, pretty difficult though, and M just shows off that Ags, misses the pounces though.
Very done. Bit of an unfortunate way is bottom lane. B gets caught out, and with the duel into the kisses, they've got so much damage for this. Ray now actually has 38 bonus duel damage, so he'll be sitting there quite happy as a +5. Meanwhile, mid lane, Killer gonna try and move it on to DQQ. He will rim it away. Overwhelming odds will get rid of the Spiderlings, and now a very nice cookie up from NJ. Problem is he cops an arrow on the Insatiable Hunger. Killer's gonna try and turn this one around, but can't do it on his own. He needs to get the hell out of there. And he will. In the meantime, Aaron, he's gonna find DQQ on that Rubik, but another remnant away, and now the Chrono. Lunfer's there. He has found 3 targets, but they want the Leshrac. So he is still alive. The press the attack will save the day as they go for more. Lunfer's been caught. I take what I said back, John. This LC is doing a lot of work.
Yeah, it's just genius coming out from Mystique. Ray's done his job from the laning phase. He's playing his job well. They got all the saves they need to just rip zone out in the nick of time. And it just goes back to that damage issue that you have here on Poke. Like, chrono combinations just aren't there. We saw a chrono arrow. That's nice. It's not nearly enough to get that first damage online. And Mystique, they've just got a lot of solutions. And we're not even seeing them try to deal with right now. Like, our Slark is still not joining in. After he showed off that Axe, he just bailed out, went back top, went farming, shoving in the wave, and it's still a 4v5, but you are starting to get a lot more durable on the side of Mystique. Your angles have to be perfect here from Lonfer. You need to be able to get these chronos and get your teammates in a position where they can contribute a decent chunk of damage. You have to work with V very closely with a sleight of fist here.
That you do. We're going to look at NJ mid lane. NJ just proving to be not afraid of anything right now on this Snap 5, feeling so tanky. So with the Greaves up, he could just purge off practically anything. Nice hook shot is there from Aaron, but he could just cookie out. He's fine. An income zone to try and trade now. Oh, a stolen hook shot out from DQQ, landing right back the way of Aaron. That'll be your clockwork on. They won't be so lucky with the Ember, but what does it matter? Mystique, they are just playing way better in this game 1. And now a 5k net worth advantage. That is getting concerning.
It really is. And DQQ is just playing out of his mind. We saw that stolen hook shot earlier as well, breaking up that chrono. I didn't realize he'd still have it, but he hasn't died. It's a pretty long duration on the stolen spell, of course, and DQQ just showing us how effective a Rubik can be as clockwork. The side of Pope, there's still potential for the lineup to grow. My main issue now is this impact coming out from Killa. It feels like it's really receded. Right? Like he took the bot tier 1, he's been active, but he hasn't really shut down the map in the way you'd expect a Broodmother to do. He's been forced to play a much more active role, play with these auras, try to leverage that durability on his team, but it's not cutting off the farm angles for anyone here. And it's probably just down to, again, Ray on the LC just being a solution. He can't just camp a lane because an LC will just stalk you, so you might as well just look for these kills while you can.
Oh, there goes Ranfu Dao. Just can't survive the burst damage you've got on Mystique at the moment. They are still trying to pressure this mid-tier 1 tower. You do have the pipe fully up here by Killer now, so he can protect from the initial overwhelming odds that gets thrown out by Ray. It's just still proving to be way too much. Like, overwhelming odds, Fade Bolt, and of course you're still against the Snapfire and the Leshrac, who both clear out those Spiderlings very, very quickly. It's very, very rough affair for Killer. Keep in mind, he still has to, offer space to his Void as well. And speaking of the Void, Lunfer gonna barely avoid that split earth. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Aaron trying to make his own run away, but NJ, oh, nice hook shot from Aaron. Gonna juke up for now. Kisses, oh, it's gonna give the vision. They are gonna get the vision of the tree line. No TP away. Hookshot is stolen once again. Meanwhile, mid lane, they're gonna try onto zone. They'll commit a chrono for this, and it seems like it should be enough. And it will be. But you have
And they
to
find a
commit
bigger
so much
trade.
for that.
It's worthwhile. You find a pretty big hero in that last track, number 2 in net worth. You don't have to pop your BKB here in Lanfeu, so you're pretty happy with that. The issue is, with Chrono down, Lanfeu is going to be a sitting target if Mystique decides to play aggressive, which on the respawner for Lesh, they should look to do. It doesn't take too long for them to be on top of these heroes. We still haven't seen... Like, is just playing this ridiculous farming game. To be a Slark in this game with 16 kills on your team and you're only in 3 of those, it's impressive. I don't know if that's impressive in the right way, but it is impressive, Mike.
It certainly is. It certainly is impressive. Poke. 5k behind now. Bottom lane. They're going to find Aaron, or rather MJ is going to be found out. Ray is there to help. And now the hook shot. Back the way of run through down, but have they gone too far? Counter hook shot from Aaron. Going to catch the Rubik. A cookie away. It is not going to be enough. Poke. They should be able to punish quite nicely here as they do taste down MJ. Another press the attack though. Going to make sure he does remain alive for now. In comes Lanfeu. The whole cavalry is here. Just chasing one Snapfire. He's going to try for the TP away, but it's not going to be enough. Whew. That was way too close for comfort. Had that TP gone through, that would have been the most demoralizing thing for the side of Poke.
Yeah, it works out in the end. They find some 2 important kills. The snap not as big as the Lush a while ago, but they're finding some work done. They're getting some action out without having to, again, have Chrono up, have to pop your BKB. So it does work out quite nicely. One thing with Mystic still here, right? Like, when you see this kind of commitment come out from Poke, we're still not seeing a response out from Ohm. I mean, he's still farming well, but at some point you've got to use this Slark while he's strong. Like, Chrono's down, you have nothing to be worried about. It looked like a decent opportunity to counterfight, but doesn't really opt for it. Now you have to deal with the Ags up on Aaron, so he's going to have the rocket flares coming out. It's going to be a lot easier for Poke to leverage this vision advantage that in theory they should have with the spiderlings going around and with the clockwork. And that can give them angles to find these pickoffs over and over and over again if Mystique's not careful.
Poke, at the very least, proving they're not out of this game yet. And I do kind of agree with you. Like, it's just funny how the Slark literally hasn't done anything for the last 26.5 minutes. But the thing is, Mystique is still winning. That's the worst part, right? So it's like, what happens when we bring out this secret weapon of our Slark and he's just 6-slotted, right? Like, he's going for a Bloodthorn now on this Slark. And once you've got that up, sure, you've got a BKB available on Lanfeu and on V, but if he sees those worn off, you're in trouble. And ran through down, there's a duel out, that's him gone. The heals will do nothing. Meanwhile, they even found Killer. Killer was trying to stick around to help out the best he possibly could, but there's your pounce out from holding down the Broodmother. Not long enough though. Killer, he's going to get onto the high ground. Split Earth is not going to land, so the Brood is going to be just fine. But regardless, once the Slark gets involved, Poke, they just can't get anywhere near him.
No, he's just way too big. And I think the one thing is, like, yes, Mystique is winning with her Slark not doing as much. And we do see his impact when he does manage to latch onto a hero now. I just feel like they could be winning more. It's all about winning more in Dota 2. Yeah, you're in a winning position. How do you win even more, right?
Right.
And well, it's at this point where surely once you have the blood torn up, joins in, right? That's the moment our Slark surely takes more activity here and wins even more.
There's a bit of activity. He's just going up some spiralings. Killer will give a couple away. Hookshot is there onto the Slark, but again, press the attack, and now the duel out. The hold down Killer. They might... No, in fact, it was the Clockwork. The Clockwork was the one being dueled, and now can just get straight to work, but he does back off for now as Lanfeu does have Chrono up. Zone, though. He's going to move in, trying to bait out that Chrono. Lanfeu, he'll pop his BKB. Still going after Zone. There's your Chrono now committed. Does the Slark want to move back in? It does seem like he does. They don't have the damage. Zone is perfectly fine. V going to move out. A nice arrow, though, going to clip onto the Slark, meaning he can't keep fighting. Had that arrow not landed, that could have been a complete wipe on the side of Poke. But luckily, Run Fu Dao able to save the day.
Yeah, he stalls out that fight quite nicely, and you can see the damage issues coming out here for Lanfeu. Like, Zone with just the plate mail and all the added HP from Bloodstone, it's more than enough for him to survive. That's a Faceless Void with a Mask of Madness and Mjolnir. It's just not enough. coming out from Lanfer, and there's nothing anyone else can really do besides throw a couple of spells in, but they're not nukey enough. So, yeah, it's so difficult to get max value from the Chrono as the game goes on with the HP building up. And again, you're still not even seeing the counterplay coming out from...
Man, NJ is so cocky here in this bot lane. Like, he's just jumping right in the middle of these spiders.
my
Look at
God.
this! And he's got them all! He got every single one! He doesn't have Greaves up right now, but the Force Staff's gonna buy a bit of space. He'll try for a TP. There's no way he does make it out, and he doesn't. He will drop. Very, very close for NJ, but no cigar. They want more now. DQQ, gonna cop the arrow, gonna cop the chains. Press the attack will help. In fact, Zone's gonna move in and zone them out quite literally. Ranfu down, forced to back out. Zone clears out the Spiderlings and the creep wave. Mystique, you've got to be cautious. You don't want to throw lives away like that for no reason.
Play it safe on both sides. Not gonna fully commit to just taste down Rubik. And again, they're finding some nice kills here from the side of Poke, but it's whenever Mystique is just maybe a little bit too cocky. Now you're tanky on that snap, but you're not that tanky. You're no Slark, and you do draw attention away from your Slark. Is pretty much fully geared up. He's carrying the gem. He's got the blood torn up. Doesn't really have too much room for anything else. Maybe his shard comes through next, which will again cause issues in these team fights, and he does get the shard. So you have Depth Shroud, and look at that cast range for Depth Shroud, by the way. You can easily cast that into Chrono. So, not the easiest here.
He's caught out. Ray wanted the dual damage, but won't be able to get it. He's already got 122. Like, on a pos 5 LC, while he doesn't have the items for it, he is slowly transitioning into someone who can do a lot of damage.
Oh, he is. I mean, he already does quite a fair bit of damage, just as is right now. Inside of Poke, their answers are growing smaller and smaller. Like, we have to see Lanfer play well. We have to see V line up these shots for his team. Is just hunting, but doesn't really find anything. So at the least here, Aaron does manage to bail out with a shot. But again, it's you think about this Void. If you don't catch the Slark and Chrono, you have to deal with Depth Shroud. That's 3 seconds of your Chrono gone that you can't do anything about. That leaves you with 2 seconds to do your damage, and if you can't kill any of these within that full 5 seconds, then you're really not going to kill them in 2 seconds here for Lanfer. So this game just feels like it gets harder and harder for Poke. I just feel like Mystique, when you look at this draft, when you look at what they did with that LC and then going in for the Slark last pick into that Void, it's just beautiful. You know, they've got a lot of answers for everything.
I mean, Mystique, still 6k ahead, everything working well. I hate to keep saying it, but this Slark, he's still just freely farming. Bloodthorn up completely. Bottom lane, they're looking at V now on the Ember, but V gonna try and juke out on the tree line. Will be just fine. Or will he? Depends on whether he wants to show on the creep wave. V's getting greedy. That's a greedy position for the Ember. He might feel safe. Ray! Oh, the sleight of fist timing. That is perfect timing. I would not say that was a reaction. That was definitely luck. But it was perfect. In fact, NJ gonna get caught. Guiding Greaves off the chains. Does get rid of all the Spiderlings. We'll be fine for now. In fact, there goes MMM. Moving right in. They've got a duel out as well. Chrono's been committed though. They've got Ray down. The Broodmother will drop with him. Can they get the Slark? MMM, he's just so massive.
Oh my god.
He's not dying. And in the meantime, Zone and NJ were just annihilating everyone else. They did no damage.
No. It's just not enough. Like, you just don't have the output. You don't have anything to contribute from the rest of your teammates. And this has just been the issue for Poke from the early rotations. Like, we'd see them come in. It would be down to Lanfer to try to just go for these softer targets already in the Chrono and try to follow through with some spell damage. But whenever they're full HP and he jumps in, it's just not enough. And yes, they find a punishment on the LC. It's something. It's just not. It's not what you're looking for. You want to kill You want to kill Zone. And that's becoming a tougher and tougher prospect here.
It seemed like they wanted to try and really make sure that Jewel was won by their Broodmother, but it's kind of that thing, like it doesn't do anything. Like Killer gets an extra 28 damage, happy days for the Brood, but then you left the Slark alone, you threw everything you had at the pos 5 LC. And then afterwards, you've still got this Leshrac Snapfire to worry about, and of course the Rubik as well right behind him. But there's just so much magic damage coming in afterwards. It's too problematic if you don't get a better chrono than that.
No, it really is. They need to find a way to just catch out and is just
Look at
going
this.
for this fight with Killer.
Yeah, he just man fights. He doesn't care. No problem. You can't even attempt those kind of maneuvers without, maybe +2.
Never refuse
Yeah,
gold.
it's impossible. It just with how much has been able to get from his farm of 20 minutes, 25 minutes. It's a lot to go through. He's more than ready to fight back. He's got protection with his own BKB. This Scotty from Lawnfair could help the cause. He's in a bit of a dicey position here, though. He's under vision.
He was under vision. They know his invis there somewhere, and there's the Split Earth to come out. BKB forced. Lunfer has chrono in 10. He's going to try and just man fight through this, but the BKB's about to wear off. He'll go towards the south with the Time Walk. Does have TP available, and they may have just assumed he used it. Instead, towards the left side, Run Fu Dao in massive trouble. Is going to drop on the Mirana. Here comes Lunfer again. Looks like V will find DQQ on the Rubik. It's not that bad of a team fight so far, but they've lost all their BKBs. In goes the chrono. Not quite Lunfer. He's going to hold out for now. Zone will just move in again. Onto V, finding the Ember. We'll cancel the TP. Now M's going to move in. Onto that Void. He just melts. Lunfer cannot survive through it. Killer's going to try to run out of here. But he is not looking like a killer himself here, John. This Broodmother looking very, very weak. See, we'll juke out of the tree line, but at what cost? Like, how much are you losing? He's under vision again. That Observer Ward just making it so hard. It's Killer onto the high ground. Pounces there. It will not land, but the Brood is still running. There's your Blood Ride out, or rather Bloodthorn, and that'll be about it. NJ, he'll pick up another on the snap.
Yeah, it's rough, right? You're forced to BKB early on Lawnfair, so when the Slark does show up with a Bloodthorn, you don't have an answer. You only have that one save with a BKB. You don't have anything like Lotuses online. No way of just enabling your Void to do what he needs to do. And the side of Mystique, again, they're just in control of this game. They go in very staggered. They're finding these pick-off opportunities coming out from Poke. And they're just massive on the Slark. Immediate just buyout on the Scotty for wondering what he throws away here. Maybe just give the gem away to someone and hand it over to NG or something. Maybe Ray, actually. Wouldn't be too bad. And just kind of run around. Lots of stats, lots of EHP on the Slark. He's got his level 25 with the Essence Shift duration, so he's going to have a lot of extra agi for a long time in these prolonged fights and in the reset fights as well. And for the side of Poke, it still just goes back to trying to dance around with V and trying to work this angle out with Lawnfair. They need to play with that. It's easier said than done. And again, it just gets so much harder as this game goes on because the line of Mystique, it's just a beautiful draft and beautiful execution here.
Here we go. There is a smoke out. Poke, they're going to try and poke their way into the Roshan pit. Make sure that cannot happen. Problem is, though, you are going to lose your main source of vision, which is the Clockwork, being pounced up a second time. Chrono's out. They've got the Slark. Press the attack. They're going to heal him up just a little bit. Is it going to be enough? It doesn't seem like it. They've got the Slark down. Lunfer finding exactly what they needed. We'll move on to NJ. Really wanting that Snapfire. Though NJ, he's quite tanky. He'll just move around with the cookie. He's going to be okay. Even the root out from the Rod of Atos, but still the chase is ongoing. NJ still tanking through it, so Zone can move in on that Leshrac. Still somehow alive. Finally does end up dropping on the snap, but Zone, he'll just keep going. Lunfer playing around with the Time Walk and the reverse Time Walk will keep chasing them down. Who are they aiming? It looks like they really want DQQ on the Rubik, but he's got Time Walk himself. He'll just get his way out of there. Lunfer is trying to chase, but Rubik is just so effective. It won't matter though. Lunfer eventually able to find him with the time dilation. Will make sure he cannot Time Walk away. And Poke, they put an end to the Roshan.
And he put an end to the Roche to find that one big kill that he needed on the Slark. And that's how you do it. They managed to Moonlight and get a Chrono off. You're not ready for that on the Slark. You can't just pop the Shadow Dance that comes in. They're going for more though.
They are. They'll find the clock. That'll be another duel win here to Ray. Lunfer's going to try and punish Ray for this. 4 staffs away, however, going to be more than enough for Ray to get out. And so Roshan's still up. It's still going to be relatively healthy. if you're Poke, you probably can't force the Roshan yourself, but you can at least ensure you buy yourself time to have access to that Roshan later.
Yeah, they're stalling for time. It's not too long till the respawn is back up on Mystique, though. They're going to have their Slark back in. They're going to have their Snapfire back in. They're going to be ready to try to force that once more on Mystique's end. But for Poke, they just need to do what they can with the space. They've got the full Ags on V. So with how slippery these heroes are starting to get on Poke, it is becoming tougher for Mystique to kind of hold them down. They need to get this big dual win with Ray and just kind of go from there, because we're seeing them all just weave in and out. The Remnant spam coming out from V, the webs giving this free pattern for Killa, making it hard to just lock him in early on in these fights as well, dragging it out a lot longer than you might like without your Slark around. They are in position to make something happen here, though.
Mystique might shadow out. Poke try and move their way in, but it seems like it has been spotted here by Mystique. So NJ, he's still a pretty big target if they can start with him. Chrono's out. They caught zone. They've got the Leshrac. Cookie is not going to help him out, so the damage output, it will go right through zone. That's a fantastic start here for Poke. They'll go on to NJ as well. Here comes MMM to try and help out on the Slark, but they're just completely ignoring him. Still going after NJ, but the Ashen Stiff, it's going to start stacking up as they do move in once again. Complete chaos here in the mid lane, as somehow NJ is still alive. In goes the Slark once again. Aaron is going to melt to the damage output, but Lunfer is going to try and take this Slark down, and they've got him. They eventually get it done. As NJ's still trying to fight. Arrow is not going to land. He will run, but the rest of his team just completely melts in front of his eyes. And I'll tell you, it's starting to feel like MMM, he may have waited too long this game, because he's not getting enough time to stack up those essence shifts.
I feel like that the big issue in there was that you're seeing Poke clump up much more often than Mystique is. Like they're grouping up, but you didn't have your Slark around there. You didn't have this counterplay with Depth Shroud for the Chrono save. Now you have to deal with a secondary life up on Lanfa. He's got the refresh as well. Double Chrono is going to be a massive issue if you're not ready. We need to see Mystique play as a team. They can't afford to just stream in as separate groups anymore and have the Slark come in to clean up. They need to play with that Slark up front, or at least in the back pocket, and see when the Chrono's committed, use the Depth Shroud to counter, go from there. Once that big piece of control is taken out from Poke, you have a clear path to kind of win that fight. But with double Chrono up, a one Depth Shroud save is nice. You're not going to get off two, and Killa's going to have enough time to actually dish the damage he needs to in these fights.
Look at this, the tier 2 top tower just going to absolutely melt. Now double Chrono available on Lund first, so the Void is just so much scarier. They'll wait for the first Chrono to be back up, though, still 20 seconds away, but the next team fight could decide everything. 7k advantage, still the way of Mystique somehow, but it really means nothing at this stage. Poke definitely look like the stronger team all of a sudden. I mean, MMM on the Slark, like, I'm not sure what he does in these team fights to make it go their way, but it looks like he's going to build into his own Refresher Orb now on that Slark. Makes enough sense, like you're going to have 2 Depth Shrouds, you're going to have 2 Shadow Dancers. It's a lot of defense coming in for the Slark with that Refresher Orb. Problem is Poke now, feeling confident with the Aegis, though. Moonlight Shadow up with the smoke. Rocket Flare will give the vision on the side of Mystique, and they'll just jump right in. B, Gleipnir, it's going to hold down a couple. Looks like they'll go for the duel out, but that's going to be an immediate loss out, it seems, for the LC. In fact, it does wear off before they win. But regardless, they've got the target they wanted to start with. Onto NJ they go. They know the Rubik's on the high ground. They'll Chrono just in case they need it. Make sure there is no messing around. And that's 3 down immediately for Mystique.
And that's more than enough for them to find more off the map, take out the last tier 2s, maybe even pressure high ground. They still have the secondary Chrono ready to go on Lanfa. And for Mystique, again, they made a little bit of a move there with the smoke, but they plant a ward in vision. Like, they drop it right in front of the sentry obs in that lane. And that just gave Mystique the opportunity to go for this Moonlight Shadow play, jump in, get the pickups one by one. Their high ground push, it's pretty damn fast with the damage they have now. And they need to find a way to hold this back on Mystique, but zone alone, it's not going to be enough.
Oh, jump in. That'd be a massive target. The arrow does land. They've got so much control onto the Leshrac and zone. He might just be dead.
Oh boy.
Oh my. Pop the BKB trying to survive with the Bloodstone, but just didn't have the damage. And now you are one Rats down. They're gonna try. MMN, he'll jump in without the Leshrac, but he's in massive trouble once this Shadow Dance wears off. He still has the Depth Shroud. He'll refresh. He needs to be able to survive through this. But where's your follow-up? Hook shots off the mark from Eren. But now they know both Shadow Dances are down. No refresher orb left for the Slark. And there's still 70 seconds without zone up.
They're gonna go for more. Poke knows that there's no follow-through without the Leshrac. Like, he's a big thing that also enables him to take these longer fights. It's a combination of the Lesh and the Slark. And it's just been disjointed in the past few fights that they have a lot to play with here. There's just not much to scare them off now.
Barely avoided there by NJ. Lunfer still waiting for that first chrono to be back up, I think. Just wants to have the double available for this team fight, because if they do win it out, they'll just win the game and in they jump. They want NJ. The Snapfire is such a big target, but the 4-stop's going to allow her to get away as now they make the jump in onto Ray instead. There goes your LC. V will move in onto the Snapfire. They'll have NJ as well. No buyback available on the Snap, as the Slark is still trying to dance around, but Lunfer is proving to be a real menace. Onto the tier 4 towers they go. How do you stop this? They need zone up. He's 5 seconds away, but if he dies, he's 200 gold short of buyback. So close yet so far.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They've got to jump in.
Radiant's
Tier 4s are under siege. I don't think they're planning to back off here. Ray, unable to get in range, and now the Chrono. He's caught
Death
3
Shroud?
targets, and they've
No.
got zone. That's
What?
your Leshrac gone. That's GG. It has to be it. Secondary Chrono is there. They've got the Slark. It's all over. GG. And that is what you call a very rough loss here for Mystique.
Yeah, I didn't expect that. They had such a strong early game. They took away this impact coming out from Killa's Broodmother. They had answers for Lunfer. And in the end, like, you know, just never joined these fights, right? The Slark never came in. He had his counterplay with Depth Shroud. We didn't even see it in the last Chrono. Like, he was outside Chrono. He didn't go for the save. And I don't know, like, they didn't work as a team on Mystique when they had this big advantage, and Poke just took advantage of that.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Like, you and I kind of mentioned it the first 25 minutes, right? Like, what was the Slark doing? Like, farming is good, but you're still a Slark, right? So when you have the advantage, you want to push the advantage, no? That's my main concern here for Mystique, is like, why didn't they just group up as 5 when they were powerful?
I don't know. Like, it leaves a lot of questions in my mind, and maybe we see them correct that, but yeah, that was a little bit odd, to say the least, Mike.
Well, Jonathan, good news is we have the rest of the panel ready, so let's throw to them and see what they thought about this game one, because I'm quite confused about how that game turned out that way. Lizard Nomad, do you guys have any idea why our Slark was not getting involved?
You know, sometimes you're just playing carry, you're against a Faceless Void, it has all these farming items, and you want to be like, nah, I want more last hits than that guy. I want more net worth than that guy. You know, you're in the carry drag race. You just get, you want the CS, Mike. That's what it is. You want that sweet cash money so that you can wave your stats in his face in the post game. But yeah, not going to be doing any of that since he lost Lizard.
Yeah, I think some items should be banned for some carries. Like a Midas should be banned for some carries. I feel that's the case, right? Like there are just some players, they buy a Midas and then, okay, I need to farm. I have a Midas. I need to connect to every single level 5 creep. I need to go and get some XP, you know, just get... I'm not sure. Like everything you guys said, like... Yeah, that's UK Chrono, you called it.
Yeah, very much is. I've seen many of these in my time. Yeah, this is national pride right here.
You guys mentioned how neutered Mystique felt in the lanes. I felt that too. Like, okay, Brood did still take the tower minute 11, but LC was getting a lot. There was like 5-0 on the snap on the offlane at some point. Like, NJ was having a good time. But eventually there are just some heroes that break Dota, like in the late game, right? Like, and Void is probably one of the best heroes to do that if he isn't countered by like a Shadow Demon or Winter Wyvern. Like eventually you just chrono and you kill, right? There's nothing as simple as that.
I didn't spot in that fight that DQQ wasn't actually spotted out on that cliff. It's just the fact that they were chronoing the Snapfire and they happened to find the Rubik because of the Snapfire. Thanks, NJ. Nice one, buddy. Getting your supports killed. Good job. That was funny. Yeah, I mean, the Snapfire had such an awesome start to the lane, though. I was kind of... And, you know, Lizard knows I've been harping on about the Snapfire for ages. I want to see Snapfire core more. We finally get to see it, and it didn't look too great. And he actually had a really good start to the game. I mean, why wasn't the Snapfire able to kind of transform that into kind of more pressure, more of an advantage?
Yeah, like our two casters, they can chill a bit, rest. Why isn't Snap like? I don't think it's on the Snap. I think it's like the problem is you need an additional frontliner. If you're having a Snap on offlane, I feel like you need this Slark to be joining early on, so that you have enough. Like you could see in some fights in which Slark is fighting, Snap is actually able to do stuff, right? Because there is this mess in front. There's an LC that's usually kind of wanting to be behind to use press the attack, right? But if there's Slark, if there's Lash, like you are able to dish out the damage with the Snapfire. You're also able to position yourself properly. If your Slark isn't there, there's only Lash, and it just isn't enough. Like they're gonna find you and hunt you down. So it's rough in that way.
Yeah.
I tend to agree with him. Like NJ had such a great performance that game. With the amount of times he was just surviving for a solid 30 seconds, you think there would be this Slark just hitting people, collecting essence shift, and just becoming a real menace. But it just felt like they were playing 4v5 the whole game. Yeah, I just didn't quite understand why he required to hit that many creeps.
Sometimes the call of
just
creeps.
the passiveness from the Slark. That call of the creeps is too strong, and I don't know. It just feels like when you have a Slark versus the Void, you can force some issues. Like again, we saw the Depth Shroud. We never saw it in Chrono, which I feel like maybe it just doesn't work because we didn't even see it at the end, to be fair. At that last Chrono, it probably wouldn't make an impact. Yeah, he didn't even have it. Just the cast range of Depth Shroud is pretty damn big. So you could save someone from Chrono. Like that mid-Chrono where Zone was caught out, if the Slark was right there outside Chrono, you could save your Lush, turn that fight around. You could have taken more activity, and they just didn't on Mystique.
Yeah. Well, we will give MVP to L'Enfers. Of course, on the Faceless Void, being the big kind of tempo deciding hero. But any honorable mention from you, John? Anybody you want to give a quick shout out to before we throw it over to a break?
I think Aaron did a pretty fantastic job on the later game hook shots. Early on, it looked a little bit clumsy, but he was buying space out. And later on, he just managed to catch out. The Ags buildup from him just brought them so much vision that they got to use along with the Spiderlings, and they just built off that really well.
Yeah, and vision like that is a pretty big momentum killer, I think, because it becomes suddenly very hard to make moves around the map. If you want to do anything, you have to plan it out very well where you're not going to get scouted beforehand. Even your heroes just gathering around the same part of the map for a smoke becomes very obvious with this Clockwork Ag. So I think that was kind of an underrated reason as to why they were able to suddenly look so dominant in this game and so in control. But that's going to do it for game number 1 here. We're going to throw it over to a break, after which we'll be back with game number 2 to find out if Poke will be able to make it the clean 2-0 or if Mystique will come back and draw things out. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to the China DPC, and thank you for being so patient over the break. We appreciate it. As we get back into game number 2 in this series, it is Poke versus Mystique as our opening matchup of the day. And Mystique, unfortunately, weren't able to close out that first game, which means Poke take the early advantage. But one more thing I did want to say about that game is I really like the +5 Legion Lizard. You're right on that one. That actually slapped pretty hard. That we had some fun with that.
It lost though. You know, it slaps. It looks really good. It looks cool. He's joking around the tier 1 towers, escaping Ember and Brood. By the way, that play was pretty sick.
That was nice.
Yeah. It feels good when you're a Legion and you're just constantly spamming the spiders. It doesn't defend the tower, though. That's the problem. That's also one of the issues they had with their draft. Like, you have the snap on offlane. It's a good snap. Like, he's having a good time, 5-0, right? But he isn't the kind of a hero that can just rotate and sit in front of the tier 1 tower, right? Like, if they had something like a Mars or Centaur or anything that can just position his booty in front of the tower and defend against the Brood for like extra 4 or 5 minutes, let's be honest, it wouldn't have changed anything, because in those 4 or 5 minutes, Slark would just be farming with Midas anyway, so I don't know.
Yeah. As me and John were talking over the break as well, you know, it does feel like this Midas trap is a really bad one to go against these big ulti heroes, you know, like Enigma, Doom, Faceless Void. When you go for this greedy builder, it just kind of plays into their hands, right, John?
Yeah, they just scale up a lot better. You know, like Faceless Void scales. Probably one of those late game carries that just really changes the game. I think Lizard said it just breaks the game there. Just changes the dynamic of how everyone interacts. So you've got to be careful. And as mentioned, you know, Poke, they pick up that Doom, so they've got that same carry that can kind of just scale into late if Mystique kind of find themselves sucked into this vortex of farming. And I'd like to see them take up the pace there.
Yeah, definitely. Accelerate the tempo, you know, don't be afraid to run at them, because I think they can outplay them if they are able to get an advantage. But yeah, what do we think about the Doom opening here, Mike? Is that a hero you want to see more of?
I mean, I like Doom. I don't think it's complete meta, but it kind of goes back to those heroes that break the game, especially once you get late. I think it was Lizard who said that just before the break. And yeah, Doom's one of those heroes that can just kind of break the game with Doom. Obviously, get Ags up later, even worse to try and play against. You are playing into a Rubik and you are playing into a Tusk, so you do need to proceed with caution, but I don't mind it. I think it's a fine offlane to have.
Tis a fine offlane to have. I agree with that sentiment. Tis a fine offlaner.
I just translated Lemfair's nickname.
It's edgy, bro.
Yeah.
It's so edgy.
Maybe he has pub experience, you know, not the best.
Exactly my thoughts as well. I'm like, bro, keep it for the pubs. Why don't you just to use something like cat smiley face or salad, you know, for your real nickname?
What do we think his avatar is, Lizard? Because obviously John and Mike can see it.
100% anime.
Anime? Yeah, I'm going anime. Are we right, John? Mike?
I'm pretty sure everyone has anime right now. Every time you're in a Chinese lobby, these are people of great culture. They love their anime, all right? So all of them have anime.
It is.
I believe. I have not seen. It's easier to see players without anime.
You know, you may not want to see it, Jonathan. It's definitely anime, not the kind we can show on screen. I don't think.
Oh. in which direction
it's
might
not that
I ask?
bad, but it's. What was the question?
In which direction is it? You know, is it violent or is it a lady?
It's a lady.
Oh, okay. Say less.
Yeah. Not that bad, but you know.
Oh, I love it. I love
Bad
it.
enough for
My
me.
guy is full pub mode.
Oh, loving this draft as well coming up from Poke. Like, they pick up the Snapfire themselves. They've got pretty good team fight to tie in. You don't have a natural combination with Mirana, but your lanes look pretty dominant with this little flex in Doom, I suppose, if you want to go that route. Mystique, Undying, and jeez, it's just flying. Undying, Drow, and then the Void coming out again for Poke. So now, if Mystique, just farms up in this route for 1,000,000 years, you've got the Void and the Doom that will just scale up. Mind you, these are two really big farming heroes.
Just pick Enigma last pick, you know. Triple down on ultimate late game. Doesn't matter. I don't know, like I do like Undying plus Drow. there's a like it's pretty strong in the lane versus Doom. Like he needs to itemize into an early chainmail, raid band, whatever.
Red team back.
On the mid lane, the Tusk, right? Like he should be able to rotate quite early on.
Radiant
Yeah, it's solid from Team Mystique, but it all depends on how they play the drafts, right? For me, their last game's draft was good. It didn't matter in the end. So. I don't know. I'm a bit jaded from the last game to talk about the draft.
You're shell shocked. You sound like
Yeah.
you're just like nothing matters. Heroes don't
Exactly,
matter.
nothing
Life
matters.
doesn't
It's
matter.
like they're gonna draft well.
Oh.
Their carry won't join. Life is
Of course,
hard.
we have the twins here on Poke Gaming as well, Ranfu and Killer.
Dire team
Stupid check. Stupid check.
Oh, goodness me.
Axe coming out for Team Mystique. All right, I like that. I like that. Some days you just need to keep it simple, you know. Just give you the big red man to run around and follow into battle. Who can mess that up?
I mean, I
Yeah,
like
I mean,
Axe.
remaining.
Go on, John.
Yeah, the lane against the Void is pretty good. You know, you can just spam Battle Hunger, you can punish the lower cooldown on Time Walk early on. Time Dilation would be a great build here for Poke, for Alonford to kind of pick up and just punish the Axe back. And you do have some aggression from Poke, like Void Marana is alright, Void plus Snapfire is probably a lot better on the aggression there. And you can actually look to jump the Axe as well with the Time Dilation up if he does try to spam his spells around. So you have some juggling back Poke can do. I am interested in how Mystique plays this, because it does look like a run at you draft. So I think once a Drow is ready, you should look to play objectives and just try to find these pickoffs, shrink the map, prevent that farm from coming out for the Void and the Doom.
It definitely looks like a draft that's able to play super fast-paced, as long as the Drow joins. That's the little footnote right there. Can Poke Gaming like put I don't know, Snapfire on mid lane, or do you think this is like Snap position 5 for sure? Because if the Snap is, you could even OD mid. Like,
you crazy?
get the OD with the Void. It's great with the Chrono. Like you get it against Axe, like the hero literally does nothing because you can imprison everything, right? But you're picking it into Rubik, so you're giving Rubik the best time of his life. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe a bad idea.
I was thinking maybe you could go down like the mid Viper route, even, right? Like pretty. Oh,
Mike,
hold on a
what
minute.
is this?
Oh, this is a hero that you should not be picking right now. This Earth Spirit hero, let me tell you, it's it's pretty good this game, right? It is pretty good for catch.
Definitely gives you that. Yeah, definitely gives you some catch, which I would say they were lacking. Yeah, so
it
that's
is a
gonna line
mid
up
snap,
Poke's
right?
draft. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, mid snap, position 4, Earth Spirit. Like one thing that Earth Spirit is decent, he can easily just creep skip and leave Doom alone. Like you're not winning that lane, I suppose, right? Like Earth Spirit and Doom are not winning into a Drow and Undying. You have 2 strength melee heroes in a lane against an Undying. You're gonna get wrecked. So I guess he just rotates mid, abandons bottom lane, and Doom gets what he can with Devour. It shouldn't be too difficult. I can see it working, but Third Spirit, what the hell, man? Like, yeah.
Have they popped out the defibrillators trying to revive this dead hero? You don't believe, Lizard?
I don't know. MLP sounded really enthusiastic about him. MLP, how do you feel about Earth Spirit?
I'm an Earth Spirit enjoyer myself. I don't think the hero is very good right now, to be quite frank with you. So I'm not I don't agree with the pick, but it does go back to what you said, right? Just pull the creep wave, don't allow the 2v2 matchup down at the bot lane, and that's kind of how you win the lane out. But I don't know, man. Earth Spirit to me just feels like garbage at the moment. It just doesn't feel good.
Well, that's not certainly given me much hope for old Poke's chances. So you've talked me around. I'm gonna go Mystique. I also just think like it just looks good. Just looks good. Everything makes sense on their draft, and they're gonna learn the lessons from game 1. Lizard very quickly.
Very quickly, what? Like, yeah, I'm going.
Predict. Join me, and just say Mystique are gonna win.
I think they can take this one as long as they play their draft out right. I think their draft is stronger. But Poke Gaming, they again have the ultimate late game. So we'll see.
We shall see. Let's jump into game number 2 with John, Xfire, and MLP.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We do get into it. Game number 2. Mystique versus Poke. John, I was talking badly about the Earth Spirit because I'm an Earth Spirit enjoyer. You know, I love this hero.
Yeah.
I just want to add this. I still have faith that Poke can pull off this Game 2 victory. Right? Even if I don't necessarily agree with their draft, I'm just going to go based off the performance of our Slark last game, our Drow this game. I'm not feeling... unless things get fixed up, John, I'm not feeling confident. And might I add, I'm an Axe spammer myself. I love seeing Axe. I think it's going to be very strong against the Void during the laning stage. The problem is this hero drops off real darn quick if you don't hit all your timings.
Yeah, that's my main issue as well with Mystique's draft. It's very tempo-based. Their last draft was a little bit more forgiving in scaling. This one is not. So if they play the same style as they did last time, you're not going to mind at all in Poke. You're just going to scale up into Doom. You're going to scale up in the Void. You've got Kisses, Chrono combination coming out. You've got the core Snapfire up against Tusk, which melee versus Snap always feels good. Tusk might complicate that for the snowball plays, but it's not something that you lose outright, and you can definitely play with as a Snapfire here. And Poke sets themselves up nicely as well. They sneak in 3 bounty runes for themselves. They've got a solid start. You're seeing Aaron get chased down, already having a rough time. You know, he's up against Undying. 1 decay, you lose HP and damage, you can't trade back. It feels pretty lousy. So, you know, your boy Earth Spirit, man, not going to feel too good in this lane, Mike.
No, I mean, he needs to pull. Lizard already said this, you just need to keep pulling the wave. That's all you can do. And if you don't pull the wave, Killer's going to have a hell of a bad time, John. I mean, this Drow Undying combo is so disgustingly hard to play against. Let alone having 2 melee heroes here down to the bot lane for Poke. It's going to feel literally impossible. And M's doing the right thing. He's just forcing the Doom out of the lane. Aaron's going to try and pull the wave now. But that's the thing, can you move it and set the equilibrium your way consistently throughout this laning phase? Because it's really not that easy. Aaron's going to have to try and avoid the Undying as well. So it can be a lot of harassment that comes in from Ray. In fact, Aaron's going to go for a double pull, I think. Which is probably the smarter play to make if he can get away with it. Let's see if he can, though. There's another pull happening here from Ray as well. Aaron is trying for the second. He should be able to get it. Eventually he will, but Ray again is pulling another wave over. So it's all about the equilibrium here, Jonathan. And it seems like for now, Aaron should be just fine, but Ray's going to be super annoying about it.
Yeah, he's making it a lot tougher. They isolate just a bit here, but you already have a lot of damage out on Killa. Okay, just leaving the Drow alone with the Doom, you have such an easy time melting through, playing with the Frost Arrows, bullying out the Doom, and the back and forth. We'll see in a couple of waves if they manage to maintain it. I think for now it's just going to be fairly static unless someone completely just outsteps their bounds. You have a lot of mangoes on Ray to just enable yourself to play this lane as well. I'm more keen to see how well mid goes for Zone and V so far. V is having a little bit of a better time, again to be expected for the Snapfire, and it's not a lane matchup that the Tusk just absolutely dominates for the most part. Snap does have some good counterplay there as well. They are getting aggressive up top as well. NJ is not the healthiest. So your Axe lane's also off to a bit of a slower time. It goes back to this build for Lawnfur. He does have level 2 time dilation. I mean, he's at level 2 with time dilation up. So he knows every time the Axe spams out Battle Hunger, you see the Rubik come in with his spells. Time dilation, you're not under any threat here.
Right. That's probably the smarter way to play it, because you know you're not going to be able to actually kill the Axis laning phase. At least with the Bash, so you just kind of leave it be for now. I certainly agree. That is the way to play this laning phase. NJ's still probably going to find farm on the Axe anyway, but that is to be expected. He does have the hero advantage in this matchup, so it is kind of expected that he does win out the laner's Axe. Of course, mid lane, you kind of talked about it briefly. Zone against V here on the Snapfire versus Tusk matchup. It seems like Tusk is just one of those heroes in the mid lane right now where it doesn't really lose.
No, it doesn't lose, but it's not really beating out the Snapfire either. So I think for V, there's some pretty good counterplay. It's not like you can easily line up for the Kisses play. At 6 up against the Tusk, does have Snowball to save.
Ooh.
Can kind of interrupt, so you're not going to be lining up for that freebie kill on the mid matchup, but you still have some good timings to play with, and it's really the rotations out. And I'm keen to see if that's something Poke prioritizes here.
Yeah. I'm going to say this bottom lane is going decently well for Poke. They've been doing the exact right thing, just constant pulls happening. My surprise is that large camp wasn't blocked off down at that bot lane. is actually left alone without a sentry ward, so they are able to kind of yank the creep wave over. Still going to farm here, and they're going to go for the small camp pool, but very intriguing the large camp never got blocked, because in a lane like this, that's one thing you do want to do to make sure that you nullify these pulls that are happening from poke, but they get away with it.
Yeah. They managed to at least hold equilibrium back their way, get some decent EXP coming out for Killa. The Doom is still having a bit of a slower time farming up, but it's a Doom. You've got Devour to make up for the lost gold, and you just kind of want to play passive anyway. Getting pretty aggressive up top here as well. NJ just looking to play as the Axe, get the counter helixes going, cut the creep wave himself. So he's also kind of holding off the farm here from Lonfer at the least. And it's one thing when you're trading farm is the Drow versus the Void. The Drow can farm a lot faster early on if it is allowed to.
Oh, speaking of that Drow, current chase going on, being caught out, they get the kill. That's a big problem. That is a big problem here for Mystique. You can't have that happen, not with a lane like this.
No. Okay, if they find the angle in, they're at the point where you are doing a lot of damage out on Killa with a level 2 Scorched Earth. And he has the Hurl Boulder from the little golems. He has a nice little stun to line up, follow through, or set up for the roll in, and just kind of run from there.
Yep.
That does give a little bit of a top up. I'm surprised comes into top up zone though.
I was about to say the same thing. It's actually the Drow who comes in to fill up the bottle for the task. Top lane, of course, there was a bit of action breaking up, but NJ's fine. In fact, never mind, he rotates. All right, that's something you don't get to see very often. Still going. Aaron just rolled in to try and help out and get some form of a trade, but he's going to feed his own life away. That's a very unique interaction. You pointed it out, like, why is this Drow going mid to fill up a bottle, but he finds a double kill?
Yeah, it works out. I mean, you know, last time around was just farming up like a madman. Now he's rotating at 6 minutes in as a Drow. So maybe it's just a complete and very strong reaction from game one. And that is something they needed on Mystique. Well, V is going for a kiss play, but you don't have the melee kiss trick anymore.
Cookie's still going to land. Scatterblast up in one. Zone still running. Barely going to survive. DQQ with the Fade Bolt, I believe, taking enough damage away from V to ensure that the Tusk doesn't die. Meanwhile, bottom lane, a chase is on here for the Drow, but it looks like Killer's the one that's gone a bit too far, and he will get punished. Pretty unfortunate there for the Doom. Like, maybe just a little bit overly confident hitting that level 5 mark, but you are still up against Undying Drow. That Tombstone gets dropped, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, it still runs you down rather quickly. And again, Mystique is finding this early aggression quite nicely for themselves. They are camping back and farming up on so I'm keen to see, again, if there's any sort of rotations he will want to do with a couple of items.
Roll
forward,
is there. They won't have the follow-up. Oh, in fact, they do. Roll border was still there. Gets a gust off. There is another roll available in 5 if they want to keep this going, but instead they are going to chase Ray down. That should be a kill on to the Undying, though he can decay again, but only hits 1 that time. But Killer does not want to dive. Boulder Smash not going to connect either. Nice attempt from Aaron, but not quite enough. It's mid lane. There was a bit of action onto V, but he's going to be able to cookie out of the shards and be just fine. Back towards that bottom lane. Ray, trying to get a little bit greedy going towards that secret shop, is going to get punished for it. Ranfu Dao able to take him down, and I believe our Undying was either trying to get some deep wards off or deny himself to a T2 tower, and well, sadly, neither one works out.
Yeah, not the biggest kill in the world. I think the big thing for Poke is that they really shoved him away. He's been walking back to his high ground there. Rotations on mid, though.
Yeah, Arrow is going to land onto the Tusk, and Aaron is there to back them up as well. Geek back into the tier 1 tower, but it doesn't get within range. Zone barely going to survive, and well, sadly for V, he was a couple seconds off having kisses up and ready. They're going to smoke up again with those kisses available, but nobody down on the bottom side of the map. And as you can see right now, Mystique, they're going to enjoy themselves a lot of farm here onto NJ. This is the Axe Dream right here. Have a great lane, have a bunch of stacks to go back to. He's going to have a very, very fast Blink Dagger timing at this rate.
It's just allowed to free farm. And the lane matchup there for Mystique is heavily favorable. they're getting a lot of value out. And Lonfer is farming soul. He is going Midas as well, mind you, on Faces Void. And of course, you're going Midas on Doom. So you are playing the long con for Poke. Whether or not Mystique actually allows you to play that long con is a different question. Because, again, we've seen be much more willing to rotate. Drow rotation at 6 minutes. You can't get over it. It's unique.
He's in that mid lane again right now. This Drow, he's not farming the best at the moment, but he is rotating, like you said. Very unique style of gameplay here from our Drow Ranger. I think the thing is, though, like, throughout the mid-game, like, past that, say, 12-minute mark, you are kind of relying on your axe to make all the space here. And speaking of that axe, NJ is now level 9 with Blink Vanguard up at 9.5 minutes. That is extremely fast.
Yeah, they can start making plays around this, right? Tie in with this roll in that you can do,
Like
although
right now.
mid zone.
You'd love to be mid right now as a Sax, but he's not going to make the move in.
No,
Is that Lunfer?
it's a little bit late.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He went in Lunfer for a moment, but doesn't bother for the call. And well, this is the thing, right, John? Like, last game around, we made the comment that that was a bit too slow on the Slark. You can't really afford NJ to do the same thing. DQQ now gets caught out on the Rubik. That's going to be another. Rotations are incoming. DQQ barely alive, does get the soul rip off, and well, it looks like he is going to survive as Aaron's the one to go down. Nice rotation from NJ.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, he does show up,
Dire's top tower
saves
is
Rubik,
under attack.
gets a kill out from and the side of Poke, trying to just rotate with their really aggressive supports without any of the chorus. This is something that this lineup is gonna struggle a little bit with. Like, you don't have the best chorus to rotate, but your Void is gonna farm, your Doom is definitely gonna farm. Your Snap can join in, but when kisses are down, you're not really looking to make a play on V, at least maybe not until you have the shard up. So you have to kind of temper yourself around your Snapfire's rather long cooldown, at least in relation to the point of the game. Once the Ags is up on your Snapfire, though, there are some keen combinations here. Gobble up Doom, gobble up Void. Gonna be great. I guess you could gobble up Aaron as well, and then have him roll in. Could be funny, but not really ideal. Still a lot of initiation that you're gonna come out here from Poke, and I worry that if Mystique allows this timing to go undisturbed, this is gonna be pretty troublesome for them to counterfight into. It's all in on NJ. He's got to play his cards right to counter-initiate in that circumstance.
No, he's going for the Blade Mail, and
Radiant's middle
once you have the
tower
Blade
is
Mail up
under
on Axe, that's when you can pretty much just solo kill anyone on the map,
Dire's top tower
at least for a certain amount of time. And obviously, he probably will be hunting down Lunfer on the Void once he does have the Blade Mail up. Smoke up, though, from Poke. Looks like Lunfer is going to join his team for this. Ray is in position to break the smoke and protect the bot lane, which is currently occupied by Though a nice rotation around from Poke. They'll have one smoke broken on V, but they've got the vision. They'll move it onto that Undying. So Ray, he'll get caught out, but he does a very good job of tanking the gank here for his Drow, who does manage to run back towards his own triangle. It's not the biggest loss whatsoever here for the side of Mystique.
And you don't mind that too much. And you're still farming up. You still have a lot to go on for him to feel comfy. This is still a good kill to pick up for V. Any kill he can get to rush this Ags is always a welcome thing to have. And they're still farming pretty uncontested on the Doom and Faces Void anyway. Like, this double Midas has still not really been punished. Like, you've talked about this Axe timing here, Mike. Blade Mail is flying out. At some point, NJ has got to go hunting. They've got to go for this 3 to 4 man smoke with a tusk and just hunt.
Uh-oh. Arrow not going to land. Still, they will land the Doom off, and this is really, really tough. Because this is the timing you wanted. You need the Blade Mail out on the Courier, and then you run at them. But now they take down the Axe. His timing, while he still has the Blade Mail, he's going to have to wait another 25 seconds to move, and I have a funny feeling that Poke know the Blade Mail is up now, John.
Yeah, they've left the Axe alone long enough to know that he's probably got that build up. They've got to be effective with it on Mystique. I think that kill, it's good, but that's Doom down. At least that's Kisses down. That's an opportunity for this Axe to just look for this clean team fight without worrying about this counterplay from these two cores. Lonfer is probably not going to show up with a defensive chrono, at least here. And mind you, you do have the full Ags up for V. There's some gobble up plays that can happen here. But they will go for that smoke play out.
They will. Smoke going to be broken by round 2. Very nice sleep in. Gets lifted up, but this is well worth it in my opinion here, John. Like, he leaps right into the smoke. I believe he actually knew they were smoked. And he just forced them to break it and not get anywhere near Lonfer on the Void.
Yeah, you're more than happy. You're not getting it. Your Faceless Void get punished. You're not getting your Doom punished. This is downtime for Poke while Kisses are down as well. So they just stall out in this bigger engagement, bigger commitment from Mystique. They might be able to find this mid-tier 1. Their push isn't the fastest without the Drow.
Oh boy.
And they find the Drow.
Speaking of the devil, yeah, the Drow does end up dying, and again, that's quite problematic here, John. You're relying on that Drow later on. Like, it's not like this axe is going to go all the way to the 40-50 minute mark and be effective.
No. It just doesn't scale as well. I mean, theoretically, you can scale with a lot of armor and your battle hunger damage is scaling, but it's a lot harder to really stack that up. I mean, if you get like 10 calling kills, I'm sure you can go from there. Aaron?
Plays in. Aaron setting up perfectly, and that's your mid-tusk just getting destroyed here by Aaron's setup. Another pretty big concern here for Mystique, losing their Drow and now their mid-tusk. And Poke, they are still just freely hitting creeps.
They're just allowed to farm up. Like Lonfer, going for the Maelstrom into the BKB, has not been involved at all. He's kind of cosplaying as from game 1, except he's a Faceless Void, right? Like he's going to be scaling really well. And for Mystique, it's just a matter of timings. Like, your axe is strong, your tusk is decent enough, although not at the strongest as it could be. But this feels like the best window for Mystique. Maybe you could wait for one more item to come out here on your tusk to really feel comfy, but at that point you've got to get going because the BKBs are starting to flow in from Poke. Their farm is just constantly up there. Your Drow is still slightly behind. Mind you, you're not running away on Lonfer here at least.
NJ, he does find himself a Snapfire, but the help is right behind. Still, the snowball is in. Zone going to try and set up, but they've got Aaron instead. Aaron, he's going to jump out. He rolls right away as they've got the axe held down again. NJ still surviving. Meanwhile, the Tusk has been doomed up. Aaron does drop for this, but they found a great trade for it. NJ, he does at least get a Culling Blade off onto the Mirana. It doesn't seem like Poke can really deal with the damage output, but no, they can. V's got plenty of burst with the cookie into the Scatter Blast. Oh, it's such a tough fight. I mean, you catch the Snapfire, but the Blade Mail does nothing, John. It's Snapfire. She doesn't right-click that hard.
Yeah, it's down to how these team fights also unfold. Like, most of your control is from the axe and the tusk. In comparison to what you do have on Poke, you've got Chrono, you've got Doom, you've got gobble up saves and plays, you've got the cookie to play with, you've got the roll and the arrow. You have so much more setup coming out from Poke, whereas for Mystique, it's not quite the same. Like, you blink in, you have to commit hard on the axe, you have to be able to follow up. Your tusk is also all in right now with no BKB. So it's just not the same way of engaging. Like, it's much more pick-off-ish on the side of Mystique, or just big calls, which is easier said than done to find.
Not NJ again.
7 to 9. Oh boy.
Oh, John bot lane. I mean, NJ's about to explode, honestly. I would be so mad right now. As an axe spammer, I would be so mad. And he is gone again. Poke, this is fantastic gameplay. Well, they do lose Killer in the meantime. But this is really fantastic, because the axe was the saving grace of this game. And he's just got no game left.
Yeah, his timings are a little bit off now. He's going towards BKB. Mind you, when they killed off our Doom, they did force the BKB charge. Although,
Arrow.
Nice kick
Aaron,
back.
He's doing perfectly, this Earth Spirit. Aaron playing very well with his team. And
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
as I said, I think this one really hurts for this axe, right? Like, because you had the timing so perfect. And everything just went wrong as soon as you got that blade mail up.
Yeah, I mean, they go for a smoke play. It's broken by Ranfu. They get one call on V. The spacing from the side of Poke is just really disciplined. They're getting themselves out in a good spot. They're ensuring that they're not caught by multi-man calls. They'll find a Mirana, not the biggest kill in the world. And that's still something to help accelerate this BKB for zone. which is really important. It's just, as the game scales on, these BKBs, they don't feel amazing.
Aaron trying to set up. Gobble Up is off the mark. Ray, he's going to be okay for now, but in comes Killer to try and help out, though. NJ with a very nice call. May have turned this one around, and it looks like he has. NJ, he'll pick up a double here on the Axe. That's a classic Earth Spirit player problem, John. You just kind of roll in when you see a hero, and turns out you went a bit too far.
Yeah, they didn't quite sync up for their Gobble Up play there. Not that it would have been enough damage. The kisses are still a ways off. So just getting a little keen on poke. They get punished for it. A good amount of Culling Blade armor now up on NJ, which is going to be an issue for Faces Void. And we saw this in game 1 from Lanfa. The high armor early on does negatively impact your performance here, along with Fade Bolt as well that can come out from DQQ. So Lanfa's impact is going to be pretty hard to pull off. You will have to rely on V for a little bit longer than you'd want to. They've got to kind of execute on that. Still, it's still on Mystique to kind of play this aggressive, though. They've got to find that punishment. They've got to maintain the sort of kill momentum that they can bring out.
Oh, call is there, but the arrow from Ranfu not going to allow the follow-up, but it won't matter. They've got the lockdown. Another nice setup here by Mystique, finding a pretty big pick-off onto that Snapfire. Zone able to take the Wicked 6 streak away from V. Again, big deals here for the side of Mystique. These are kills that they felt like they desperately needed just a minute ago. Now finally catching them. Thing is, Lunfer is still freely farming, and there we go, John, smoke up. They're going to move in with the Void this time around, trying to find themselves some nice trades. Zone's going to be around, DQQ is there as well. Killer will just go right in for the Doom. Arrow's going to set up onto the Tusk, and Aaron, he will still catch DQQ in the backside. There's just no way out. Killer with the double as they go for more. Keep in mind, Chrono's available, so NJ could be in massive trouble. Lunfer having a look for a bit more, won't be able to catch the Drow, but Aaron will. Perfect rollout, and now Lunfer can move in for the Chrono. They'll go onto the Axe first, trying to burst him down with the Soul Rip. Gonna buy a bit of time. NJ is gonna remain alive, and so will the Drow. This Ray is running. Ranfu will be the one to get caught. Killer, even sharded up right now, will try to move back in onto Ray, but it looks like he's gonna give his own life away for this. Aaron still trying. NJ does finally drop, but he will give his own life away on the Earth Spirit. In for more they go. They'll find V on the Snapfire. There is no saving V. Fourth to go down. Mystique. They've got to be happy with this, John, though. I might add, I feel like aiming for that Axe in the Chrono was a huge mistake.
Yeah, they didn't quite connect too well as well with their Snapfire. Like, they didn't have a good angle to just wait for the Chrono and then get the kisses out. Like, they had the Chrono up for a lot longer. The kisses came almost as the Chrono was pretty much over. So they didn't have the damage in that. And again, it just goes back to Void versus Axe with this kind of build on your Axe. It's a lot of durability. And I love what I'm seeing out from NJ here as well. He's going for the Ags. He's going to have that upgrade on the Battle Hunger. He's going to have a lot of impact out as well with the Berserker's Call. Find more.
They do mid lane. Ranfu going to try and get his way out of there, but NJ's on the chase. Killer going to be around to help out. They did actually use the Culling Blade, but it doesn't end up being enough, as it seems like they've overextended. Once again. And they dropped a lot for that. Even the Tombstone being farmed up by V. Sad part was you had the BKB up on the Axe. Just not quick enough reactions.
Yeah, it's a bit of a loss. Not the worst feeling in the world. You're just kind of trying to look for some punishment, although losing your Axe for Mirana is not a particularly good thing here for Team Mystique. The side of Poke, well, they're more than happy. They've got Kisses back up as well. Doom's going to be off cooldown in a bit. They've got the full BKB ready for Lanfa, so when he is up in front, the Gust is not going to be enough to hold him back. They should be able to find some better angles now on Pokes, and for Mystique, I mean, you've got some save coming out from he does have Manta up and running. He is going for the Shard next. And that Shard time for the Drow is pretty damn big in terms of holding back some sustain and getting a lot of output for yourself, especially with the multi-shot stacking up. It does feel like this game has boiled down to execution, though, and we've seen great moments from both sides. It's all about just who gets to be more consistent in making these plays here.
Roshan's open. Moonlight Shadow pop, though. Killer immediately out with the D-wards on the high ground. They know exactly where Mystique are. Question is, can they catch them? Counter smoke now activated. Keep in mind, Chrono is available with the kisses, so it could be a terrible team fight for Mystique if they do get caught out. It's up to NJ to get the initiation off. Killer does get spotted. He'll go for the call immediately, but they do have the backup here for the Doom as Lonfur is moving in. Who have they got? It looks like NJ is gone immediately. This is not the team fight they wanted. Lonfur's looking for the Drow, but can't find her yet. Instead, they'll go after Ray on the Undying. Meanwhile, Doom's been stolen. They'll throw it back on Killer. Gus will land onto the Void. He could knock Chrono in time. M's trying to burst him down, but Aaron, he's going to save the day by a bit of time, but the Snowball is out as well. Lonfur, he's forced the Chrono up. It's on the Drow. It's only the Drow left. Zone is still trying, but it's not going to be enough. It was so close to being a turnaround team fight here for Mystique, but not quite enough as Poke able to win it out. And it's going to be more cold going back the way of the Dire.
Yeah, I mean, it's just what we were talking about earlier there, Mike. You come in as the Axe, if you don't have the follow-through, then that initiation's just dead. We saw Zone try to back him up. He gets the BKB off, but he gets doomed up. And there's just no play. Like, you don't have that same combination that Poke has with, say, just jumping in, getting the kisses off, having this Chrono combination on hand. They didn't even need to connect both of those spells there. And it just becomes a mess. Like, DQQ does get this Doom off, but at that point, you're already done with your job here on your Doom, on Killa, because you already launched Doom anyway. And that Doom zoned out the zone for so long that he just couldn't look for the counter kills earlier.
The really unfortunate part about Zone's initiation as well is I believe he was going for a snowball play to try and buy the Axe some time, but he got cookie stunned. Like, it was perfect. It was frame perfect timing. He blinked in and got cookie stunned immediately. Really, really rough. With that, well, Mystique, they're still going to try for Roshan. They'll try and sneak this one away. They know Chrono and Kisses aren't up, though Kisses are up in 1. So that's now available. No Doom, no Chrono, and of course this is rather unexpected to just go after Roshan after losing a big team fight like that. And it seems like they're going to get away with it. No contest.
Yeah. They're not quite around with Ron Fu. He's probably their best scouting tool with the arrow. So a freebie going their way. First Roshan of the game. Secondary life up on
Is under attack.
What I need to see now from Mystique is doing something like this. You know, take some objectives, take a tier 2, try to force this map to be smaller. Jump Killa.
They do. Killer. BKB out from NJ. Call back up in a bit.
Oh,
Doom committed once again here from DQQ. Yeah, he still had it, but the gobble up play. The gobble up play is out, and that should buy enough time. Is Lunfer and Aaron going to chase down Wolfine DQQ? There is help incoming, but Zone may feed his own life away. His BKB will wear off rather soon. Unable to find a trade though. NJ shows up again. Lunfer has Chrono in 5 seconds. NJ very confident at this top lane. Does have his team now behind him. Lunfer threatening with the Chrono. Killer has Doom back up as well. They're going to jump in. Doom is committed. B is there to back him up. This is your Axe being caught out. Zone, he's going to try and move in and help, but Lunfer, he's got the Chrono again. He's found the Drow. That's a target they wanted, but do they have the follow-up damage? Is still running. 4 staff away. Lunfer on the chase, they've got him. That's the Aegis down. You're going to give up Killer for that. A nice gobble up means Ray is set to fall and should die, but Soul Rip is there to keep him alive. Meanwhile, is in trouble. They've got the Drow. They'll even lose the Undying. 4 for the price of 1. Well, rather 2, because you did buy back on Aaron. But another pretty poor team fight here for Mystique. I must admit, John, I'm just surprised they didn't back off. They had their chance.
I'm surprised as well. Yeah, they showed in the lane. They knew that the response is coming out from Poke. They've got the tier 2 to TP onto you. And NJ just plays super forward confidently. I'm just hoping that, you know, you've got the Tusk Blink, you can snowball save if the call goes wrong, you can try to back off and reset. But you're baiting it into these big team fights well. It's the Doom jumping in. Like, that move out from Killa onto NJ just ruined any prospects of counterplay. And just having the Chrono off cooldown as well. Like, the timer is there. They should know it's been long enough for you to come back in. And Poker executing so much better. Remember, Mike, it's like what I said earlier. This match feels like it's all about execution. Because we've seen some shining moments from Mystique, but we've seen much more discipline coming out from Poke. Much greater understanding as to what they have to do. You're hitting these level spikes now as well, Mike, where the V is about to hit level 20 and he has the Crystallis up. He's going for the Daedalus. He hits level 20, you're going to have even more damage in the Chrono outside of Kisses. You're not going to be constrained to just the Kisses.
Top lane. Well, they are at least going to find Aaron. They will miss the Culling Blade once again, just barely off the damage threshold they needed. So, bonus armor here for NJ. Meanwhile, Killer even going to die mid lane. Or rather, Zone, excuse me. Killer the one to secure the kill as they are chasing down now. Killer has the blink up if he wants to make the move in, and does do so. The Drow sticking around for that triangle farm, but Lunfer is there to back them up with the damage output, and is just gone. They are falling apart once again. It's been a much harder second game here for Mystique compared to that game one and how they started in there. And with the way things are gone, it's very tough.
Yeah, it's not getting any easier. V has his level 20, my favorite timing on the core snap. He went for all the right side taunts as well, so it's all in on that physical scaling snapfire, which is good to see because you've got the Void to scale up with, right? You've got that Chrono to help you lock in these targets. And they catch up.
That's a great target. That's the target you wanted this whole time, but he can't get it off. He can't get the Culling Blade. It was still on cooldown. Oh no. It was on cooldown, John. He missed it just a moment ago. Up a top lane, so he didn't have it.
Yeah.
He's been waiting that target his whole game. He's been looking for this Void. And the one time he gets him, he doesn't have Culling Blade.
No. Like, really good saves as well coming out from V. Like, he manages to get the gobble up in the middle, so prevents a little bit more coming out from the Axe, just a tad, buying Lonfer the space to just get the time walk back. And you're seeing the issues pile up, Mike. It's that same thing. If the Axe jumps in, if he has no backup, it's difficult at this point in the game to have that impact. They've got to sync up here on Mystique. With Poke, they're looking much more cohesive than Mystique is at the moment, and just playing around so well with each other. You're at DKB now for Aaron, still a full charge left up and running. Full Guardian Greaves for Anfu. So bursting heroes down, it's a lot tougher here as well.
It certainly is. Tier 2 bottom tower now going to be under siege. Again, things looking very, very, very tough for Mystique. We're bringing more heroes. It's too hard to stop this if you are Mystique. You've just got to allow Poke to take this Tier 2 tower down, though Poke are the ones being very defensive about this. They're actually going to leave it for now. There is going to be one TP rotation in from Zone. Everyone else is missing off the map here from Mystique, so they are being extremely cautious, though. Killer is going to break the smoke onto the Undying. He'll make the jump in immediately. Snowball's not going to help out too much. Ray should die here on the Undying, and eventually will do so. Meanwhile, NJ, he went for a call, but he only found Aaron, so the chase is on now for that Axe. He'll BKB up, but the Doom is out immediately. They are giving no chances here for this Axe, or are they? He still runs, but the roll's on target. Aaron going to make sure he sets up perfectly. His Zone's going to try and move in, but he's been caught out now with the Gobble Up play. This is not the fight they wanted. They even bought back. There's a nice call on the backside. They caught the Tusk, but that's about all they've got right now. Lunfer's going for the man fight, and he's got it. Zone at least able to take down the Void. So it looks like Mystique, they do successfully turn this team fight around by just dragging it out as long as humanly possible. But it does cost them a buyback and a dieback.
Yeah, it's still a tree for tree trade, but you do manage to find these two big cores. And that's your one big counterplay. You buy back when Doom is down. You do have a lot more to give. They didn't give an angle out for Lonfer to get this big Chrono off as well. So just not the ideal circumstances for Poke. Mystique scrapping together a pretty good fight. He's playing with fire here though.
He is. You could say the same here for Zone. Let's get himself out. What in the arrow is who's going to move in now on the Drow. Won't really have the damage yet. Gobble Up's going to be there as well. It will definitely scare off the side of Mystique. You don't want to play into that if you can avoid it. I really appreciate the fact that DQQ's just got Devour on the Ruby. Hasn't used it though, sadly.
Yeah, just farm.
He'll take it eventually.
Just get, yeah. Get some farm up. I forget, can get the
No.
creep skill with the VAR? Yeah, no, because I can see that bugging out when it fades. Very nice to see that kind of code interaction. It always pleases me to see things that literally break the game and forces everyone to disconnect me.
Yeah. I mean, he's trying to get some kind of ability, but he can't.
No.
Just a little bit sad, but what can you do? Like a free Aghanim Scepter, almost, if you get Devour on Rubik. And Jay, run into Aaron, not quite the target you want to start with, and he gets the roll away. The call still landed, but it won't matter. He gets his BKB off, and now Poke, they want to try and force his fight. MJ, force the BKB himself, but there's your Doom out. Poke, do they want to keep this up? Unfair, he's thinking about it. Kiss is there, but the nice lift away still. In Killer goes on the Doom. He is completely on his own, however. Where's the backup? There's your Chrono, but they have not caught the Drow. They have not got the Drow, that Chrono. Lunfer is still trying, but he won't have the follow-up damage, and that does mean Poke need to run. This is not the fight any longer. They do catch out Run Fu Dao. They'll find another. Mystique, able to find 2 for nothing. And just very conservative gameplay from Poke to not jump in earlier. They kind of just mess it up. It seems like Killer was just on the wrong page.
Yeah, he's looking to jump and no one else was. He didn't pop his BKB. He gets caught out in all of that control. And hats off here to DQQ. He's been playing fantastic on the Rubik. His lift backs have saved him multiple times on the side of Mystique. And he's been enabling them to re-engage every single time. On the side of Poke, they have to watch themselves bleeding out like this one by one. They still have a lot to give. They can still take these high ground fights. But Mystique are finding a way back into a game that feels like it shouldn't be possible at this point. Like 35 minutes in up against these scaling cores, and they're still managing to make some plays. This time it's Poke that's just kind of falling flat in execution now.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's just that one thing, like Lunfer, he needs to see the Drow for the Chrono, and that's what he's waiting for every fight. If you don't catch the Drow, you just cannot fight with this Chrono up. It's like, it's one thing to find a 2-man Chrono, it's another thing to find the right targets, and well, there's the Aghanim Scepter now up on MJ. So you've got this this Ags available. Obviously, the minus armor with the Battle Hunger is always very nice, especially when you consider the fact that Berserker's Call is going to apply Battle Hunger to everyone he calls. And as well as that, John, the cooldown reduction doesn't really hurt either. Like, any seconds off call is always good.
Yeah, look, think about it this way. When you call, you have more armor on yourself, and you're taking away armor from the enemy team. That means your reflect damage is amplified in a huge amount. This Void, it's not like you build armor items and faces Void either. You're just relying on your stats, so the reflect damage from the Blade Mail is going to hurt twice as much here. It's going to feel pretty hard, or pretty awkward if you do manage to get caught in that for Lanfer. NJ, if he does get a big call, that turns the fight. Like, you can easily lock in at least 2 of these melee cores and go from there. For Poke, they have to avoid getting themselves in that situation. Use Aaron, use Ranfu as bait, have them cop the initial jump in and just try to clean up afterwards.
Absolutely. Roshan's going to be the next big objective for either side now.
I'll take that.
Steak, they'll hang around. Nice little courier there for Lunfer to find. Does get put into that immunity state, the shield, but it's not going to matter. It's still going to die. Luckily for DQQ, he didn't buy anything on it, so not going to really lose much out of that. While Roshan getting just slapped there by our Void, but nothing to write home about. He's just playing with the Time Walk, and reverse Time Walk, of course. But you are still going to have to worry about Mystique. They're not going to let this Roshan go for free. I'd say that Poke definitely have the stronger Roshan pit kind of team fight available in their draft, but you are still up against an Axe Drow. So it can still be very scary to play into.
It can be pretty tough. They are lining up here. They know their camps are cleared out.
Aaron rolling on his own. No BKB up. We'll just get Warriors punched and it is gone. Zone. He's going to try and TP or rather just walk away. Meanwhile, Ray is being hunted here by Killer, but that's going to be the full BKB duration. Gone on Killer for this. Meanwhile, Chrono not going to be expended, but they do force NJ's own BKBs. He will chase down Aaron. A call is out. They've caught the Void, but NJ has no backup at the moment. They've all gotten out of there. Still looking for the Drow is Lunfer, but he can't find him. Onto Zone they go instead. There's another Doom out here from Killer. Great gobble up play, catching out the Rubik as well. 4 down for the side of Mystique. Oh, and Lunfer. He was so close to finding that Drow Ranger, but not close enough.
They can find Roshan here, Mike. No counterplay for the Drow solo, for sure. Gonna be a big objective for them to take. It's not gonna take them too long to mount the Cider, but a full Daedalus up on B. So, it's gonna fall. Free Shard, Aegis to boot. Second Roche of the game. And for the side of Mystique, we're seeing the same issue, right? Like, if you get this jump in on your axe, it doesn't connect, or it connects and you don't find follow-up, then it's still not enough. This time around, it's Poke that manages to force out the awkward angle from Mystique, just coming in from behind, from almost like the low ground in their own jungle, into that area. Not something Mystique looked ready for. And you maintain this 18k lead. You're approaching the point where once this Snapfire hits level 25 talent here, Mike, you hit the 3-man chrono, you get a little Shudder off. These heroes are, they're just dead. So
That they are.
it's a lot of need some big plays. Oh, there's a big
Jump
play.
in. NJ. Oh, he's gonna find V. Misses the the Culling Blade again. Still, the chase is on now. NJ may have given his own life away for this. His team is incoming to try and help out, but he is just trapped up and dead. DQ couldn't get in for the lift in time, instead going on to Killer, but Killer's just going to happily jump back in onto the Rubik as Lunfer. He has found only the Undying. Nice 4-staff away from, or rather a blink away. Now he will 4-staff away from Lunfer, but the chase is on. They want that Drow so damn bad. Still the Shadow Blade allowing him the time with the Manta to walk away from this. Is Lunfer now the one that needs to back off? Aaron does get trapped in the shards, but he's okay to roll out of it. Very messy engagements between these two teams. But it's still an overall win for the side of Poke.
Yeah, they forced the buyback out from NJ. Managed to get back. They can afford to reset, wait for their Snapfire to be back up and running, and just wait for their cooldowns to be back up. You know, wait for the next Chrono, wait for the next Doom. For the side of Mystique, this buyback on NJ, it feels like they might be under pressure to make something happen. But you just gotta sit back and relax. You can't afford to lose your axe now. If NJ dies now, gets a die back, that's just straight up high ground. That's a lot of your team fight taken away. Zone alone, it doesn't feel like he's gonna be enough just yet. Doesn't even have anything like his Ags up and running to at least get a kickback to stall out these fights as well. So it's really the axe that sets the tempo here. You just
boy.
got to be able to do something. Refresh up on Lunfer. Double Chrono, double BKB use ready to go. Even a Hex out here on Ranfu. That's massive. When this axe comes in, Hex out, that just ruins your initiation. That could be NJ looking at the dieback if he's not careful.
That as well as the Drow, right? Like, if you can get the Hex off, you're not going to be able to allow her to blink away or just force stuff away every single time. And massive item pickups here for Poke. Even another Refresher Orb now available on Killer, so double Refresher, or rather double Doom is up. Scary, scary times. It's a mistake there, trying to wrap around with the smoke rotation. They're going to find out they're in the Radiant Triangle somewhere, but the problem is with these item timings, you do not want to fight right now as Mystique. They're going to try and jump in onto the Earth Spirit, but he has backup right there to heal him up. He's still alive for now. Aaron, he will finally go down. Meanwhile, on the backside, NJ, he does catch out V, but V gets the BKB off and is able to walk away, at least for now, for a little bit longer, as Lunfer is still looking for this Drow Ranger. He can't quite find him, though. Moonlight Shadow was taken. The Mystique, they are running away. The Lunfer, again, on the chase for the Drow, is still looking around. Goes for the Refresher Orb for the added time walk, but never gets the Chrono up. Meanwhile, Zone does pick off V. DQQ does eventually get caught out of the Rubik. So they do find a support for their trouble, but it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Mystique. And again, John, Refresher Orb was popped by Lunfer because he needed the double time walk, but he doesn't even catch the Drow.
Both Lunfer and Killa pop their refreshes. You don't have double Doom, you don't have double Chrono, you don't have double BKBs for the next engagement. That's a massive opening for Mystique. If they could get a group up now, catch someone off guard from Poke, that could lead him onto the high ground immediately. No Roshan play, as only Aegis is still up and running for a little bit longer for Lunfer. Doesn't feel like Mystique is going to gun that way down. They're just going to play it safe. That will give some time for Poke to get respawns up. And that's time for Killa to work onto this Ags. Once this Doom Ags is up and running, these fights just get even messier. It's going to be a hell lot easier for Killa to just Doom himself, jump in, and try to catch out that Tusk, catch out the Axe, get that multiple hero control immediately out for his team. and get the follow through from there. Mystique, I mean, they're finding some good moments, Mike, but again, this game just doesn't simplify any further for Mystique. It just gets more complicated as it goes on. They've got to keep forcing these awkward angles out from Poke and just juke them around. You know, just keep dodging out. Play with his blink. Has been really good at dodging out with a Manta and with a blink. He's got to maintain that sort of pacing for himself.
Yeah, I mean, his itemization in this Drow, while it is still standard itemization, it's just doing such a... It's allowing him to enable such a kind of team fight here for Mystique, because they just can't catch the Drow. Lunfer can't join the team fight without knowing where the Drow is. It's just so tough for him, and well, now Swift blinks up, so you have even more damage to be pumped out here by if he finds the opportunity. Even harder to catch him as well. Let's see what happens.
Radiant are scanning.
Mystique still grouped up, looking toward that top side of the map. They'll occupy the Dire jungle. Poke have showed in the mid lane. At least Killer shows on the Doom. In top lane, you do have Aaron around to try and defend here on the Earth Spirit, but it is only him and him alone. Not really the kind of hero you'd expect to defend, but they're going to bring more in. TPs are incoming. Seems like M's got the memo here and does move away. The rest of his team are around though. They will reveal themselves on this creep wave. M's going to move in. They'll try for the Void, but no, they've caught out the Drow. Nice call though. Is out from NJ, holding them down in place, but isn't long enough. I don't think it is. There's your Chrono out from Lunfer. He'll hold them all down with the little Shredder to follow up. It is way too much damage. Oh, and a very, very awkward kind of fight now for Mystique. They will try to run, gobble up all land. They're going to lose zone as well. And there was the one condition. The one condition was do not let the Drow get caught. He's been so good this whole game. But one bad team fight like that, they're left without buyback. You might go high ground as Poke.
You definitely do. Try to force some buybacks out. You only have the Undying and Tusk buyback. It's not going to be enough to hold off this push, but it might force the side of Poke back. The issue for Poke is next Roche is still a minute away until we see that respawn. But with your Snapfire the way it is, with your output on your Void as well, it doesn't take too long to siege here. You have double siege creeps as well. They should at least find themselves a Rax for their trouble. Big opening coming out from Poke. And for Mystique, I mean, they just kind of jumped the gun. Like, they see this call come out, and just tries to help out this time, and doesn't respect that distance. He jumps in, gets doomed up, and that's the end of that.
Well, they won't go for tier 4 towers quite yet here, Poke. They're not feeling that confident. And they are 29k ahead to be fair, but respawn timers aren't the longest. At least not for the Drow. Maybe so more for the NJ Axe, but you may as well just go get bigger items. There's no need to rush this game. Still 2 outer towers to take as well here for Poke. More items incoming. Of course, the Aghanim Scepter on Killer you talked about earlier. That's on the way here in the Courier. And this is what I was talking about with this fight. Like, the Drow gets caught out before MJ makes the jump in. You get doomed, and then you just can't do anything to help. And the worst part is he kind of just ran back to try and help the Axe. But you're doomed, so while you can right-click, that's about all you can offer.
Yeah. It's just really messy in that top lane. And maybe just feeling confident that the Axe would bail them out, or, you know, feeling protected with the Axe body in front, but they've got a lot of jump on the side of Poke, and they got a good read in that. Managing to jump that back line, get the Doom. And this is where the game is just very, very difficult for the side of Mystique. Like, finding this angle back in, with these kinds of spells up, with this kind of lead, 32k up, really even farm distribution as well across every core, you don't have that same scaling coming out from Mystique. It's just not there. Maybe an Ag's timing for zone changes the story just a little bit, but he's not even gunning for that first. He's just gunning for the overwhelming blink on his own as well. And we'll try for a smoke play though.
Mystique. We'll start to move in. There's some deep wards being placed here, so Mystique want to try and fight underneath that vision. Moonlight Shadow will be popped, but they have sentries in place for this. Still Poke gonna run around the long way now. Or even Aaron now with the Wind Waker on this Earth Spirit. Be quite detrimental to any kind of team fight. As they do smoke up again, Poke. Wrapping around through that mid lane. They want to get into that Radiant Triangle if they can and have the high ground advantage. In fact, Killer Thinking about just going straight in here on the Doom. He got a whiff of vision. He will find NJ. Zone will be the target, it seems. Lanfer, meanwhile, does make the jump in on the Axe. There's a Cyclone to help out here from the Wind Waker of Eren, and now, while the Axe is completely controlled up, they'll go after Ray instead on the Undying. Ray is completely melting and does go down. Meanwhile, Doom is there onto the actual Doom, but he got his own Doom off, so it's a double Doom on the Doom. A triple Doom, in fact, as they do kill off the Tusk. This is a real problematic team fight, though. Mystique, they are just caught with their pants down. Nothing is working out for them. DQQ still trying to run. NJ, he's going to jump back in, but this is not looking like it would be it. Chrono committed again. More buybacks incoming, but they've lost the Axe already. Lunfer, he'll just keep fighting. He's got another Chrono up. He's refreshed for this. Eren is still being caught out, but DQQ needs some backup. In goes to try and help out, but Lunfer, he sees the Drow, forcing the 4-stuff back away, but Lunfer's around now. The roll will connect. They know the Drow's there. They've caught him out. This should be a dieback, and it will be. And that might just be it. Tier 4 towers should be the target of Poke. And that it will be. They've played this one perfectly here, John, as a gobble up play into the fountain. Just short of it. Ray, I mean, he's alive, but there's no way he defends on a pos 5 Undying.
Oh no. He's gonna
And here comes the fun. Fountain dive, why the hell not?
Oh,
He's
my
gone.
God.
So sad.
Yeah. GG's called. And it's just like what we said, right? Like, this game was not gonna get any easier for Mystique as time went on. Like, they came out looking all right in lane. They were finding some kills on Tequila. We saw a really awkward early rotation out from onto mid at like 5-6 minutes, which it felt like he was kind of compensating for game one almost, because we talked about how much was farming in game one. This time around, he shows up early, tries to get action going for his team. And for Mystique, I think this goes back a little bit into that draft. Like, they go into this really aggressive lineup. Me and Lizard said it. Lizard stated that footnote there that the Drow has to show up for these fights. Except this time, when NJ was ready, they just didn't group up around that timing.
Let's head off to our panel, John, because we need a couple of experts here to talk to about the this game number one. I agree with you on the Axe, and I want to hear from the boys as well, right? I agree that like the Axe timing was kind of... The thing is, in my argument, it got messed up, John. He had the Blade Mail on the Courier. Blade Mail's coming out. They kill him off. Timing's completely ruined. Boys, what do you think? Who was the problem in that game too?
Firstly, I want to say thanks. Experts, the plural. It's very, very, very nice, Mike. That's a first, and I will take it. Hear that, Lizard? We're equals now.
We're always equal. Don't worry about it, man. I'm happy to share. But
Thank you very much.
I love how they're sending it to the panel of experts, and they're on the panel. Like, true.
Yeah, let's send across the expert. Me, us. But yeah, this was a dirty game. This was some real Div 2 action here, and I love to see it. Yeah, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, it was a fun one. Like, enjoyable to watch. Like, not necessarily the cleanest game. Like, we don't really have the pleasure of seeing too many of those in Division 2. But you know, like you still find something nice in it. Like, you still find something something to enjoy. It's like a good dish that's like a good peasant dish, you know? It's not something super sophisticated. You don't need anything like that. Some lovely borscht, exactly. Like, just some nice little chorba soup, and you enjoy it.
Oh, there we go.
Right? But overall, I'm not sure. Like, for me, Poke, in all seriousness, they cracked Mystique in a way that, okay, all we have to do is get ultra late game heroes. Eventually, we will win the game, because eventually they will not be able to play these fights so cleanly. Every single fight cannot be played in a clean way by a Division 2 team, right? So as long as you get the ultimate win condition, you're gonna win. That's what Poke is going with, and so far it has worked for them. Yeah, they did pick up an Earth Spirit there to spice things up a little bit, but yeah, it worked out decently for them.
Damn, I wasn't quick enough with my MVP call. Cause like this is nice, right? This was very nice performance from V. Loads of damage coming out. Went for a beautiful build, starting off with the Ags and the Blink and all that good stuff, and then moving into the right click when you hit the level 20. Great timing. Hit the timing she needed to, which is what you need to do to make this mid snap work. However, I really like this Earth Spirit. I think the pick really worked well for them. When you're playing with like Faceless Void and Doom, right? Like the most important thing you need coming into a team fight is vision. So having this position 4 that can go, position 5 actually, who can literally just roll up into the team fight, not really care about his life, but to give them all the vision they need to get off these really key spells. I thought that was really, really important. That was really well done. And actually, Esprit didn't die as much as he possibly could have, considering he was basically the first one in every single fight. And also sticking on the Drow as well, making her life miserable, making sure that she uses that Hurricane Pike early and the Silence early to get away from position 5. Like, it's really, really annoying for a Drow to have to do that. Drow basically has like 1, possibly 2 at most get out of jail cards. When you use them, you can basically just be stuck on the fight and your fights become like really, really difficult. You don't get second chance on that hero, and they made really sure to not let the Drow have any breathing room in those fights inside of poker. And I thought that was really good. What else was your kind of like highlights of the game, John? What was your favorite moments?
I think my favorite moment was DQQ stealing Doom. Like, he didn't manage to do much with it, but it's always nice to see a Rubik steal away. I think just the way that Poke really played together as a team was just a joy to watch. Like, you've got Doom, you've got Faces Void. Every team fight just feels exciting. So it was kind of fun to see them jump around, jumping out. Lon Fur in the late game, just dancing around the Void was really fun as well. And you just didn't have the answer coming out there from Mystique.
No, you did not. No, you certainly didn't. There was a certain lack of answers this game, that's for sure. Was that down to a draft thing or a playing thing or somewhere in between, Lizard?
It's somewhere in between, man. It's always like that.
Always.
Like, it's always like that in Dota. Like, we can you know what's fun about our work, like in general, like when it comes to paneling. Like, I was actually discussing this yesterday. There can never be a wrong opinion, and I think like these drafts as well, and for all these teams, like, yeah, you can be sometimes wrong letting go a Lina through or something, but your idea does not have to be faulty. Like, you can still have a good idea about how you were supposed to defeat it. It might have worked in scrims and then it didn't in the real game. And I feel like that's the case with most drafts. Like, yeah, Poke this time they take it because they had like a really nice idea of how they're supposed to go to the late game. But maybe Mystique, their idea isn't that bad too. Like, their drafts were supposed to go earlier on, take the game. They didn't execute properly with the Drow. It gets caught. Life is hard. It's always somewhere in between.
Life is hard, yes, indeed. I feel like I'd say a good note to end this first series on. Life certainly very hard for Mystique. And as we just saw with the standings, very hard for them now to keep their heads above the water. They've had a lot of their matches out the way, and they haven't won anything yet. And now, well, you really got to look at whether they can actually keep themselves out of relegation, of course. So we've got a couple of other teams who could possibly still take their place. Still plenty of Dota to be played. But when it comes to the bottom 3, it's looking a little bit scary, honestly. So, yeah, fingers crossed that they'll be able to maybe pull out some wins, because after all, we have seen them take a few games here and there, but unfortunately it's going to be another loss for Mystique here, and now they're in a scary position indeed. Alrighty, my friends, well, we're going to throw it over to a break right now, but after that we shall be back with LBZS versus Meteor Gaming. Now you have to sit tight for us for a bit, because that one is coming up in about 40 minutes or so, so we're going to throw on a break. We'll be back on the other side of it to bring you the next series of the day. We'll see you soon. It's time for our second series of the day. That's right, we've got another match coming up for you, and this one is going to be a very interesting one indeed. It is LBZS versus Team Meteor here in the China Division 2 region. My name is Nomad, joining me is Lizard, John X Fire, and MLP as we get into this next game. And it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, at the moment, both of these teams are currently undefeated, but I would say that Meteor have had a slightly rockier journey to this kind of position they're in right now. Isn't that right, Lizard?
Yeah, they've had a slightly rockier path. Their path was just completely hard and rough, and it was all rocky and difficult and thorny. They had one loss more, Nomad.
Yeah.
Chill out.
Hard.
It was one loss.
Dude, but the games they've played have been absolute like romps though. Like I don't think I've had a single Meteor game which hasn't been like to the edge, fighting every time. I mean, they managed to roll Mystique in one of their games, I think, but everything else has just been, yeah, they're fighters, and they like to do things quick. That seems to be their MO, John. They seem to like to do things in a kind of very aggressive and formulaic way.
Yeah, they like playing a little bit faster. This matchup up against LBZS should be interesting because they have faced each other before, maybe a little bit different in the rosters some time ago last year. So there's a little bit of history, at least between the orgs, and LBZS did take that one 2-0 the last time they met up. Mind you, not DPC, third-party tournament, different rosters. So not a direct one-to-one comparison, but there would be a little bit more weight here for LBZS, I'd guess, going in. And again, you mentioned that rocky road. One more loss is one more loss over 2 series. It's not a big margin, but it's a margin that you can feel confident in at least.
Yeah, percentage based, it's a lot, right? Like when you consider that they didn't have a lot of games, so. And they also played versus the same teams.
Yeah, the exact same. Oh yeah, the exact same teams. That's actually very interesting. So yeah, I guess that shows us something. These guys definitely had a very, very similar power rankings. Based from what you've seen from them so far, Mike, which team would you put ahead before we see anything? Before we see any heroes that can throw you in at the deep end?
I mean, I think LBZS are going to be the favorites going into this matchup. Whether it's going to be, heavy favorites is a different question entirely, but I think LBZS just proves to be a little bit better. Meteor, you kind of mentioned earlier, they play very surgically, like they like to play fast. I think we get to see a lot of Beastmaster coming out from these guys, the Leshrax coming out, the Prophet coming out a lot, but LBZS, I think they'll have the kind of ideas to beat these kind of drafts out, so I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue for them.
Yeah. I mean, one of the issues is, right, you can't ban everything against them, so they're probably going to get their Death Prophet or their Nature's Prophet or, God forbid, their Lena or something like that, which they can pull out and they can kind of play the pace around, and that seems to be the kind of formulation point of them.
John and MLP, did you guys cast Mystique versus Meteor Gaming when that happened?
Mystique versus Meteor, no, Feb 9.
Oh.
Wait, no, that is not Feb 9.
Okay, because it was the clash of versus
Right, no, we weren't on for that. Yeah, the great name clash. Like, no one knows what's going to be happening.
Yeah.
What's up with the in Chinese Division 2? What's happening?
Common
I
name.
don't know. Maybe it's back to a pubbing mentality. Like all they want is like, that's it. I'm the carry. That's it. Silence. That's all.
But are you a better player? Like, how does it work? More M's equals better or less M's equals better? What do you think? What's
I'd
the
say
rule?
more M's. More M's has got to be better, right? More characters. Then again, you get less done with less characters. I mean, you get more done with less. That's kind of efficient. As a carry, you want to be efficient.
I still think they should work on a thieving system where if you beat one of the if one beats another, then they take an M, and if you have no more M's left, then you're done. You gotta retire. That should be how it's done.
It's a decent idea. I like it.
Thank you. Maybe we should do that. To get things back on track with LBZS. I mean, talk to me about some of these players. Who are the standouts on this team? Or the standout on the team?
Asking me.
Yeah,
for
man.
LBZS,
Yeah,
there's only one.
There is.
But he's no longer there because he changed his nickname and he's not the same for me anymore. I don't want to talk about him, but I will. It's Dolphin. It's PP.
Mr. PP.
Mr. PP, always from the mid lane. PP with the BKB. Like, if he gets a good hero, like he can dominate the game. He can win it. Like for me, LBZS is all about him. TZY as well is a name that you guys probably can remember from previous seasons. But yeah, everyone else is kind of up and coming, which doesn't mean that they're not as good. It just means that I haven't really seen a lot of them before.
Yeah, they're.
I guess
they're-
Fonty
they're
as well,
new
right?
players,
Like
yeah.
he's been around a bit.
Fonte's been, he's been hanging around the tier 2 scene for a while, trying to find his way in, but we do have ourselves a draft, and look at those earphones. The glowing cat is, can you get more drippy than that? My man has Riz.
That's just terrible. It's terrible. I can't root for this guy. What is this?
Can't root for Fonty? Really?
Remember that
Oh,
time
Mike.
Somnus had those on and he lost?
Yeah.
Over and over again. You can't win with these. Arteezy had them on in the native one. He lost as well to TSM. This is a losing strategy by Fonte. Losing.
Anime makes you lose no matter what.
Well, but you have a team of like, you have a lobby filled with like 10 players with anime pictures. Who loses out the most? The weebiest team? What's the
Yes.
criteria there?
It's not really the VBS team. It's a coin toss, you know. Like Destiny doesn't care when there's 10 weebs. It's maybe the servers will crash. You never know.
True. That's what needs to happen. All right, let's have a look at some of the heroes we've got so far. So we did mention earlier that Meteor would likely be going for one of these hard-pushing heroes which they like to play around, whether that be the DP or the NP or something else. And this game, it's going to be the Nature's Prophet which gets let through, so they pick it up without hesitation. And they'll be getting their Clockwork as well, so already a terrifying safe lane coming out from Meteor Gaming. Meanwhile, LBZS, they're going to go for the Grandma and the Beast, a classic combination.
Yeah, the LBZS opening is... well, it's what most teams have started doing versus these glass cannon carries. If Prophet is the carry, I believe Meteor Gaming did play it a couple of times, so you just want to use that Primal Beast to get on top of him, eliminate him early on. It works the same versus Prophet, versus Drow, versus Lina. The only problem is, like, you already have this Clockwork. If you're a Primal Beast rushing in on a Prophet with a Clockwork nearby, the battery assault can really mess you up. Like, you can actually, it can backfire. In the lane, at least.
Yeah. There's definitely ways to play around it. And, yeah, I don't know. I feel like, whilst I like Snapfire and the Primal Beast and what they bring to the fight, I feel like together that they're a little bit awkward, right? Like, you always want to play Snapfire with this hero, even if you're mid, even if you're Pulse 4, you just want to play with a hero that jumps in and, like, kind of holds multiple heroes still, you know. Probably can only grab the one. Maybe I'm being greedy, but like, I don't know. I like it. But there you go. That's a Treant. Now I'm happy.
Yep. Fixes their gaps in holding more heroes. Kind of sturdies up your Primal Beast as well when he commits. We've seen this combination a couple of times in Div 1. You know, just having that Pulverize plus the Kisses feels like it's more than enough. The awkward thing is how you come in with the Onslaught or the Cookie. It's all about synchronizing for that for LBZS, so just kind of maximizing, try to be efficient with how you initiate is the key thing with that duo up. The value for Meteor and just having the Clockwork, though, like Snapfire and Primal Beast, they're not going to be able to have a really great time. You can just, as Lizard mentioned, Battery Assault when the Primal Beast jumps in. You've got the hook shot to stop the Kisses as well. You've got a lot of answers from Meteor with that opening, and they get to pick up the Brawn as well. Pretty decent combination with a Clockwork and the Centaur coming out on top of that. So you have a great disengage tool. When you do see that Primal Beast run in, you can just stampede out if need be, or just rush in and get your initiation that way as well.
But that's the thing, like that's like good during laning stage. Like the Clockwork messes up the Primal Beast a lot, but I feel like later on, like this Primal's going to have so much impact against this Nature's Prophet, and I think Lizard mentioned it earlier. Like these glass cannon carries don't do very well against Primal Beast, so yeah, sure, the Clockwork's going to be annoying, but I don't think after the laning stage it's going to be that annoying, because he's going to make a choice as to whether he wants the Snapfire or the Primal Beast. And yeah, I mean, Monkey King, like there's so many ways to catch this Prophet this game, is what I feel like. Look at the amount of vision these guys have on LBZS with the Monkey King and Treant. Like, it feels like it's going to be impossible to just stand back and hit people as this Prophet.
Yeah, my only like even now with the Monkey King, like you've revealed the Prophet, right? So you get another hero that can jump on top of him, but you also I don't know the way they drafted was kind of wonky for me because the Centaur, if you pick it on the like on the in your second stage and you don't have the last pick of the second stage, it opens up LBZS to just counter it, which is what they've done. Even the Stampede suffers a bit into overgrowth. Like I'm not sure. I'm not completely okay with the Centaur pickup. What do you guys think? Do you think it's justified? Like Centaur and Mirana, I guess, is a strong lane, right?
Yeah, it's like the arrow setup kind of lane. You could be aggressive off of it. I think the issues are a lot bigger than the benefits. Overgrowth just as a foil from LBZS is already big enough. And I don't see the best way of initiating with it as well. Like Nature's Prophet will just teleport on top. You've got mobility on Clockwork and Mirana. So you're not really enabling these slower heroes. I think the last time we saw Centaur come out, you were talking about something like Viper and SF enjoying having Centaur because they can maximize Stampede and Gap Close. You don't have that right now. And it doesn't feel like a very safe game to go for either of those cores either.
Yeah, I don't know. Overall, so far, I'm in full agreement. I like the setup of Overgrowth plus Monkey King's ulti as well. Right now, if you're LBZS, you also have some flex, like the Snapfire might be mid. Doesn't have to be. Snap can be off. You can put Primal mid. Like you can still mix things up a little bit, make your life easier. Plus, you have the ultimate last pick. I don't know. I just feel that they've got more out of this draft from the 4 heroes that they've got.
Meteor needs some damage, and they will find it with the Tiny. So that'll give them some sort of nuking potential to jump in and just 100-0 a target, hopefully. There are a lot of big boys on the side of LBZS, though. 3 big strength heroes to try and nuke through there. It's going to be kind of difficult for the Tiny.
Yeah,
I wonder if you can
not my
like just
favorite
afford.
pickup.
Can you like not just afford to just go like something boring like mid Viper? Like, what's going to actually kill it? Like, what's going to be effective?
This is the second time you've suggested mid Viper. Are you okay, John? Mike. So you're confused now as well. What kind of caster is like, man, I really want to cast a Viper, man.
I mean,
goes in with a poison attack. Poison attack again.
What about some good old Timber? You pick up Timber here for LBZS. You put
Yeah.
Monkey even mid, or it doesn't matter, actually.
Yeah, I think Primal Beast can hold mid. You can still run Monkey safe. You can just run that Timbersaw off. You get so much value with all of these strength heroes on Meteor as well. You have the Nature's Prophet you can jump on. It's a really strong Timbersaw game. I love that call out here, Lizard.
Or a Magnus. Which one is better? Like, Mag also sounds incredibly strong.
It works well with the Monkey. I'm not the biggest Mag believer right now. I think it's I've seen it fail too many times. Me and Mike have seen it flounder, at least in NA, but that's a different region.
What about?
It should crush the Prophet lane, though, right? Like,
What if we just
Mag-
went mid coddle right here, boys? Mid coddle.
not
Well,
too
why the
bad.
hell not? It doesn't seem that. All right,
Oh,
Necro first. That's
Yeah.
not what I would have guessed.
All right, well,
I mean, it's another one of these, right?
Yeah.
Like, PP will be playing it. All right. Yeah, it's definitely one of these strength killers, right? Like you can cut down any hero that has a lot of HP. Like I've seen him recently played into the Spectre in Division 1. It worked well in the lane, but later on, their whole game plan didn't really follow through. But that team got relegated in the end. I think it was Dawn Gaming or something like that. So I'm not sure. Like I do like the Necro. I feel that it's a good answer to the Tiny to the Centaur. Can they itemize against him? Like there's a vessel builder like a Mirana, right?
yeah, no, they got options, that's for sure. Yeah, and this is a PP Necro as well. This is something, the Dolphin Necro as well. And he loves his hero. He's played a lot of it. Probably the only mid player I know of that actually plays mid Necro a decent amount. So it's looks like a strong Necro game. He's definitely going to call for it if he knows it's good. So we'll see if the Dolphin can dive and get the kills he needs. Let's jump into the game then. We'll hear it from MLP and John X Fire in this game number 1 of LBZS versus Meteor Gaming.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. We do get into game number 1 here, Jonathan. Now, You all were on the Nature's Prophet train. You guys are telling me this is a great pickup. And as soon as I open my mouth, as soon as I go against you guys, you all come crawling back to my end of things. Welcome back, by the way, Jonathan. Do you want to defend yourself? Do you have anything to say for the Meteor boys?
This first face Nature's Prophet, Mike. You know, it's like
Let me have
they
it,
picked
John.
everything
Let me
else
have it.
after. You know.
Let me have
Actually, the thing that actually shakes up this draft for me the most from Meteor that I really don't believe in is the Tiny. Like Tiny overall just hasn't felt the best when we've watched it, Mike. We've seen it from offlane, we've seen it from mid, we've seen it support. Mid's probably its best position right now. Blessing's gonna have to really snowball quite fast, and his lane matchup feels atrocious. Like up against a Necrophos, who's just constantly spamming Death Pulse out, getting his Heartstopper regen back. It's a very static lane that the Necrophos enjoys. You can try the burst play. You will probably need a support rotation out. So I'm keen to see whether Meteor can bring out their supports in TZ and Sanwu out and get some early aggression, because that Tiny needs to be enabled here to really tie in with your timings with a Centaur as well. And if that falls flat, you've got a bit of an issue. Overgrowth, blink timing for Guo Guo is going to be big. If he gets that right in the nick of time, you're not going to be escaping with that Stampede anytime soon.
Certainly not. Here we go. Banneroon fight maybe breaks out, but it seems like they do not want to fight into the Centaur right now. Fair enough. Rather not get 3-man hoof stomped if you can avoid it. It is going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounties. In fact, they do find Ma Blue, who has gone level 1 arrow right now, so he's going to take a lot of damage on his way out. Probably not enough to die, but it seems like the chase is still ongoing. They get a couple more hits in. Oh, they have lead seed in a couple seconds, but it's seeming like it's going to be a bit too late. Instead, they'll turn onto Molasses, but now the arrow back the way of the Treant, so you're taking way too much damage on him. The lead seed off is going to heal up just a little bit, but it seems like they were better off just leaving Ma Blue the way he was.
Yeah, and I like seeing this coming out from Sanwu as well. Like he has the quelling no tangos. He just cut the entire tree line himself. You don't even have a quelling on Molasses. That's all Sanwu. So he's just giving this tree, and you know, it's a classic thing. You're up against a treant lane, you cut the tree line, just give yourself a little bit more room, or at least give your offlaner room to breed and build up in that lane. And it should set up Molasses to have at least a decent first few levels. Taking a look at mid, a bit of a back and forth. Again, Blessing, he's not going to be completely zoned out, but as the levels go up in that Death Pulse, it is going to be harder for you to just walk up and try to get some harassment with the tree grab right clicks. The Avalanche can be one way to disrupt Dolphin as well, but he's comfy here. You Death Pulse, you last hit, you're healing, you have sustain. Tiny doesn't have any of that.
Certainly doesn't. See what Blessing gets done about this in the mid lane. Obviously, still should be able to CS, but like you said, as the levels go up, this any lane against Necrophos is kind of annoying unless you're playing cheese heroes. So, see what they can do about it. How's the bot lane going? You're going to have our Prophet being played by another against, of course, Helios and TZY, who have the support of TZ on the Clockwork. What do you think about this lane, John? Do you feel like it should be free farm for the Prophet? Does it go the other way? What do we think?
There's a lot of aggression that can come out from the side of LBZS once they hit level 3, level 4. If they can just gap close onto the NP, which, you know, with Onslaught and Cookie, it's not going to be that tough. TZ has to cut them off quite nicely. He has to put his body forward. If he's not in that right position when the commitment's coming out from LBZS, it's not going to take too long to kill off in this game. So, gonna have to be a little bit wary. NP plus Clockwork is a little bit more passive as well. It's the laning combination. You can see TZ just going for pulse, looking for bouncing that lane out, but in terms of aggression, he can't really commit against a Primal Beast and a Snap. Too much punishment.
Oh, Marblu again being chased down top side. He's still at level 1, so if they do catch him, he has really no way out. Just needs to creep for level 2, but there's your Nature's Grasp now, slowing him down even longer. And they'll find the kill. First blood to go the way of our Monkey King. Happy days, and well, Marblu, he's just been left at level 1. This Treant has made his life a living hell this top lane.
Now, Gulgo's just running around, quacking away. And you can cut the tree line all you want because of the changes to the trees some time ago, that's several patches ago, where it grows back in like 2 minutes. It's not as detrimental for a tree to just wait for it to come back. And you can still flank, you can still trade fairly favorably. You don't have anything like a Blightstone for Sanwu, so you don't trade that well up against Treant if he is on top of you. And again, this is a favorable lane for Fonty. It's up against a Centaur, melee matchup for Monkey. level 2 Jingu, you really don't mind if they try to make a play on you. As long as you have Jingu charged up, you're going to be able to heal right through and turn it around.
You will. Look at mid lane. With a chase going on here for Blessings. Dolphin understanding the advantage he has in this matchup. It's been so annoying, but a nice avalanche is there. Toss-up is not going to be enough, though. Unless he's going to be forced to Fairy Fire and run back towards the base. Luckily, he's already kind of halfway there with his position anyway. But this mid lane, it's just impossible for this Tiny to play. It's just not going to be fun at all.
Dolphin's just showing how much you can bully down bot, though.
Yeah, that's a big one. And goes down on the Nature's Prophet. Thing is with TZ, and you guys kept pointing out the Clockwork does ruin the Primal Beast, but if TZ doesn't completely babysit this Prophet, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, it just goes back to the dynamic of this lane. TZ knows that there's no real offensive play, so he's trying to just go for the pulse, go for lane equilibrium, and that leaves a big gap between him and which leads to that aggression that can come out. Like, he's going for Battery Assault now, but there's no real way of tying into that here. And with Battery Assault down, you're going to have a bit of a window again for LBZS to look for that play, especially if the lane's just constantly shoved out.
Pretty tough time here for TZ, that's for sure. Speaking of tough times, looking back at mid, Blessing is still not having a very good time. We'll go for an Avalanche toss onto Dolphin. Problem is, Dolphin can just passively heal up with the Heartstopper and the Death Pulse. And of course, he is going into the Hood of Defiance build. So not going to allow that Magical Burst to happen as top lane Blue goes down. Blessing is still being chased here by Dolphin. And I think Dolphin might just be dead, though. He does save himself with the raindrops. Dolphin now, going a bit too far, has been punished with the Death Pulse. Gonna keep him alive just barely. Rotations incoming from Blue to try and maybe snipe him with an arrow, but no, it's off the mark. Right clicks. Oh, so close.
One more.
Come on, one more. Oh, Dolphin's fine. No leap. Still level 2. Just complete charges being wasted. What can you do? It happens.
And now it's where it gets a little bit scary. Dolphin has his level 6, so next time he dives in like that, he's got the sight. He's going to be able to find that kill. A strong start for LBZS. We're already seeing a little bit of jungle play coming out from trying to dodge out that lane. That's a free lane now coming out for TZY. This ramp up on the Primal Beast, if he's just allowed to soak into 6 like this for free, the threat of just Onslaught into Pulverize, you have a lot of gank potential. And your Clockwork's just not geared to counteract that just yet.
Well, there goes our Treant, bottom lane, or rather top lane, excuse me. Does go down as Fonte going to try and chase down Molasses. Trying to just get the Jingu Mastery proc, won't get so lucky with that. Molasses with a very nice juke into the tree line, will not allow it. 1 to 3 now the way of LBZS. Well, it's kind of the saving grace is Molasses finding that kill up at the top lane, but thing is, Fonte's still completely free farmed on this Monkey King. And as you just saw in the mid lane, like, you're not going to have this Tiny that can rotate and really save these lanes. Still very, very far away from those core itemizations as TZ. Gonna go for a bit of a chase into Helios. Scatterblast will be off the mark, but it seems like they actually just want to stack up the creep wave with the small camp. That'll allow TZY to farm even more effectively here on the Primal Beast. And again, they just can't slow this man down. TZY is having a very free game thus far.
Yep. Already at 6, has the phase boots up. His timings are kind of online. Early Hood of Defiance for Dolphin. He had that at 6 minutes 40. Really good pacing from him. Now you can't burst him down with the Avalanche Toss even coming out here from Blessing. So that early burst play the Tiny provides you, not going to feel as great up against our Necropos. And you're just forced to already jungle. Although they are chasing healers a bit, but again, even if you find this angle with a Battery Assault, and even if the Cogs came out or the Sprout, you always have Cookie. And you always have the Living Armor to buff you up a little bit more. They can't fully commit for these kills. And that just gives LBZS all the room to be the guys taking the initiative. They're the ones working the map. They're the ones hunting around, trying to go for the bottle. At least you get the DD on Blessing here.
So the chase is ongoing. Meanwhile, bottom side, you do lose your Clockwork. TZ going down as Molasses is still being chased here by Fonte, but not going to get taken out as Blue now going to run into a Treant, so he's not too happy at the moment. Can leap away if he needs to, though. Not too big of a deal. 1 to 4. 3k advantage for LBZS. And slowly but surely, Dolphin is just constantly just pushing in this mid-tier 1 tower. They've got to rotate more heroes in, and they are going to try now. See if they can catch up this Prophet, or rather, the Necrophos, and it seems like they will. Arrows there. Battery Assault will be enough, and they'll take down the Necrophos. Dolphin finally going down and being punished for being so deep in the mid lane. But look at the amount of damage you got off into that T1 tower. It's almost gone.
Down to 400 HP. Same thing happens down bot with TZY shoving in. Getting jumped by Molasses, though.
TZY should just be gone and will be Molasses. Able to find a very important pick off for his team. Look at the farm of Molasses, though. He's 2.7k net worth. He's literally got Phase Boots and a Ring of Health. That's about it for 9 minutes.
When you say Molasses is behind, Blessing is worse off on his Tiny. And we talked about that Tiny having to kick up the pace. You know, pulling timing is very important here. He had a rough lane up against the Necro, but 2 cores being this far behind does not bode well. That kind of feels like you're going to be all in on just for quite a fair bit of time. He did go Midas, so he will have a lot of scaling coming out. But none of your cores are ready to make these plays. Like, we're talking about double blinks on Tiny and on Centaur. That's still a long ways off. You've got a free lane coming out now for Fonte, and he's allowed to just farm into this Battle Fury, no contest. And this Monkey King is just going to be a massive issue if he's allowed to go into that jungle and get that build up. And you are getting some decent stacks getting formed up here by Helios as well. That's something that the side of Meteor has to scout out somehow. Maybe, again, once at least one of these blinks are up, and if they have level 6, they can go for those plays.
Pulverize on Molasses spot side, but it is still a Centaur. He's not going to die that easily. Helios going to get spotted out by TZ. Courier will go down here for the clock. Helios, kind of awkward to find a way out of this one, but he's going to try and cookie onto the high ground. Does actually make it as well. Cogs were not there in time, still the chase is on. Sprout is out from They don't have a Quelling Blade or a Tango right now, but they missed the stun. It won't matter, hopefully, as they... Oh my god, they have to pop the Stampede for this. To make sure Helios doesn't deny himself to the large cap. I don't know, man. That was a bit rough.
Yeah, that's a bit right there. It's not a great feeling. They find a kill, they scout out the stacks. So that's one benefit coming out from that, but this big question mark still over my head, Mike, is you're making these plays, you're jumping around, you're not forcing out the monkey. Like, you have all this room to jump top instead. Fonte's basically alone. And you could easily punish the monkey at this point while he's still trying to go for Battle Fury naked. I mean, at least with power treads, but he is vulnerable, and they're opting to focus elsewhere, which I guess you could say, yeah, we're trading farm with the NP, which is fair, with a Midas, and working into the Gleipnir with a Maelstrom. Your Nature's Prophet can keep up, but I just feel like free farming on Fonte like this, it's scary, because these other cores from LBZS, they don't need much either. Even if you are kind of trying to harass them out, you're only finding supports. You haven't been able to jump the Primal Beast. You've been able to jump Dolphin one time, but not since then. And this passive game, at some point, Meteor's going to have to try to make some plays. Blinks are on their way, though, so... And perhaps that's the timing you're just waiting for.
It must be. Pulverize again, bottom lane.
TZY.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't do anything, but it is forcing Molasses out of the bot lane, and I think that's just the idea here from TZY. He doesn't want to share the bot wave. The thing is, Molasses in the end is going to get it anyway. But I suppose as TZY, you don't care. Like, Pulverize at level 1 is a 32-second cooldown. You can just casually throw it whenever the hell you want.
Yeah, you can just keep farming. You really don't care. It's such a low commitment spell. It just goes down from there, too. And Dolphin just sees TZY. High fives are out, at least. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, they know they can't kill each other. Just give him a high five. You know, it's as good as
Dolphin could probably kill TZ, to be fair. Like, one more death pulse into a sight.
Oh, he might. Dolphin, he pump fakes it.
I was thinking about it.
He's thinking about it, all right. I don't think he will. I think he does need a little bit more damage than that. Maybe if Ghost Shroud was up and he had the magic amp, perhaps you could argue. Regardless, stacks being taken to that die triangle now, so you've got the Battle Fury up on your Monkey King. He's just really farming up that die triangle. Whether the stacks get noticed or not doesn't really matter if you can't contest them. mean, I suppose on the other end of things, you do still have a Prophet that's farming quite effectively himself with the Maelstrom up now, but you are still lacking, you know? Like, it doesn't feel like you have the damage or the control at the moment. And this mid-tiny is still 400 gold away from having the blink up. There is going to be a smoke, at least. You've got to blink up on Molasses, but they're running somewhere where there's no enemy heroes.
Yeah, but that's where their vision was at, so... I mean, and then they did see the triangle cleared out, so probably not the best spot to go into. If they do get a good jump here, it's not going to be too difficult for to come in if more damage is needed as well. And Rat of Nature is coming off cooldown, so you have the burst here.
They are wrapping. Helios is going to get spotted. Hookshot is there onto the Necropost as well. They'll have a Spirit Vessel charge available on Mar Blue now, so Dolphin's in huge trouble. He has the Ghost Scepter, but it won't matter. Around the Ghost form, he went up going down, and that's huge. Such an aggressive position to be in for the side of LBZS, and they'll get punished heavily for it.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Big blink reveal coming out from Molasses. That's the timing they were really just waiting for. And you find more.
Yeah, there's your Treant getting spotted out. Stampede pop preemptively just to ensure they can get away and have enough damage for the Treant kill. And, I heard a BKB from who? Oh, bottom side. Why the hell not? TZY?
Moonlight Shadow, come on.
Yeah, Moonlight Shadow is proving to be more than enough. In fact, Blessing is going to turn it. Kisses are there. Blessing is somehow still alive, but will finally drop.
Oh.
Wow.
It's a little bit clowny. It's ending up better for Meteor. They're finding these core kills, and they're starting to catch up. The space they're buying here for is paying off. He's #1 in net worth. You still have this good time coming out from Fonty though. And thank for the side of LBZS, Dolphin, once he has a Guardian Greaves up, the Spirit Vessel counterplay to his healing, it's not going to feel as one-sided for Dolphin to counteract. And I love this Ags Rush as well coming out from TZY. Just having that break option, going to be fairly useful up against Molasses, and more damage output as well to be up front. His BKB usage, first usage, not the best. It still nets them a kill, so you're not too upset. But you do have to respect Meteor now. They have a lot of jump, they have a lot of gap close, and they can play this quite fast.
Well, there's that jump you talked about. Molasses being targeted. Dolphin waiting very long for that Reaper's Scythe, and it wasn't going to be enough anyway. A very desperate kind of play here from LBZS, and they're punished again. Dolphin's down. They've caught TZY as well on the Primal Beast. And Helios, well, he kind of just went right into the cogs. Never really had the cookie to throw out anyway. We'll turn it back around onto Mar Blue, but Blessing's in. Avalanche Toss is there. The Snapfire trying to run, but the Stampede should be enough to take him down. And it will be. Onto another. They're going to find an arrow onto a tree. And that'll be the mid-tier 1 tower to drop. Now, I'll tell you what, John, LBZS, they've kind of ran into a brick wall twice in a row now, and it really is not paying off.
No, they're not coordinating together, whereas Meteor are playing together much stronger. Dolphin goes in by himself. He doesn't have the sight for a solo kill opportunity either.
Meanwhile, chase onto Smarana. Mar Blue going to try and get himself out. Does have no leap charges left. Fonte, he's on the chase. Won't matter. Oh, maybe it will. Mar Blue.
What's happening?
All right.
All right.
He gets the... I was wondering the same thing there, John. I was very confused for a moment.
It is a little bit topsy-turvy right now for LBZS, right? Like their movements a little bit disjointed. They're not really clumping up together as a team, but they are streaming together one by one. So that does show some unity there. They just need to move together as a unit rather than one by one, and I think that fixes a lot of their issues. Like we haven't seen these kisses with pulverized play. We haven't seen TZY stand up front for the team with a BKB. And Dolphin actually get off a successful Reaper. We are 17 minutes in with no Reaper Sight charge. That is... It's not the worst thing in the world. At the same time, Reaper Sight is a pretty damn long cooldown. Every time you don't manage to use that spell successfully, it just feels painful.
Here we go again. Smoke out. Tosses up. Blessing setting up perfectly. And there goes Dolphin. Dolphin's down. They're trying their best to get Molasses, but he's a Centaur. I mean, he's not dying. This is a Centaur in the early game. He is not going to drop that easily. Helios goes down again. That'll be 2. In fact, they found another now. The Monkey King. The arrow somehow doesn't land, though. Fonte, he's going to turn around, and it looks like they've messed up. TZ is gone. Molasses is gone. Blue is probably gone. And I'd hate to be that guy, but how do you miss that arrow?
There's a lot of things that went weird there, Mike. Arrow miss.
I need to see that.
Yeah, no, I need to see it again because I absolutely understand. Like they get this overgrowth out, they get the jump in, but then Helios is right next to them, so he couldn't use kisses. And like you had the overgrowth set up for a big kisses play earlier on, but then it still works out for LBZS anyway because you get a double damage rune as we can see here. So they get the jump on Dolphin, charge in from TZY is nice, but he didn't BKB beforehand. Overgrowth's there, but Helios is right next to them with kisses. It's like, it's just topsy-turvy from everywhere. And then there's a DD that spawns for Fonte, and he picks it up, and it's like,
yeah, he
I'm
gets
confused.
it, John, but he should have been dead. Look at this. Arrow, where's the arrow
it's
going?
the Z-axis. It's the Z-axis. It's all.
No, it's not. No, it's
the
not.
Stairs,
Stop being so
the
nice.
stairs are always weird. The stairs are always weird as an angle. They absolutely
Alright.
mess a lot of skill shots up.
Dire's middle tower is
So
under attack.
it looks awkward, but from certain camera angles, it looks like it would hit. You know?
Okay. I'll accept it, John.
Ooh,
Hookshot is
quick
there.
go.
Nice cookie on the high ground, but it won't matter.
What is this game? This is just this is a
a
funky
weird one.
game. Like it's so weird. Like the movements, the cookie through hook shot mid animation, and you go up. It's like what?
Radiant's
Molasses now the one making the jump in. Does find TZY and going back to the mid lane now. Reaper's Scythe is there. They do find Blue. That'll be the first charge of the Reaper's Scythe being granted to Dolphin. Happy days. Mind you, it is just a Mirana, but it's still something considering how badly the rest of the game's gone for LBZS. They are still 6k ahead after all this,
Yeah.
by the way, John.
is under
Despite dropping those losses, they're still well ahead. Like look at the gap between Dolphin and Molasses. Dolphin and Blessing. That's your mid tiny. That just doesn't feel like he's had the biggest impact just yet on Blessing's end. He has shown us a couple of good avalanche tosses though. So he's doing his job just right. For LBZS, I mean, even with a 5k lead, I honestly can't say they're in that strong of position. Like they are ahead, but execution-wise, I don't. It's weird. It's it's a little bit desynced from I think what we're expecting from a team like LBCS. And props to Meteor, they're coordinating together a lot better. They're making use of these double blinks. They're initiating well.
Jump in. Arrow's going to be there to follow up with the Hoop Stomp, and Blessing should have enough damage output to take him out, and will. Hookshot was there just in case, but won't be necessary as they've now got the Tiny. Blessing, he might die for this, but I'd still say it's well worth the Necrophos's life if that's all they're going to lose. TZY, he'll go for a bit more with the Onslaught, does find TZ, but there's no follow-up to it. Molasses, he'll make the jump back in, now losing the Tree and Protector. Fonte's going to try with the Monkey King, does get the Jigu Mastery procs, but has no Boundless Strike, but does have the cookie from Helios. So a 2 for 2, but in comes now on that Prophet, holding down the Monkey King as he will try to go for a bit of a run. Onslaught is there. They'll try to turn this one around.
God.
The Pulverize to hold him down. Molasses could not get the stun to help out. And so ultimately, it was a great start for Meteor, but now they've ended up giving it 2 to 3 away.
Yeah, it's going the way of LBZS. These staggered, prolonged fights are starting to work in their favor. That cooldown and Pulverize, you can use it twice in a fight with how long it's taking them to find these angles. And sure, you mass commit onto Dolphin. That's a Necrophos. I mean, even if he's your mid, even if he's this big core,
Radiant's bottom tower
what are
is
you
under
taking out from the team fight? You're taking out Death Pulse and Reaper's Sight. And neither of which has felt like the biggest faults.
They're going to find Helios again. Pipe will be there to help out from Dolphin, but he cops an arrow. Oh, he's been a magnet for these arrows this game. Overgrowth is out. They've caught the Mirana. Reaper Scythe committed. It's not even enough to kill him. That's a little bit sad. Level 2 Reaper Scythe not proving to be enough, so he won't get the free stack. And now Molasses is going to find a bit of a trade, it seems. They have caught the Treant. We'll pick up the kill on the Prophet. A 1 for 1, but it certainly feels like it's in the favor of Meteors. They want to try for a bit more now. Dolphin's going to be spotted out here by TZ. No hookshot available yet. They might just leave the Necrophos go. Though I say that, there is a bit of a group up happening from Meteor Gaming, but doesn't seem like it's going to amount to too much.
No. Oh,
Bottom. He's running. There is a basher available on Fonte, but he won't go too much further. Looks like that'll be the BKB usage of is gone for a little bit. So TP up top and try to farm there instead. The TZY is still around the area if you want to try, but looks like he'll blink up towards the north and he's going to be just fine. You are getting to the point where this Monkey King's going to have a full Skadi up now, and I think that's going to be quite the concern if you are Meteor Gaming.
yeah, he's just going to be super durable up front, especially if he manages to get that Wukong's off. Has the BKB to protect from all this magical burst. You're not going to have enough physical output from really deal with Monkey King at this point just yet. And you lose your plate meal as well on the Centaur. So even he can't stand up to the Monkey King with his own EHP at where it's at. You know, you don't have the highest ag gain in this hero, so you don't have that much natural armor to deal with that physical core. LBZS, they're still in a good position. It's just, it's so awkward. Like, they are dropping heroes, but they're still 10k ahead.
Passes. Rooted up, held down. It's going to be more than enough. No overgrowth even necessary. They just used the root off the shards of the Treant. Hookshot was there. But they do end up finding this Treant Protector. The D-Ward was already taken though. The TZ can't actually kill him. They don't see him. Meanwhile, Helios goes down mid lane. The fight ongoing as TZY. Very nice onslaught right through Mar Blue. I mean, the Reaper Scythe will do enough damage here on this Mirana. And so now 20 to 18. The way of Meteor, but 11k advantage for LZBS. So kill-wise, Meteor is still the better team, but net worth-wise, LBZS are in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, kills are nice and all, but if it doesn't translate to net worth, you'd rather have the money here. And LBZS should feel like they're in a good position. They should have the read that they're in a much stronger position. Like, you've got this hyper-farmed Monkey King, you're shoving in the tier 2 before the Nature's Prophet can. And Fonte is so confident, he's just going for Butterfly. Like, he knows he can afford to go for that. You're not immediately going to go for something like an MKB on, you've got the full Ags up and running now on TZY as well, so you've got to deal with all those little patterns coming out.
Molasses? Stampede away. TZY still going for a bit of a chase with the trample. That's okay. Arrow's going to land here from Mar Blue. Overgrowth though will be committed. Gleipnir, however, gonna lock him down. Ooh. The ag still goes while he's dying apparently, but it won't matter.
That's a little awkward. That was the BKB of TZY right as he got out of the stun into immediate death. So it's not the biggest deal, down to 6 seconds. Smoke out now.
They want to try and capitalize the best they can. Helios again being caught at the Snapfire is probably going to die to the Spirit Vessel. Eventually the Gleipnir will come in. Mar Blue able to secure the kill here on the Prophet. And they might think about Roshan. You do have your Prophet here. You could think about it. They'll start with the mid-tier 1 tower first to make sure there's no TP rotation point. I suppose you won't be able to secure the outpost yet, but instead, they're going to find a Monkey King. Fonte gets a BKB off, but there's a hook shot out from TZ. It's wasting a lot of the duration of this BKB. So he'll find the clockwork at the least. Will survive through it. Meanwhile, Blessing's being chased down. Does get dusted up on the Tiny. That's the pickoff they want. He does get Boundless Striked as well. TZY is waiting on the low ground just in case they need him there. And they won't. So they make the jump onto Fonte. He'll just survive with his BKB and take 2 of them out himself.
It just goes back to your issues with dealing with Monkey King. He has so much armor coming to. He has so much stats, so much armor when the Wukong's is down that you don't really have a way of bursting him down with your heroes right now. You can tank through a little bit better with Molasses. He has his full Lotus Orb up. His courier just gave him the plate mill back as well. Even then, it's just not enough. Like, your NP just can't hit hard enough in that time and going for more.
But they are. Kisses are there. Mar Blue, the one to get caught out with the overgrowth, and he will just drop. Back to the Roshan, I think. Roshan's still relatively healthy, but with the Mirana and Tiny down, it's kind of hard to see them being able to contest. So sure, you have the rocket flare vision, but you don't have the backup. See daisies?
Okay. He gets sacrificed. And that does buy space out to fully finish out the Roche. You don't mind too much. I love that they give it to Dolphin as well. They know the Necrophos is more than likely going to be in that position where it's going to be up front. It's going to die. 2 lives up. You can save your Reaper for that secondary life. Look for a good use out of it. And you're pretty damn secure on Fonty anyway. Like, his Butterfly's almost done. That's Battle of Fury BKB. Scotty Basher Butterfly at 29 minutes, it looks like. Here's the timing. That's pretty ridiculous how much Fonte's gotten from that free lane. They left it alone for such a long time from Meteor.
That's huge. TZS, it's going to be a stun out. They found TZY. Cookie, though, might have just saved the day as the clockwork. Hookshot gets blocked here by Mar Blue. I don't think it would have mattered too much, but you could have tried for a Cogs push back onto the low ground on TZY. Not going to happen, though. Very unfortunate there for Meteor Gaming.
Yeah, they miss out on a little bit of an opportunity, but they don't take any losses and they don't really commit too much. So they don't lose out. You do have to wonder, as this game scales on, I don't think it gets any easier for Meteor Gaming. I don't think it necessarily gets that much harder, but it doesn't simplify as the game goes on. You have equal, if not better, scaling coming out from LBZS. You've got... I love what Google is doing. So he has the blink up. He's going for Ags, which we haven't seen on Treant since forever. So I'm happy to see that. I'm a Treant Ags enjoyer. It just, well, the game has to last like 18 minutes for you to cover the map, but hey, could happen.
Here we go. He's still chasing down TZ. TZ knows he's being watched right now. That's the worst part. We'll get rooted up. And you could try for a hook shot with this jetpack. TZ trying his absolute best, or even Overgrowth, just to ensure they get him. And why the hell not? And there's Eyes in the Forest garbage, John. I mean, I used to be an enjoyer back in the day. It's a weird one, right? Because you can basically Overgrowth all across the map as well, which is kind of the nicer part. The vision is just kind of whatever to me, because it's pretty obvious the tree's there.
Molasses?
Bottom lane. Well, Dolphin, rather, is the one that's kind of in the middle of everyone, but he's still just going to move in very confidently. Cookie, Blink, Dolphin still trying to find Mar Blue. They'll give him the Lotus Orb. Dolphin doesn't have the detection, so Helios is going to move back in, but now he's moving in as well. They've got the Snapfire. Helios is gone. Dust again out. Dolphin still chasing for a Reaper Scythe attempt, but he's going to pop his BKB and now Blessing's going to jump in. They're onto the tree and they've got him down. In comes the onslaught. TZUI is going to try and turn this one with the Pulverize out, but it's doing no damage. There's your Reaper Scythe. It's out onto Mar Blue. Was it really that worth it? Was it that necessary to chase down Mar Blue for that long for that?
It's a mental game now. Dolphin has used this Reaper Sight all on just the Mirana. Like, remember the panel Lizard was talking about the value in ripping apart these strength cores, the tiny the Centaur with the sight? Nope! We're going for the Mirana, boys. One more time. Bring her down. I gotta send a message. I mean, it's... I don't think it's worthwhile. He had an opportunity to sight up the tiny, right? Like, they gripped Blessing out, or was it Molasses? One of those two with a Pulverize. No, he had his eyes dead set. He turned around and went for the Mirage. Like, damn, Dolphin, what did he do to you, man?
He's rough. Very, very rough. What can you do?
Oh, and anyways, going back to your point about the Ags.
Yeah.
Ricky, right? Yeah, you're right. The vision's not the biggest thing. The fact that you can D-push waves forever is really the big thing. You can stall a game out to never end if you play your cards right in this hero. Like, literally never end, because the creeps won't come up, and backdoor will always kick in, and it's like, yeah, game can just never end once you reach that point. Love it.
That's the thing, like, in Dota All-Stars back in my day, Jonathan, like, this Ags used to be hard to detect. Like, it used to be really hard to see where these trees were.
Yeah.
And I believe at some point you couldn't even see them. You had to have sentries or dust to be able to see them.
Yeah.
But now they're super obvious. They completely show you a radius of it. If it was hard to see, then I'd say the Ags is actually valuable. But it's too easy.
You still need a sentry to see the exact tree, but yeah, the Overgrowth can tell you where it is, but you still need the sentry, you know? Still need some goal to find it.
If I don't need the sentry, John, I'm pretty sure the pros don't. I'll tell you that.
It's fair, I suppose.
Top
It
lane,
just does expire.
Blessing gets caught out on the Tiny. We'll get an avalanche off, and Stampede's going to be there anyway. It's like Fonte was not willing to pop a BKB for that, and that's fair enough. Mid lane, TZY just freely roaming through. Just no fear in the world, even though there's like 4 heroes next to him.
He has not cared in a while, Mike. TZY has just been playing like a guy who really does not care. Oh, Kaya Sanch just bought out. That was a lot of gold in the bank there. Jeez. But more hold, more damage coming out, more durability coming out. Ags being formed up by Helios. The side of Meteor going for a smoke play. They need to catch someone, not the supports. If you can get TZY, that's good. If you can get Dolphin, a little bit better. Whether or not they find the angle, though, is a bigger question here.
They almost found the Monkey King, but not the easiest option to try and go for. So instead, they'll look at TZY. They'll find the Primal Beast once again, and it looks like he'll just get taken out. This is the kind of thing I'm starting to question. Is it really worth LBZS being this split across the map? Because it's like, if you group up as 5 and try for high ground, can they actually stop you? Probably not.
No. I mean, you have a full Abyssal and Butterfly Monkey King at this point, right? Like, you should be feeling confident for the clump up. And instead, TZY feeds out a gem. So, not the best feeling in the world. Gorgo probably not happy about losing his gem like that.
No.
Do like that you did read the Butterfly, so you've got the MKB ready here on And that actually helps a lot with the push as well, so you don't mind too much in the NP. It's so weird because they drop kills like this 1 by 1, but they still have this overwhelming net worth lead. If you look at Dota Plus, it's 81% the way of LBCS. It's like, even if they chain fed 1 by 1, at least in one more team fight, which we did see them do earlier on, it doesn't change much just because of how efficient they are in the downtime. It's just kind of ridiculous to think about that. Like, yeah, you know what, you can kill us, but we work the map better, so we're still gonna have this lead.
Well, here we go. Bottom lane, they are going to try and maybe force high ground. Fonte, he does have the Wukong's command as well as the BKB up, so should be feeling rather safe. But now you have a Scythe Vice up on Molasses. The Hex is available in the Centaur. Looks like you have found out the Treant already, so you're not going to have that advantage to your way. And well, that might just be it. 1 down. LBZS, they've seen enough. Back to farming the map. Or are they? Never mind, back down to the bot lane. They'll try it 4v5. I mean, without the overgrowth, I don't really know if you want to force this fight.
Well, Meteor are going the opposite way.
Then they'll force the TP rotations. LBZS, they'll defend the mid and the top lane. But now, you have potential to find somebody, and Helios... Oh, Helios might be the target, but no, never mind. They found an even bigger target. They've got the tree volley up as well. That'll be Dolphin gone in the mid lane. And it's going to be another one of those scenarios. Like, you're up against the Prophet, so you're naturally going to have to split up to farm the map because the waves are always going to be forced in. The problem is, he's getting way too much opportunity to push out the map.
Yeah, he's not quite, able to really split push as much. And my big issue right now for LBZS is Dolphin. He's not able to survive true. Like this is a fairly tanky Necrophos. Getting the heart will boost up his HP quite a fair bit at the least. So it's a lot more to burn true. He'll still probably get bursted down in that stun window. I would maybe prefer an Aeon Disc here just to have that opportunity to turn around.
Uh-oh, they've got the leash out of the Monkey King. He'll still have the Quelling Blade, so he'll go in onto... Abyssal Blade is there, Wukong's command, Overgrowth, everything being committed, and that's your Prophet gone. Marblue, he will follow right after. And this is what you want to see from LBZS. Like, every time the Prophet shows on the map, it feels like you can just jump him immediately. There's not much he can do to escape.
Yeah, they've just been really cautious about it. But they get a grip there. They've got the full Arcane Blink as well on Fonte. I love seeing that for the Wukongs. Unfortunately, with it on cooldown, although...
Jump in. Immediately onto the Tiny. Hookshot to try and help out, but TZ actually hookshot Molasses. Blessing. Popped his BKB, goes into a tree volley, back in onto TZY. They will find the Primal Beast, but this does cost them the buybacks both from their Prophet and their Mirana. Moonlight Shadow popped immediately straight after as well, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to find a straggler for themselves. Everyone from LBZS is well and truly gone.
Whoa, what's he doing there? What?
All right, never mind. They'll find somebody.
He was on the low ground, tree line, blinked up into the forest. For what? I'm trying to think of what reason. Cut the creep wave? He could have cut from up north.
This is what I thought as soon as I saw the Ags being queued up. This is the kind of tree protector player I expect when they're building up the Ags. Do you have any argument towards what I just said?
No.
Oh, hold on.
No, that's exactly what I want.
Side device is there onto the Necrophos. TZ's in. Arrow's gonna land. Hookshot's off the mark. 4 staff away. TZ's running still and somehow able to get out. Here we go again. Dolphin just blinks right in. Meanwhile, Roshan's gotten started. The train's moved in. Well, what the hell is happening this game?
I'm so confused. This game's just been confusing me for nearly 30 minutes, Mike. I don't know. It's fun, but I don't understand it. This is simply too next level for me.
Right.
The Ags coming up for Guogua is probably the one thing that will excite me the most. Because at that point, you let this guy drop a couple of those eyes in the forest.
Hold on
you
a
can't
minute.
push.
They've got the MK, but BKB's there in time. They can't burst down Fonte that quickly, and Blessing may have given his life away for this. 4 staff, it may be just enough, but no, the balance strike is there. Chase on for more. TZ gonna go the other way. Instead, they'll find Mar Blue here on the Mirana. Oh, and that's a courier gone with an Aeon Disc recipe. The Mar Blue without an Aeon Disc for about 3 minutes now. And Roshan is going to be completely open for LBZS to get started on.
Yeah, without the Tiny, it's going to be a little bit harder to go for a steel play. TZ could try to go, but he really opt for it. Doesn't opt to be in that area. And now, we've got our eyes in the forest. Excellent. Now you can just stall off the Nature's Prophets. You can just stall the push. You know, you can literally make it that you chain feed 3 team fights in a row, and as long as the eyes in the forest are protected, the game won't end. So, you know, there you go. Some good news, Mike. You could be in for 40 more minutes either way.
We'll see what he does. He's only placed 1 down so far. This is where the
needs more.
I mean, they're 23k ahead right now. They're an Aegis up. This is where you group up as 5 and just move in. But look at this, Dolphin's going by himself. Arrow's not going to land, so he's okay. But we've seen that kind of play so many times this game from LBZS.
Is it a play?
And it's
I don't
I'm
think
saying
it's a play.
I'm saying play in a very nice way, John. You know?
Yeah, no. I do not know what's going on. And at this point, I'm too afraid to find out.
Okay.
I do not know if I want to know what's going on.
We're about to find out. In we go. Tree volley. Not going to do enough. Fonte has the full Ags up now. BKB, they're in time. Blessing, he jumped in for the avalanche toss, but he's not going to be able to find it. So the Moonlight Shadow is just literally allowing them to walk out. Overgrowth is there. Dolphin, Reaper's Scythe. It's not going to be enough though. Blessing will still survive just a little bit longer, but finally does go down. As it seems like Fonte, he found, but they still don't have the detection. The Moonlight Shadow is just allowing them to walk away. They'll take the time to get the mid-racks instead, but the glyph is going to be forced. And they don't have Wukong's command now. Do they want to keep this up? You've got a full Heart of Tarrasque on Dolphin. Counter smoke is there from LBZS. Jump in again from Molasses onto the Necrophos. But there's your Gobbler. Helios going to make sure they come back. He kicks him right back in. Dolphin is going to have to force the fight now. They've got Mar Blue down. Kiss is in. He's going to be trying to run away here on the BKB, and he's going to be all right. Back into the mid-racks they go. There's 1 down without Fiver.
It's working.
I mean, it's working.
He's still going.
Scythe of Vice. Locks down the Necrophos for a moment. That'll be a secondary Rax, it seems. Keep in mind, all Raxes are exposed here. No outer towers left on the map. At least for Meteor Gaming. They are all currently literally just standing in the fountain. Is it going to be a hook shot into like a toss back or something from Meteor? I think that's what they're trying, is hoping that there's going to be a fountain dive happening. Blessing, not going to find a toss back. Eventually will. Hex is out onto the Necrophos, but there's a 4-staff away. Dolphin's fine for now. Pre-volley out. They're onto the snap fire this time, and they'll find Helios. Problem is their top racks is being taken down while we speak. They're about to get Mega Creep. And now they are Mega Creep.
Yeah, I don't know if they can stop this. We have to see some big toss backs from Blessing. And it doesn't feel like LBZS is giving them any angles. They're just fully committed now to ending this game.
Yeah. Well, BZS. One tier 4 tower gone. They'll go for a second. Moonlight Shadow, they're still in the fountain waiting.
Divine
There
Rapier.
goes your secondary tier 4. Divine Rapier up now, and they're going to try and burst down the Monkey King. He's still okay now, just barely surviving, but Molasses, he finally gets it. Oh no, he didn't! The Gobble Up play! The Monkey King's alive! Dolphin is just standing his ground. Look at this, the kiss is out! Oh boy, he's trying to run, but the kisses are reaching him. He'll 4-staff away. The chase is still going. Dolphin's trying to get within range. He won't get there in time. Gleipnir back out onto the Necrophos. Dolphin will get the Death Seeker once again, though he's going to be fine. He will take him down. So Mega creeps up. Ancient basically exposed. Now will be. But they are defending.
What is this game?
And meanwhile, this Primal Beast bought both the tombs, John.
Yeah, why not? He wants to hit level 25. Let him be, Mike. Let him be.
No.
No, 25?
No.
25? Haven't you done this as a core? It's like, I need my 25. My books. And the one thing is, why are there 2 books that were not thought out? That's the bigger concern, rather than one guy buying both. Why were there 2? Not quite efficient there from LBZS, but you know, it's been action-packed, Mike. They haven't had a moment's rest in a while. It's been whatever this is. This is definitely one of the games for the books, Mike.
Yeah.
One of the games of Dota 2, for sure, right now. He has Divine up here.
Oh, he got the tree.
Stun? What?
He got the right tree. Still the Gobble Up again. Helios. Helios will save. They're going to survive. Helios will not, but at least they got the MK out. In comes our Primal Beast once again. Mind you, they're kind of alone right now, but they're slowly grouping up as Fonte going to jump in onto Molasses. Holds him down and the rock throws up now. They'll catch the
Fonte.
Centaur.
It's 12-0-12, like, Jesus.
Here we go.
Perfect scoreline.
It certainly is, John. There's nothing perfect
What's
about this
happening?
game, though, let me tell you. This is a BKB
what?
pop now by TZY.
What? He's just making sure that Gogwa doesn't have any eyes in the forest for the enemy team to use against, you know? Maybe those eyes in the forest are working for him, you know? Just clear out the trees.
Yeah, very important. TZY will jump in. Aeon just going to save. Pre-volley is there. TZY trying for the onslaught, but a nice avalanche toss, but now the overgrowth. It's caught 3 of them. They're going to group up right into the Wukong's command. Who's trying to fight? He gets 4-staffed away, but the Reaper scythe is there. Divine on the deck.
Oh,
They fought back, but now you've got no Divine. What now? Pre-volley. That's the answer. Just tree volley everyone. Jump in. Boundless strike. Removes half the HP pool. TZ just wants to get back into the fountain. Marbleu, they'll pop the Stampede to get there. They're onto Dolphin on this Necrophos. They're still going to jump in with the Molasses. Hookshot to back him up, but the Ancient is just going down way too quickly. That'll be game 1 over. LBCS, 47 minutes in, they'll take it. GG is called. I don't know what else to say about that game, John, because it was a very messy affair between these two.
Yeah, it was a lot of back and forth from early on. I have no words for what we saw. It was I actually thought both teams would be pretty clean, but they played really in your face Dota, almost unorganized looking. There were some good moves coming out, yet yes, in the end Fonte was farming up. You were also farming up, so a lot of those aggressive plays did make sense, but it was just a lot messier than I expected from either of them.
God damn it, Jonathan, let our panel come in. Of course, we do have Nomad and Lizard here to try and explain to us what the hell just happened in this game number 1. Boys, what the hell just happened?
This is my zone. This is my element, you know, down in the trenches. This is my gravy. So you know what, Liz, you're the host for this segment. Take it away, Liz. Come on.
All right, thank you very much, MLP and John Xfire. Welcome back to the panel, everyone. Nomad, you're very well versed in these trench-like gameplays. What happened here? Please, take it away. Explain it.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen every single one of these players in my games before. You know, they're all living up to the stereotype. Treant, he's the guy with open mic on the entire game. There's like a washing machine and a family of 11 in the background just making so much noise that no one can hear what's going on. Snapfire's a tryhard trying to just hold everyone together and actually play the game. Prophet's just screaming, I got a rapier, go, 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 go. Yeah, we've all seen them. We've all played with them. They're living up to the stereotypes beautifully here. I mean, that was such a good game. It's so silly.
Yeah, so, okay, you please let me redirect the conversation. Nomad, you've had your time. Let's hear a little bit about. Let's hear a little bit from our other analysts. Like there was some analyst during the draft. He was trying to sound smart, and he said this necro pick looked really nice. Do you agree, MLP John, or was the analyst just full of shit, pretty much?
I think the Necrophorus made sense theoretically. In practice, look at this. Dolphin, he guns for the Mirana in this one fight. I am fairly certain it was this. Yeah, look at that. He had a sight opportunity on a tanky target. Nope. Mirana goes. He had a point to prove. You know, it's like, it did. Again, the Necrophorus makes sense, but the way LBZS played, it still worked, but in a very different way that I don't think any of us expected.
And do you think there's something that Meteor could have changed for this game to work for them? Like, should they have bought that rapier earlier or something like that? What was the main issue, guys?
The main issue was that the Divine was on, not on Blessing. If Blessing had Divine with Tree Volley, that might have been a different game, I'm telling you.
I see. Nomad, how many times do you usually see these rapiers in your trenches even? Like, are they very often or...
Yeah, more than I'd like to publicly admit. It's a disturbing regularity and not always coming from me either. So, yeah.
I see. Well, thank you very much. As you can see on the screen, we have the results of the game. Fonty, 12-0-13, died absolutely 0 times. How does he do it? Is this such an easy monkey game or what? What's this all about?
Well, is he our MVP, Lizard?
Well, he obviously is our MVP if you don't die a single time in a game such as this one. But how did he do it? What allowed him to become this MVP, guys?
Well,
he was backed up by his team. Right? Like, they bought him so much space. They saved him. Like, Helios was literally watching him just to get Gobble Up placed to ensure he would not die. And he would actually spit Fonty out. That's the difference. Helios would spit Dolphin in. So he would actually just literally save the monkey and toss the Necrophorus out in front. Like, I don't care about you, but you, Fonty, you've got to not die.
We all have our favorites. John, shut up. MLP, you're my favorite, please. What would you do? Like, if you had the 3 of us, like, next to you, okay, the 2 of us. John is obviously, like, your good friend. If you had Nomad and me next to you, which one of us would you gobble up and spit out into the enemy sideline lines, and which one would you save? Be honest.
It'd be an absolute pleasure gobbling up either of you, just so you guys are aware. Lizard, obviously you're a tank, so I'd have to spit you in. You're a big Giga Chad. We have to save Nomad, you know. Gotta save him, get him out of there. But I trust in you, Lizard, to get in there and do what needs to be done.
So you would toss me in trouble. I see. Yeah. It's
I need
it's all
protecting.
right.
I like that. I'm a delicate flower. Thank you.
And before we throw it to the break, everyone, after this amazing panel, I'm gonna throw it back to the real host, who's right there.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, indeed. Well, I guess I was gonna do it, but I mean, you've done it. You did it. We've gone through everything we need to go through, which means all that's left to do is throw it to a break. So we'll catch you on the other side for game number 2 of this absolutely insane series between LBZS and Meteor Gaming. See you in a bit. Welcome back to the China DPC Division 2 as we are into game number 2 of series number 2 of the day. Not 2, it's day number 4, I believe here. But we have had a hell of a first game between LBZS and Meteor. What do you think the teams need to do now? Is it time to like calm down? You know what John? What's your relaxation technique if you're feeling a bit overexcited about something?
I don't think I do. I think Mike knows this because we're in person. I don't have a relaxation technique. I just stay there, which is really
He
bad.
seems very
so
relaxed.
I hope they reset.
He's not.
Like John always
No
seems
way.
very relaxed,
He's not.
from my perspective
yeah.
at least.
He's a very, very angry
I keep the
man.
facade
This-
up.
You have no idea.
All right. Well, what about you, Mike? You are actually actually I know what you do. You just go and smoke. That's your relaxation technique. I already know the answer. And that's why I'm so relaxed all the time. What about you, Liz? Let's find out. No, I know what you do as well. You go to the gym. You're all so readable. You're all such caricatures of yourselves.
Well,
Wow.
what can I do? Like Nomad. What do you do, Mr. Nomad, Mr. Unreadable, Mr. Untransparent boy?
I go stroke my cat. That's what I do. That's the ultimate.
Yeah, you stroke it
relaxation.
all right. I would have guessed that as well.
Yeah, no, my cat's very fluffy as well.
Yeah.
He's a friendly guy. He's very amicable. So always a
What's
good
the name
one to
of the cat?
unwind. His full title is Sir Wilfred Whiskerson, and he's a lovely
of
gentleman.
course.
Yep,
Of course.
nice tuxedo cat. He's the best. And I will post pictures of him on all my socials. So
So follow
shameless,
Nomad.
shameless. But yeah, game number 2. Are we expecting these teams to try and calm things down, or are we expecting Meteor to still be like full Divide, trying to play the way they've liked to play the previous series as well, John?
I think they maintain it. I think they had the right idea, just not the right targets they were going for. They weren't jumping Fonty. They allowed the Monkey King to farm up. So if they just shift targets a little bit, then the playstyle should still work out.
My question is, are they able to switch up the playstyle? That's the question.
And who are you asking it to?
Well, it's hypothetical. You don't have to
Oh.
answer it, Nomad. God damn it.
Oh, I see. To the viewer. Well, let's find out with this draft then, shall we?
I think.
Jesus.
I think the thing is with Meteor Gaming, like if they don't get this like quick-paced rack kind of draft, like this Prophet plus Beastmaster plus Leshrac or DP, I don't think. I don't know. They look pretty rough, right? Like I don't mean to be harsh, but if LBZS just played as a team the whole time, I feel like Meteor Gaming would have had zero chance of winning that game.
Dire team
It's like after the laning stage, like how many team fights did these guys win? Like Meteor Gaming, they won quite a few team fights, and they were still always 6k behind, like consistently.
Yeah.
dire team
Like
So-
8 minutes in, they were 3k behind. That's
Yeah.
a lot. Like just coming off of a laning stage that didn't even finish, you're already 3,000 gold behind. That's boots on every single hero.
That's
Like,
flossing.
yeah, it is.
He might be.
That's a new
That's
one.
his relaxation. There you go.
There you go. That's how he unwinds. We figured it out.
I mean, it's a healthy thing to do. So you gotta take care of your teeth,
back.
Yeah, you're
brush
right.
your teeth, floss people. Like that's the moral of the story today.
Next panel, we'll all be there with our flossing wires. Anyway, all right. Openings. Meteor. They do get their Death Prophet, so this is one of their pushy go heroes, which they like to play around a lot. They're going to combo it up with a Tusk. Lots of flexibility here, so I like this opening from them. LBZS, they go for Rubicon. They go for the SF, which has been a little bit cursed in this region, has to be said, but maybe this makes it work. I mean, is there any particular matchups here which you're looking at, Lizard?
Any particular matchups when it comes to like lanes or when it comes to players? Because when I look at lanes, you picked on Meteor, you picked DP already, and this could be DP Tusk into SF +1, and it can go both ways. Like SF can really dish out a lot of hurt on the DP and Tusk if he's comboed with a good hero, something like a Clockwork that was picked in the last game. Any melee brawler, and you can actually win that lane. But Meteor can also decide to swap things up, pick something that can get on top of SF and put DP mid. SF falls into that category of glass cannon right clickers from distance, like, especially if he's on the safe lane, right? So Meteor could copycat the Primal Beast and put DP mid, but it's dangerous because then LBZS could also put SF mid. Like, we'll see. Like, Overall, I like both of the openings. It's nothing spectacular. Wait, the draw was banned out in the second stage, right? So
Yeah.
it's interesting that they value SF more than the draw.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But they do get their Clockwork to go with it, though. So already looking like a pretty good safe lane. Nice support duo of Rubik and Clockwork as well. Support's definitely feeling like the most kind of... I feel like the support hero pool is actually probably the shallowest. We've seen some people try to experiment with like a bit of Warlock and things like that, but overall it's kind of just like these 3 heroes plus Snapfire plus we have the occasional Disruptor coming out as well. It's not super deep.
Yeah, like you occasionally get your Maranas out as well, but you mentioned a Warlock. It just takes me back to how bad that hero is. Good.
Yeah.
It's good we don't see more of it because it looked really bad last time. Going back to this draft though, for LBZS, I mean, it's a Clockwork as Lizard called out. They could just run SF safe with Clock, run it down, see if Meteor adjusts. Meteor keeping it really open as well with the Tusk Flex and DP Flex. And this is slowing down LBZS just a bit. And I am curious what they give Dolphin on LBZS. Like, they gave him Necropose last time mid. And, you know, he didn't do as much. I mean, he was copying all the attention, but it didn't feel like that kind of playmaking hero for Dolphin to kind of dance around there. So I'm keen to see if they do give him something. Because with a support duo, they can get stuff done, but they need at least one active core, and that feels like it should be the mid or off.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I want to kind of intervene here because I feel like, I mean, the way Dolphin played that game, this is where I was going back to them playing as 5, because I feel like Dolphin was always just real deep, very confident, and just getting caught out. Like, I don't know if it's a support problem. I feel like he was playing too confidently. Yes.
Think about it. His name is Dolphin. What the Dolphins do? They dive, Mike. So
they do dive. That is very true. This is very deep analysis.
Yep.
There's a Marcy coming out.
God.
Thank
Look
you
at
for
Dolphin.
this,
He's
Nomad.
very upset about it.
Well, I mean, the combo is nice. You sidekick your SF. That's pretty solid, right? And you've got this mobility from Clockwork and Marcy jumping in. We've seen Marcy's, once you hit that BKB timing, you're just kind of unstoppable.
Yep.
Love the response, though. I mean, you don't have a good way of melting through refraction outside of just unleashing on her here, so you have some leeway here in the TA at least.
Hear me out. What if we chose Viper mid against TA?
Why do you keep saying this, Mike? What's wrong with you today?
I mean, look, think
What's
about
wrong
it
with
though.
you?
It's TA.
He had the
Viper.
dream. Viper was in it.
What's wrong with you? Oh,
Is
God.
it? Am I wrong?
why?
You're not wrong, but it feels wrong that you're saying Viper, is what I'm saying. It's like, you of all people
are
saying,
you?
hey, pick a Viper. Hey, why not pick a Razor here, Mike? You know, Razor versus TA, that's also spicy.
Are you guys hyped about the Marcy on offlane finally going through? Like, this hero was banned in every single game so far in the first stage.
Yeah, I love this
I
pick.
mean, I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
Like, BKB timing, again, it's going to feel really good.
10 seconds
I'm wondering if they do want to run that up against a potential safe lane TA. So,
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, they have no choice now. And unless they do something weird like, say, mid-SF safe lane Marcy, which is super clunky, so they're just kind of locked in. And that does give Meteor a chance to adapt just a little bit more, at least.
Yeah, the TA tree lane does sound really, really scary. So maybe that's how they're going to beat the Marcy, just by absolutely outrolling it in the safe lane. But yeah, one thing I mean, we mentioned the sidekick with the SF. One thing we didn't mention though was the rebound, which I think is really important to mention when you have these carry heroes or mid heroes, which don't have a ton of mobility. It's really, really nice to give them that extra bit of movement speed inside of the team fights just to help them stick on heroes and get the kills. And that's a really nice way you can do that on Marcy. So it's a little
5
secondary
seconds remaining.
Buffing tool. Just why the heroes so good. Final pick now for LBZS. Looking like they need a mid laner. Oh, Mike, I'm so sorry. They banned the Viper. You won't get to see it. No high
what I'm
Viper
saying,
strikes for
boys.
you.
You get the co-op.
Oh, boring Quap hero. When it could be an exciting Viper, that's a shame.
Some of the heroes that went through all the way to the last round are ridiculous. Like the Bat Rider banned out in the last phase.
10 seconds remaining.
Ember as well, like usually very contested, and then a Quap gets picked up instantly, a Puck answer. I actually like Meteor Gaming's draft quite a bit. I think it's maybe even better now. I'm just not sure about TZY's Marcy, because this hero just can go ham in some games, just wins alone from the offlane. Just you get this secondary carry pretty much, or the first carry. Whoever's on the safe lane is actually just a distraction. But yeah, they have Puck TA. TA is also one of those heroes that OG ran. Like some teams figured out that grabbing TA into glass cannons is also really good because she's fast-paced. You take Crusher early. You have DP to help you with that this time around, and then you get this blink. You jump on top of enemy carries that are glass cannons and you eliminate them. I don't know. I feel that LBCS is probably the better team. Like they play a bit cleaner, just a tiny little bit, if you can call anything clean in this series. But I like what Meteor have drafted for themselves this time around.
Okay, dokie. Yeah, I mean, I was actually just looking at the Batrider because I swear we see it banned all the time, and I was right. 17 bans, guys, 0 picks. So we haven't had a single Batrider in Div 2 yet, which is crazy. But yeah, no, going off what you said, I actually kind of. I don't know. I like the Marcy, but I just don't think it lanes, and I think that might prove an issue for them. A TA just getting out of control can absolutely stomp this game. So, yeah, I think I'm going to put my trust in Meteor for this one. I think this might be theirs, but let's find out. MLP, John X Fire, take it away for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Nomad. We will get into game number 2. Jonathan, you heard the panel. They're siding with Meteor Gaming. I think they need to get their eyes checked after this series, Jonathan. I mean, LBZS, clearly the better team going into this. What are you thinking?
I don't know
Say
what
it,
to
John.
think, Mike. That game one just fuels me. That game one still leaves me a little bedazzled. I do think LBCS is the better team, and I don't know, like this Marcy, if it does go off to a running start, they are queuing Armlet first, which I don't mind if you have a really strong lane. If you're that confident in your start, you get that Armlet BKB timing. It feels like you don't have a solution. Like you really don't have hard lockdown for it outside of committing the overgrowth from TZ, which can be a nuisance, but you can also just melt the tree in first when you jump in with a rebound, clearing out the tree line as well.
Yep.
And there's a lot of counterplay for LBZS there. And for Meteor, with this kind of draft, we have to see that tempo for Meteor, right? Like you've got TA, you've got
30
DP,
seconds.
you've got Roche timing, Lizard pointed out, you have this really strong push, you've got great D push as well, great defense coming out with the tree and the living armor to stave off any advance that LBZS wants. So we have to see Meteor play from a position of strength and kind of just play like they're in charge. If they can do that, past the 10-minute mark into 15, when their power spikes are lining up, then they have a much better time in this game here.
Well, let's see how this one breaks up, John. I mean, bot rune spot, maybe a bit of
Battle begins.
trading to happen. Helios, don't go down the staircase, sir. Not very safe. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade, so a very even start between these two teams. I do also have the question. I know we were all wondering this as to how this offlane Marcy is going to go, because it is one of those heroes that can pop off, but it is also one of those heroes that more than likely won't pop off. And we've seen it more so than we haven't, John, that this offlane Marcy doesn't work. Do you think it works out this game?
In this matchup, up against a TA, you have a window early on that you can play quite strong with. And I do like that you have a Rubik Enway to kind of just make this lane hellish for the TA either way. I think TZY can get off to that start. They can punish this TA quite well. As soon as they hit level 3, we have to see LBCS kind of take the aggression on their end. Just run around, try to find some kills, as we do have a bug.
Oh. What's the bug? I don't know what that means. Disconnection here from TZ. Hopefully the bug's just with him. Tips coming out here between Dolphin and Molasses. They're having a bit of fun with each other. Of course, it might explain why Molasses was not getting Reaper Scythe last game around here by Dolphin. Maybe a bit of a friendly situation going on between these two, as reconnection is here from TZ. Looks like the bug's fixed. I don't know what the hell the bug was, but it's been resolved.
Always good to hear. Don't want to have to play around with bugs. I know that's your natural playground there, Mike, but not all of us are Australian.
They're not that bad, John. You get used to them. You have to. There's not really much of a choice.
What a
Blue.
shame. Still,
He's going to go for a pull away again, and we've seen this before. Blue this time around going to make sure Molasses gets the creep equilibrium to go his way, but the exact same thing happens across the map. Like, Fonte is doing the exact same thing on the SF. Meanwhile, topside, a bit of aggression breaking out, but nothing right home about, really. Very, very split up kind of fight here between these two teams. Telios now, he's going to get chased down and maybe take a bit of harassment from TZ, but again, not really enough to even threaten his life.
No. And there is some aggression that can come out with this combination of TA plus Treant. You get a meld strike off, and then the right clicks from Treant come in. It's a lot of damage onto these heroes, but whether or not you can get that range is another question. They're trying to be aggressive with rebound at least, but it's not the best way to trade. And again, once meld is on, yeah, you kind of cop way too much for that Treant to trade back here.
Absolutely.
Not fast
TZY certainly has to play this a little bit slower, at least for the early stages of this laning phase. Just watch out for those side blades. TZ in again, making TZY's life as hard as humanly possible. And that way it will remain. Bot lane, meanwhile, looks like they are trying to make a bit of a play onto Fonte. He's going to be alright. Shards were there, but not lasting long enough to really get the job done. So yet to find first blood across the map. Nobody really getting caught out yet. Everyone just freely farming for now. Pretty even game, I'd say so far.
Oh, down bot though.
Yeah, they've got the cogs out with the battery assault,
With
with
shards?
the razors to fly in. It's a lot of damage, but the shards are not going to help him out. Snowball will be there back towards the clockwork, but they still have the razors to throw, so Fonte able to secure first blood here on the SF. Oh, the shards was to try and knock him out of the cogs, but obviously doesn't really work out.
Yeah, it looks super awkward. I get the play behind that. It's just, well, if it doesn't pan out, it just looks really bad because you were trying to clear out the cogs here on Molasses. You might have been able to clear one out and walk out, but you got stuck. And it's that combination Lizard was talking about. You have something then for up front to group these heroes together. SF rips into you, does a lot of damage. You're more than happy here for Fonte. It's going to be able to farm pretty fast as well with this kill picked up, rushing into Titan builds. You are getting quite the lane out for him up top, though, although your chase is interrupted by a very angry Centaur at least. But this TA has not been slowing down. That is the one thing with the Marcy. Its laning presence just isn't amazing. It can survive, it can farm up, but lining up for the kills is a lot harder than it used to be.
That it is. Helios, would have loved that courier, but loses vision of it. Still blocking the small camp, making it very hard for TZ to set out the lane the way he wants it. It's very important for the Marcy to have some creeps to hit against the line of TA Train. Just not a very easy lane to try and contest as the off-lane Marcy. Bottom lane, cogs are out once again. Looks like they are going to try and make some form of a play. Snowball is there onto the clockwork, but it won't matter because you've got this SF to back you up. And the thing is with Shadow Fiend right now, like, these razors really hurt. And the slow you get from taking two of them, it's pretty ridiculous.
It is. It makes it so much easier to line up the rest of it, so much easier to get some extra right clicks with your orb blocks. And it feels really nice in this early trading phase of the game. So Fonte's just going to have himself a nice, fine time. Every time Guo is ready to go with the cogs, you always get a little bit scared here.
Snowball out again towards the creep wave this time around, but the cogs are there. Marbleu trying again with the shards, but it's not going to pan out for him. It's going to be Fonte again with a secondary kill this game. And she has all the kills in this game so far on the SF. And this bottom lane, it's kind of turned into a bit of a disaster, if you'd say, for Meteor Gaming.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
it's not the start they'd want, especially with the DP. But again, it's the SF pick coming back into play. It works that DP lane quite nicely. You've got the clockwork. You didn't have the flex left for Meteor to try to toss that hero elsewhere. And so you just kind of have to cop it. Just try to soak your EXP, hit that 6, try to group up around that. The one thing, though, is that Sun Wu Marbleu is stuck down bot. He's not able to rotate to the sides. He's not able to play with his puck as the level 6 starts to approach. And without those rotations, you have a pretty damn good lane coming out for Dolphin. Like, he's uncontested. He's got the level lead. And he's just farming to his heart's content, ready with that Sonic Wave if an opportunity arises.
Absolutely. That's the thing with the co-op right now as well. Like, it's been a very kind of a depressing hero in the current patch, but if you could just keep hitting creeps and farming and get to that massive level advantage, it is still a very useful hero. Still has plenty of burst available, but just needs a bit more time, I'd argue, than other mid laners right now, that's for sure. Still, 1k advantage the way of LBZS. Seems like at least the mid and bottom lane have gone their way. Top lane's a bit of a wash, because you are against TA Treant. This TA is farming very effectively, 38 and 8 right now as TZY. Again, can't really do much about it. Really can't get through those refraction charges by himself. Bottom, Fonte, he's a pretty kill to try and secure. Problem is, he could just turn right back around and Blue now. He is the one in danger. Third kill to go the way of the SF. Molasses being caught out as well. Looks like he is set to fall. And Blessing with the rotation will be able to do nothing. Because he is all alone against 3 heroes.
It's massive commitment from our Puck. Like, he shows up, he's got the coil, but his heroes are all dead. He has nothing to play with. Great movement out from Helios to just TP down and play in a lane where he can be useful, because he knows up top there's not much TZY and he can duo together. So they just leave it alone. Fonte is still sticking around fairly low, and they have a forward ward. They know the SF is still hanging around this area. They are still clumped up together, but that is spotted by the creep wave. So Fonte has time to back off, but again, still under vision. They can get a good roll angle. They might be able to find a nice pick-off, but their distance is just too far. Go is just cutting them off really nicely. And that's such a free mid for Dolphin. Like, he's shoving in that mid-tier 1. Blessing has to walk back there. He's gotten quite a fair bit of farm, rushing into the Kaya. He just has all the control from his Quap on mid.
Dolphin screaming onto Blessing. Not gonna mean too much. So top 2 net worths on the board is the SF and the Queen of Pain.
Ooh.
What happened, John?
That Sonic Wave. That Sonic Wave was a bit of a whiff. Good juking around by Blessing. So Dolphin doesn't quite get the best use of that 110-second cooldown spell early on. But that is still shoving Blessing away. Like, yeah, you don't find a kill. You might actually be happier with just having this Puck lick its wounds and go back, because you have so much more time to just keep that farm game going, just keep constantly applying that pressure, forcing the Puck to respond onto the mid, preventing the Puck from getting a side lane rotation, and just playing this long con game. We talked about what Meteor has to do. They have to get aggressive at some point, and it doesn't feel like that timing's tying in with how slow the lane went for Molasses.
I'd agree with you on that. Well, even though TZY's lane's gone bad, he's got the armlet up already on the Marcy, by the way. Mind you, he does skip out on the phase boots, so does go for a Midas rush, the armlet rush. Dream Call down a bot lane's going to catch the SF, so they might finally be able to find Fonte, and it seems like they'll throw everything but the kitchen sink, eventually finding him. But what's it going to cost them? Blue, he's going to be able to get away, but TZY is here with the Unleashing up and available. It's like Molasses is going to drop. Blessing going to try to run. TZY, it's like he won't be able to chase too much further himself on the Marcy. Still a pretty positive trade the way of Meteor game.
They find the big kill they need, slowing down that SF, and they finally get a successful rotation out, giving some space out for as well to keep that build up on the TA, number 1 in net worth. So the map state is looking a lot better for Meteor here, despite the kills coming out from LBZS. But it's not like the worst thing in the world for LBZS either. Like, you still have this SF, which does feel like it has a bit of an earlier spike in comparison to TA. Like, TA with Deso is nice, but it's not fully protected. It's not going to be fully willing to commit into these engagements. And you're going to have to just want to try to play with that into push, into a team fight without her, or just her streaming in at the end, taking a successful team fight into Roche. That's going to be the timing that we have to see from Meteor with this Desolator kind of lining itself up here from
Still 3-2. Highest net worth on the board now being the TA, so M's doing a fantastic job at the moment of just farming as best as he possibly can. Deep ward's down here. Now a clockwork, but he's only just going to hang around and soak some XP. Use that rocket flare to a bit of damage off, maybe still a few creeps. All the eggs in the TA basket at the moment here for the side of Meteor Gaming, and you're still going to be very worried about Fonte because he's still farming extremely fast himself on the SF. And you kind of pointed this out already, but Dolphin hasn't really gotten involved at all. So, I mean, you could kind of argue the same about his Necrophos last game, but this is a Queen of Pain. So once it does get involved, you'd have to argue the impact's going to be a lot higher as bottom. Easy White, going to juke out the shards. And looks like he is perfectly fine to just run his way up.
Yeah. He does not have Unleash, having had to pop it to threaten there. And a bit of a smoke opportunity coming out for Meteor. This is sneaky. Dolphin.
Gonna get caught by the Dream Coil. Snowball will be there as well. He does break the coil immediately, but the silence is going to be there to hold him down, and they'll have the damage. Nice little play there from Meteor Gaming, and a bit of a shame for Dolphin just farming in that position when they did show bottom. I mean, sometimes you just assume they're not going to make their way through the jungler's top lane. TZ maybe not assuming they'd be there either. Does get taken out, but Meteor now know they can go after that mid-tier 1 tower.
They've got the damage, they've got the Exo, they've got showing up early here as well. So there's that aggression we were looking for. Play for the objectives, apply that map pressure, and try to shut it out early. Get into that Deso timing for and play into the Roach. And they're lining up quite nicely on it for Meteor, but aside of LBZS, despite these losses, they still maintain a bit of a lead. Fonte has to watch himself just a bit, but they're not able to really commit on top with TZ. You should still eventually find that tier 1 to trade at the least.
Eventually. TZ's going to try and make this hard as humanly possible.
Dire's top tower is under
He'll eventually go down as well, do the exact same thing down at bot lane, right? Like, they're setting up to try and go after this tier 1 tower. Thing is, you don't have the exorcism now, so you can't really do it. Meteor, they're just going to stick around that bottom lane for now and just wait it out just a little bit. It's a very slow game compared to last game. 2k advantage the way of LBZS, but both teams seem more than happy just hitting creeps. Neither one really wanting the huge team fight that we're looking for. Though, again, the farming game, it does seem like it's favoring LBZS.
In a way it is, but you have to remember the mid-game timing for Meteor is pretty big as well. Like just that TA Deso timing is something that they should be concerned about because they haven't touched at all. Like he's 0-0-0, just no action onto that TA. They're hunting for TZY.
That they are, but a nice rebound away is going to make sure TZY does not get caught. This kind of attempt at his life just not going to pan out, and this is a rotation from Blessing that's just meaning nothing so far. They're going to try again, it seems. Helios would have been spotted there for a moment by Mar Blue, but
Dire's top
that's not the
tower
target
is
they're
under
here for.
attack.
You don't want to come all the way here just for a Rubik kill. They're going to try for Dolphin again on the Queen of Pain, who's still farming in a relatively similar position as last time. But I suppose without the DP to follow up, you're probably not going to have enough damage. So Dolphin, he's going to be just fine.
Backs off in the nick of time. And Blessing does manage to get some rune control. Regen on the bottle, at least. I mean, look at the movement of LBZS, though. Look at them invade that bot jungle. And they managed to find Molasses there as well.
Yeah, TZY, he's going to get jumped, but he might just turn here. He's got the sidekick up, so he can heal up all the way, and Mar Blue is just dead. Blessing, gonna orb away. He's alright. But that's the thing with Marcy. Like, call Marcy, if you can't burst her down, she will always turn and be full HP again.
Yeah, she can just hit back so hard. Just with the armlet, it's so hard to find that burst window to kind of deal with her. And again, just look at the difference in movement. All of Meteor Gaming are having to show down bot. They're forced to kind of clump up together, whereas LBZS, they were playing with 2 heroes up top all. They're just farming up on Fonte, being efficient. They're going to try again on TZY. They know Unleash is down at least.
TZY makes an aggressive jump in. Overgrowth will be forced out. Somehow he is still surviving, but eventually will drop as they weren't there in time to really help him out. But now the Requiem is going to buy them a bit more time to try and get this fight going their way. Problem is Molasses is just completely surviving throughout all of this. And now, well, they've caught Fonte on the SF. That's the big target. A nice Sonic Wave, but it should not be enough. Fonte still running. Still could try and turn with the Mask of Madness. Somehow still alive, but eventually will fall. And that's just an unfortunate team fight to say the least. Well, again, TZY just a rather aggressive jump in, not really working out.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah,
is
they tried. And was a jump in without the Unleash, so maybe just a little bit too confident. And we're not really feeling the big impact of the QoP just yet. I mean, Dolphin's not really able to burst in. He's coming into these fights a little bit later. Massive kills coming out for Meteor. That's their timing around Desolator as well. So they get the kill, they get the objective. If they find one more team fight and get Exo free, they can just go for Roche. It's not going to take too long for that objective to just absolutely melt. And for LBZS, it doesn't feel like they have a clean angle to contest that fight. Unless you get a massive hook shot out from Guo Guo and Dolphin in the right position for the Sonic Waves, it's a little bit difficult at this point in the game.
I wonder at what stage, like, Dolphin starts moving with the team and, like, really starting to kill people, because for now it seems like he's just going to go on towards the BKB, which is absolutely fair enough, but... Well, actually, that might just be the timing of all the heroes in LBZS. BKB, maybe that's around the time you need to start running at people. It has provided plenty of time for on this TA to be a real nuisance now. And dish out the damage with that Deso going right into the Blink, but he's not going to own his own BKB, which I suppose is the main issue. As his TA is, you don't have that really big defense in the BKB available. He's just gone full kind of damage/kill build. And so once the BKBs are up on, say, TZY, and of course Dolphin, I think you are going to probably run into some trouble. Molasses. Bottom lane, you'll get jumped. Dispose is there. So much damage with the Unleash. There will buy a little bit of time for Molasses, but surely not enough, as the chase is still going. Dolphin will finish him off with the Sonic Wave, and now Marblue, he tries for a TP. The rebound was immediately on. 2 down.
Pickoffs that they really need here in LBZS to accelerate these BKB timings and finally see some successful activity out from Dolphin as well. So they get some good punishment. They're kind of cutting off the side of Meteor from playing together with his TA timing. I'm surprised that Meteor haven't opted to just stick together, look for a pickoff, and go for Roche.
They've got the puck right now. Oh, hook shots off the mark though. Now Blessing, he's just going to turn, although that's a lot of damage coming out from our Clockwork. Overgrowth's going to be forced out just for the +5. They're going to chase Dolphin a little bit. They've got one silence off, but that's about all they can afford to have. Bit unfortunate there for the puck, Johnny. He was trying to make a jump in for the haste rune, but got Clogs pushed back twice in a row.
They get the kill, and now they can go for that group up onto Roche. So Exo pop, Deso ready. Roshan melts super fast. And without the Sonic Wave, Dolphin's not going to be willing to jump in even with BKB. So first Aegis goes the way of Meteor to pick it up. And they get themselves the objectives they need at the timing they need. You are still concerned about these BKB timings, though. That's just going to remove most of your control out from the Dream Coil. You're going to have to rely on TZ to find this angle with the Overgrowth. And even then, it might not be enough if LBZS is patient and smart with their item usage here in these fights.
Yeah. See what Meteor do. Still plenty of farming coming here onto but looks like he wants a Hurricane Pike now on the TA. To be fair, like, Fonte's still only 1k behind, but his impact hasn't been felt so far on the SF, apart from that laning stage. This bottom lane, LBZS, they do rotate with the smoke. Blessing's going to be the target if they can find him. Helios going to wrap right around. Blessing, maybe not realizing, as Dolphin going to reveal himself down at that bot lane. Blessing knows now there is a smoke coming his way, so he will orb towards the north. It's going to be just fine to be able to get away from this, it seems. See why. He'll stick around here on the Mastery, but so no, the puck is currently waiting in that tree line. The jump in will be there. Snowball to hold him down, but the Glimmer Cape is going to buy a little bit of time for the Unleash to come out, and Marblue may just get deleted, though not quite yet. Still the run is on. TZY trying to keep up, but can't get there. The range is too short. Blessing, he'll go for another chase onto Helios. This should be a Rubik kill. Glimmer Cape about to wear off, and they'll have the vision. Helios, nice little waning rift into the tree line, but it's not going to make the difference. He is dead.
Get some big pickoffs and get the punishment they want. Starting to get that aggression lined up with the movements coming out from still have a good amount of time in the Aegis too. And they can line up for that bot tier too. Exo's about to go off for Molasses. They can make that connection and go for the objective play. The side of LBZS, and they're still taking their time. They have the BKBs up on 2 of their cores. They could make plays, but they're not really clumping around that.
Bottom T2 tower under siege. TZY just going to move in onto TZ, but doesn't have the damage up with the bursting down. So now the turnaround is there. Overgrowth will only hold one down. Hook shots off the mark. It's another mess of a team fight. Blue, he'll be the one left behind. TZY, he misses the rebound, getting trapped in his own cogs. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 in the end. Aegis still standing on him. And they already got the T2 tower. So instead, Dolphin's going to be spotted out on the Quap. He'll blink away. Fonte will do the exact same just with the Glimmer Cape. Just walk out of there. And I'll tell you what, John, this Quap's impact is non-existent at the moment, is it? Like, it feels like nothing's happening.
Yeah, it's really not doing much right now. Like, they haven't been lining up for the burst plays. We've seen maybe one kill on Molasses with the Sonic Wave. Outside of that, saw him try to shove them away with a Sonic Wave as well to save Fonte. And that's it. Like, we've not seen them play aggressive around this early timing. The side of Meteor are the ones in control, and again, they understand what the Strat has to do. They have to keep running it.
He's going to jump in on the TA. He's all alone right now. His team are trying to get there in time, and it looks like they will. Dream Coil was there. They found Dolphin. They found Helios as well. Suppose he had the Aegis just in case. They'll even find the Clockwork. Is just ripping them apart. TZY, he's trying to chase on his own. He'll go for a TP attempt out and we'll make it. Snowball won't get there in time. And so just so confident for the TA to make a jump in like that, but there's just no punish.
Yeah, they're playing pretty fragmented on the side of LBZS. They're not going for a grouped up movement. They're not playing around these power spikes of the BKB. And now you have a carry from Meteor that just comes online so quick. They just take these objectives so fast. They've got a lot of saves now, especially with the Blink on Sanwoo. So you can just jump in, get that snowball going to bail someone out. For LBZS, now they're grouping up. They're going for that smoke play. Aegis still only has 30 seconds left. So if they can time this right, they could get a massive kill on But they need to make their way across the map, and you don't have the best vision in the world right now outside of the flares.
They're still going to wrap around a very long way, but like you said, John, no vision. Only the rocket flares available, and that kind of reveals your position anyway. Use the jetpack, try to get a bit of added vision here on the Clockwork. Problem is, it seems like Meteor Gaming are well aware this is happening. They group up in the mid lane. They'll smoke up themselves. Aegis has now expired, but it's not like M's been afraid of his life the whole game. He's still 5-0-2 and hasn't really been even close to killing off the TA so far, as they are going to find the Clockwork. Jetpack is available. He'll try to get to the high ground, but is going to drop. At the very least, he does tank the gank for the rest of the team. As long as everyone else does get out. And for now, Dolphin is still up at that top lane. But he should be okay. He does have a TP available.
Yeah, should be able to bail out. Maybe get a couple of creep cuts here and there before busting out. The side of Meteor have managed to drag that network lead their way now. They've managed to stall out for so long that both Blessing and Molasses have equalized with Dolphin and TZY. And Fonte is starting to drop a little bit more in comparison to... TA is just such a fast farmer. SF is too, but TA is on a different level with those side blades and with the Desolator. Find a free tier 1 for themselves here on Meteor's end. Dolphin's still looking for a creep cut. Still just trying to mitigate that push up top. That should stall out progress to anything else at the least.
Just a little bit. Still less than 1k net worth lead, sitting in the way of LBZS. Top of the net worth board is who's working towards the Daedalus now, and once that Daedalus is up, naturally people are just going to get annihilated as Dolphin eventually does decide to TP away and does make it out in time. It's 25 minutes in. 11-14. Things still looking very, very good for Meteor Gaming, but now you've got a Shadow Blade up on Fonte, so perhaps he has an easier time trying to set up for his team. Mind you, there is a gem available on Blessing, so it's not like it's going to be that easy. TZY. Mid lane. Up the side kick, but Blue is waiting on the side with the Blink Dagger up. They've got the full Daedalus now available as well. First to be taken. TZY will get jumped immediately. Needs a rebound target. In comes the Clockwork to allow that target. Dream Core will be committed onto the Rubik on the left side, so they do find Helios at the least. It's something for their trouble. In LBZS, they are still in a position where they just... It doesn't feel like they can actually fight back, even if they wanted to.
Yeah, they're just not able to bring the same kind of team fight that we have on Meteor. And all they'll do is just kind of play this farm war game. And Fonte's got the Shadow Blade up, going for that Silver Edge. And have a lot more right-click damage when that's ready, although...
Yeah, he's been caught out here on the SF. Balance will be there. He will try to just use the Shadow Blade to get out, but it's looking pretty rough for him. Requiem is going to be charged up. He'll find a 3-man Requiem into the TP play, and he's going to make it. Can't say the same for our Clockwork, though. He will try to run, but the Ghost will chase him down. So at least you get your SF out, but it's, again, so defensive. It's constant defensive plays being made here by LBZS.
Yeah.
It's just, when does it end? Like, I feel like it just goes back to this quad pickup. It's like, well, what does this mid laner actually do?
And to be fair, Dolphin didn't do much on the Necrophorus as well, right? Like he was just kind of standing forward, copying space. This time, he's not even doing that. So he's not even attracting attention to himself. And even if you did, you're a Quap this time. You're not a Necrophorus. It's not like you just drop one spell and you're good.
Dolphin, he's okay. The Walrus Punch wasn't there in time from Marbleu. Had it been there, I'm pretty sure.
Again? He is.
I think he's going to try.
This is what he did a while ago. Didn't he just stay here for like a good 5 minutes to cut creep waves?
Yeah.
Maybe
And
2.
I believe he only got like
unfair.
1.
Yeah, it's a 2 minute staying there. I mean, it's just so passive though. Like you've got Queen of Pain, you've got SF, you've got Clockwork, you've got Marcy. It feels like you should be taking fights. You should be running around. You've got your BKBs. You can counteract the Dream Coil before the level 25 talent comes up. And sure, you still have Overgrowth to worry about, but it's not like TZ's farm enough to have that Blink on top Overgrowth to kind of cut off your entire initiation. So you have some counterplay left, but LBZS are just playing so cautiously. And this favors Meteor just so much. Like this TA, I don't know if you really have an answer. Maybe Guo gets a good hook shot and isolates that TA from the rest of the fight, but court-core matchup against SF feels pretty alright for a TA. Maybe if you get a shard in Fonte, you can counterplay with a Fear. But we're not seeing any of that queued up, so you don't have any of those tools here available.
Another group up here from LBZS. I mean, obviously Roshan's going to be up now. Quick timing. Smoke up from LBZS. See, there's going to be a trap here from Meteor Game to scout the Roshan out. There's the jetpack once again. Marbleu will be spotted. Link away. Hookshot not coming out here onto Marbleu, so he's okay. You could make the argument that's not the target they wanted, but it was something. And now there's going to be a counter smoke. Meteor Gaming, if they win this team fight, Roshan is theirs. And it's theirs very quickly, might I add. Fonte's showing at the top lane on his own, but he's going to Shadow Blade back out of there. Lines being drawn into that Radiant Triangle for now. EZY is there to break the smoke. Doesn't get scouted out yet, so he's going to be alright, but Marbleu's going to make the jump in. Problem is there's going to be no punishment to it. He's just fine.
Yeah, at least you get Walrus Punch here for Helios,
Right.
so he has a range Walrus Punch. That's actually a really good piece of control to come out that pierces some of these BKBs. Helios is going to have a lot of impact if he uses that right. But it's another wasted smoke. Again, not the biggest deal in the world for Meteor. I mean, they're the ones that are more than happy to just stay and play a farming game. And for LBZS, they're also sitting back and trying to play a farming game. I don't know if it's in their favor. Working onto a Butterfly. Another smoke out from Meteor, though.
Worthy tribute.
They want to try for this Roshan. That's kind of the point here, right? And well, without at least finding the Clockwork, they can't make their way into the Roshan pit, but they might run into Fonte. Things are out. They know where the SF is, and he's just trapped up. He'll go for a 4-star away. Overgrowth is there. It's not going to land, but it doesn't matter. That's Fonte gone. He's got nothing like a BKB to try and protect him from these situations. Meanwhile, towards the south, they've even got the Clockwork. And now Roshan is just completely open.
Yep, nothing to stop it here. You could try for a steal on Dolphin, but he has no interest in being that side of the map. So second Roche going the way of Meteor as well. Free shard to come out here on top of that. Pretty good shard to give onto Molasses for the fear. Although, will take everything for himself. So he's got the increased trap count. He's got a bit of a silence coming up. And for LBZS, it feels like they missed their timing now.
TZY, very lucky to get out of that. He's going to be alright, nothing to cancel. Dolphin, he's going to blink away. Still sticking around very aggressively here is Dolphin. Does have the BKB at the least, so it looks like he was fine. One creep away from that level 18 mark, so perhaps that's why he stuck around. Meanwhile, Helios now is thinking about trying to get something done here at the bot lane. Does reveal himself in the tree line. We'll go for an immediate TP out. He's going to be alright. Dolphin is sticking around again on the core. We've seen this one before, just opposite side of the map.
Yep, he's going for the cuts. They have vision to watch him though, so...
They see him. He'll blink back into the tree line. This is against the treant, but he will not get punished for it. TZ cannot make it in time.
Yeah, and in all fairness, LBZS, I mean, they're trying to work this map well. It just feels like they're playing really scared. Hold on, TZY.
TZY going to be okay with the Glimmer Capers. Who's going to try and jump in, but there's your Aura's punch out from Helios. Unleash is there. They'll try to aim down the TA, but a very nice Cogs pushback. Or rather, it wasn't so nice. Kind of works against them. Still, they make the jump in on the TA. They've got at least the Aegis down, it seems. And with the Unleash still going for a little bit longer, they should be able to get the rest of it. Though it does wear off, but oh no, what a Requiem. Fonte setting up onto Molasses. Just trying. Overgrowth is there. They might be able to turn this one, but this SF is hitting so darn hard. Is still trying to get this one going. He gets the Hurricane Pike away. The chase is still on as well. Dolphin is okay, but can't say the same for TZY. Does get taken out. And Dolphin still trying to fight this one. Blessing is still chasing him down. Fonte gonna see the puck, but doesn't even want to bother trying. It looks so close to finding both lives of the TA that time around, John, but just wasn't close enough, apparently.
Not quite, but we are seeing Fonte really dish out some good damage now. Like, this SF can stand up against a TA if they are within range of each other. No, if you don't have that range advantage on the TA, if you don't have something to shove them away from you, the SF can hold its own. So that is some good news for LBZS. They've still got some power left in them. But as this game scales on, I just feel like you have so much more on Meteor to scale up with. Like, the level 25 for your puck's massive in comparison to your talent spikes on Quap. I mean, Blink cooldown's nice, Sonic Wave cooldown's nice, but it doesn't compare to BKB Piercing's Dream Coil. It just doesn't feel like it's going to be that big team fight. And we're seeing the answers anyway. You see the BKBs pop, you be patient with TZ, he has the Blink now, Overgrowth, and you don't have Chase on LBCS. So it's a lot tougher to execute on that. They've got to be able to get these burst plays out. And the Butterfly coming out from Fonte could be a good solution, but it's... They need to make use of that. Once that's up, they've got to play. Maybe he goes for the Satanic first with the disassembly he has done so far. Could just go that route as well. Wait for the Satanic after the Butterfly. But that's more time where this TA will just grow bigger and bigger. Working on its own MKB, seeing the Butterfly being built up here.
Oh, Meteor Gaming. Still just going to sit back, relax for a bit, 35 minutes in. Probably just wait for the next Roshan, honestly. And this TA is huge, but you've shown that you can kill her. Dolphin, meanwhile, look at this. Oh no, he's been caught. Marblu sees him. Does blink away, but it looks like he is just basically dead as he pops his Sonic Wave. It's just not enough. So unlucky. Yeah. Marblu just blinks right past him and sees him.
Yeah, he's just trying to play the waves. You know, just hold back this push that Meteor want to pull out. And to be fair, they've not been able to pierce high ground yet. So it has been paying off for Dolphin. But again, it's like they've been playing from behind, it feels like, an LBS. And sure, they are behind now, but a while ago they were 6k up. And they were still playing like they were behind. Now that's the one thing right now in this game. In stark contrast to game one, where it's a lot more Wild West kind of game, where everything was just happening no cares in the world. Everyone's just running up in these team fights. LBZS just are taking a much more cautious approach. And for Meteor, they don't mind that too much. Like, yeah, you're avoiding us, sure. We've got the Halberd to deal with your physical cores. We've got this push. We've got this TA that's massively enabled. Once the high ground starts with that Swift blink up, it really doesn't take too long to melt any of these objectives.
Still not going to try for high ground, though. They're just going to wait, control the map, wait for Roshan. LBZS, I mean, they're grouped up at the mid lane, just making sure they remain safe together. But it does seem like Meteor, they'll just go back and hit some creeps. There's no rush for them. Roshan is the most important objective right now for him. Smoke is out from LBZS, so they're going to try something. Problem is, nobody's showing on the map. They don't have vision either to really scout these guys out. They're just going to walk the old-fashioned way. Vision down. They won't spot Blessing on the tree line. He's going to be just fine. Scan is perfect from Blessing as well. So Blessing just getting the Spidey senses tingling, knew something was coming. And the wraparound is just not going to work. LBZS find absolutely zero.
Yeah. It's more time where you're just farming up so much better on. And once this TA has that full MKB, your itemization in the SF, with the butterfly, it falls flat quite a fair bit. Again, you have a little bit more control now with the shard up on Fonte. He has to get that fear hit off on that TA and use that window right. They need to melt through refraction somehow, which is really the big issue right now. Like, you have so many refraction charges up that you can't right-click fast enough to get that done. You don't have the most DOTs to shove out here as well. And it just allows your TA to live over and over and over.
Meteor Gaming still playing, just trying to get those D wards off on the high ground. Blessing. We'll be able to get it. LBZS looking out for Roshan, but it's still about a minute till we find out when it does respawn, so still a bit of time for that one. Just maybe trying to control the area around that Roshan pit. Of course, Meteor Gaming are trying to get rid of that vision so they can try and make sure they guarantee themselves Roshan as TZY mid lane will show himself onto Molasses. Won't try to make a jump in though with the rebound. We'll leave him be. Blink now coming out on TZY as well, so a bit more initiation without relying on the old rebound. Meanwhile, Fonte going to get scattered out by TZ here in the tree line. You'd hate to lose this SF right now. They are making their way over. Fonte, he's going to see him. He'll try to burst down the tree, but instead they'll lose their clockwork, and now the Dream Coil. It'll lock them down. So TZY is going to jump in, but the SF is the big problem. Fonte getting taken out. Will walk away for now with the Glimmer Cape. Is still fine, but the chase is going. Molasses is going real deep for this. Maybe even a little bit too deep. But TZY, he's the one to get caught. They will keep jumping in. Blessing, just afraid of nothing right now on the puck. We'll go for more. The SF just constantly chased down, and he's just trapped. He's dead. It's a 4-man wipe. Blessing, he at least finds 2 for his trouble. But can he blink out? He will go towards the north. The chase is still ongoing. It looks like the Quap is going to be okay, but he's lost 4 of his friends.
It's a big fight to win on the side of Meteor. You can just gun down tier 2 top. They've got the full MKB up now. They play that spectacular. Like, it's a very staggered fight coming out. And LBZS, I mean, we're seeing some weird non-committal coming out here from LBZS. Like, yes, you see the treant, you try to right-click, you get the shard out, the fear onto that, but you don't have the follow-through.
Molasses, well, they're going to turn back around. Kick away. That'll be a clockwork down once again. Meanwhile, towards the north, Dolphin still blinking. Still trying to skip creep waves the best he possibly can, but the chase is on. Dolphin going to be so cautious not to get caught. Oh, he doesn't get the blink off in time. Still, he'll have the Stormcrafter so he can purge off the silence, and the run is still on. Dolphin, I mean, this is a lot of space. Problem is he does get rooted in place, silenced up again, doesn't have the Stormcrafter this time, so he is going to die. He's down for 90 seconds now. Roshan is up in 1 minute.
You've got your opportunity now on the side of Meteor. You don't have to worry about that Quap trying to jump in the middle of that Rosh. Rosh number 3 should just go their way. A DD for as well. You love to see that as well.
Yeah.
got the opportunity to maybe pressure onto the high ground, but force a buyback and regroup with Roche. LBZS, and nothing's really been going their way the past few minutes. Just it feels like they outweighted their own timing, and they just kind of play this game passively, way too passively this time around. Just allowed Meteor to take complete control, even when they were in a position of power, even when they had this early lead. They played like they never did have a lead.
Mid lane. Perhaps a pushing coming. Roshan is up in 13 seconds, so they might decide to just back off. With the double damage, it seems like they want something out of this. Jump in again. Blessing gets a coil off. It's only onto the Rubik, but it does buy them a little bit of time to start moving in onto that tier 3 tower.
Radiant structures are
Halberd immediately out onto the SF, not allowing any form of damage to come out, but now Blessing has been caught. Hook shot though. Hook shot's off the mark, but they do get the Conks pushback. Aeon Disc will save. TZY is still going to try after the TA. Will pop his BKB. Tier 3 tower down as well. TZY is just going to melt. Onto the SF they go. Halberd will make sure he can do nothing to help.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Midrax still under siege. Still just going down very slowly but surely. But the exorcism is going to wear off. LBZS, they will hold out for now as Mark Blue snowballed in. Does have his own Aeon Disc and will just force staff away. In fact, he's just stuck around on the TA to find the mid-racks completely. And that he does. Meanwhile, Dolphin will at least find Blessing on the park. So you've got yourself a pretty decent pick-off here. It's TZ also getting caught out on the tree. In goes Dolphin again. Problem is he may have gone too far this time around, but the fight is still ongoing. Dolphin barely ends up going down, but the buybacks are there now. Hook shots off the mark again.
The hidden ones
Ah.
have
It's a
less-
messy
Maybe.
engagement. 3 for 3. Midrax does go down, but I suppose the last team fight wasn't too bad here for LBZS.
And they find some targets. They've got to find a solution to these Heaven's Halberds. Every time Fonte's halberded up, it's just an awkward stand-in. They do have this opportunity to sneak Roche themselves now. The damage they have on Fonte, it's not going to take too long for them to find it. Unfortunately, there's the refresh. You don't have the biggest refresh spells here. Maybe a double BKB on your Quap or a double BKB on your
I don't think he
Marcy.
gets it in time, John. Meteor Gaming, they're coming in. Molasses, he's going to get the halberd off immediately, and the target is going to be the Clockwork. Look for the dieback, but TZY right onto the TA. Another missed hook shot, so the TA is still surviving. TZY, he doesn't have detection either. He is just going to get bursted down, it seems like. He'll try to armor toggle the best he possibly can, but it's not going to make the difference. Roshan is so low at the moment, they're just going to move right back in. I mean, they could try to fight this. Fonte's going to try with the Requiem, but the silence is there. 4-star forward. Roshan is the objective. He's got the Roshan down. He picks up nothing. Gets the Aegis eventually. Will go for the refresh. Pops the Requiem, but it's such a mess.
Dire's
Oh,
top tower
He's
is
got the
under
Aegis
attack.
up, but it's just so messy. Marblue is going to try and chase, but Fonte is okay. All right, so he's denied the Roshan away from Meteor Gaming. That's something.
Yeah, but they still get the refresh and the cheese. I don't think you mind too much on the side of Meteor Gaming. You got the kills you want, you can still rush onto the tier 4s with the output on And what's a lone SF gonna do here? Even with the buybacks, like it doesn't feel like you have this team fight solution to any of this at all coming out from Meteor.
Gonna try. Fonte caught out immediately, getting bursted down. The halberd again, making life so hard for him. Still is being chased down. Now there's your hook shot. It does land. They've finally caught him, but they don't get the pushback. He is still alive with the BKB up, and they'll just keep moving in. The Rubik barely surviving. In comes TZY on the Marcy. Might finally go down, but no, he's still alive. Refraction will keep him up. He's just too healthy. Onto Dolphin instead. Looks like he will blink away, but they are melting here on the side of LBZS. Dolphin eventually going to die as he does get feared up, but not blink away in time. At least maybe they find the TA, but no, the refraction again. It's going to allow him to walk out. LBZS, though, somehow still fighting. Might find a DP for their trouble. They're just kind of blocking each other with this single file, but they do get Molasses. So somehow they are still defending this game, number 2.
Regeneration.
Yeah, they're holding on. And we are reaching a point where is going to be fully slotted up. He's working towards his Ag's Blessing now, so he will be all over the map. But you have some room for scaling on LBZS at the least. Like say Ag's build up on Fonte or an Ag's Blessing down the line. You could replace your power treads as well, although they're not the most mobile here right now. Oh,
Chase on, Dream Coil, Dolphin. What are you doing there, Dolphin?
Died on the temple steps.
that's
What are you doing,
one way
sir?
to die back.
Yeah, it certainly is.
And he's just trying to go for that creep cut again, I guess. That, as he's been doing all game. Meteor, they're not going to ask that question, Mike. 18k up. They've got a lot going on now. They don't really have to worry about too much as they approach this game.
Yeah,
We'll try to push here on the side of
talent
LBZS, though.
The level 25 talent on SF, that does a lot of damage when you're holding a double damage room. Those raises, they really hurt. Hookshot again off the mark. In they go. Snowball is out. Marblue's going to try, and he might just die for this, but the Aeon Disc is going to protect. Blessing instead is now the target, but he has an Aeon Disc, so he's not going to be able to get taken down either. They'll pop them at least. TZY, meanwhile, getting caught out on the Marcy, is going to go down. Fontaine's been left kind of behind as Blessing's going to move back in. He'll try to take down the puck, and they've actually got him. Now could be in danger. No, Blessing, he was alive the whole time. It was the Clockwork who died. Fontaine is still trying to man fight through this, but the Aegis is gone. Should be able to find him a second time. 4-star forward. Requiem will be channeled up, but they just blink away. Fontaine at least trying to go after Marbleu. Maybe even Blessing on the puck, but he just blinks out. And that'll be Fontaine down for 100. But he does have buyback available. He may just need to pop it immediately, though.
Still not done. They have so much chase in their hand here. Not going to be able to catch out TZY. The one thing is, when you buy back with SF, it feels really bad. You don't have souls, you don't have your damage. It's one of the worst heroes to have to buy back on. It just feels like minimal impact.
Certainly does, but I don't know what other choice he really has here. They're trying to defend. TZY, be okay to back off. Marbleu was not in position to try and move in for a Walrus Punch. P4 Towers just being focused down. They do get a Glyph forced. I mean, they are somewhat defending this. 50 seconds more for BSF. Looks like the buyback will be there. He has to make it happen. Jump in on the Clockwork. Albert again on BSF, making his life a living hell as TZY gonna jump in onto the DP with the 4-star. That's a big Sonic wave from Dolphin. They at least find TZ. Can they find the TA? That's the main target. These refractions, though, it makes it so impossible to kill him. He just can't die. He's got +7 refraction charges. He's unkillable. Marbleu gonna move in. That's Helios gone. TZY's gone. Fonte can do nothing but run back towards the bases. Dolphin will make the jump in onto Marbleu, but he might get bursted down. He can't blink away. GG is called. They have had enough. And what a mess of a game it was.
Yeah, it was a weird game coming out from LBCS. I feel like they were the ones that probably could have played a lot faster, right? Like they had the 6k lead early on. They had this opportunity to play around with their BKB timings early. And instead, they just allow Meteor to keep farming up. They play this long game, and once that Deso timing kicks in for it just goes from there. They have that combination, as Lizard pointed out again. Deso kicks in, you take an objective, you take Roche, you kind of go from there.
Bring our panel in. Where's our panel? I need to speak to these guys for a moment. Nomad Lizard, I mean, these games between these two teams, I mean, this is the top two teams in the in Div 2, aren't they?
Yeah, top two teams in Division 2 battling it out. It only looks scrappy because they're so close, right? Like the matchup is just so... both of these teams are so good that it looks scrappy, but it actually isn't. It's next level mind games. Clockwork is missing all the hooks, not because his mouse is broken, but because everyone is dodging the hooks.
It's beyond you two, unfortunately, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it's trying to say
Absolutely.
nicely. Yeah. I love how we rarely get to see that graphic, with the hook shots merch, but yeah, when it comes to playing the Clockwork, it's up there. It's up there, and I respect it so much. But yeah, I mean, it kind of felt like this game was cleaner until kind of around this fight was good, and then I think about 41 minutes, Meteor just kind of took up residence in the enemy base, and we're just like, yeah, we're gonna chill here now. And they didn't really... There's just kind of an SS sitting in the corner hitting them for 2 minutes straight until finally they all died. I think this is the fight I was talking about. And And from that point onwards, it was just carnage. Actually, this is 48 minutes. This is quite deep into the game, so well past that point. But yeah, I mean, it was just carnage. I loved watching it again. I think we have to talk about that Roshan steal because that was quite something. Because it was their Rosh in the first place, but then they got forced out of the pit. But then they come back into the pit to take the Aegis, and all very confusing.
Yeah, I feel like the game was broken very early on. John put it very nicely. They were like 6K ahead. They were 3K ahead 5 minutes in already. Like once again, they're completely stomping the lanes. And then they're 6K ahead, but you just don't feel it. It's not like they have what it takes to win this game, to take fights properly. They're the ones always bailing, running away. I feel like this TA, well, I don't feel, I know, and it's obvious that this TA was a complete disaster for them. It's just demolished the whole Radiant squad. It's just so much simpler. I think in both of these games, it comes down to which draft is simpler to execute. And usually the one that has a treant is easier to execute because you have this BKB piercing disable. You just jump in with the tree, you catch your heroes, and then you bring in whatever dishes the damage out, like the TA or whatever other hero. Meanwhile, on the other side, you need to actually land some shots, some hook shots, and they don't necessarily always land.
That was extremely diplomatic, but yep, our MVP, or should I say, VP of this game is going to be on the Templar Assassin. That's right. You can't just wave that in front of me and expect me not to bite. There's a low-hanging fruit. I'm going teeth first into it, but yeah, I mean, it was just a great TA game. It was a great TA game. They never really did anything about it. I did find it funny how I kind of feel like Fonte and might have messaged each other in the middle of the game, be like, should we just not hit each other? And that was highlighted by the fact that in one fight, they're like right in front of each other, and then they both Hurricane Pike away from each other, but they Hurricane Pike different targets on each other's teams, and then both kill the other teams' like teammates. And I'm just like, really, guys? Like, this is the most carry thing I've ever seen. They're both just like, should we fight each other? Nah, let's get the easy kills. All right, sounds good. But yeah, a very, very entertaining game. John, any closing thoughts on this one before we throw it over to a break?
I have no clue what game 3 will be like. I think that's what I'm most curious about, because we had a wild game 1, we had a weird game 2 where LBZS just felt scared. I don't know what to expect for game 3. Maybe it's just decided by coin flip. Early on, it's just a gentleman's agreement between both sides. Flip and GG out. I don't know anymore. I have no clue.
It has been a wild ride, and I don't want to get off it, so let's jump to a quick break. Then we'll be back with game number 3 of Meteor versus LBZS here at the China Division 2. Hello and welcome back as we get into game number 3 of this absolute romp of a series. There's been plays, there's been throws, there's been everything in between in this wild, wild ride. It is LBZS versus Meteor. Technically the battle of the 2 top teams, but also these 2 teams are kind of, if we're being honest, middle pack teams, but they've just played against all the other middle pack and lower pack teams. But either way, it's fun to watch, and it's even more fun to cast, I'd imagine, because these games are just wild. There's crazy stuff going on. I mean, Mike, you seem to be having a good time with these ones.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's fantastic though to hear between these 2 teams. I couldn't imagine being much better. I do hope we're not going to see anything else like a mid-quap coming out because, there's a certain word for these heroes, Nomad. A certain word that I like to use. And let me tell you, it really suits this kind of, that game number 2.
What's the word? What's the word? Come on.
Trash. Absolute trash. That quap was terrible.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know. I disregard Mike's words a little bit. He's just upset he didn't get his Viper again. That's all he's mad about.
I mean, the Viper probably would have done more. Yeah.
True.
It was banned after all. Like, they needed either a hero that crushes TA in a way or a hero that gives them some catch potential. They got kind of neither. You got this quap that's okay. You dish out damage, cool. You're from the mid lane. That's your main thing, and it's like so one-dimensional as well. It's not like she's broken. She was broken for literally a patch and a half, in which what was it? A talent plus power treads, and you literally have like 1,200-300 HP minute, like level 10, right? So. That was broken about her, but the moment they took away a couple of her strengths, I think mostly regarding the level 25 talent, she fell off. So I don't know. Like, I don't like Quap at the moment. There's a reason why she's not picked. Dumpster tier, definitely. I agree with Mike.
Damn, harsh words. But she's a queen. You can't say that about the queen.
Radiant team pick.
Yes, I can.
Dumpster.
Fair enough. I can't argue. Meteor going to open up with the Lena ban and also the Ricky ban, which is very interesting because I don't think we've seen a Ricky contestant in the series so far. Maybe in the middle phase, I can't quite remember. But meanwhile, the Brood and the Morana will be taken out by LBZS. So
there's a tree.
Respects.
Yeah, there's a tree. There's a Tusk. There's a Drow. There's a Batrider, there's a Prophet, there's a lot of things here. Like, you can't really pick Prophet if you're Meteor, even though you'd like to. They like picking it. I guess you can't because there's a Bat still in the pool. There's a tiny DP. Okay, Tusk DP, tiny DP. I like both of these approaches. Yeah, for LBs, yes, they could go No, nothing.
Again?
I mean, the SF was a bit of a chat that game, It was his team, But the SF was doing work, He was pummeling. But, yeah, I'm okay with it.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, you see it in game 2, and he did get a lot of space to farm. He was keeping up with M's farm quite nicely, but it just didn't feel like they utilized any of that. Maybe again the fix will come in from Dolphin. Just have a faster hero in TZY as well. Have a more easy initiation hero to play with. That could sort out the issues and make this SF look a lot better. But after game 2 like that, it's rough. They have to certainly take care. They do take care of it. They remove the TA, but it's not the usual kind of ban you see.
Yeah, just give the man some control. Like, if you're gonna play one of these glass cannons, give him some control. Like, one of the reasons why like Drow and Sniper, at least they've got some more range and they've got some slows, they've got some vision from shrapnel or from just multi-shot. You don't even care about the vision. Meanwhile, SF has neither. Like, he literally just has to stand and fight, and he needs to see you and you need to be controlled. So far they didn't. No, they're not doing it. Doom is not it. Doom is okay. Later on in the game it definitely helps, but they need control even for this Doom now, because I've seen a lot of games in which, yeah, you get the Doom, you Doom off, there's living armor, overgrowth, and they run away. Oh, here we go again.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Look, it's right. Look, this Clockwork, there was some hooks where I was just like, man, you can't miss that. It was a bit weird, A lot of cogs never coming out for the pushback prior to the BKBs.
10 seconds.
I just hope it's a better performance this time around, because that Clockwork performance, it wasn't good.
Look,
Remaining.
he's just watched that movie Wanted with Justin Timberlake and Angelina Jolie, where they curve the bullets. He was like, "I can do that. Give me Clockwork. I'm gonna curve the hook."
I think the
And,
name is Revolver of that movie. I think. I'm not sure. Is it?
Is it? It might be. It
Or
might
the
be.
gun, the revolver or something, yeah.
I don't know,
remember,
the one,
it's a very stupid movie.
Very
It's so
stupid
terrible.
movie where the assassins curve their bullets by spinning around as they fire, and that's what the Clockwork was trying to achieve that game. Figured out it doesn't work.
But you can do
unfortunately.
it if you swing your arm fast enough, like, and fire like in the middle. The bullet is gonna curve.
Yep. That's how. That should be how physics works, but. Yeah, unfortunately,
remember that movie now.
the hook is just too big to spin like that.
No one should remember that movie.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
had the misfortune of watching that one on the plane. Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Why?
I'm not gonna
Why?
spoil the ending, obviously. You know, I'm sure there's people out there that are still gonna want to watch it.
Why do you?
Who was the
watching
actor?
the
Angelina
show?
Jolie was the main actress. Who was the main actor?
The guy
I
from
couldn't tell you.
X-Men.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
Oh, was it,
Shia
Basically
LaBeouf?
Fast.
Is that or who?
No, it's the wasn't it Professor X from the younger X-Men?
Yeah, James
Ah,
McAvoy.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I have no name. I
Damn.
have
So
no
he
idea.
had
yeah,
some
but
really
not
bad
that much.
movies as well. Okay. Yeah. Sure. from that to Split. Nice.
Yeah, quite the acting portfolio he's got.
For sure. Oh, they ban out the Queen of Pain.
Wow.
Ooh, the respect ban.
Yeah.
That's
Can
not
they
a respect
pick-
ban. That's the opposite. That's a sympathy ban. That's like, guys,
Here, we'll help you.
don't do it. Come on.
Yeah. We'll help you pick something better. No, I mean, okay, Clockwork, you can always have a bad game. Like maybe this one will be a bit better. It's not a great clock game. Like you'll be playing with an SF into DP Tiny. They got an okay with the Lash. At least you have some. You're forcing things, right? Like you're forcing pushes, which is kind of nice from my perspective. And it can't be punished or countered that easily on the mid lane. It's okay. I can see it working. I like Meteor Gaming's draft once again better. I feel like they've got what it takes to take game 2 as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would be inclined to agree. I don't really like. So I do like Leshrak as like a hero and in the matchup, but I just feel like he doesn't have the team around him. But maybe I'm just getting flashbacks from game 2. Clockwork
No.
should be a good hero to pair with him, but at the same time, you just don't have that like Mars or just someone to go in and like hit things and stun things. You know, there's not enough control. I think is my issue there.
I have to say one thing though. I think LBZS is winning this game. Like I think they're taking the series. At the same time, I think that Meteor Gaming has a better draft.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong in both of these statements, but yeah, I don't think they have anything like Prophet can be dealt with. Prophet is not a TA that reaches 25 and has 30 million refraction charges. Like you can take him down, you can kill him off if you manage to like get on top of him.
Yeah. Theoretically, they should be able to bring him down. They have the heroes to do so. Will they be able to pull it off? Will we get some hooks landing this game? Time to find out with MLP and John X Fire.
Thank you very much, Nomad. We'll get into it. Game number 3 here between LBZS and, of course, Meteor Gaming. Yeah, no, John, I didn't want to be so harsh, but you know I'm a Clockwork spammer. This is my most played hero, and I got to tell you, you've got to. I mean, if that game had they landed some hooks, right? There was a lot of hooks there where it would have meant the TA's death. Why were you making that face, by the way, as if I'm lying? You know Clockwork's my most played hero, and I'm very good at it.
What was it? It's like, oh, yeah, I love my Clockwork. My Clockwork's so good. Oh, my Earth Spirit's so good. And let me tell you, Earth Spirit's a bad hero right now because I can't make it work. You know?
Why am I talking to SVG all of a sudden? That's so weird. I could have sworn SVG just started talking to me. Oh,
Anyway, this draft coming out here, not the best coming out from Meteor. No, I mean, Meteor's draft can kind of work, but I'm not a big believer in the tiny support. We've seen it before. I think one thing that I will caveat for LBZS winning this, they can't play like they did in Game 2. They absolutely cannot take a 3K lead at 5 minutes, 6K lead at 10 to 12, and then just do nothing with it. This is not a draft that will reward you for playing too passively. Like, yes, you've got Doom. Yes, you've got SF. But you have this Leshrac that wants to take that early activity, wants the Bloodstones up. You cannot sit around on that here, Mike.
No, you certainly can't. I mean, this game should be easy, I feel like, because last game around, like, the TA just got to level 25, had a billion refraction charges, and you just couldn't burn through them. This time around, you don't have such a hard counter towards the SF, I'd argue, so... I mean, the irony is, even if you did have the TA, you had a Leshrac against you this time around, but, you know, no TA. That's fine. Bounty rune-wise, it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade. Very even start between these two teams. Of course, last game around... I suppose one of the big factors as well, which is something we haven't talked about, is TZY was playing off-lane Marcy. This time he's playing position 3 Doom, which I'd argue is somewhat more impactful, right? Because the Marcy's just so hit and miss. It's either it does extremely well or it does nothing.
Yeah, but I don't know if it was really the Marcy's fault last game, just because they literally did not play aggressive for the most part in LBZS, except for clumping down bot and away from the TA when it was vulnerable. So... maybe it's just more of a team decision, and hopefully, again, they play to the strengths of this Doom. In lane, it's kind of alright. It's pretty passive. You're just going to be farming up against the NP for the most part. You do cut the tree line, so again, TZ's not going to have that easy angle to just lay in some hits, play with the minus armor you're getting from the Blightstone early on from his NP. At the same time, you're not really gunning for a kill opportunity up here top, so gonna be a static farmy lane, and as long as TZY hits his Midas timing, you're pretty happy about that.
Certainly so. Of course, that mid lane, Dolphin going to be against Blessing. The Leshrac versus Pango matchup. It should favor the Leshrac, but I suppose kill potential isn't as high because you do have the Swashbuckle to walk away from those kind of little engagement the Lesh can go for. And meanwhile, down a bot lane, Mar Blue's going for a very long pull on the Tiny. Finds the Courier with the tree toss. Very impressive there from Mar Blue. I'll give him that. That was the bottle gone as well. That's massive for the Tiny. And he's just going to pull this creep wave and go for a double.
Yeah, no one's stopping him. Like, you don't really... I mean, you could run up with Guo. He does have a creep wave. He's dragged into the tower, but he's not really dragging to meet the Tiny. And Marblu's going to get a lot of EXP out here. This is one way to enable that pause for Tiny. Just play a lot greedier, soak up as much as you can. You've got the DP. It can kind of hold solo. There's not much kill threat out from the SF when the Clockwork's kind of far away from that action. So you just build up, soak up, and avoid that kill lane, which we did see come out early on. For LBZS, they did have a lot of kills coming out there.
Uh-oh, Molasses, he's been given the creep wave, but it may cost him his own life. Does get out of the cogs just barely. And will survive, and like you mentioned, a lot of XP to come the way of this dire side down to the bot lane as he finds another courier. Just these tree tosses. That's the second courier already that you've found here for Mar Blue.
Yeah, he's more than happy. He's getting his impact out. He's being a nuisance in lane. He's giving solo EXP out to Molasses. Level 3 now in the DP. So you've got the level 2 Spirit Siphon ready. If you had to toss back, could be a kill threat, but gets run down a little bit.
Looking back at the mid lane for a moment, there is a courier backup now for Dolphin, so he's going to be able to get that bottle, wand, or rather stick, and the brown boots. So, you know, while I think there was a bit of slowing down here for Dolphin, looks like he's still been able to maintain his CS just fine. Does have those items up that he was lacking just a moment ago. Still a fantastic play from our Tiny. Can't take that away from him, but it doesn't seem like Blessings had, you know, the highest impact due to that play, sadly. But it is still a Pango into a Leshrac, so you can't do too much about it. Dolphin can just be ultra aggressive here.
Yeah, it's still a really rough lane for Blessing. You're just going to have to cop the hits, try to get as much aggression as you can, trading hits with a swash, and farm. You're not going to be on top of that Lesh anytime soon. The good news for Meteor, though, is Moon's lane is looking pretty tasty. Like, again, your NP is not being zoned out. He has a lot of good damage to lay onto TZY. There's not much TZY and Helios can really do to stop that. And you're just farming. You know, your NP is going to hit its own Midas timing rather quickly, and you can just go all over the map from there. Connect with your DP, connect with your Pangolier when it's ready to roll around, and you have that mid-game momentum that we saw Meteor play around with so well in Game 2. Could kick in here again if they don't keep that in check.
Midas gaming again, huh? You ever feel like Midas should just be deleted? Like, as an item?
No.
Like,
For the sake
I
of
feel like
speed,
it's-
no.
Oh,
He loves
poor old Steve.
I love speed, so I'm gonna let him keep the Midas. What don't you like about Midas, Mike? What about this frustrates you, Mike?
I mean, it's literally just an item that allows you to farm more gold. Like it's, you know, it's one of those items where it's like, what does it actually do for the game?
Well,
You know?
if you're winning, you win more. If you're losing, you can try to win, right? Like that's
but I can
kind of the mindset.
I can
Although
say
a
that
Midas from behind is actually really bad.
I could say that for any item though, John. You know, if you're winning and you buy a Maelstrom, you're going to be winning even more.
Yeah, but you're not going to be winning more than you were in terms of pure farming compared to the Midas, I guess. Maybe. Honestly, early Maelstrom is probably better for your farm. Overall, it does take some time for the Midas kick in. I mean, it's really good on EXP dependent heroes. Like Nature's Prophet does want levels up fast, so it's pretty useful for him to rush into his talent spikes, get that pressure across the map. Same thing for Doom. You just kind of get your levels and farm. You know, it's good for these heroes that just want to chill back.
Bottom lane, a bit of aggression here onto our clock, but he's going to be just fine. Meanwhile, mid lane, Blessing going to be chased down by Dolphin. Dolphin's not going to try for a split earth, just going to chase him down for a bit of harass. Obviously, he wants to zone him out as well for that 6-minute power rune, and he's going to find a very nice regen for himself on the Lesh rack. You couldn't really ask for much more as the Lesh. In fact, rotations, that's what you could ask for, and he's got them here from Helios. Blessing going to be able to swash away, Rolling Thunder going, and it's going to be barely enough. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Molasses is the one who secures first blood. Is able to take down the clockwork eventually. Really sad for LBZS as they were just basically one right click away from securing first blood themselves onto the Penguin.
Yeah, great little roll. Give you that spell immunity to bail out, but it leaves an opening in mid. You've got the level 2 Diabolic Edict, make short work of the objective. Mass TPs to stop this, but Tower's just a bit of a breeze away from dying. They do hold on to it for a moment. Frees up the side lanes in a big way, though. Fonte is going to be a lot comfier farming, knowing that the DP is not going to have follow-through. And the Doom's also
TZ.
pretty happy knowing there's no threat on his life.
TZ going to get chased down here by Dolphin, and TZ's gone. Not much in terms of surviving that output. Go down. It seems like Dolphin's actually going to rotate up top, perhaps. See if he wants to go for it. Like, I mean, he could rotate into the Nature's Prophet into the tier 1 tower. Not the worst idea in the world.
And they've got the net ready for some hold set up. It's the one
do it.
thing you don't really have the setup, but he TP's out. Like, he walked under creep vision. So just bails out. And he walked under a ward. And Dolphin is just kind of... He's going to have to just settle for the push. Not the biggest tower to take up top, but they'll open up the jungle. Allow some avenues to farm for TZY and for Fonte. And it doesn't take too long when you drag your 3 cores for this push.
No. On that living armor, it's going to do a little bit, but the Diabolic Edict just going to get through it. No problems here for the Leshrac. Though there is still going to be TZ around, but it seems like they're just fully committed for this. They're not going to back off. TZ has revealed that he's around the area, but they're just not going to waste any time. Meanwhile, bottom lane, you are going to lose our clock, but there was a bit of a dive past the tier 1 tower, and they're pretty much going to go for the exact same play. Meanwhile, mid lane, they are still trying to chase down this Pangolier, but Blessing is going to be able to get the Rolling Thunder off, but does not get to connect with Dolphin. He'll try at least for the Invis rune, and actually gets away with it. Helios, a little bit too late to the party now, is going to end up giving his life away for that.
Yeah, just hesitated a little bit in trying to deny that off. Maybe they're looking for the top up on Dolphin. Doesn't quite happen. They find 2 support killouts for themselves. Freebies coming up for Meteor. They're starting to clump around mid with no roll though. It's a bit dangerous. But
Exorcism, that'll do the trick. Avalanche is there. Our clock again going to be in trouble, and he's going to run, but Molasses should be able to cut him off. Ghost is still chasing. With the Swashbuckle, they'll have enough. And Dolphin, well, Dolphin, he's the big target. That's the one you really want on this Leshrac, and he is going to melt. Helios being chased down as well. ZLBZS are falling apart in this mid lane. Molasses on the DP with the perfect rotation. Now going to enable them to go after this tier 1 mid tower.
they've got the space out, they've got the damage. Exo is going to fade, but around does have good right clicks to contribute, and a little bit of minus armor with the Blightstone. So they can still attempt this push.
Dire's top tower
Outside of
is under
LBZS,
attack.
I mean, we're seeing a bit of the same pattern from Game 2. They are wanting to farm on their SF and on their Doom, and even their Lesh. You know, even Dolphin wants that build up into the Bloodstone first, so it's a little bit awkward to take these.
Oh no, Dolphin. I mean, you lost the tier 1 anyway, and he's just dead. That's really rough now. Meteor Gaming finding a secondary kill on Dolphin just as he TPs. You kind of ask yourself, like, what was the
It's-
intention there? Like, is the deny of the tower really worth it? I don't think so. Bottom lane.
No,
Easy
definitely
Y
not.
now going to get spotted out. Sprout is up and available. He'll try for a TP play out, and he's barely going to make it. Just barely.
Yeah, failed out in the nick of time. You don't want these farming heroes to die. You're actually a little bit happier that Dolphin's copying all the attention. It is coming at a cost. Like, the power spike of the Lesh is going to be held back. It's only really 3 heroes ready to play right now from LBZS. It's our Leshrac, our Rubik, and our Clock. Our SF is not going to contribute. Fonte just wants his build up into Mask of Madness. And you still need a Midas to come out from TZY, so a more passive game. A passive game that Meteor are able to use against the side of LBZS. For LBZS, and again, it's not the worst thing in the world at this moment. They are 3K behind, but their lineup does take a little bit more time to come online. It's just, we have to see them understand, recognize, and play around their power spike. If they don't this game, it's going to be pretty similar to game 2, not going to lie. If they just play passive all game like this, then, well, Meteor should be able to run you down if you don't find that timing by 15 to 25 here.
The growth to minute top lane is going to be stolen by Helios, so that's going to buy him a bit of space to try and run for it, but actually the Nature's Grasp is going to catch him, though seems like he's had enough. He'll just send the tree into him. That's a very nice body block. He literally just walks away, but the thing is, if he was still here, well, it won't matter. He's blocked him off completely. He's like, doesn't have the time for this. He'll just run back towards the jungle. Well, why not?
Yeah, you have better things to do. I mean, just watching this puny Rubik fall and get that build-up you want on the on the Nature's Prophet. And I mean, the side of Meteor, and they're just able to do so much more with their lineup right now. They can take so much more activity. The key timing now for LBZS is like a BKB blink on TZY, the Bloodstone, and maybe a BKB out for Dolphin. And if you can hit that tempo, and that's when Meteor can get shoved back a bit. But I say that, you know, you've got the Midas and Maelstrom on. He's just farming bigly here. Again, he was winning with a Midas. He's winning even more with a Maelstrom now. It's all winning, Mike.
That it is. Everything working out quite fine here for Meteor Gaming. It feels almost like a repeat of Game 1, or rather for Game 2 for LBZS. Like, Fonte is still hitting creeps, still having a great old time, but nothing's coming out of this. It's just gold coming into the SF. Maybe just because they're not against the TA later, they think they're going to have enough. Clockwork. Scouted. Swashbuckle will connect, but they won't try to make a play. They know the SF's around. Rocket Flare to give some vision onto Blessing.
Is under attack.
Now still patiently trying to use Fonte as bait for someone to try and move in. But it seems like nothing's going to come out of it. Just Fonte just hitting creeps.
Just kind of poking and prodding at each other. I do feel like you did want to commit here from Meteor. Just one additional hero could probably help you net these kills. But the side of LBZS are playing a lot more cautiously as well. And besides, you're just farming. You're farming on you're farming quite decently on Blessing. The Diffusal Blade not too far away now. Even a 4-staff for Molasses. He has the full Guardian Greaves up, very durable up front. They're kind of ready to go if they want to make a play.
GY, bottom lane. I mean, they popped the Exo for this, but he's right by the T2 tower. He's literally right next to it. So Exo, I mean, it's going to be a bit of a farming Exo, I guess. We'll just still Crypt Swarm away, very nice on the Rubik. But yeah, farming Exorcism is here for Molasses. Wishful thinking if you thought he was going to get away with that kill, I think. Worth a shot, I suppose.
The Doom is still fairly durable. Yeah, you want something right now. Even if you're ahead, you kind of feel like maybe you want to get some action down, try to pressure the tier 2. Helios.
Needs vision, so Blessing with a haste rune, more than happy to keep chasing him down as well. TZ goes down on the other side of the map. Rubik still caught but still alive. Rolling Thunder going to be forced to take this. I mean, why the hell not? Meanwhile, bottom side looks like they do end up finding TZY, but he just TPs again. Nothing to cancel.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You're not going to have a great cancel for that either until, say, this full Gleipnir and or, you know, just getting that level 20 talent with a leash. Could at least interrupt there. So, just not the biggest loss in the world. You do still want to try to find some punishment onto TZY. The Atos could help in that cause. But the side of LBCS, they've got the Bloodstone and Dolphin. They're already smoked up. This is what we need to see from LBCS. Play with his time.
Doom's out. They've got the Pango with that Doom. Dolphin's trying to catch up to the Pangolier. Should be able to get there rather soon, as now they have the setup with the Infernal Blade, and well, that's just going to be Blessing gone. Pretty big pick up there for TZY. Mid, rather top lane, however. TZY, rather TC, ends up going down. Requiem will be forced, and that'll be the TP up for SF. So they don't lose too much. 2 for nothing. 16 minutes in almost. Meteor Gaming, an incredibly good start, but slowly kind of allowing it to go back the way of LBZ.
Yeah, just getting the farm game going, right? Like they're waiting for to be maybe ready to jump into these team fights to commit with the full Gleipnir up. BKB is being worked on as well. They're not really playing around Blessing all too much. I feel like the clump up has to start coming out now from Meteor's end, as this is kind of their window where they're strong. They can try to take a team fight into EXO onto an objective, run from there. But LBZS have been pretty good in just forcing attention elsewhere. They have been stalling quite nicely, or at least, you know, preventing that build-up quite nicely here. So Fonte.
Leipnir out of the SF. They'll lock him down. Sprout is there as well. He's actually got no Quelling Blade available, but barely trying to run, but Fonte's down. Mar Blue now to be chased, tossed up, and we'll get to work onto Helios. Find another. That's one of those things, even as an SF, he has a Quelling Blade now, so he ends up dying and just buying one out.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Or was it just missing? I'm not sure.
Realizes mistake.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower.
No, it wasn't missing.
Either
I mean,
way.
I was 100% sure he didn't have one.
Yeah, then he bought one, realizes his mistake. And he could go for a Hurricane fight, which isn't too bad, but you don't want to kind of get that early on for the SF. He's forced to just find his own way out. And Meteor, and they're playing around their own spike well. We talked about the timings here for LBCS. The Bloodstone's one key thing from Dolphin, but you need the BKB up on TZY as well. And you're tied into the Doom cooldown much more. So your uptime for aggression LBCS is a lot lower. Your uptime for Meteor is a lot higher. Fonte.
Can't really afford to keep dying like this on the SF, but the toss back was pretty far forward. So, I mean, they should still have it. Gleipnir is out, Grasp is there, Fonte's going to try and man up, but the Overgrowth will hold him down. And eventually, it will work. Double kill once again going the way of Meteor Gaming. Yeah, the toss back was a little bit awkward at the start, but he makes sense back towards that tier 1 tower of the Dire. 3k advantage now for Meteor Gaming. Everything really going their way, and for now the SF just, it doesn't feel like it's going to have any impact.
Yeah, it's, again, kind of similar to
Radiant's
game
middle
number
tower
2.
is under attack.
When Fonte is farming well, although not as well as he was in game 2, he just kind of evened out with basically almost every other core except the NP. You need to see this investment pay off. Like, say, BKB timing comes out, something has to happen. Like, even without anything else, just BKB Massive Mantis, you've got to use that physical output you have on this hero and run forward. Like, Dolphin, he's had a Bloodstone, he has the yields up now. He's being scouted around by a here. Who doesn't quite go for anything silly with a Gleipnir play, but he's also had his spike right now on that Lesh. We've seen him make some plays on the map, but he's back to just farming bot, as we saw in game 2. Does feel like the Leshrack's a better hero to scale up on, but you know, you would want some more activity here.
That's a nice catch. They've got the Pango for now. He does have Swash, but not going to be able to get it off in time. So Doom will lock him down. In comes the cavalry to try and help out, but they may have gone a bit too far this time around. The pig out will be there to try and allow the Prophet out of there, and Mar Blue is going to move in along with Molasses. They'll try onto Helios and TZY, but Fonte is more than happy to keep the fight going. A nice cogs out as well to lock down the DP. As Mar Blue will drop, Molasses is still trying to move forward. Overgrowth to also lock down the Leshrac, so Dolphin now has the one that's overextended. The Split Earth will not land and he will go down. Towards the south, it looks like there was a bit of a chase happening here from but it will not pan out. Regardless, it started off really strong for LBZS, but ends up quite poorly.
They lose their Lesh. The one hero that feels like it's kind of setting the tempo for them right now. With that out of the picture, with the Doom committed, you know you've got an angle back in for Meteor in that engagement. They find a nice Arcane Rune as well. So more uptime here for Blessing. And for LBZS, I don't know, it feels like we're just seeing a repeat of game 2 where they're sitting back. This time around, though, they did not have the lead. So it's fair enough to say that, all right, they're not in the lead. They have to play a little bit safer. All right, fair enough. Keep farming up. And you just hit these timings. So with the BKB Blink ready on TZY, you see them constantly play around that Blink, play around the Doom, look for some targets to go for. But you're starting to build up quite nicely here on Meteor as well. I mean, BKB on Fonte at least has an early BKB. Now we need these 3 cores to connect. We have to see them play with these strengths here, Mike, on LBZS. Otherwise, I wouldn't be surprised if Meteor just does what they did in game 2. Just repeat whatever they did there and just kind of ride this game out.
Yeah. I mean, that might just be the play, honestly. Like, you've got a Prophet on your end of things. You're more than happy to drag the game out as long as humanly possible. There's going to be a smoke. Lines drawn out through the mid lane. They want to go past that tier 1 tower, apparently, and try to find somebody in the dire jungle. Problem is, they might find Mar Blue before Blessing. It looks like they will. They'll try to make the jump in on the Tiny. Blessing is around with the rocket, rather the Rolling Thunder, but he won't throw it out. So Mar Blue will drop. They even found another now. This is a much bigger one. Molasses, he's a great target. He'll go for the Spirit Siphon, but the Rolling Thunder from Blessing is going to allow them to run out. But it does give an opening. The LBZS to finish off that mid-tier 1 tower. And that they will. Even with the living armor, they'll get through.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And that allows them to immediately pivot towards that Roshan. First of the game. Yeah, they're playing around. Their timing's a lot better here now on LBZS. Huh?
They get a Doom off onto the Prophet. He got his BKB in time, but the chase is on. He does need some help to finish off the Prophet, though. Mar Blue is going to be around. TZ there to help as well, and it seems like TZY is the one that may have overextended. The Doom will wear off. Do they want to keep the fight going? It seems like they do. Overgrowth is there. Lock a couple down, and eventually this Doom is set to fall and will to Molasses. And so will the Rubik. No escape. He will drop. Helios is gone. And it was a nice start. Like, he found the Prophet. He makes the jump in, but the problem is the BKB came off too quickly. And after that, like, you get the Doom off, but you've got 0 follow-up to it.
Yeah, you can't really melt him down. The rest of your team was in Roshan as well. For LBZS, Fonte does pick up the Aegis, but that one felt a little bit disconnected. I'm just a bit too confident in trying to go for the solo Prophet pickoff. Does cost them in the end.
3-man stunned by the neutral creep right there. Just probably the biggest play of this game so far, I'll tell you, John. Meteor Gaming getting completely trapped up there by our neutral.
Damn, he's gonna be MVP for sure, right?
Oh, I hope so. I hope so.
Side of LBZS. The question now here, Mike, is whether or not they can make something happen with his Aegis. Like, they've got to get something on the map, you know? Clear out the top tier 2, take over the top jungle, cut off a little bit of the farm that they're kind of really amassing quite ridiculously fast with the and just take control of a part of the map for themselves now and just feel comfy in it. You've got to see that come out from LBZS. It can't just be this farm fiesta. They've got to connect somehow. But right now, not quite connecting. You know, Dolphin's kind of just being eyed down here on mid.
I mean, the thing is, they've got nobody close to the net worth of our Prophet. Like, he's freely farming his way to a Daedalus now. He's almost 6k ahead of the Leshrac, who's second in net worth. I mean, everyone else in LBZS is quite strong. Like, they're all second, third, and fourth in terms of the net worth graph. But the Prophet's the main problem. It's just a matter of can they catch him as 5 and take him out. Blessing's going to be scattered out in the tree line. We'll go for the roll-up, but doesn't have Rolling Thunder. Instead, we'll just blink, hook shots off the mark. That's a hard one to land, to be fair. And LBZS are actually allowed to get away with this top tier too, but now they're going to rotate and try to force the fight. But no, they have to cancel those TPs because they kind of rotated outside of the tree line. Uh-oh.
They still have the Exo to play with for this push here.
Yeah, there's no TPs until they're heroes. So they know they can go for this, and they have to run back the old-fashioned way. Who's got a TP? 1, 2, 3. Oh, none of them have got TPs, apart from Fonte. Literally all other players do not have TPs available. They all have to run through the mid lane. This mid-tier 3 tower is actually just gone. Do they want to keep going? Fonte's been caught up by the Gleipnir. He pops his BKB, but he's down. Oh, no. He has the Aegis at least, but no BKB to play with. Molasses, he will find the clock. Here comes the Rolling Thunder from Helios. Maybe they can at least find the DP. They got the Tiny. They'll catch Molasses. They give up a tier 3 tower for this. They give up the Aegis, but I mean, you got a decent fight going your way as LBZS. That's something.
Yeah, you got some big kills, massive streak on Molasses to take out there, and you hold on to the rack. So you hold on to the important objective, not the biggest deal. For LBZS, they're going to have to keep a steady eye on that bot lane. Otherwise, Aegis gets expended. They weren't really playing aggressive with it anyway. Let's be frank here. They go for the push, they go for the safe fights, but they're not in any risky position where it might be fun to
Uh-oh. I mean, he's going in deep
All
by
by
himself.
himself.
That's, yeah, really by himself. TZY is going to be there with the follow-up stuns. Blue's going to try and help. 4-staff away, toss him out. Still trying to run. Dolphin's right behind him now. You've got TZ around the corner. Yule's up on the Prophet, and he's just dead.
Why?
That's the highest net worth of the map, and he's just dead. And he purposely TP'd in alone. So he didn't even get caught out. He just gifted them a life. Molasses? Molasses, he's worth a lot of gold right now. I mean, sure, he lost that streak earlier, but he's still worth a lot. Hookshot's off the mark, but what does it matter? Molasses is gone. TZ's gone. Blue might be gone. What the hell's happening? Three down for the side of Meteor Gaming.
I don't know. There is no explanation to this. It's one of those moments in Dota where like, what just happened there? You know, why did this NP TP in to try to solo an SF?
Can I get a replay, please? I actually did not see the random TP. I'm so confused as to why that happened.
He legitimately just TP'd on. There was no vision as well, outside of the creep wave. So he just TP'd in right by the tree line where the rest of LBCS was waiting.
Helios has got the Rolling Thunder. He'll just commit it and jump right in. Easy kill for him on the Rubik. Suddenly, you've given the net worth lead completely the way of LBZS. And they're thinking about high ground. I mean, they've got some quick high ground if they want it. No Diabolic Edict right now, but they are going to find the Pango. Doom is there, and he is just gone. Blessing. 4-staff away. They can deny him off, but nice hook shot. Nice hook shot to land from our clock, though he will die for this. But they are taking the tier 3 bottom tower. It is just melting. And this is without the Leshrac being involved. This is just Fontaine. Jump in again. Here we go. They want to try and put a little in this game if they can, as TZ will go down now on the Treant. No more hills to come in for this bottom racks. And I can't believe I'm saying it, but LBCS are the ones to take the first racks of the game, it seems, as M's going to jump in. On the Prophet, on the Doom. Looks like TZY has gone down. Range racks to fall. Fontaine going to turn around with the Requiem now backing onto the TB. Molasses trying to run is not going to make it out. Dolphin will have his number. So they get away with the range racks. That's going to be about it. But it's a hell of a lot more than they should have gotten away with 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, they make use of a big opportunity, and the side of Meteor Gaming just rush in one by one trying to bail out, but all off of one tiny overconfident play from and that just sets the tempo back LBZS's way. So that's a bit of a different one from game 2 at least. You know, Meteor just kind of getting too gun happy, gets punished. And now LBZS, well, we're at the point where your Doom is going to have Octarine sooner rather than later. The uptime on Doom just becomes a lot better. He's got the Quickening Charm on top of that. So a lot more activity for LBZS there. Fonte is much more willing to join these fights as well. With the BKB and the Silver Edge, he has nothing to be scared of. You know, it's not like you have to deal with a TA. You have the level 20 talent from but the leash doesn't do much when you've got a Quelling Blade and a path to walk out from. So you do have angles to kind of deal with it there. And eventually you're going to have that full Hurricane Pike up on Fonte anyway. The side of Meteor Gaming, I mean, they're not completely out of this game yet, but they do have to watch themselves when they play that aggressive. It's very easy to punish here from the side of LBZS this time.
7k advantage now for LBZS. It's been a hell of a series between these two. One racks up, I suppose. One range racks up here for LBZS. Roshan obviously going to be extremely important this game as well. Still 2 minutes away till we see that next Roshan respawn. This is all off the back of a random TP into the mid lane. Speaking of TPs, here we go again. Down a bot lane, they'll try onto Fonte. Lift is up immediately by Helios. TZ is there, does have overgrowth. Gleipnir does not connect. And with that, they are just out of it. Meteor Gaming, had they found that kill, they might have been able to force high ground with that. There was no buyback available on Fonte. But with the backup of Helios, he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, would have been a big opportunity, but now Octarine up on TZY, along with that Quickening Charm, 98-second cooldown here, and they hook forward.
Nice cogs though, and Helios is in. They want the fight. They're going to try Fonte. He's going to find Blessing on the Pango. Meanwhile, they've got the DP. Molasses is gone, and so is Mar Blue. It's what? TZ!
Ooh.
Blinking for what? What's happening? Well, it's always in the mid lane.
It's a bit disconnected. Yeah, it's a bit disconnected coming out from Meteor. LBZS onto the high ground they go. Not going to take too long with the talents they have on Fonte. You can't really do much about this if you're You can try to split push, I suppose, but only so much that can get you out here. And the side of LBZS, well, they could gun for the end game. Dolphins going for the tier 4s, so trying to clear out the racks down bot as well. Nah, they're going to go for the Megas. Go for the safe play here. Not leave anything to chance.
I mean, they're literally being, like, they're stealing this game away. I mean, Meteor Gaming, it felt like they should just have this one in the bag. Kind of a ridiculous game number 3 here, but LBZS obviously proving to be the better team as, well, that'll be the Mega Creeps incoming. Jump in, Mar Blue's been caught out now on the Tiny. Rolling Thunder again from Helios, proving to be very annoying. As Helios will pick up another kill on the Rubik now. And T4 Towers, I mean, they are exposed. Blessing is going to try to rush in to force a fight. TP's is incoming from him to try and join his team. Gleipnir is there. He is doing a lot of damage onto TZY. We'll force them back. Molasses, he'll chase down as well with the DP. Everyone's still fine as they are going to jump back in on this left rack. Dolphin, though, he's a tanky boy. He'll just run away himself. They do silence him up, but he won't commit the Yules yet. Eventually does do so. Dolphin, still running, just can't be taken down right now. They'll turn back in onto Molasses, and he's down. Hook shot is there as well, right onto TZ. That's your Treant caught out, and he is just dead as Blessing. Oh, poor old Blessing. He is dead as well. LBZS. Now, in a 5v2 situation, only one buyback available for Blessing. And I do appreciate the fact that they've highlighted these hook shots, John. Much more accurate this game. You love to see it.
Yeah, they've been good. They played a lot better here. Yeah, they did good. They did good, and the side of Meteor, well, it all stems from one tiny mistake, right? Sometimes a game of Dota is dictated by those tiny mistakes. You give an opening, you had the lead, and it just goes your enemy's way. One small death like that, and it just comes tumbling down.
It certainly does, and I mean, I didn't even get to see it, John. I was kind of occupied on somewhere else on the map, and next thing I know, you're telling me Prophets just TP'd in mid and just died. It's very, very intriguing way to kind of lose the game out when you're that far ahead, but that's how it happens. I mean, props to the side of LBZS, obviously a pretty rough series for them, and you can't lie, John, they certainly didn't look great throughout this series, but they are still, currently undefeated in terms of series now. 3-0, still the top of the groups. Meteor Gaming, of course, going to drop down after this loss, but, what can you do? We do have a panel on the way, though. Nomad Lizard coming in to have a discussion with us about that Game 3. Boys, can you explain how that comeback happened?
Can you, Nomad? You can't? I'll tell you. I'm gonna double down on what I said, like in the drafting stage, and I said, basically, I feel that Dire has a better draft, Meteor has a better draft, LBZ is still gonna win because they have a draft which is easily punished, right? Like all these carries that are glass cannon, like your snipers, well, not necessarily snipers, but SFs and prophets, like they can. You're out to position one fight, you just get caught, you die once or twice, and the game just falls apart. Especially if you do that in front of your base, which is what happened here, right? Like he dies in front of just before the push, you kill him off, you take high ground. Yeah. By the way, amazing hook shot. Well, it did connect on something. He got to the base.
Very good. Yeah, is that included in the successful percentage? I have to look into that.
Well, it did latch onto something, so it's still successful, right?
Yep. Yeah. Any hero's a goal, as they say. But yeah, it was. I don't know, man. It was an interesting game. That's definitely a kind way to put it. I think Meteor have always had this thing about high ground where they're always really, really aggressive when they feel like they've hit their timings and they don't want to miss their timings and they come charging up the high ground. Sometimes a bit too early. We saw it in the first series they played. Now we're seeing it in this series as well. And obviously, that TP from the Prophet was bad, but they wouldn't have been in that situation in the first place if they hadn't kind of messed up that high ground push. I think even twice this game, so actually they did kind of knacker that one. So that's definitely something for them to go back and look at. That's the thing, though. I don't really want them to kind of just become another, gray, like, middle-of-the-road team, which is kind of like average at doing everything but great at doing nothing. I kind of want them to keep pushing for this aggression and trying to find what works for them, because when they do fire on all cylinders and when they do hit their pace, it looks really good. But unfortunately, sometimes you get games like this where it kind of just feels like a bit of they kind of threw it all away. And it can happen. But at the same time, LBZS were pretty dominating throughout. They had good lanes as usual, as we've had every single time so far. And I think highlights for this game would definitely be kind of the messy team fights. And I think PP this time having an outstanding game on the Leshrac, and of course Helios on the Rubik with some 6 steals, getting work done, especially running around with the Pangolo, which is always fun to see as a Rubik. Pretty dream game. Would you agree, John?
Yeah, for sure. Like he had a lot of impact. He set up a lot of those team fights well. He enabled Dolphin to play really aggressive, providing to set up stuns, and he just really disrupted these team fights. So he was definitely deserving of the MVP here. Fantastic job coming out from him, and what a topsy-turvy series. It's just a lot of back and forth. I'm still trying to process what exactly happened. I can't quite comprehend it just yet.
Yeah, I hear that Mike's preparing a lawsuit for Whiplash after this one, so...
don't try to understand it. Just let it go. Experienced, like some emotions. They're just there. You have to accept them, experience them, and then let them go. It's the same with this series. You don't have to dive deep. If you dive deep, you might find yourself in a sanitarium. So let them go. let it go. It was fun series though. Like I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It's. I have way too much experience with Division 2 teams because that's where I spent most of my career in as well. And when I saw the Prophet on one side, I'm like, yeah, I see which way this is going. Like, because when you're looking at LBZS and Meteor, you can feel in the games that LBZS is a little bit stronger, right? Like just a tiny bit cleaner. The game that they lost was basically they got out drafted hard. Their draft didn't work that well against the TA. They had no ways of dealing with the refraction, hence they lost. But even that TA in the game was always this close to dying. It's just that the refractions were too broken in a game such as that one. In this game, if you're playing the Prophet the same way you played the TA, if you're making as many positional mistakes, you're gonna get destroyed. And unfortunately, maybe they could have won if he played a bit safer, but yeah, easier said than done.
Easier said than done, indeed. Yes, it is going to be LBZS taking the 2-1 over Meteor Gaming in a back-and-forth crazy old series here, which is going to make the leaderboard look a little bit like this. LBZS are now the region leaders, but of course, if you look at some of these numbers, you'll start to figure out pretty quickly that some of these teams haven't exactly played a lot of series just yet. That's right, we're a little bit slow over here in the China region, but we're catching up, don't you worry. And in fact, we're going to be catching up very quickly indeed, as two of these teams who have only had one series played so far are about to battle it up against each other. Boy Nomad, who would that be? Well, that would be Vici Gaming versus Outsiders from China. And these are two of the teams which we have at the top. In fact, I would even say these are probably my two highest ranked teams. So the fact we get to see them so early on in the DPC is a bit of a treat. John and Mike, I believe you're leaving us here. So can you give us your predictions before you go, starting with you, John?
I didn't pull Go 3 games, and I think it's hard to say who will win. I want to say Outsiders will win, but who knows? It goes either way. All I know is 3 games.
We know it's 3 games. All right, Mike?
I think Vici Gaming 2-0 this series. That's what I'm going to say. A 2-0, completely opposite to John, Vici Gaming.
All right, fair enough. Going against your co-caster, well, trouble in paradise, but thank you very much for casting these games. And we'll see you next time. But Vici Gaming versus Outsiders from China is just around the corner. We're going to get to that game as quickly as possible, so don't go anywhere as we're jumping into the next series as soon as we can.
you sleep in?
Okay, well.
what was the time when you got on? Were you a little late? Were you 20 minutes? Oh, that's good. Dude, I have fucking nightmares about sometimes waking up late. Like, holy shit. Alright, wait, hang on, let me put my compressor off 1 second.
Hello and welcome back to the China Division 2 region. My name is Nomad and I have swapped out my lovely panelists for some even lovelier panelists. We've got T Governor and Kezu joining us for this third and final series of the day. And my goodness, it is a huge one. It is Vici Gaming versus outsiders from China. And whilst these guys might be the outsiders, I think a lot of people will have them in their top 2, maybe even top position here in the China region, because this is a good team. T-Gov, how are you doing, and are you excited to jump into the China region for the first time?
Yeah, I mean, Division 2
Div
China's
2,
Div 2 China's kind of hype, you know? You got this Vici Gaming versus Vici Gaming situation happening. What was it, like XM, the YDS, they've all had some stints on Vici Gaming last year. You know, get to see some FY Dota again on VG. It's like, I don't know, it's just, everything's just a good day this morning.
It absolutely is, yeah. FY Dota whilst Rubik is meta as well. I mean, that is just... That's a treat, isn't it? Kezu, how's it going? And, talk to me a little bit about the players you're looking at for this series.
Let's see. I mean, FY is one of them. I think Yang, he's on the post 5 still, which I haven't seen lately, like how well he's meshed into it. I feel like at the start there were perhaps, I think you just need some time to get into it. So I think I'm looking a bit more at him. And then in terms of outsiders from CN, I've always liked Echo and XM a lot, so I'm kind of looking at those two on their side.
Yeah, definitely some stylish players. Of course, XM. He's moving into the carry for this season as well, which is kind of interesting. Is that like a easy transition to make, T?
I mean, he used to play mid, so I think at least if he was a greedy enough mid laner before, then that transition shouldn't be too bad. But it's always going to be difficult moving from any role, right? So there's going to be that kind of the teething time, the time it takes. You gotta re-understand where you should be on the map. And honestly, I think mid to carry is probably one of the hardest swaps. Now that I think about it, as the question develops, yeah, because like mid, you're always thinking about progressing the map and being active, and then when you move to carry, you're normally thinking about where the active spots are and playing behind it, and not always joining. So like your natural need to play the game will be completely different, I think. So yeah, actually it's a pretty hard spot for this situation.
Yeah, I guess it's a pretty good patch to do it in though, where you've got like quite a few mid laners who do go to the safe lane, so maybe that helps out. But in this first series at least, just to run through them quickly, Vici absolutely stomped poor old Team Cloud out of existence. They destroyed them in game number 1, even though the drafts were pretty close, and then in game number 2, they broke them mentally, and Team Cloud picked Meepo and lost in 27 minutes.
Meepo?
So, yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, it was pretty wild. It was pretty wild. Did not work at all. No idea what was going on there, but Lizard did say it was a good Meepo game. So at the very least, that was that.
Of
but
course you did.
Yeah.
Wait, what? There's an Ember, there was a Phoenix, there was a Jakiro? I mean, okay, sure, all right.
He said the Jakiro was the only issue, but
Good
the
Meepo game.
Meepo's team is really bad for him, and that's, I don't know. I don't think there's such a good thing as a good Meepo game anymore, and I think that's what Liz was basically saying.
That's very
and
true.
then outsiders
is
from China also got to smack down on Team Cloud as well, so they've both absolutely annihilated Team Cloud for their opening matches, so really we don't have much of a power gauge on these teams just yet.
5 seconds remaining.
It's nice to see Fenrir coaching Vici Gaming still. It's just some nice faces to see again for China. I mean, it's like, at least for me, like Yang, I remember when I first started coaching and stuff, like Yang was like the super charismatic offlaner that like the Western community knew about.
Yeah.
And it's like in recent time, of course, there's been other Chinese players that have kind of like entered the limelight of Western Dota, right? But Yang for me has always been like one of the first. It's like him and like Old 11 were the two that were like, they were like the standout, quirky, fun players. And now he's moved to 5 as well. Yeah, he did play 5 in the TI qualifiers, even in last chance qualifiers. But now he should be in a really good spot to just fully understand his role in the 5.
Yeah, and it's always nice to see these kind of older players moving into the position 5 sometimes, and then also the stubborn ones who just want to stay in core roles. It's also good to see. So we're going to start things off with a Beastmaster and a Naga Siren from Vici Gaming. Meanwhile, outsiders are going to grab the Primal Beast and the Nature's Prophet. Kezu, do you think this Primal Beast is a good answer to the Naga and the Beastmaster?
So I think there's like 2 routes you could have taken on that slot. Like one is maybe some CM, because when you see Beast Naga, I feel like you want like some type of spells that can either deal with the summons and the illusions of Naga. I guess there's a high chance this Naga can be a flex. I'm not too sure if that's something they've done before, But I do think also like having this mechanism where you can easily get on top of the beast is very good. And Nature's Prophet, Primal Beast, they play very well together because they're pretty mobile. So I kind of dig it.
I think you need to try and dodge this lane though. If you are trying to run Naga carry into Primal Beast, this Primal, like you hit level 3, you all just trample down the Naga illusions. Like it's kind of hard to ever have the strengths of Naga in laning phase. So I think if Vici Gaming does want to put it carry, maybe there's some like laning shenanigans they can do, or at least pick up a position 5 that can really bully out the Primal Beast and allow Naga to farm behind that.
Is there any, like, which 5s can kind of do that? Is the Clockwork an option?
Yeah, it's like Treant, Clockwork, like anyone who provides either move slow, so you can like disjoint yourself from the trample in the position of Primal Beast, or a hero that's like tanky enough to absorb it and still be able to survive the lane and continue playing out multiple engagements.
Let's see if they're able to pick that one up. But at the moment, Outsiders just banning out the usual suspects from the middle lane, the Batrider, the Puck. And Batrider, by the way, we have not seen a Batrider in Division 2 yet. It's just been banned every single time. Not every single game, but it's banned, I think, 18, 19 games now and picked 0 times. So that's slightly interesting.
I mean, like,
It's China, yeah.
Yeah, that would also be my main point. It was the same in like Division 1 China. It took like 3 weeks, I think, for the teams over there to like start
10 seconds.
thinking about it or picking it, whereas in Europe it's picked like in the first phase or it gets banned in the second phase, like every time. I do think that teams here they will get more accustomed to it and pick it up soon as well, but perhaps they need a little more time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of how it goes. Like sometimes the Western regions will figure something out before the Eastern regions, and sometimes the Eastern regions figure it out before the Western regions, and it takes a bit of time usually for it to travel across. And just to mention as well that Outsiders are drafting with a level 2 draft penalty as well, so they are under the fire a little bit, shall we say. I mean, how much of a difference would this make, especially against Vici Gaming? You know, probably the most important match for them. When it comes to the hardest match, at least, how important is it to have all the draft time available? Is it going to affect them much too?
I think if they were picking new heroes, then yes, but they're already replicating a draft that they've done against Team Cloud earlier in the DPC they run. So I think they're pretty comfortable with this strategy, and maybe right now reserve time won't be an issue. I'd say the final pick, if they draft themselves into a corner, having a penalty, it's going to hit pretty hard. But you know, right now I think the draft's pretty fluid for them, and they're not really getting impacted by it too much.
Dire team pick.
Something doesn't seem that way. As they've actually used up more reserve time on Vici than they have on Outsiders at this point. So they've been the ones taking their time. Yeah. All right. Disruptor's going to be the pickup. Disruptor Naga lane? Is that strong T?
It's aight. I mean, it's not the best, but I think at least we mentioned about this Primal Beast, right? You just get this level 1 glimpse, you send back the Primal Beast. There's ways that you can annoy him. I don't think it's the best pressuring lane at all, so Outsiders from China should have a pretty nice entry to the game, with their lanes at least. But it's setting themselves up to potentially flex this Naga to 4. I think there's surely some creativity coming out with this opening, other than it just being some Beast Naga. Maybe it just is, but I'd like to think there's something cool happening in the Vici Gaming draft.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see a bit of creativity, a bit of flexing going on. We'll see if they do go down that route as Outsiders pick up both the Tusk and the Enchantress. So what's your guess on these positions then at the moment, Kezu? Or is it just completely open from Outsiders?
Let's see. So I'm guessing it's a Nature's carry. At least I feel that's the best suited role for this particular hero. Let me see for the rest. I mean, the one time they played it before, it was off lane. But I feel like it will very likely depend a lot on what Vici Gaming do here, because they might just show here whether the Naga is a carry or not. I do think if Naga is carry, your Nature's Prophet offlane isn't really that good. So I would prefer it to be a carry. And for Vici Gaming, I'm not really sure how many good support picks you have, which means holy base. Another one. I hate this hero, by the way. I don't know if you've tuned into EU, my friend, but I'm a big hater of this one.
All right, and to give some context of why Kezu doesn't like it, it's if I remember correctly, it's the fact that aggressive lineups to get on top of you, make the map feel very skirmishy, aren't so passive in team fights. And Outsiders from China, pretty much their entire lineup is about making fights feel awkward. Side lanes will be pushed in. When they initiate, it'll be with conviction. So I think that's maybe why Vici Gaming has opted for it, because they have Song, they have Static Storm, they now have Imprison. Like, if Outsiders mis-execute on their initiation from Tusk or Primal Beast, there are 3 different forms of counterplay that will completely punish your aggressive positioning. So I can see why they've gone for it.
Yeah.
But it's like this draft from Vici, like it's a very slow build-up type of lineup that once they get to their items, they hardcore punish Outsiders. But there is a big window where they can just fall apart, and they then rely on, we can't fight them, split the map, wait, play like Tundra.
Just play like Thunder.
5 seconds remaining.
It's winning strategy sometimes, but yeah, you need to be sharp when you're suppressing your spells, controlling the map, all that ward vision, all that stuff. But of course, Vici, they do have the experience at the moment to perhaps be able to do that to Outsiders. But yeah, it's slow, and it feels like they need quite a lot from the final pick here, Vici. You know, I'm still looking for that kind of oomph, that initiation. Whether that comes from the position 4, I don't know. Whether they're going to go for a carry, I'm just not sure. It seems to think that Outsiders are banning out carries, so they believe that this Naga Siren is going to be the position 4, the Beastmaster. That's pretty cool. We said we would like that. But again, like, do you guys agree that this carry from Vici needs to do too much?
I don't know if like too much is maybe the right phrasing. I hope it's not a Naga OD Beastmaster Tricore, because I do think that is just too slow when you play into the Outsiders draft, because they're just gonna run at you and collapse on you.
Yeah.
Naga OD will never protect each other, whereas if Naga is a support, she's gonna scout, so she'll be behind heroes with Song. So instead, I think you just take a carry that is gonna have an okay lane matchup, because you will have the counter pick, and then a hero that either applies a lot of pressure on the map so that Outsiders have to respond to that, or a hero that can just help and join fights. Because this OD, the way I envision it right now, if Primal Beast is mid, he'll probably have a good lane. But this hero doesn't struggle in the laning stage. This hero struggles in like this 15 to 20 minute mark. And you need a hero that helps alleviate like the pressure.
And Outsiders from China, they have an abundance of pressure. Like, the lanes will be pushed in with Ench Creeps and Furion. Their initiation, they have 2 forms, plenty of damage. And yeah, Vici Gaming, like I mentioned earlier, they don't really have that damage, and they don't really have tower defense themselves. So when OD should have a good lane for like 7 minutes or so, when they want to bring in the Ench and Furion together, like if these 2 heroes play together, towers should fall. I think with this last pick from Vici, they have decided that they aren't going to try and take the great fight to Outsiders. They are going to accept that they're going to concede quite a lot of map, and then they'll be playing for a much later time in the game. So I wouldn't be surprised if the kill score just heavily favored Outsiders for a long period of the game.
So it's a case of kind of survive through this absolute truckload of pressure and damage which is coming out, and see if you can come out the other side. I mean, is Lifesteal the carry for you that can kind of put this game on his shoulders, Kezu, or is he kind of, does this Tricore make sense to you now? You know, it feels hard.
It's not my favorite, but at least in Lifestealer, he's gonna do well in the lane against Primal Beast, so he should help with that. He can help with Infest later, but I would prefer to play the Outsiders draft, just because I feel like they can play on the aggressive all the time and kind of dive and abuse the slow lineup. And if you're Vici Gaming, there's a big window, which is this first Roshan eventually, where you have this OD Beast. If they get first Aegis, I think they're just gonna win the game.
All right, big brain moment right now.
Here we
okay?
go.
So there isn't that natural Lifestealer bomb, right? But Beastmaster with the Hawk, Lifestealer jumps inside it and AFKs for like 2 minutes, you know? Can't abandon in a pro game. Then the Hawk onto the back lines, appears, kills them all.
Rush Shard.
Rush Shard. No, I think Outsiders lineup has got everything they need to punish them.
All right, well, you can't run from heaven. Let's see if Vici can run from this draft in game number 1. We'll throw it over to our casting duo. We've got Danog and Ares to take it away for this first match here.
All right, thank you, lads. And here we go, Danog. What a exciting series we have in store for us for our last series of the night. Vici Gaming, probably the #1 seed heading into Division 2, up against arguably the #2 seed in Outsiders from China. Not only is it incredibly important for the standings, but also just for a little bit of pride as well. Outsiders from China, they have 3 ex-Vici members in XM, Outside, and Xiaoma as well. So a lot is on the line for these boys. Do we feel like they have the favorable draft, like kind of the panel mentioned?
I think they do, but we've seen what happens when we think that their opponents have the favorable draft. We thought in that game one against Cloud that Cloud had actually had a pretty good response to it, and Vici just absolutely crushed them, outplaying them at every step of the way. So, like you mentioned, it is going to be a bit of pride coming this time around, because these guys, they might be called outsiders from China, but they don't want to be sitting on the outside for too long.
It does have to be said though, like Cloud and outsiders from China are kind of a different caliber of lads.
Wow, just ruin them, bury them.
Come on, man. What do you want me to do? I'm just... Man's got to speak some facts.
You're saying you're being
then.
real. Okay.
Okay. Just real talk. What do you mean? For real, right?
Mm-hmm,
That's
sure.
what the kids say? It's what
you're the kid,
say,
so
right?
you're the kid, you tell me.
Oh, yeah, that's what the kids say. Well, we'll see if this OD is for real, because this is, I mean, not a hero we see often, and like, Kazu's not a big fan of it, but, I mean, Setsu, he is a gigantic fan of this hero. You can see he's level 26 on the OD, and going back to some previous rosters from Setsu, in particular RNG, this was definitely his staple pick, but it's an interesting one to say the least, especially in the meta right now.
It is. I'm kind of wondering why they've chosen to go for it. Maybe they felt that with the Naga Siren they needed something a little bit more defensive, just in case the Primal Beast dives in super deep, right? Just something that's able to stop a lot of that aggressive movement that we're going to see SRF, aka Ava, look to do. They've actually put him up on the top side of the map as well. So let's talk a little bit about that. The lane switch-ups on the side lane. So FY playing the Naga Siren in a position 4 role. Not something that we see super common. Of course, you want this Enchantress going into the Beastmaster, though. So that makes complete sense. Outside, a lot of people would know him as Victoria. And it's really, they're just wanting to match together this Primal Beast with the Naga Siren to take away the effectiveness of that laning stage.
So then if we take a look at the kind of safe lane here for Vici Gaming, do we feel like Erica's going to have a comfortable time versus the duo of Xiaoma on the Tusk and XM on the Nature's Prophet?
I don't think you should be in any danger of dying. It's just a matter of, like, are you going to be able to stop the Nature's Prophet from dying, which I really don't think you're going to be able to, right? It takes you a little bit to be able to gap close. Yes, you've got a Disruptor that helps a little bit with that, but certainly... Lifesteal is not the greatest at dealing with multiple units in the lane, right? Those Treants are going to be able to do a lot of work, and I really wouldn't be surprised to see Treant with a bunch of denies in this lane as well. Treant, Nature's Prophet, with the Treants.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see how XM is even going to be able to play this hero as well, because you have to keep in mind this was a X-Position 2 player who we saw in the previous series, the only series they played so far. They gave him the Templar Assassin, which is something that we know it can play. I mean, TA is definitely a mid-hero, so he's comfortable in that. And they gave him the Weaver as well, as we'll actually see down bottom. Yang, yeah, this might be our first blood with the tag team already leveled up from Xiaoma. XM's going to be rewarded, so there we go. Already off to a pretty good start here for the Nature's Prophet.
It's to be expected, though, right? Like, you just cannot do all that much in this lane as the Disruptor. Disruptor's all about comboing together with your offlaner to make sure that you're able to turn those harassers into glimpses back and be able to get kills. Of course, it's great in the later stages of the game, but that's one of the big reasons why it's been had a bit of an upswing in picks lately. And I mean, when you think about Tusk, he's one of the best laning stage heroes in the entire game, so you're not going to be able to get too many even trades against that. You're just far too susceptible to damage coming back the other way.
So what do you feel like the role is then for Yang in a lane like this, where you feel like he's pretty vulnerable to the duo of outsiders?
Do what he's doing. Pull. Try and get a creep denied through the small cap pull as much as he can. Keep the wave all the way back here so that he is not vulnerable to dying from a lot of these movements coming through. And, well, it just shows that XM is going to have a free time in this lane. Xiaoma, he felt free enough to be able to go back, pick up the bounty rune, and then just come straight back to lane, realizing that his Nature's Prophet was going to be nowhere near dying.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Top lane, you might be in some trouble. Maybe he's going to look to try and charge on full. There's not really much that FY is going to be able to do to protect the Beastmaster. Maybe he can get some nice little bit of damage onto outside, but with an early level in the Nature's Attendance, Enchantress should be able to repair a lot of the damage. So second kill onto the board here for Dial.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that he didn't go for just that 1 point in the ensnare super early on, just because that is going to stop Primal Beast going for a lot of these movements with the trample. And Kezu highlighted it during the draft, right? Level 3, you get the trample with the extra damage, and then you just steamroll through. Well, basically more than half HP on a lot of these heroes. So FY, I guess, trying to go down a little bit of the greedier route. He's going to be playing old puppy style, going into the jungle, picking up a lot of these small camp farm for himself. But Victoria, he's going to be doing the exact same thing.
It's a hero that we don't really see too often anymore in the Enchantress. Of course, definitely had its time in the limelight for maybe too long, some people would say, but do you feel like there's a big reason why that we're not really seeing this hero as much?
I guess position 5s these days are leaning a little bit more towards the team fight style. You know, we see the Disruptors, we see the Lich, we see even Clockwork to a lesser extent, right? Treant Protector. It's all these heroes that are able to make big impact because you're going to be able to get a little bit of that extra farm during the game. So something like an Enchantress, which is a bit more of a lane dominator, as we can see here, but oh, there's that ensnare.
Is it going to be enough to keep New alive? Outside needs a little bit more right-click damage, and he won't be able to find it. Already with the Helm of the Iron Will here for the Beastmaster, so a lot of armor for him to work with.
How's mid going? I mean, kind of as expected. You're always going to be able to shove out this mid lane as the Zeus. We can see that Echo going up against Setsu here. He's going to get Astraled a lot, or he's stolen a bunch of mana, which kind of dissuades him from going for too much of that Arc Lightning spam. But
I think
what's up?
the bottom lane, Yang might be in trouble again. Jama's going to be on the mark with the shards, and already level 4 here for the toss, so there's plenty of points in the tag team to work with. They even used the snowball to protect XM's TP out.
I was thinking, would he look to go for a glimpse just before he dies on the Disruptor, just so that, you know, you get that little bit of extra damage, you discourage the TP from coming through, but, well, wasn't able to do so. Feeds up another kill, and XM gets to come back to the lane fully regen.
So I'd really like to see Outsiders from China put a lot of pressure onto this Outward Devourer. This is a hero that can very much struggle from playing from behind, and I think they have incredible potential to be able to dive and rotate their supports. We are seeing that rotation actually come out from Yang early on, recognizing the lifestealer doesn't need too much assistance, but he's actually going to look to back off. As soon as they see Ava start to rotate around, they've got to respect the Primal Beast, and well, there's the glimpse to send him packing. But meanwhile, bottom lane, it's actually Erica that goes down. The Thunder God's Wrath in combination with the Tusk and the Nature's Prophet was enough to get the lifestealer kill. Back up the top we go, though. Ava's in some trouble at the moment. 2 points in the axes, so this should definitely help out with trying to get the kill onto the Primal Beast. They need to wait for it to come back off cooldown. We'll see if they can even actually keep up with the Primal Beast. That Boots and Windlace helping out a lot to get some distance away, and he'll make it back to the safety of the tower.
Yes, he will indeed. Doesn't have any regen though, so he's going to need to walk all that way back to base. I mean, as soon as the Disruptor showed up in that lane, right, you could imagine what the calls would have been. Lifestealer on his own, Zeus level 6. Let's go for the kill. And, you know, really, there's not too much that a Lifestealer needs to be using the rage on. Nicely done.
Hang on.
Was that
How'd he get denied?
board? Was it the boar slow?
No, it's damage over time, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how I'm trying to... Orb of Venom, maybe?
Can we get a can we try and get a replay there? That'd be nice. We'll see. They're actually going to look to try and protect this tower. Try and target down you at the moment. I mean, they know this Beastmaster is incredibly vulnerable. Lifesteal is pretty much untouchable, so they'll just avoid him. Now Setsu inside the river. Sanity's Eclipse going to be dropped down. Echoes will get some distance away, and here's the rotations coming out like we were asking for earlier.
FY, I don't know about
It's going to be a little bit too late to the party. He'll feed over another kill onto Outsiders from China. Now Yang, he's going to continue to litter the ground in corpses. They'll get the kill onto the Zeus at least, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about the supports continuing to commit onto that one. Oh, kind of crazy.
Now they might dive new. They saw him start to move. They can use the trees for the vision. They're just going to go for FY instead. FY. Another freebie's given over. Outsiders from China and playing incredibly fast, and it doesn't look like Vici can compete with the tempo.
They can't indeed, and I mean, this is the plus side of having both an Enchantress and a Nature's Prophet is they're going to go for more kills. They realize that if they shut down this Beastmaster, that's going to go a long way towards stopping a lot of the pressure that's going to come back onto their side of the map. They're going to be able to play even more, and Lifestealer is just going to have nowhere to farm. Same sort of thing with the OD. still really like to see that that deny on the top side from the Enchantress. I mean, Lifesteal is essentially doing Beastmaster's job at this stage, taking the tower out, giving him a little bit more space to be able to farm. But you can just tell that they don't want to leave him up here for all that long.
So I've got some inside information. I'll hold that as mid lane gang. I get solo kill.
I want to see it though, you know? I know what the information is, I want to see it.
Okay, well, we should say the information though, because it's just so people, if they're not aware as well as we weren't. I will hold that because Ava might be going on Erica. So it looked like, from what we've been told, if you take over the creep as it's attacking you before the projectile lands, it counts as a deny.
Yes.
That's what the
So
mechanic
like a range
was.
creep, for example.
Yeah. Dude, that's crazy. To have the awareness to make that call in the heat of the moment, in the heat of a skirmish like that.
You got no more options, right? You're not going to get any kills or anything with using a chant on a hero. Try and, you know, deny yourself or even just take a creep away from their impending push. So very nicely done by Victoria.
This is going to be very fascinating to see what Vici do when they're under the pump. You know, we haven't seen this team a whole lot. In fact, they've only played one series so far. Again, a lot of people are expecting them to be the favorites as Yang is going to be chased down once again. I mean, just look at everyone. And this is going to be a constant thing now. How do you play the map here for Vici Gaming? You're going to have the global potential for the Nature's Prophet to TP in, from Echoes with the Thunder Gods as well. Primal's got a lot of mobility. He went phase, Windlace, Xiaoma's everywhere. And soon these towers are going to fall. So where do you actually farm? Like, you have to take a fight, surely, to defend some of your map control.
Yeah, you do. But, I mean, you talk about map control. Just have a look at the map. And specifically the position of some of these observer wards, right? They're just littered around Vici Gaming's side of the map, not leaving them any points to be able to enter inside of their own jungle or places that you typically think might be safe to farm. I mean, he's gone into this Max Wild Axes build just so that he can look to be able to recover his net worth somewhat. He's taken a big Ancient stack for himself, so that's at least going to get him a little bit further towards his next big item. He's got Helm of the Dominator, but again, against the Enchantress, he doesn't really feel like he could do too much with it until it's that Helm of the Overlord.
So I think maybe one thing that Vici could be looking for is this team fight combo that they definitely have, and that will potentially come out from FY with level 6. It's definitely... I don't even know if he's even going to level up the song at 6, but you might be forced to do so with kind of the status of this game, where you take a team fight to defend your T2 tower down bottom, you song to Static Storm, and you should be able to get multiple kills off the back of that. But that's a question if you want to go that build instead of maybe putting another point in Riptide, because I definitely feel like his job in this game is to cut the waves.
Oh, poor Yang. Just giving his life away another time. It's going to be Zhao Ma picking up that kill, and this is a Tusk. I mean, we've seen some very rich supports over the past few days, and he's going to get an early-ish Blink Dagger if this continues. 3, 0, and 8 so far for Zhao Ma, even getting some nice little experience bonus from the D-Ward.
Hunting FY. Let's depend on the shards from Zhao Ma. That's short, clipping the Naga very, very close, but... Dude. Look at XM's net worth, man. This guy is so farm.
And look at News net worth as well on the other side of things, right?
Yeah.
They have put everything into stopping this. Again, he is what's going to create space for his team. If he got out of control, made sure that he didn't, drafted the Enchantress and played accordingly. They're looking to take every single opportunity to go for him.
Oh,
Like
the smoke popped and they had the ward outside. This is not the target you want, but you're going to be forced to try and bring down the Enchantress. You wanted a juicy kill, hoping that XM was nearby to catch him off guard, but great positioning coming out from outside's Enchantress.
Oh, and the Observer Ward even just vanished right before his eyes. Just that little bit of extra gold and experience that might have been able to go his way, and it just evaporates in front of him. It was bad,
I guess
man.
the one silver lining is that they didn't commit ultimates for that kill. It is still a smoke, but at least if ultimates on cooldown, outsiders from China, they get an objective. It's either Roche, tier 1 top, or tier 2 bottom. So that is at least kind of the one nice thing.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at FY. Again, I said he was going to probably look to try and go into a little bit more of this, you know, greedy Riptide style. Here we go. Here's the replay coming through as, yep, there we go. Mid-air, lands onto the Enchantress. Super cheeky.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Beastmaster creepy. So yeah, like he was going to go a little bit more of this greedy route. He's still going to look to try and get into this mechanism for himself, but just with how he's positioning himself, he's always trying to be just in the space to be able to prevent a death onto the Lifestealer or the Beastmaster. He's just constantly looking to refresh his vision, make sure that there's not clear information about where exactly the Lifestealer is going to be. Is Herika going to save him with the Infest, though?
No, they're going to be quick. The boys are coming. Oh. There's just so much damage. Onslaught with the combination of the Wrath and Nature. Now, Erika's got to get out, but he might need to use Yang as an Infest target. Oh, they're going to turn with the Static Storm, but Yang, oh no, first Static Storm of the game. It's off the mark, and
That's
let's
an
see what Dai want to do with that.
Is what that is. He's not quite used to it. One of the best offlaners in the world was Yang a few years ago, but certainly maybe wanting to scare him a little bit. Let's call it that.
Ah, right, sure. Well, yeah, okay. I we'll say it was a scare tactic, but as soon as the Static Storm was used, we saw the line drawn on the map here from Dire. Go straight to bottom. They're going to try and shove up mid, maybe connect to that bottom wave that is starting to get pushed out. They've got a catapult timing as well, so this would be a great opportunity for them to put some more damage onto this tier 2.
Good indeed. I feel like the only thing that they're really waiting for is the Primal Beast getting into that BKB for himself. He's only 300 or so gold away, using the trample on that top lane, so I think it's just going to be full-on go time, because then what do you care about at that point? It's really only going to be the Primal Roar. Lifestealer, not going to be able to do too much. You're too speedy. OD, completely worthless. You're going to need to pivot to using your Astral Imprisonment a lot more defensively. Doesn't seem like the build that he's gone for, going into the Hurricane Pike BKB Blink Dagger for OD instead of something like the Aghanim Scepter.
Setsu bottom lane might be in some trouble. Have to use the Astral early on. With Erika nearby, they're going to try and actually get some damage out onto the Enchantress, and they will be able to secure the kill outside of from China. They were starting to veer their attention down to bottom with some of their other members, but they thought otherwise.
Yeah, again, like it wasn't the perfect fight, and they said no BKB on Primal. Let's make sure we finish this one up. He should be able to after he takes this this ancient Black Dragon for himself, and then I feel like they're going to feel ready to go. I mean, you've just got a BKB on the Nature's Prophet as well, right? So talk about finishing up your timings at the exact same point.
Setsu might be in some trouble here. Let's see if the global damage is going to be enough to secure the kill. XM's even going to try and TP in as well, but FY, there's the song to protect it with the Wrath of Nature. Oh no, the tick was too high. They get the kill onto the OD, but the turnaround, they'll try onto the Zeus. Erika charging into the middle. They'll secure the kill. Now the Roar's going to give them an opportunity to cover the retreat as well, but Ava wants to put a stop to that. Charging straight to the middle with the Pulverize as well, holding New into place. There's no escape for the Beastmaster, and the Lifestealer will not escape as well. He's going to try and bring Jama into the grave with him. At least he'll do just that. It'll be at such a grave cost for Vici Gaming.
Well, indeed. Net worth continuing to grow. More importantly, the experience as well. XM, just his impact in a lot of these team fights, right? Positioning always on point. He's got the defensive tools. Didn't even need to use the BKB there. I mean, just the positioning of both of these, making sure that there was no avenues for him to juke into the trees to avoid that Wrath of Nature. It's not that Vici are playing that badly. It's just they can't do anything against this insanely early game draft that they've got on Outsiders right now.
I don't know if it would have been enough health, but the OD had Fairy Fire and a couple of stick charges, a couple of one charges as well. I'm not sure if that would have been enough, but very
I don't think that turns around the whole team fight, though.
No, but just, yeah. Keeps him alive. Maybe doesn't make the trade as bad, because they still did get a couple of kills from Vici. I think it was a 3-for-2 in the end. Right, we're going to see off the back of that, though, from Dire. They've got firm control of this bottom jungle, which will make it that much easier for them to be able to finally take this tier 2 tower.
At least Setsu's got a Hurricane Pike for himself now, so this is a big bonus for him. Are they just going to walk into this Roche? I mean, OD takes Roche relatively well, especially when you've got the Beastmaster to be able to buff you up with the Vlad's Offering, with the Inner Beast.
They've got a pretty close ward near the vicinity. Not directly seeing the mouth of the pit, but close enough. They could just take this. Roche is down to half.
I'm sure that's going to be what's being pinged out. I mean, you've got a Tusk with 4 points tag team. I feel like this is prime time for Xiaoma to go.
They're going to see Setsu.
Worried.
His priority number one if you're able to secure the kill. Oh, Instant National's not going to send him back.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's pretty important if they can stall. Song's up in 25, which actually could give Vici maybe a window to steal this Roche.
They just need to commit to it. Again, Tusk tag team,
Shooting
an Enchantress. She's got the little friends as well. Okay.
They got
Just
a
wanting to
scout
be
it.
able to deal that.
It's going down too fast. No one's there to scout. They dealt with the illusions.
Dealt with a Hawk
Ava's
as
going to
well.
hold the Disruptor into place as well, so Yang, an easy kill. He'll drop the Static Storm with his last dying breaths, so maybe they can use it to turn it around. They'll get the kill into the Primal Beast. Now FY is going to pop the song as well, trying to catch up to the remaining calls on Outsiders from China, but they won't be able to do so. And it also gives Xiaomi an opportunity to blink and snowball away, so honestly was looking like a pretty good fight for Vici once they got the kill into the Primal Beast, but we're just wanting to get a little bit more out of it in regards to the core kills, and unfortunately, they didn't get any.
You can see it's all about instantly shove out these lanes as quickly as they can. They used all ultimates that time on Vici Gaming, and well, I'm sure that they're going to know as soon as this Primal Beast is up. Didn't even pop the BKB because he was Primal Roared. They're going to look to take the fight right to him.
Erica, he can stand strong against the Tusk. All right. I mean, Eric has been getting a decent amount of farm across the map, and he even gives the tips over to Xiaomi as well. It's like, yeah, I don't know if you're going to win that fight against a Lifestealer.
Yeah, he just got a little bit antsy, right? Like I said, Primal was just about to come back up. Zeus didn't have any mana to be able to contribute to that fight, and even if he did, you're up against a Lifesteal, and is probably going to get another free kill here, this time onto the Enchantress. Some little mistakes coming through, you know, this is the sort of thing, and I mean, if Vici Gaming are able to come back from this one, just imagine the bans, like, this is why I'm not in roster anymore.
Oh, wait, hang on. The thing I said earlier, I feel like what you said is just you're twisting the knife even more now.
You know, you gotta be able to convert these leads into actual wins, you know?
You got to speak facts sometimes, that's what it is.
Mm-hmm. You know me,
Facts, man,
truthful.
Denog is. Oh, always.
We played a pub the other day, all right? You know what I'm like.
God, just don't forget who carried you in that game. All right, enough of that. Smoke up. 4-man from Outsiders from China. FI is in an incredible spot, but they've got a ward on the high ground, so they're well aware of Vici's positioning. And look at the damage coming through. Thunderclaws just obliterates both the supports on Vici. What a great time to be able to get those kills as well with this mid lane getting shoved out, so they can look to convert this into another tower.
They would have seen his reactions as well, so they even get the D-ward up onto that high ground. And yeah, I mean, Naga is very slippery, very fast, high armor. Primal Beast doesn't care about any of those because he's all about the magic damage, all about the movement speed. So he just completely going to rip FY a new one every single time that he gets the opportunity. Have a DD as well, able to make a play on the back of this. What are we really waiting for XM? That's the one thing that I really want to look at. Could he look to go into a Scythe of Vice? He's going to go Gleipnir instead. Don't hate it. I mean, if you're able to just lock the OD into position, even gives your team a little bit of a reprieve if you're able to use it onto the Beastmaster, some of the Overlord creep. I know I touched on the little friends as well, but he actually used it pretty effectively in that last fight on Outside, just taking the helm of the Overlord creep and whacking the OD with it.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Maybe once OD is able to find that BKB, might be a little bit more survivable inside these fights, but still is a hero that is very dependent on how he utilizes his items and also his spell kit as well in the Astral. But Vici look like they're gearing up for a defense. They don't want to let this go for free. You got to be careful from dive. If you group up, there's always the threat of FY Song. So they're going to split away, even not knowing that this could be the potential real Naga.
Just getting a little greedier. You know, they still want just that little bit more coming from the Nature's Prophet. He gets another Midas usage off. You've still got a minute or so left on the Aegis. You're going to have the next Wrath of Nature coming through as well. Same sort of thing with the Zeus now having the Aghanim Shard plus his own ultimate up in another 10 seconds. So that's really what Outsiders are looking to set themselves up for. They all move as a unit, trying to find a pick-off on the bottom side of the map. Setsu would be amazing. Just haven't seen him quite yet.
Oh, they're going to see him shortly, though. That BKB was just picked up, so he needs to be perfect with his use of the magic immunity. And let's see if the chain control is going to prevent that, and it will do just that. Beautifully done from Outsiders
Lane's
from China.
right here as well.
And now they're going to get some damage.
They've got AC as well on the Nature's Prophet. He can just sit down here and even additional safety for another 30 or so seconds. Use this one to be able to breach that high ground. Just now making his TP back to the base. Seems like he's going to have his next key item for the next little bit, though, in that halberd. Actually, he's just picked up the halberd, but the Satanic Squad's going to enable him to just stand and fight. Poor Yang.
Oh my lord.
Still with the helmet of the Overlord creep. Will
Well,
XM look to
Aegis
commit
is
with this,
about to
though?
expire.
Yeah.
Is under attack.
I think they realize that on Outsiders. They're like, you know what? We've built up enough of our lead for ourselves. We're growing it as well. It's not staying this stagnant amount. We've still taken a ton of map control away from them. We've even been able to secure a ranged rack, so that bottom lane, in addition to our Nature's Prophet sending his treants there, is going to just push in naturally. So let's just extend it even further. Let's make sure that we take away any prospects of XM, our main damage dealer, from going down. He needs a Linken's. If he's able to get into that, get his level 20, then I just think that they feel like they won't be able to lose a team fight.
And I've got some really big concerns on how the lifesteal is actually going to be able to hit people in these fights, because you are about to hit the level 20 talent. What?
Yep.
What?
Yeah.
This guy. And you've only got 1 4-staff on the OD. We'll see. Vici, they're going to try and smoke outside the base, but once again, Outsiders from China just had such an incredible advantage with the vision through the entirety of this game. Always knowing where
They're
Vici
going.
playing. They're going to look to get the start.
Well, they can't disengage
Down
with
goes
no Naga.
FY. He's going to instantly buy it back. Let's see how long it'll take for him to rejoin the fight. As towards the backline, that's a pretty aggressive TP from the Nature's Prophet.
incredibly
And the
aggressive.
BKB's not going to be able to provide him anything. Bash with the roar as well, controlling him through the magic immunity. They'll even drop the Senators just to cut off the head of XM. And now they can turn to outside as well. As one mistake, one aggressive TP could just bring Vici Gaming back into this game.
Wonder how, if they're all going to commit onto this next team fight, or if someone's going to come back. Yeah, it's going to be OD. Really not going to contribute all that much to a team fight, having used that Sanity's Eclipse, but to me, it just felt like the comms was off a little bit. You could tell that the attitude coming through from Ava's Zhama, as soon as that BKB was popped on the OD, they immediately made the retreat, but Nature's Prophet continued the TP, so I feel like that was the real thing, that they just weren't completely on the same page. You get a pick-off, you feed a huge kill bounty over to Setsu. And, well, I don't want to say they're back in the game just yet, but they're giving them little glimmers of hope.
Jama, they'll be able to get another pick-off. This time onto a support, but a decent chunk of gold here from Erica. We're 105 into the bank, getting closer and closer towards the Satanic, and you were just mentioning, like, there's a potential for Vici to be back into it. Do we have to be concerned for Outsiders from China? Like, I know it's a 9,000 net worth lead. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, but is Dire... Do they have a lineup that might start to fall off a little bit compared to Vici's at the late stage?
Dire's bottom tower.
I mean, it depends, right? Like, late stages, then Enchantress is going to be level 20. She's going to have Enchant Effects Ancient, so you're going to be able to steal the Helm of the Overlord creep on top of just using the little friends, just to make the Beastmaster essentially a primal Roar bot. So you can even see he's going into auras now with the Pipe of Insight instead of something like a Blink Dagger, because he sees Lincoln's starting to be picked up. So they're really doing their absolute most to be able to nullify and use effectiveness. I don't see Outsiders falling off in a big way. I mean, Zeus is pretty great late game once the BKB start to tick down lower. Primal Beast, of course, you get level 25, you're not worried about the BKBs anymore. The big thing that I'm worried about is just if you get the side device on Setsu, and then they use that to be able to find an initiation onto the key targets like XM without Xiaoma being in position for a Blink Snowball save, then you're going to be able to potentially come back into this one. But to me, it just seems really rough with the amount of map control that they've got, that they're ever going to be in a position to be able to find that pickoff. They've got the Beastmaster for that though, right? They're going to have the Hawks floating around the map, trying to find just someone in an inopportune position.
It's not even just that as well, right? It's FY's illusions too. Like, they are going to get stronger as the game goes on, even though he is kind of this support Naga Siren, even with some more levels to add to the stats, and potentially even another item as well could just make it a little bit more survivable to scout at the back line. As we are seeing both sides posturing very great. XM?
Value Lincoln.
You see how important this second Roche is. And Vici, no, they are still very, very strong to be able to take team fights if they're able to land that combo. And Erica feels strong enough to charge into the middle. The Rage was used early, so he's got to be a little bit cautious of his position, but the kinetic field will give them firm control of this high ground for Vici. So got a great position in regards to kind of the territory right next to Roche, but they need to stick around here.
Both teams are being very cautious about their BKB usage as well, making sure that it's just not going to go completely for free, realizing how important it is going to be for that next Roche fight, which could come at any second. It's just respawn.
And FY just TP'd out, so they know that the Naga's not here with the boys at the moment. He had to try and defend this bottom barracks that was exposed to the creeps, and he might get cut off, actually. FY drops the song. He had the ward on the high ground. Now they're all grouped up. 2 people. There's a potential for the Static Storm if Yang can get close enough, but he won't be able to land it. XM secures the kill. Now Ava will turn to the Primal Beast as well. And with all that, their hopes of potentially turning the team fights off the back of Setsu and Erika. And these two are doing a decent amount of damage, but Setsu, he's in a compromised position. It doesn't look like there's anything the Lifestealer can do to keep Setsu alive as outsiders from China. A great movement with their smoke. Just anticipating and recognizing that the Naga was not there to be able to help out in that team fight and potentially catch him off guard.
Yeah, I mean, FY did the right thing, though. You can't lose the melee racks on the bottom side. He just summoned his illusions and immediately came back. He popped the smoke. He got a good song off, but I just feel like you can't take that team fight until the Disruptor has the Aghanim Static Storm, because even though you caught the Primal Beast, it's a simple matter of him popping the BKB and being able to walk out of that kinetic field as well. So, just even have a look at the positioning coming through. It means that they have to run through this big gauntlet to be able to try and get any kind of spells off. XM as well as Victoria just completely destroying any chances of Disruptor having an impact in that team fight.
Yeah. No Raw or Static Storm usage. And we saw how important they were previously. I mean, that Raw to deal with XM, who now has a goddamn Aegis. I think the Shard went to the Zeus as well.
Radiant's bottom barracks is falling.
Might have been Tusk. Zeus bought it before, so he's been dealing a lot of damage against some relatively tanky heroes.
I indeed do think you are right. When I checked, there was only 2, but and then all of a sudden, Jiama picked up a shot, and so you probably don't have a goal for that. So you got the long boy now.
You know I'm a fan of the long boy.
Oh, the long boy. I get it. I get it.
Himself is going into the Aghanim Scepter for himself. Where all this talk about Ags, it's going to be a pretty big pickup for him as well if they're able to use that map control that they've got to be able to find the pickoff, find the blink kickback into all of that burst damage that they've got right now.
Why? Just be able to blow him up with all their global potential. It's only Ava that also needs to commit with Jiama, so this, I don't know if you can defend this last tier 2 4v5.
No, not a chance. To me, like Setsu, he just needs to go and try and find a way to be able to get that. What's he doing with the Hand of Midas on the courier? Is he trying to sell it? No, puts it back in his inventory. Not sure what's going on there. Maybe they're trying to find someone off on their own. They're pinging out where the Zeus was, but he's going to be well out of dodge by the time that they have any time to be able to connect through to him. Unless Setsu thinks he could just 100-0 him. Go for it.
See, he doesn't have the Hex just yet.
No.
But I guess there's nothing that Echoes can use defensively. Did he sell the Midas? Okay.
Yeah. But he's got 10 seconds left on his TP. He's got the Enchanted Quiver as well, so they got a ton of burst potential. My other issue is, I've talked about the importance of the Static Storm on Yang's Disruptor, but again, I feel like he needs to be able to combo together that jump from the OD with his own jump as well, right? And he has no cast range items, no Blink Dagger. It's going to be so hard for him to be able to land that Static Storm immediately after the pick. Otherwise, you could just get a Blink Snowball save, right?
Yeah, you just put yourself on the edge of the kinetic field and be able to get the snowball if you're close enough to him. We did see some glimpses of hope for Vici, but this game's back up to the highest lead that we've had so far, 17,000 now for Dire.
Now, you've been doing that a little bit this game, you know, glimpses of lead. You said that the top lane, they were untouchable with an Enchantress plan there. What's going on?
What can I say? It's just
You've
natural.
learned from me, you know. I am your big brother. You know, this is what happens when you hang out too much with someone.
Not a good role model.
No,
definitely not a good role model to learn from. I've been trying to limit my interactions with you, but unfortunately a couple times a game. So
it just slips out.
Maybe I got a class with you sometimes. Like, all right.
I mean, they're pinging. Look at that. They pinged Setsu just then. I was just about to say he's been doing a really good job of standing back inside the base, not revealing his positioning. So they're going to be on the lookout for when is the jump going to come? How are we going to stop this Blink Hex from being a factor? This Hawk is actually just outside of the Sentry Vision, so maybe they find someone. It can't be the Prophet, though. All of that Blink Hex combination is useless against the Aegis of the Immortal. It's a little far forward, though. I mean, they don't know that the whole team has gone this far back.
Alright, there's smoke. They're looking for bottom. Trying to target Setsu. There's the jump inside the base, but he was able to find the BKB, and now just turn it around to the Tusk. The Setsu want to commit with the Sanities, and he'll even jump over the top to help get the kill.
Still, though, not a big BKB usage coming out. You got the Primal Beast who popped his, but so did OD, so... Well, actually, I was about to say you would say that Vici don't feel super confident with going, but I guess, again, you've got that Scythe of Vice, you've got the Enchanted Quiver. OD feels like he can blow up anyone.
Look at the respect, though, from outsiders from China. They're like, all right, all lanes shoved out. We lost one member. Let's not continue to feed away kills. We're going to just back further off. That might just catch up to one. It will scan as well.
Giving him a little bit of vision with the Lightning Bolt. So he might be able to back away, but really great reading of the map from outsiders. Realizing how important the Tusk is to a lot of their initiation. That's how they found a lot of these pickoffs, right? It's on the back of Xiaoma getting that Link Walrus punch into the charge through from Ava.
We'll see they're back up with their full force here from outsiders from China. Minus, of course, that Aegis, though.
He's got the Lincolns used on him by the Primal Beast. He's, of course, got his own Lincolns as well. Just looking to hang around, play a little bit more, I don't want to say defensively, but maybe cautiously. Because, again, they know that that Scythe of Vice is a big factor.
Doing whatever they can to try and give Yang a little bit of farm up top as well. That's where... Just drop the Nimbus, the Thunder God. Just push him away from getting an inch closer towards that Scepter, which could potentially turn one fight around.
Yep. Careful with where exactly he moves, though. He's got his level 15 as well, so extra 2 seconds on the Static Storm is huge. He's also got the Kinetic Field cooldown talent, so 4.4 second Kinetic Field with a 7 second cooldown provides a decent amount of control, especially with Primal Beast's BKB all the way down at 6 seconds. He's not going to be able to make that secondary engagement into the team fights if Yang's on point. Still 700 gold away. It feels like an eternity for him.
Maybe they're just hoping for a long Roche Born here for Vici. Of course, still not the potential for it to be up for at least a minute 30. And as well, FY is going to be chased down. Naga up to a good old shenanigan. She's actually even got a song as well. Try and help out with the escape. Hasn't even TP'd just yet on FY. Still holding it for the moment, I guess. There's always that Nimbus to potentially cancel it if he didn't go for it straight away. So that song got cooldown for 100 seconds. Is there going to be an opening for them to fight? As look at XM.
Oh no.
Such an aggressive TP straight on top of the Disruptor. Gyra's starting to move over to XM, and with outside nearby, the nature of the tension is going to be enough to actually keep him alive. Setsu has got the Senate to potentially blow him up. Ultimate drop, and there they go. A big kill to XM. Now they'll turn to Ava as well. They've got some issues with keeping up with the Primal Beast, but as soon as the BKB expires, Erica can close the distance. But Dive, do they still want to continue to take the fight down the Nature's Prophet? They're going to make the attempt, even buys back out of XM as meanwhile down to the south. Ava finds a huge pulverize onto 2. They can target down you on the Beastmaster, and now turn to Erica's Lifestealer as well. He's starting to get a decent amount of health back thanks to the Satanic. Multiple buybacks are coming through from Vici, but they might be a little bit too late to keep Erica alive. One more right click won't be enough. Erica will survive, but can the rest of Vici get out of this? Setsu is in trouble, can't move out of the Sprout. Maybe the Astral will only delay the inevitable as Setsu will go down, die back for the OD. Now they'll look over to Yang as well as Ava once again with the pulverize. There's nothing they can do to protect Yang, or is there? A roar, they'll get some distance. Erica's going to charge in. Still got to be cautious here, Erica. It's a lot of damage coming out from XM. Satanic has been activated, but XM has got the own man fight power. Daedalus starting to get the crits going. Erica somehow is still alive. Tries to turn to Ava, but as soon as the Sprout's out, they'll kite the Lifestealer into oblivion. And now they can walk up the higher ground for the finishing blow. XM chases down FY. Erica will have to stand to the side and watch his supports take a spill. As a 2-on-5, there's nothing they can do, as it looks like that will be the last team fight of our game 1.
They're It takes a lot of guts to be able to go for that buyback when you know that, a dieback on your Nature's Prophet means a ton of your damage going away. We just have to commend Echo as well. His positioning, he's only died the 3 times the entire game. He's only got 3 kills the entire game. That's how dominant of a performance that XM has had, but a couple of those mistakes nearly came back to bite them, but it just shows how close it is at the very top of this China Division 2.
I think one interesting thing where we heard on the panel mention that Vici were going for kind of a similar draft to what we saw work for Tundra at TI, where you had the OD and the Naga, and you were able to just continue to kite. In that game, we saw 9 go Scepter. In this game, we didn't see the Scepter from Setsu. Is that a big reason? Could that have been a different factor? Because we saw in a lot of those fights how even if you were Astral to protect you, you couldn't escape from Sprout, from Shards, even out of the Nimbus as well. Who knows? They just didn't have that kiting factor here from Vici.
They didn't, but even if they did, I feel like Outsiders had much more kiting potential. We even saw in that last fight, Erica, he was farmed to hell, right? He was very clearly going to be able to potentially even turn it around 1v3 if he could just hit people, but he never could. I honestly feel like an extra use of the Astral might have just hindered Erica even more than it would have helped him, and Setsu was really their only opportunity to be able to find even a single kill, let alone multiples. So I like the way that he itemized, just didn't end up working out for him.
Yeah, well, what a game one from Outsiders from China. We were questioning if XM was going to be comfortable on the Nature's Prophet, and for him, he had over 1,000 GPM in this game one. An incredible performance from him, but also the 4 other members as well. They're going to be rewarded with this game one victory. Let's see what the panel has to say.
Wowee, I think is all we have to say. That was a hell of a performance from Outsiders. Again, it's about that advantage. As you guys said, if they start pulling ahead, it's a very, very hard game to find the space on the map to come back into that game. Did it go pretty much as you expected? Because I feel like Vici put up a slightly better fight at some points in the game, almost thought they were going to turn it around to.
I feel like, at least for Vici Gaming, there were some opportunities where Outsiders maybe got a little bit too comfortable with their lead. I think this Nature's Prophet, even though it's so strong, it's still a pretty volatile hero. As you see in the highlights here, right? One bad TP going onto the Radiant high ground, then having the BKB run through the river, gets roared up. We had a couple of these engagements, which kind of gave a little bit of false hope to Vici Gaming, because their lineup, they needed an abundance of items to even go near the amount of aggression that Outsiders was providing for nearly half an hour in the start of this game.
Yeah, it really was the case. And, with great farm comes great responsibility, and Prophet, you've got to be careful with that big old piggy bank you're carrying around with you. Kazzy, what were your highlights from this game?
I think it starts with the laning stage. The way that they decided to put their lanes, I think, set them up really well for the game too. Like we already highlighted before, that their laning stage, that their early game might have insane speed, and especially when you swap the lanes where your Primal Beast Eng lanes into Beastmaster, which is a super dominant matchup for your Primal Beast, as opposed to him laning into the Lifestealer. Now at the same time you get Nature's Prophet laning into the Lifestealer, which is also a good matchup for this hero. This will make everything so much easier for them. Then I think at, minute 9 they took the mid tower, minute 10 they took the bottom tower. And then these heroes, this is just why I have to go back to the OD. If I'm playing a first phase Beastmaster, this hero will get countered. It's not a last pick beast where you see all your matchups and you're going to have a dandy game and you're going to own. No, this hero, when it's picked early, he needs help. That's why you want a mid laner that even if you get owned in the lane, he can come alleviate the pressure and help you come back. But I think when Outsiders play the lineup as they did, with this speed, with this execution, there's no real comeback for Vici other than Outsiders making a huge blunder, multiple ones in a row.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. And there were moments where it looked like that was dangerously close to happening, but overall, unfortunately, Vici just weren't able to put up a good fight. But Erica almost did, 7-3. I think the reason why Erica and Neo or Bab had such low deaths was actually because of Yang as well. I genuinely think Yang's positioning was actually pretty good throughout the early to mid game. From 8 minutes onwards, he was just sitting in the places where his team couldn't stand, and kind of tanking a lot of the deaths. But look at these stats. Wowee.
Yeah,
1,000 GPM, 1.1 KXP per minute. I mean, that is some profits right there.
Yeah, I mean, these are the stats that you want from your carry, right? The fact that as well, this Furin, I think he helped unlock the early game with the mid tower, the bot tower, but then he didn't fall victim to, I have to keep progressing the map. He then took a backseat, farmed up his own items. He had nearly double the net worth at Lifesteal at one point. And then when he saw his team opening up these amazing fights, he joined in. So I think not only did he have a stellar game, but he showed he understood the discipline needed to play this hero, other than maybe like 1 or 2 bad TPs. But when you're TPing 100 times in a game, you're allowed a couple bad ones, and luckily they gave themselves a big enough lead that it wasn't at the detriment of their their game win. But still, a really incredible showing on Fury.
Yeah, no, it was an insane amount of money, and this team were just kind of able to play aggressively enough to give them the space to do that. I do want to ask about the Midas actually, because this isn't something we see that commonly on the position one's Prophet. What was the reason for it this game, do you think?
I'm still not sure whether I like it or not. I feel like there's some games where, because I don't really know why people are picking it up. Perhaps I do feel that Prophet is one of the heroes where you can buy kind of whatever first item and the hero still can play in the same way. Like your ulti is still insanely strong. You have the treants to push anyway. So perhaps they feel like I can just buy this farming item, but my hero doesn't really change. I can still take towers, I can still TP around, but it helps like my scaling and my levels. So I would say it's kind of chill. It's like player preference.
Yeah, and I guess in a game where you feel like you're going to be zerging around the map with your team a lot, then it can be useful for that extra bit of XP to rely on and make sure you don't fall behind in levels. It seemed to make sense, and this game certainly paid off as he was stinking rich, and that's going to steamroll them through to the first game win here for Outsiders from China. Maybe a bit of an upset, but, they're in names on this team. They're getting revenge on their former team here as well, the Outsiders. So we'll see what they can pull off in game number 2 right after this short break. Hello and welcome back to the Division 2 here with the China region as we are now jumping into game number 2. And I know, I said it was going to be short break, but that was really short. So I hope everyone who peed has got really small bladders and has come back quickly because we're going to jump straight into the draft for this next game. Let's see what there is to see because I'm actually really interested in what they've banned out this time around. And Vici are going to get rid of the Prophet. I don't think that's unexpected, considering they did completely fail to deal with it, and it was the first pick. Like, is that a big red flag for you guys if the first pick hero is the one standing out as the MVP by the end of the game, T?
Yeah, and I mean, we have it a lot where these first pick Cottles and whatnot are few Nature's Prophets. They have these incredible games, but I feel like they drafted themselves into a really bad position to play against a Nature's Prophet, and it did feel like it was a last pick for Furion. So, I think just ban it out if you don't have good concepts against it, and we get to see the FY Rubik. It is going to be, hopefully, a treat.
I like the audible pog there from Kezi.
Yeah. I didn't clock why he was pogging, and then I looked down and I was like, oh, the Rubik.
Now you know.
That's pretty pog.
Yeah.
As pog as a broodmother, though, Kezi?
No, dumb hero. I want to go back real quick to the Nature's Prophet. When you see a first pick hero own, it's also I mean, how do I put it? I think there's a lot of credits also need to go to the team that picked it that way, because when you first pick a hero like Nature's, you need to really tailor your entire draft around it, and I believe that they did that very well. They had so much tempo and like map play and just like speeding up the game, which is exactly what the hero wants. So I think it's not only him playing well, it's them drafting well, and perhaps VG Gaming, you know, not having the perfect answer. So I do like that they banned it out, but there's I don't like this Broodmother hero. It's very strong, of course, but there's probably one of the best answers to the hero is being picked up here by Vici with the Naga.
Yeah, beautiful pick from Vici. It felt like just the best hero in this scenario against the physical damage of Tusk, dude, the wave push of Brood, like, yeah, you have a pleasant time. And this should be a Naga that is just the carry. We're not going to see some weird support Naga. We're not going to see any flexibility. Hopefully.
We hope.
In before Pos 5 Naga. But no, just like lock this into your side lane and now cover a little bit. Like ban out the Primal Beast, ban out the Pudge. And then other than that, I'm trying to think if there's any real big carry that you care about that you need to ban out. But I think Pudge, Primal, some teams respect the Leshrac, and of course Tundra doesn't, but you see they're banning out Leshrac anyways.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen any Pudge here in the China region.
Yeah,
definitely should.
Definitely should. 100%. Like if you have a Brood off lane, then a Pudge, and then you pick some like Shadow Fiend-esque mid lane that bridges your tower damage, you do not give any cares about this Naga Siren carry throughout the entire game. You could also do Razor carry. We've seen that in Division 2 Europe. This Razor, you link onto the Naga. You also itemize quite nicely with like a Sanjasha. You get Shivas. When you get higher levels of your Plasma, your Shard as well, like you really just don't care about this hero. Yeah. So maybe we see that coming from XM. You know, he is a mid laner. He has like 97 games on this hero.
97 heroes, yeah. He's versatile.
Yeah. Very versatile. Yeah, it's early in the morning, man. I'm sorry, all right? Leave me alone.
Flexing. It's 12:30. It's not early.
Well,
no, I'm in NA right now. Crapper.
UK gamer time. It's a different. That's what the G stands for in GMT.
Goats.
Alright, yeah, second phase Lina ban is very interesting, but just getting rid of these big AoE damage, magic dealing heroes on Vici to protect their Naga. Meanwhile, outsiders, they're going to get rid of those annoying mid laners, which they know that Vici can play very, very well and can control the tempo with, because that's what they're going to need. Something to control the tempo whilst the Naga comes online. And now we have a Sansa coming out for outsiders. What is this about?
Very strange, in my opinion. So when I see this Brood Naga matchup, they're both very map relying heroes, which is why I think oftentimes you see like you see the Brood paired with a Lion to counteract the Naga's like map play and to be able to pick off, where I think Silencer plays a very different game from both these heroes. Like Naga is one of the better carries against Silencer. You don't really care about global that much. You're always going to rush Manta, and you put lanes in a position that make it not that easy for the Silencer team to use it. So I think for outsiders, it's important that they're going to take heroes that use the global in an offensive manner in their next picks.
Okay. Some aggressive things to come out from outsiders then potentially. Meanwhile, Vici, very, very defensive from them. I mean, they get the Death Prophet to kind of give them a bit of tempo, a bit of objective taken to play around, and then the Crystal Maiden has that nice, reliable support. So that does lock the Naga Siren into presumably the carry role. Don't want to presume too much, but one would imagine that would make sense.
And this is the cool thing about the different regions, because if this was Europe, this Silencer would have been a Crystal Maiden, and then on pick 18, it would have been the Pudge. And then they wouldn't have cared about any of the first 4 picks of Vici Gaming, because you just have 2 really strong lanes, and then your final pick on mid. But then in China, it's like they value Silencer a bit more, the early fights, the pressure in that regard. It now puts more emphasis, like Kez was mentioning, the next 2 picks need to be the heroes that can enable the Brood in her map play. Like, if that doesn't happen, then it's going to get weird, because Naga's going to push out the Brood. DP will naturally then take over towers and open up the map for Naga to cross the river and to continue making those plays. So yeah, outsiders really need to pick up these just aggressors, at least.
I could see one hero that's maybe not super aggro in terms of going in, but that's definitely not the hero I was going to call. I was going to say, you know, they could maybe go for a Zeus again, but then their last pick carry would have to be very tailored around, you know, potentially going in. So Yeah, I would have never seen Hoodwink coming out. This is, I guess it's a
10
Tusk
seconds
mid.
remaining.
Yeah.
Tusk mid, yeah.
Tusk mid,
it's
yeah.
Very, very common in the so far, at least
It's-
in today's games.
Yeah, it's not like Tusk mid is bad. I just, from this particular pick order, if you're Vici, I feel like if you can find a hero that can also go mid and offlane, you could potentially just put your DP mid. You'd feel happy there. But I mean, it suits up with like the early game maybe to help this Brood. So I can see the the synergy between the Brood offlane and Tusk mid. But yeah,
All right.
okay.
Yeah.
Do you even care about flexibility right now? Do you not just want to go for some like Centaur for Vici Gaming? You put DP against Tusk, Centaur Rubik side lane, and then your Naga against Brood, you always feel pretty good. Like, I think that should set you up for quite a decent game of, for at least position to just play out a very strong mid game.
Yeah, I think you just put the DP mid.
10
Yeah,
seconds
I agree.
remaining.
As long as you don't like end up doing some weird stuff where your DP ends up going often here, because I think you see this draft, you take the W in the mid lane, and now you just take some solid off lane that you ban for, and you chill.
Yeah, they're already banning out Timbersaw. I'm pretty sure Centaur should be the next one. If you're thinking the offlane is going to get picked up here. Again, I like the Shadow Fiend ban. Mentioned it earlier for outsiders. They do need some type of accelerant carry that can get a couple items and just utilize an early Aegis and fight through. So yeah, Shadow Fiend, Drow,
Smack
both pretty
things.
good bans. Yeah, just smack them up, get them a 2-0 in this final series.
Smack them out of the series. That's what they need.
Smack
from
them
that
into
character.
Division 2. Yeah, so remaining in Division 2. There you go.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I mean, I do like Outsiders draft, actually. I really do. I think I was doubtful, but then Hoodwink actually kind of makes me happy. It gives them that kind of reset button as well, It's not a hard reset button, but, like, if they want to just throw down the global and, like, throw down a bushwhack and just run from a fight, they can absolutely do that. Might be a
mean-
good answer to EXO in some situations.
Yeah, there's like 3 of the heroes that play nicely together. Like Tusk Hoodwink always gives kill threat. Brood
Yeah.
Hoodwink is a nice lane. Tusk can rotate there, so it's like I mean, we've seen, I think most notably, like Tundra play like this type of style a lot. You have this fast mid laner, some casual range 4 with your Brood to like help enable it. So they have a lot of things going for themselves, that's for sure.
Yeah, still a big question mark about the Silencer's head. Like, sure, it's a nice idea to drop the silence to secure the kill onto Nagasara and stop her just songing and running away.
Oh,
but
hello.
there's always meant to- Oh,
We forgot about the
Yeah.
China special.
indeed.
What can you do?
So they might be doing what you said and running the DP mid and bringing
Yeah.
this Marcy to the offlane.
You may now select
Okay.
Well, that's that's not the big smasher we were kind of expecting, but
No.
a bit of a slower smasher. Okay.
That's a very slow smash. Yeah, all right. So they go Deucer. I think. So wait, hold on. Let me double check. So Marcy's playing playing Pod 3.
Offlane,
Yeah,
yeah.
Pod 3.
I like the way that
Honest-
when they picked that, by the way, Outside just let out the biggest yawn I've ever seen. Is like, we picked Medusa, all right, settling in for the long run here.
That's kind of the vibe I'm having. It's like they play this incredible game 1 of aggression, map pressure, like they're completely choking Vici Gaming, and the next game they're like, all right, boys, you run at us this time. You try and take our map over, and we'll eventually do to you. But I feel like the overwhelming pressure of a DP, the early itemization of Marcy with BKB, like these heroes are like insanely good in the core roles, especially in China. So I think Vici Gaming has a much better shot to actually break down Outsiders. And Outsiders did show weakness in game 1. Like they were ahead by so much, and they did make some massive mistakes, but it didn't really matter because they're so far ahead. So yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Vici can do with a slightly faster draft this time around. And, as Pat was saying, the Naga draft is maybe the slightly faster one. But I guess they're both kind of slow. Kezi, which way are you leaning for this one?
Definitely towards Vici Gaming as well. I think, like, Outsiders, they have this draft where they want to stand their ground and Medusa wants to hit. But when you have these heroes that play against, like, overwhelming run at you, and it forces the Medusa to either die or run away, I feel like you've kind of broken that draft apart. And I think that's what Vici have with this DP, with this Marcy. I think they're going to run them over, even if the Medusa has a good early game.
Alrighty, let's see it. Game number 2 now getting underway. Let's throw it over to our casters for this one. We've got Dagon Ares to take it away for the second match.
Yeah, thank you, Nomad. Here we go, Denok. Sounds like the panel is favoring Vici Gaming a little bit more than what we saw out of their draft in game 1. Do you agree with that sentiment?
Yeah, for sure. I really I can see how the lanes might go relatively well for them. You know, they talked about that on the panel. Hoodwink, Broodmother, really strong lane. Don't really care that much super early on about the Nagasar. You're just going to trade in farm. The other big issue that I'm seeing, in addition to every point that they raised, is that you're going up against a Marcy, Death Prophet, Nagasar, three relatively beefy heroes. So even when you do make these rotations with your Tusk and Hoodwink, once you hit those ultimate timings, I'm not sure if you kill them, or at least cleanly. You know, you're going to have responses. I haven't even talked about the Vici Gaming supports yet. I mean, this is a FY Rubik, an absolute treat to be able to witness, and then we get Yang on the CM, one of the strongest laning supports in the entire game. So I'm keen to see how Outsiders are going to be able to make a game out of this one, because I really feel this is strongly Vici favored.
We've seen so far FI play the Rubik once. That was in their debut game as well versus Cloud, and it was nothing short of what we would expect out of FY's Rubik. I think we even might have gave him the MVP.
We did.
That was a pretty goddamn stellar performance from him. And I know the panel mentioned of kind of how awkward this Silencer pick is into the Naga. And there's going to be a little bit of value in team fights to help address the Rubik. I don't know if you're really picking this hero to try and deal with him though, because I'm very, very concerned about how Outsiders from China are not going to be able to deal with their side lanes in regards to the Naga illusions. Like, sure, Medusa can when you're starting to walk down a lane, but you've got supports that can't address it. Even Tusk might have some difficulties as the game goes on as well. So I'm kind of concerned in that regard.
To me, I think the only way that Outsiders have a shot this game is if Echo has an amazing game, and I feel like they just haven't drafted for that, right? DP is such a great matchup against the Tusk. You're always able to just use that Spirit Siphon pretty freely onto him. He's going to be trying to keep his space as much as he can, but every single time he goes forward to hit a creep, he's going to get siphoned or he's going to get Crypt Swarmed in the face and lose the trading battle almost every single time.
Also, those old classic China position twos, I should say plays, not heroes, and Setsu's one of them, and he's very comfortable on the Death Prophet, who's a region who's always favored this hero, so not going to expect him to be in, I should say, out of his comfort zone. And then we spoke a lot about kind of the comfort for XM in the previous games, had a great performance on the Nature's Prophet, over 1,000 GPM. And while this game is going to be on the Medusa, looks like he's, silver tier, so he's played a couple of games. It is a hero that's not very hotly contested in the meta at the moment. As top, Vici Gaming, they're going to look to strike as soon as they hit level 2. Ava will be in some trouble, but the pushback from Xiaoma will help Ava get some distance away.
Just speaking of the Medusa, she's actually getting dived right now as new. She's going to look to... Actually doesn't have the Dispose leveled up just yet. Gone for the sidekick. Of course, up against these two ranged heroes, Rubik can't do absolutely everything to be able to keep them bullied away. Just to make sure he's a little bit more into that regen for the lane. Just speaking of the Medusa, she's got the pretty Medusa skin. That's always nice to see. You know, the super rare one. Yeah. I think I've got 2 of them. Might give it one to you if you're good.
Oh, if I'm good. What the? When am I never?
All right,
I'm the golden
don't
child.
make me list them off.
The golden only child.
Mm-hmm. We've established
No one
this.
beats me outside.
You're my little brother, all right? We've established this. My annoying little brother that has these TikTok memes and all that sort of stuff. Look at that. You've got me sidetracked and they got a kill on the bottom side of the map.
I said outside. What do you mean? I was trying to cut you off. You kept going. That's not my fault.
About the weather.
Wow, it's freaking hot, man. I'm 11:40 and I'm like sweating.
We're sweating.
Oh, god damn, what is going on? Oh, goddamn Australia weather. You know, what's he? Yang? Like Australia, maybe some spiders. We get some action out of one of them with Ava chasing down Yang, and this is a bit of a concern. Like, you pick this Crystal Maiden to try and obliterate the Broodmother lane team, of course, a very strong laner. You can have some difficulties in regards to your positioning, and that's why they've tried to do their best to cut down the trees, but you're really hoping to come out on top on the early couple of minutes here against this Brood, and giving away a kill like that's not going to help.
Oh, for sure. You can see, though, every single lane is going pretty favorably for Vici right now. They're going to go for another kill onto Yang, and well, I'm not sure if that Bushwhack's going to land on anything, Xiaoma. The Acorn shot was still a couple of seconds off cooldown, so...
Maybe he was thinking about dropping a branch? I'm not... Maybe the...
Cast range, a little too small for it, I'd say.
Look, I don't know. I'm just trying to be
You're
like...
trying to give him the
maybe he was
benefit of
going
the doubt, I understand.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just like, maybe Xiaoma was going for the clutch play. he got frostbitten, right? So maybe he's like, wasn't expecting to get frostbitten. He was going to get on top of them, make that huge play. Then all of a sudden, CM's dead for a second time. Then we're like, oh, god damn, look at this player.
I mean, it was the right idea for sure. You know, you got to make sure that you keep this CM bullied out of the lane for as long as possible. Get that Broodmother off to a good start. Seal off at least a portion of the map, like the panel was saying. Nagasaran, one of the better heroes at being able to deal with that just through the illusions, being able to clear out the spiderlings without too much risk to yourself. To see what the issue is, allow the CM to just stay in this lane. Bullied out, doesn't have any regen left for himself until the next amount is ferried through to him, just relying on the mangoes and the tower regen for now. Might even walk all the way back to base or build up some stacks rather than stay in the lane. At least he's quick forward enough.
Lane XM might be in some trouble. He's going to be able to reposition the Medusa thanks to the Dispose, but XM will get some effective health back. So the Snake, and meanwhile outside has just been freely right-clicking FY. 2 points in the Curse as well, so a decent amount of damage traded back into Vinci's off lane. So honestly, in the end, it does seem like Radiant kind of come out on top of that minor exchange.
Mm-hmm. FY's going to have a quick look if there's any sort of bounty room, but not going to be the case. I mean, Rubik is great for a number of things. What are we seeing? Yeah, it'll be fine. He's great for a number of things. The laning stage is still a little weak, though, right? Such long cooldowns on the Telekinesis and the Fade Bolt. They're not even going to be able to get a kill onto Setsu in the mid lane, despite Xiaoma making the rotation through just to refill the bottle for now. Sure, he's going to look to play around the power runes. That was the other thing that I really wanted to discuss. Like, how are they going to be able to play around the potential for kills happening in this mid lane? I don't think the Walrus Punch is enough. Even Walrus Punch plus Acorn Chop Bushwhack. It's all just going to be on that sharpshooter timing. So, let's see how quickly Xiaoma can look to get into it. Why, though, positioning on point.
Setsu. All right, Exo's going to be popped, but look at Yang's positioning. Off for the creep wave, so we'll hold Echoes into place after the snowball, and VG Gaming have done an incredible job at keeping this catapult alive as well. So Setsu, of course, he'll have to try and tank up some of the creeps, but that Spirit Scythe will make it very easy.
And he's done it long enough so that the creeps are here to join. So the flag bearer creep is the one taking a lot of the right clicks now. Outside, doing his best to try and keep the wave pulled away from the tower. So they're going to minimize the damage, but I wonder if that'll lead to a potential gank attempt on this bottom side of the map. He doesn't have a TP available on the silencer, so see what they opt to do. Full TP is available for VG Gaming if they did want to go for that sort of play, but maybe just not feeling confident to do it while the exorcism isn't available. Oh, he's actually going to go for a solo kill.
All right, New brought down with the first use of the Unleash in our top lane as well. We go as Ava and Xiaoma in combination will chase down Yang. They want to continue to try and man-fight Erica. Satiable Hunger will soon expire, but you are getting the Brood very close to level 6, and Xiaoma's probably going to leave the Brood to get some solo experience. So with this wave, Ava should hit the 6 mark.
Yeah, I really wasn't expecting a solo kill from you onto the Medusa, who is TPing back down to this bottom side. Of course, no Unleash for the next 70 seconds, but this is not how you expected the game to go, picking up this Dusa, already falling nearly 1,200 gold behind. Will outside be able to get away from this? New looking to join together with FY, with the boots of speed. Should look to be able to catch.
Setsu's coming over just in case they need the extra man.
You think that's what it was? You think he's not trying to just snipe that kill?
Well, he already shoved the creep wave, so I suppose that was the big thing. Setsu was able to make that play. You've got Exo up in 35. Are they going to go for this?
I don't think they can.
What is the call now for VG Gaming that Ava has level 6? Do you need to just put Erica in the jungle? Can the Naga actually even continue to play this lane versus Ava's Spiders now?
I think you can. I mean, with the Naga Siren, you're going to be pretty proficient yourself in just dealing with them, right? Of course, the Broodmother hitting that level 6 is a very scary timing, but so is Naga Siren just getting more and more levels and experience, right? More points in the Riptide, more capabilities just to shove out these lanes super easily. So it's really about how can you find a kill onto the Naga Siren and then let the Broodmother take over this lane, but I don't feel like they've got the heroes for it just yet.
XM should be protected for a moment with the Stone Gaze. It's going to give enough time for the TPs to start to come out.
Tusk's coming, though.
Is he actually going to try and fight? He's locked into the tree line, won't be able to cut an escape avenue. So we'll look for as much damage as he can onto Xiaoma. And he too will join him inside the grave, so... Yeah, look at Echoes, who wants to kill...
Slowly cutting trees.
He's like, all right, dude, I'll get it. Whatever. I made that rotation. I'll protect you out of the tower.
It took so long, though. Look at this mid lane. DP is just pushing down this mid tower, almost unopposed. I say that because Outside's doing his best to be able to try and push him away, but Silencer just cannot do anything against this type of push, especially one as poor as him. Doesn't even have the boots just yet, so you can just get run down if you overcommit. Like catch Echoes on the retreat.
I don't even know how you're going to stop Setsu. This guy's got a mechanism already. You get the kill into the Crystal Maiden. Setsu popped the mech early to try and keep the support alive, but it looks like he'll be okay as well. I was thinking maybe with that mech used and not giving him a lot of value out of it, they might think about chasing, but not the case. So in the end, it's only a 1 kill advantage for Vici, but you take a look at the net worth, that does not represent that at all.
No, kills do not matter in this context, and they're going to at least be able to clear out one of these Observer wards that Vici have placed. You know they want to be playing aggressively against the Medusa. Medusa knows that she's not safe to go back to that lane, especially with the Unleash coming off cooldown. So any chance that you can get to disrupt XM's farm, we saw what an absolute beast he was in game number 1 with more than 1,000 gold per minute on his Nature's Prophet. Certainly not the case this game, though.
Erica might be in some trouble. Actually levels up the song. Wasn't sure if she had one available. Doesn't look like the silence is going to tick her out, so she's the song and will be able to escape. Meanwhile, Vici, they're going for their own smoke as well. Setsu's Exos not at the ready. Trying to look for the backstab, but no one on Radiant will be home. The casualty of this attempt.
Wonder who they're actually going for with this smoke, whether it's just trying to cut off the area of the map and the farm, because Ava is the one that is doing a decent job farming. You can see the rotation coming up top from Echo to be able to potentially punish any kind of defensive rotations. They really want to take this tower to enable the Deuce's map presence to expand. But, I mean, it's just going to be a while. I think Echo showed on the lane as well, so they know that they're not having to worry about a Tusk committing into a team fight without having to use that TP to do so. So you just see FY, he's even just sitting inside the jungle, because who's going to stop him?
The one really nice thing, hold that, Setsu mid lane. Jama does have the 6 to work with now. Let's see if the damage is going to be enough before the mechanism. Spirit Siphon only onto one member. Is the health back actually enough to keep him alive? And Setsu is in fighting shape, and FY can turn it around off the back of the shards. They were just lacking the damage, ever so close to getting the kill onto Setsu, but that mech and the Spirit Siphon was enough to keep the Death Prophet alive.
And that's what I was talking about, right? Even when you hit these timings on the Tusk and the Hoodwink, and they hit it perfectly, right? He was in a really good position to get picked off, but it's just not quite enough. And he has the Greaves now, I believe. So even with those silences being pumped out onto him, he's going to be able to have that safety net.
Can they fight? Ava? I don't know about this. You run directly into the freezing field, and Ava's health is just gone. Thought there were maybe some more boys nearby, but you run into the field and you're going to pay the price.
You thought. I mean, again, times Broodmother wants to be just sitting up onto this top side, but Broodmother's not going to win you the game solo. It needs to be the Medusa that does that. So more space given to XM. Something's got to give, and at that time, just choosing the wrong fight to look to try and fight into. Just trying to think of when the next big advantage could potentially come for Outsiders, right? You've still got 800 gold away from the Blink Dagger. They might try and get a kill here onto the Marcy with 3 heroes committing for the purpose. No BKB just yet, but that shrugs it off. Will we able to get to safety? No. But I wonder if this reveals something for XM, right? Like, you've made a big smoke happen. They know that because there was no Greaves or mech coming through for the safety of the Marcy, that you might be in trouble. They see the courier, they find XM. Do they have TPs? Just on Silencer.
Nice silence. Just before the Stone Gaze was activated for XM, maybe if they got it out. But I suppose, like you said, it was only the Silencer that could really TP. So that extra gets them a kill, and they're going to be able to net it now into a tier 1 tower. And this is just further restricting the map that Outsiders from China need to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, Medusa probably one of the better heroes at being able to make use of that ancient camp area. So any chance that you can get just to make gank attempts a little bit less punishable is going to be a big bonus. And I mean, I feel like this will lead Erica into just playing even more aggressive than he has already. You can see him sitting at the very top of the net worth charts, and he's just going to set himself up a position here to be able to farm. You've got New farming the his own ancient camp, so it's not like that one's being wasted either, although it is under vision that was dropped down by Xiaoma previously, so I wonder if they're going to try and go for a kill onto him prior to him picking up this BKB for himself, but they're going to need to be quick because he's only 400 gold away. That's where the pings are happening.
See now with this blink on Echoes, him along with the Hoodwink look to try and make some plays across the map.
But on who?
Couple members.
That's always my question. Who? It's going to need to be a support, honestly, for them to be able to even get anything out of it. And I mean, all the while, you're going to be farming on a Naga, you're going to be farming on a DP, becoming even more unkillable, and you're just eventually going to reach this point where, you know, New, we saw that he was able to solo kill the Deucer previously, and it's just going to get worse and worse. You're going to lose Aegis, you're going to lose more towers, and then you're going to be able to freely siege high ground with Naga illusions and exorcism.
It's a difficult position to be in here from outsiders from China. It's not like this Global's really going to provide them a whole lot as well. You've got the Manta on the Naga to purge it off. You've got the Greaves on the Death Prophet. BKB on the Mastiff. New wants to utilize it like that. It's maybe something they maybe even have to just use for a pickoff instead of like a big team fight engagement. This game is really starting to get out of control.
It is. I really do want to commend the itemization choice coming through from Xiaoma, though. He's gone a Veil. He realizes they need that little bit of extra damage to be able to pick someone off, and, well, he has to make sure that it gets delivered to him first. You can't take a fight without this. You saw that you couldn't kill the Death Prophet before, and she's just become tankier in the meantime.
And instantly queues up the shot as well from Xiaoma, so extra little bit of amplification is under the T2 tower. Tusk is the initial target. Setsu's just acting as a bodyguard, intercepting the reinforcements from protecting the Tusk. And the Death Prophet's positioning perfect, and meanwhile, mid lane, Erica,
they got him
is
both.
out. Setsu, he's got that second point in the X. So there's
still got a little
nothing they
unleash
can do.
left.
XM is going to have to watch himself and just end up dying inside the lane. A snowball from afar means there will be no escape. The Medusa, he just wants a little bit more creep farm before they get the kill, and they're even catching up to Ava as well. Oh, Ava, they've got that one watered. they know exactly where you are. Freezing field once again. Outsiders from China, all the corpses littering the ground as Vici Gaming, and this was a team we come to expect. Game one was all outsiders from China, but it's a night and day difference from Vici in the second game.
Yeah, if it's not a massive outdraft, then you got to favor them, right? Their potential to just outplay is second to none. I mean, they just did that one perfectly. Setsu not even popping the exorcism when he got that solo kill on the bottom side. That actually brings him up to the level 12, which assists with being able to get the next few follow-up after that. They're just playing the map so well, right? They know that Erica doesn't need to be part of these team fights, but he's able to enable the next one to come through. You know, that's what the great teams of, TI champions have been able to do time and time again, right? It's not enough to win the team fight. You get the +1 on top of that.
And this draft that you're going for with the Hoodwink and the Tusk, you're too far ahead for the damage is just going to be mitigated. You put a lot of priority on in the draft, and we see kind of the itemization still not paying off as well now. And they're going to chase him in the tree line. Oh,
FY.
Almost duking.
He's stealing Erica in. Oh, they found him.
All right, they'll finally catch up to him. I guess the little bit of extra couple of seconds.
Threw him away?
They have to drop a... No. You're not going to let him escape, right? Ava went back. Oh, no. Now this board will pay off. I mean, I gotta give him props for living as long as he did. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, New finds a freebie onto the silencer.
Has he got the boots yet on the silencer? Okay, he does. Nearly into the 4 stuff, but we haven't really seen the impact of that. Have we seen a global?
Jump in, Echoes with Xiaoma nearby, but I don't think they've got the damage. Max charge of the sharpshooter, and you will just be able to shrug it off.
That was with the Veil as well. So again, like every time that they go for a kill attempt, they've just got that one extra item that's going to prevent them from being able to actually secure it. EKB that time for New. He's nearly gotten into the Basher, so even a little bit more strength given over to him. It's just going to get rougher and rougher. So really the next time for... Oh, he's walking under vision.
I don't think he has damage. Was he under vision? Wait, what?
I'm looking at...
Actually, under the remnant to the T2 tower.
That's what I'm looking at.
Xiaoma's in trouble. First global the game, but
is under attack.
FI is just going to try and TP out in their face, and they don't have a way to cancel it. They will start to backstab Erica, though.
Might get
Song,
it.
can he get it off?
He's got
Echo's
Aegis,
perfect
though.
use of the chain control. Oh. Okay, they'll burn the Aegis. It's okay. It's okay. Do they ever stun once he respawns? Erica
Marcy's
still has
coming.
the Song to work with. They turn it around. It's only Marcy nearby, and Erica's just going to look to try and TP out. Okay, Aegis, you'll blow it. 2.5 minutes left that they had to work with it, so it's something, right?
Yeah. Sure.
Right?
Sure.
Oh.
The Deucer was taking the time to farm on the bottom side, so that's a little bit of a bonus, right? You know that if there are multiple heroes committing to potentially protect the Naga Siren, that Deucer's going to have that little bit of extra freedom. She's nearly finished up the Manta style, to be fair, and they've done a pretty good job of being able to protect this ancient camp area, so XM's going to look to accelerate that farm further and further, but you just see there's nowhere for them to safely farm on the map. Ava's taken the top side. Deucer just needs to wait for creeps to spawn because he can't go out into the mid lane. He can't go top. Someone's already there, and well, it's a death sentence to go onto the bottom side of the map.
The bottom side of the map is not going to have a T2 for much longer as well. Setsu popping that Exo, so open up the map even further.
All right,
Nice
so
content, BKB.
I want to see Xiaoma just use your Bushwhack and Acorn Shot combo on that mid lane just to get experience. He's got the Tome coming out to him. He's got the Veil. He's got the Boomerang. He needs level 12. You know, it's a big damage boost if he's able to get into that one, especially once it gets amplified by all of his itemization. But I think he needs it. Like, at level 1 Sharpshooter is not going to be enough. He's choosing to
See if
farm
he
a little
can-
bit safer underneath the tower rather than going out into the lane, not wanting to give up his life freely.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ava is doing an incredible job as well at forcing back some of the heroes. That's a lot of damage into the tier 2 tower top. So he'll be able to cut that next wave as well, continue to provide some pressure, at least in one lane out of the 3.
I wonder if this is optimistic by Victoria or if he's just having fun with it, because he's got the Ags queued up, and I don't really see what that's going to provide them this game. You know, the AoE silence coming from the last word. It's great once you hit, you know, level 25, but I have a feeling this game might be over before you reach that stage. It's really just going to be on the back of a Medusa, so maybe going down his original route of into the 4-staff might be the better option. Oh, they found Hoodwink as well. FY. It's always just in a position to be able to catch someone out. And won't go up onto the high ground, unfortunately. Although, no.
I'm
trying to be optimistic, bro, all right?
Optimistic, I understand. They saw XM right up this high ground. Does Erica want a song for this?
Nah. They're happy to take the tier 2 mid, I'd say.
New nearby with the Unleash. Oh, he didn't get XM's going to lose a lot of his mana.
He got it.
Maybe his health pool as well. New soloing down the Medusa. At least he gets the Stone Gaze off, so will safely retreat to the tower, but they have to even use the Global Silence as well just to cover that escape.
And now he was forced to do that off the back of basically a Marcy just popping BKB and wanting to unleash him, right? Now he's going to add to the threat with Setsu getting the Blink Dagger. So his role in a lot of these is pop Exo, blink in, use your BKB, and chase down the Medusa. Try and either force her away while the rest of your team takes towers, or force a BKB, force an ultimate, back up a little bit, and then just look to do it again when Deuce's big defensive potential is gone. At least, though, Hoodwink, level 12. We're trying to push out this bottom lane. I wonder if they can look to go for this when realizing that they don't have BKB on New. It's just a matter of how do you get out onto the map with all these Naga Siren illusions blocking your path.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like you're going to be able to. They've been trying to close the distance onto top as well. Using a great position, runs directly into Ava. We'll look for a TP out. Is anyone nearby to cancel that? Well, New can do it himself. The rebound. Still into the tree lane. Freezy Phil, don't run back into it. Well, I guess it's a little bit awkward anyway.
He had nowhere to go.
Yeah, that's a tough position for him to be in the
Even
mid lane as well. They're just starting to
Mana's
annoy the
gone.
Medusa. When Erica, an easy one for the Naga to find. Plenty of items to be able to win this man fight. Unfortunately for the Silencer, you are not a hero that is able to do a whole lot to protect the Medusa. Just has to stand
Already popped the
idly by
Exo.
and watch and I mean, Setzer, no hesitation. This man
He's feeling
has
himself.
zero fear with the position they're in right now. They're even going to time a tier 4. VG Gaming, screw a tier 2, screw a tier 3. Tier 4 is not even enough to hold them back. VG Gaming, 18,000 net worth lead. They're going to look to try and crack the high ground now.
Yeah, and there really isn't something that's going to be able to stop them as they find another pick-off onto Xiaoma. They just haven't made use out of that Hunter's Boomerang, out of that level 2 Sharpshooter, out of the Veil in combination together with the Tusk. And, well, it means that they're going to be down at least a tier 3 tower. We hope that they're not going to use buybacks for this one. I mean, if they could stall this out, right? If they were able to get a couple of kills and stop this aggression from happening, maybe that lets the Tusk get the Aghanim Scepter so that when this next high ground siege is happening, you get a kickback into tier 4s. You split the team up a little bit. Deucer gets a little bit more farmed, right? But just because one thing doesn't happen in that Tusk and Hoodwink being able to combine together, everything just goes out the window.
Yeah, because not only that, you've got also pretty decent high ground clear with the Snake and the Shards, and Deuce is even going Scepter and probably into the Ag Shard next because all the single target abilities from Vici. But you lose one fight, and all of a sudden, because Vici have so much map control, they're able to convert that into a full set of barracks, and now they just have, I mean, that's what, 6k gold swing just off the back of that. So now you've got even more items that's going to make it so much more difficult for them to lose this next fight. So what are we up? We're 1%. Like a 1% chance here for outsiders, and it's like it's not looking good.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah, well, I don't even know what the chance. I cannot see them winning a fight without these items. I don't know what that 1% is.
I can't see them winning a fight. I can see them getting a pick off onto FY, but he's just been on point with a lot of his reactions. Like, you're having to contend against a Heart and an Skadi on the Naga Siren, so she's not getting bursted 100 to 0. Marcy now has, well, again, I feel like they were going for a play. You know, you have Xiaoma down here on the bottom side, but again, they're just not able to connect together. Even had the Arcane Rune to be able to play around with, didn't even need to use the BKB, so just play around the Unleash, not even waiting for that. Again, Setsu backline.
Look at the jump, man. As soon as they saw the pushback, they're like, all right, let's just jump in. We know we're strong. The Global Silence exchange for the BKB. It'll also get the buyback out of the Tusk as well, but how are you going to prevent Erica from sieging down the base? She's got this Heart completed, so 3,900 health that you've got to go through out of the Naga, and now he'll eat the Sharpshooter as well. So Yang, they haven't even killed off the Crystal Maiden. Finally, Echoes
That's a
will
toss to
deal
fall
the
back,
finishing
though.
blow, but it'll come at a cost of his own life.
Yeah, I mean, it just got to that stage where Vici were ready to group up, and they just don't care. Again, they find the route, the Hoodwink, the big damage dealer that they've got on their lineup right now, and that they're not even waiting for the cause to go down. They just blow through XM in a couple of seconds, and yeah, this was GG from the draft, honestly, it did feel like, and a return to form from the Vici Gaming that we all know are super capable.
Use some smiles out of that one. The rest of the other 4 members are like, all right, job's not done just yet. One more game needed here to be able to take this. So
Cheeky little grin
see,
by
like you
Yang.
said.
He had some of his bubble tea. You know, he deserves it. He's done a good job.
He has. I mean, love me some good bubble tea, especially as a reward for a victory like that. So Vici, yeah, we're going to a game 3. It feels like it's only fitting with these two teams, isn't it, Daniel?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this, in my eyes, the top 2 of the entire region. There's arguments for LBZS, there's arguments for YBB, but definitely this is the 2 to watch. And fittingly, we're going to go to a game 3. So we'll send it back over to the panel, because I'm sure they're going to want to have a little bit to say about the Silencer, the Medusa, and everything that went wrong with the Outsiders draft.
An absolutely breakneck pace set here by the side of Vici Gaming as they smash their way into game number 2 and even out the series with a hell of a statement here. And yeah, back-to-back, pretty convincing games. I don't know quite what to make of this and what we go into game 3, but before we focus on that, let's first take a look back on this game and exactly how it all went down. I mean, I want to ask when the crack started forming, but honestly, it was kind of from the get-go, wasn't it?
I mean, we're looking at the highlights. We're already starting with a 15k lead. No, but like, yeah, I think the cracks formed when Vici Gaming was able to set up their lanes as they did, right? You've got Naga into Brood, great matchup. You've got Death Prophet into Tusk, great matchup. You've got Marcy with a Rubik against a Medusa Silencer lane. Again, a great matchup. There is no pressure in lanes from outsiders. And when you think about their previous game where they won game 1, it was an abundance of pressure in all lanes. And in game 2, they decided to draft 3 lanes that would all concede their lanes. And that is not what you want to do, especially when VG Gaming can collapse the map with a DP, with a CM, and with a Marcy. It's a rough game, honestly.
Pace was just so quick, and I kind of feel like it was all set by the Marcy. I mean, I know it's early, but I think she'd probably be my MVP because just absolutely like making every replay for them just feel so brutal. Well, would you agree, Kazu, or do you have another nominee?
It's probably him, I think, or Setsu. I think the way that they also played around the DP in the mid lane, like minute 6, they brought like 3 heroes there, and again, I think outsiders. Like, support duo is not the best at, kind of responding to that play. But overall, I feel like the team that is second pick in this series, they're not responding in the right way. Like, you see a first pick, Naga Siren, and like, you're picking very stationary and slow heroes that don't play the map well, don't deal well with illusions. Whereas the team that's first pick, when these teams just think about what they need, then I feel like they're drafting very well. But when they're drafting like this reactionary, oh, I see this hero, now I want to counter it with this. It doesn't always work like that. You need to make sure that it's not just a good hero-to-hero matchup, but that it also does what you need it to do in the game.
So what would have been some other options? If you could make one swap out, what would you make? Or is one not enough?
I would definitely swap out the silencer for a lion, just so you can deal more with that. Then, what is it? They decided to pick Tusk later as well, which then just made it... Oh, sorry, they didn't decide to pick Tusk. They then picked Hoodwink, which made it super... Then Vici, who aren't second pick, they're suddenly like, oh, yo, bro, on DP, you just go mid now. You're going to have a big fat W there. I feel like these 2 mistakes alone are already very, very big.
Yeah, it did feel like from that point on, the lanes were kind of set. And as we saw with both of these drafts, the faster team, if you come out of those lanes ahead, then it's very, very difficult to play the game. But for me, there was that small little suspicion in my mind, like, what if there is the Aghanims and the Medusa and the Kicks? Yeah, I don't... Maybe it never materialized this game. Maybe they were just a bit too far behind, but there was always that... I don't know if it's... I don't even remember if it was Cope.
Yeah, it was a dream.
Yeah,
you just wanted to see the plays,
I mean,
in an alternate universe.
Like, think about it. If you're playing this Medusa, you're any of the outsiders heroes. You're Brew, Tusk, Silencer, Hoodwink, or Medusa, right? You're all 5 standing in a line. Then Vici Gaming, 2 of the heroes press R. There's an Exorcism forming up, and Marcy goes Super Saiyan mode. You all 5 just want to run away. You have no one that can stand its ground. You have literally no block. You will just get run over every time. So Vici Gaming, I think they identified what they needed to do, and they smashed them out of this game real quick.
Yeah, but if they had the Ags, they could have kicked them away, and then they would have needed to run away.
One guy comes in,
but yeah, no, that's probably not gonna happen. An unfortunate game number 2. Are we gonna get a close match out of this series, or are we just gonna have another stomp going the other way? You'll have to wait, as we're gonna have a break. But after which, we will find out the answer to all our questions and more here at the China DPC. We'll see you in a minute. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the China Division 2 DPC, where we are blasting our way through this series. We are currently into game number 3 of Vici Gaming versus Outsiders from China. I'm talking very quickly because we've got the draft already underway.
God.
That's right. These players, they don't need no
Draft's over.
breaks. They don't need
Draft's
no
over.
breaks. They're flying through it. Whew, we made it. That was close, guys. Yeah, I mean,
is
this
this
is
draft?
absolutely flying through, but we've got a Naga band out from Outsiders, so they're finally respecting the Vici Naga, even though they beat it in game number 1. That's kind of interesting.
I mean, game 1, it was like good Nature's Prophet game. So game 2, have to ban Nature's Prophet. Game 2, good Naga game. So game 3, have to ban the Naga Siren. Like, I'm seeing a theme in their drafting pattern, boys.
Ban hero that did good.
So
I feel like there's a high
yeah.
chance you should consider a brood ban with the opening bans from Outsiders. I'm sure the Naga is most likely just for the Nature's Prophet, but as well, these two heroes kind of protect that hero, if that's something you do want. They are taking their sweet time, so who knows what they're talking about. I don't.
I mean, the things that bleed through
Okay.
now, you've got Lina, you've got
Lina.
Rubik,
Yeah, no,
you've got, yeah,
You got the fire
Batrider on
lady.
8 as well. Like, there's so many options now in regards to meta, because at least from these bands, I think only one of the 4 are actually, like, internationally respected, like, meta bands, and then the Nature's, Mars, and Naga have more respect towards the teams that are in the series.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, I'm scared. Don't do it, Outsiders.
Vici Gaming.
I mean, I feel like in Europe, this would be Rubik into Lina into Bat on 8. I don't know if this will be replicated with these teams, because I don't think Batrider is as high on the radar, but I'm okay with the Rubik first pick.
Okay. Rubik very, very strong, and you know, you don't want to give it over towards FY, but does leave the Lina and a couple of other options open. True Protector also in the pool as well. But wow, they're really committing to their own meta here. So they're going for the heroes which have done well in previous games, and going for the Tusk DP. I mean, it's a pretty strong combo, right, T?
I mean, it's very formidable. It provides you the flexibility. It's like you look at this opening and you just don't feel bad. Yeah, and then they go
Big
Lina, sure.
surprise. Shocker.
Wowee.
And now I lean towards saying Outsiders have the better opening. I think for this at least, it forces the DP to move towards mid, and then you're going to think about an offlaner. But of course, with Outsiders, you can always just try and hold that for as long as possible, and just force Vici Gaming to flex the DP to the very end of the 5th pick. But yeah, Lina right now has nearly 0 cares in this game, other than maybe some Tusk kick or punch to lock her down during the mid-game BKB fights.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is by the time the snowball reaches you, in that instance, you would have already killed off about 2 or 3 members of the enemy team.
Maybe 4.
So...
You're already playing your
Maybe.
next DPC game, yeah, don't worry.
Turn to ban.
Yeah, bans out. So when you pick Lina, you need to think about heroes that can jump you. So it's always Slark, Ursa, Spectre. There's Morphling as well. They're doing a little bit of respect towards offlane Marcy. But basically any core that when they have vision of Lina has a repositioning tool / the damage needed to get on top and kill. And on the flip side for Vici Gaming,
5
their
seconds.
offlane bans will just be heroes that they can group around. I still think Centaur is an insanely high value ban when you have like squishier carries, just because of the Stampede repositioning. And on top of that, you already have Rubik to enable Centaur. So I'll happily say Centaur every time in a draft.
Yeah. No, I think that hero's been pretty strong, reigning slowly gaining in popularity. He's taken his time, but yeah, especially in the EU region, we've been seeing quite a lot of it, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Centaur second phase could be very good for Outsiders. What Vici Gaming kind of need to do to, talk about what T was saying is you need multiple sources of jump against this Lina. Like, I think Lina has to be like one of the top 3 best heroes on Dota right now, where if she's not addressed, she's just gonna win. Even if you're like the worst team on paper or whatever, if you don't address this hero, you're just going to lose. So I need to see Vici Gaming just pick a couple heroes that, can jump, can get on top of her. Some Slarks, maybe, Dragon Knights. I think Faceless Void is too slow of a hero against Lina, but, just the type of heroes that have an easier time reaching her.
All right, this might be a low blow, all right, but because we're in the China region, I'll talk about Chinese teams. So to give context for Lina, a DPC team that went 0-14 in their Division 1 run picked Lina against eHome that went 12-4-5. So even in a losing game, a team that went to the major, they nearly lost to the team that never won a single game just because of Lina. Shout out to Dawn Gaming, by the way.
Dawn Gaming.
Dawn Gaming, the little team that could, actually couldn't, but almost could with Lena.
Almost.
Almost. Yeah, I mean, Lena's been picked twice. Now, I mean, any stats Stanleys in the chat might be like, actually, it's only got a 50% win rate in Division 2. But A, you're a giant nerd, and B, it's been first phased, and it's just been like every single hero picked against it was to counter it. Like in the first game it was picked, which was RBZS, we had DK, we had Slug, we had Primal Beast, we had Tiny, like all heroes which are just going to fly towards her at a million miles an hour. In the other series, it was Marcy, Clockwork, Pangolier, Nature's Prophet, and Phoenix. It's like literally 5 mobile heroes to counter it. They just throw the whole kitchen sink at her. She will eventually die.
That's kind of what they need. So for Vici
Silencer
Gaming,
doesn't do that.
It doesn't, but it enables others to do the same role, right? So
Hopefully.
let's say you have a good early game. This 50-minute Rubik Shard scenario, now Lena can't be repositioned because when Tusk jumps in or DP has that Exo running, you're going to have a window during Global to find the kill. So they have to pick up heroes that utilize Global correctly and take that fight on them. And, well, Outsiders, they actually opt to go for chaotic fight rather than that natural frontline that we were mentioning with like the Centaur and stuff because, yeah, they don't really have a very clean hero to play behind, right? It's just everyone for themselves and will survive through just poking them. And don't know if I'm too much of a fan of it, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not. I think
Fair.
like you've got the Pango where I do like mid Pango, but it's a bit susceptible to a couple of these silences, which you're playing into 2 of them. You're getting counterpicked by the Ember. There's also Tusk Shards that make it a bit awkward. And I'm not the biggest fan of this Pango, Ricky, Rubik, like seeing these 3 heroes together. Like, I think for now, their lineup isn't coming together as nicely as I think it will for Vici. It looks already a bit better. And Vici also have the last pick with their carry. So I think the draft shouldn't really change that much. Like, if I think it's Vici favorite now, it should be perhaps even slightly better after the last pick as well.
Yeah, due to the pick order. Another thing as well, you know, if you're like me, if you're a slow mad, if you're a bit slow on your buttons, you might not be great at silencer, you know, propping that global silence. Luckily with Pangolier, he makes a big old noise. He gives you a little drum roll to do it in. So
He gives you a
always,
cue.
He does indeed, yeah. So even I can manage that one. So yeah, but it is a tricky matchup though sometimes because obviously you don't instantly cast your ulti, so it can always be cancelled out by a silencer. Which is a problem. So I'm a little bit confused about the Pango pick. I really don't like it for that reason. I do like the Ricky, though.
Yeah, I think for Outsiders at least, their heroes will feel good once like Diffuser comes online for Pango, 50-minute kicks in, so you have the shards coming online, and Lena has a BKB and can stand for herself. Like Hurricane Pack BKB plus 1 item, she'll have a pretty good time. Because Vici Gaming, even if they get on top of her, they don't have this like clean physical damage source to prevent her from wanting to stand her ground, right? Like it's DP EXO on top, maybe the Tusk on top, and now we're talking about some issues, right? But even there's a lot of small plays Outsiders can make. So I think their draft looks kind of, putting it bluntly, quite ugly. But if they can get the correct offlaner that helps kind of bring together the chaos, then it honestly can probably play out a game. I think Brewban was pretty nice from Vici Gaming. I really don't want to say Doom. Like I kind of refuse to want to say this here out loud.
Don't say it.
No, maybe Tide or something. I want some big old boy that can either itemize or naturally just through levels become that kind of just solid hero that can take. Oh, Tide's banned. Oh, well, what can you do? Please don't pick Doom.
Tide would have been my go-to. Yeah, if they pick Doom, I'm calling that they lost.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of leaning the same way. It's like, as I said, Doom, my brain was like, say Tide, that'll be smart. I was like, all right, no worries, brain. Oh, God.
So what are some options here? Any Dawnbreaker enjoyers?
Yeah,
Probably not
into
enough.
It's like a bit hard into Silencer. It's just gonna get like globaled.
Yeah, true.
And I would prefer to have like this wall type hero, as T was mentioning. I mean, of course, the bans that they put out were pretty good. There's something else that gives you some chaos that I could see some teams do. It would be a Lycan, but I think that's some specialty stuff.
I was hoping you'd say Night Stalker.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Pretty trash hero.
Oh
no! Come on,
Oh God! What can you do?
All right. To be fair, if you want to give some reasoning behind it, at least if you don't with a good lane, at least it's always minus BKB And I think once you hit BKB, it's less about hitting the Doom targets and more being the hero that can soak up that initiation. Because like for Vici Gaming, their initiation is Ember jumping in, Tusk jumping in, and then it's like, all right, cool, what's next? There isn't that quick blink stun, that quick, explosive thing.
I really wanted Vici just gas in this last pick, and I think that's exactly what they've done. I really like this from them. Just give them speed. Don't give them a chance to really come online outsiders, Like, Ricky's not the fastest support, I wouldn't say. Doom's certainly not the fastest offlaner. You mentioned how they're reliant on their timings on the side of outsiders, so I think this SF is going to abuse it very nicely. Smart people, what are your thoughts on the SF, Kezi?
I mean, SF is decent for them, but I don't think that this Lina was as much addressed as I would have liked her to be. I feel like this could have been more Vici favored, but even though the enemy team last picked Doom, I think their draft is okay. I mean, I'm gonna slightly lean Vici, but I don't know. I'm just gonna slightly go with Vici. I'll leave it there.
Okay, all right, see.
Yeah, kind of in the same boat. I think this SF pick wasn't like the, haha, we got them, but it still at least allows them to play their same game. I think if they utilize the first Roshan and continue looking to find Lina, they can be fine. But I don't see them dealing with Lina when she gets to her 6 items at, 28 minutes because she's fucking busted. But, we'll see.
Alrighty, well, hopefully, all I want is a close game. I don't care who wins. I just want to have one really close match between these two teams because the last 2 games were absolute stomps. So it's time to hopefully bring this one a little bit later. Let's see if our casters can rustle up some magic for this 3rd and final game of the day. It's time for Danog and Ares for the final match here. Take it away, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you, Nomad. Well, I always like to call Danog the Oracle. Sometimes he has some wisdom, and I'm sure there's something the Oracle can do to try and craft us an incredibly exciting and not one-sided affair for us in Game 3. Because us with the 2 teams that we have going on against each other, I mean, these are formidable opponents, but Danog, we want the games to represent that.
Yes.
What?
I got nothing. But like, I'm just seeing like what this Doom's going to provide. Like, standing in the way with a BKB feels kind of nice, and I feel like that's what the Shadow Fiend was there for. That even if that does happen, you're one of these position 1s that can just stand your ground and right click. Right, you're not really that reliant on your spells to be able to do damage once this later stage of the game happens. But I wasn't the biggest fan of the Ember Spirit pick when it happened. I understand the justification for it, obviously wanting to have something that's able to get it onto the back lines, especially if you're able to do it pre-Lina BKB. But to me, it left the DP with only one option of where to go, and that's into the Lina lane. And I feel like Lina is exceedingly happy about that. So I'm kind of in the same boat as Kezu, right? Like, we hate the dude, we feel like it could have been a better option, but the Lina hasn't really been addressed enough. So that's where I'm sitting right now. I honestly don't have a prediction this game.
Look, I think one nice thing that Vici can look to play with in this game is the fact that they do have multiple ways, I think, to get on top of the Lina. We saw the build last game from the Death Prophet. I mean, Setsu's going to... New is going to go Blink, sorry.
But they were dominating, right? Are they going to be 15k ahead at 20 minutes?
If not, if FY ends up going down, or maybe it's XF that might be in a little bit of trouble. Look at the damage coming through from Tag Team, and a stick charge is not enough to keep him healthy. FY... Oh no, not the courier as well. One of the Dengos.
Not scuttling Scotty. Oh, the courier, the poor penguin.
Okay, so really quick about the Lina. I think the one nice thing for Vici is that you're going to have, I do think DP, in, if you are off to a good game, now this can be completely different, but it's going to be a very similar item build to what we saw Setsu go last game. Jama's going to get some revenge with the couriers. He's going to go like Greaves, maybe BKB into Blink. I think you 100% need the Blink to get on top of the Lina if you have a good game. And then you've got the Ember to follow suit as well. And with those multiple heroes on top of her, you lay down Global Silence, and then you can't use anything defensively. Like outside on the Rubik, we see a lot of the Aghanim Shard, and you won't be able to use that. So you can have the Global Silence to just... I think you're solely going to use it just to blow up the Lina as soon as multiple other heroes get on top of it.
Oh,
so
of course,
I think that's kind of the one play, but that's a what? How long Global Silence? 130 second cooldown at level 1? Like, it's a big cooldown. You can't do it too often.
It's a big cooldown. You can't do it too often, and Lena's going to have a BKB at some stage, so you've got a little bit of turnaround potential at least, right? There's a reason that she's picked, and that's just because she can outlay a ton of damage. It's kind of like what I was talking about, being able to address the Lena, or more importantly, have DP get out of the laning stage with a decent enough time, is why FY has gone and did what he did. He made sure to pull that second wave so that the creep aggro would reset around this tower. Yu's going to be able to pick up a lot of farm in relative safety, and I really wouldn't be surprised if FY just did a similar sort of thing again. You know, Xiaoma's doing a good job body blocking him, making sure that's not going to happen. But this is the thing, whenever you're going up against a hero that doesn't have slows, that doesn't have stuns, you're free to make this pull happen, especially if it's in an unadvantageous matchup like the DP is into the Lena. Make a bit of a pull happen here. Might be able to just get it as well. The Centaur Corsa getting aggroed by FY. Will Xiaoma be able to interrupt it, though? I mean, they're just doing everything right, both teams, honestly, in this laning stage with their positioning to make sure that these pulls don't happen, or rather that they do.
In what mid lane? Off to a pretty goddamn good start here for Setsu. 18-2 compared to 13-1.
He's really stepped his game up, hasn't he? I mean, he's been out of the scene for a little while, like we've been saying. He last real competitive stint was on RNG before some lovely time in pubs, and he's really hasn't missed a beat.
I don't think anyone has doubted Setsu's mechanical capability. But there's a lot of other things that come to a team and that need to be addressed. I think he's always been a very, very gifted position too, and we've really seen that through a lot of the games so far.
You just have to think as well about like the style of players that he was playing on back on RNG, right? They weren't. Sorry, I'm just looking at the bottom side as Ava's trying to put a little bit of harassment onto Erica, but he should force him to back off just with the Shadow Razors going into him. All three, actually, that he's able to land. One right click.
He's going to tick out to this.
Yeah.
Last word along with the curse. Maybe kill for Yang. Some from intel as well.
Oh, and a big creep wave as well coming back towards Erica, so he's going to be very, very happy just to sit down here and farm. So the point that I was making is you just think back to the previous RNG roster that he was playing with. He was playing with people like Red Panda and God King. And
XM, he's getting dived. FY with the tag team. And you got 2 points in this Spirit Siphon as well, so you can replenish this onto the Lena to help bring her down, and come on. He's going to be okay, but alright. Very big kill.
All right, teams, can I finish my point now? Looks like there's not too much action going on anywhere.
Not bottom lane?
No, not bottom lane. They're good players, but they're not gods of the scene, right? You know, like your God Kings, your Red Pandas. You compare it to this one, you're playing with Yang, you're playing with FY. Like, these are really notable players that you got to show them some respect because they've earned it after years and years of competing at the very top. So I feel like that's what's going to be the difference in setting Setsu apart in this iteration of the team.
Yeah, and I think one big thing that has always been an advantage of China is just their support duo. You take a look at your previous iterations of VG Gaming where you've had PYW and DY. You take a look at PSG LGD where you had Y and Xinkyu. I mean, of course,
even all the way back at TI4, you have Fenrir and FY together.
Yeah,
and now they're on a team. So, one's the coach, one's the player.
And with the previous rosters of VG Gaming, Yang and FY, they lane together. Yang being the 3 and FY being the 4. So it's just going to be interesting to see like how they're able to continue with that kind of chemistry into a support kind of combination.
Yeah, absolutely. That's always the good thing. And it's a little bit of an interesting dynamic for this series as well, right? A lot of these players know how each other play because there's been some sort of combination of like at least 5 players between both teams. XM again, though, might be about to give up his 3rd death, but good positioning by Xiaoma, dropping the smoke screen, making sure that tag team isn't getting maximum effectiveness because of all the missed chances. Enabling a little bit here. Keeps up the fiery soul stacks.
Another blink strike, and yeah, he's going to find him on top of the lane. A big kill for them to find, but the creep wave is in a horrible position. See, there's not much they can do.
Well, you just got to think perspective, you know? It's a glass half full position for you. He's like, oh, sweet. All the way back here, free to farm up. I've already hit my level 5. I'm going to hit level 6 much sooner than the Lena. He's loving life.
He's the one that's having a lovely time here. Unfortunately for the Lena, you not really in a position where you can do too much with a creep wave like this. Some of the issues with the Riki having some difficulties with going for the pulls. So XM's actually going to go all the way back to the junglers. And we'll see maybe how the mids can start to get involved, because Setsu's got 6 and Echoes has 6 as well. So how would we like to see kind of both the position 2s maybe unlock the side lanes?
I don't think they can do it just yet. For now, Setsu needs to deal with this siege creep that he's got in the mid lane. You leave it alone. We've seen how good players are these days of being able to address that. He's actually looking to make the rotation on Echoes while they're trying to address this with the Ember Spirit, and they might be able to get the kill onto Erica with the Rolling Thunder. They really should.
Yeah, the Requiem does kind of push them back, though. Echoes is going to have to turn his attention over towards Setsu. But even then, with the haste, Setsu can easily reposition, and now he's got the capability to chase down Ava under the tower. Even considering about going for outside. A little bit cautious here. Setsu has that Orb of Corrosion and maxed out Slight, but with Echo's damage coming through from the slam down, they'll be able to secure the kill. So we're 2 for 1 in the end across the map. They were able to chase down Jalma and the Riki.
Erica's not done, though. He's gone past the tier 1 tower, just trying to get even more damage in onto that Pangolier. All the while, mid lane is just freely going away. So yeah, I like this move. Put in the Riki into the mid lane. He's there partially to be able to scout out this illusion rune, but also soak up a bit of that experience for himself. Of course, he can get those levels, and he can just be a little bit more roamy around the map. As well, Yang, unfortunately for him, he might be going down here.
Setsu came back down bottom, though. Should be able to close the distance. Actually going to go for the Rubik, so Setsu looking for the +1. He'll secure the kill, and off to the left, FY also claims the kill onto Echo, so beautifully done. Vici recognizing that they were able to get the extra kill onto outside's Rubik, and with all this going on, he's been able to take the tower already. I think that Exo is used to get the kill onto the Riki prior, and they got a lot of damage onto the tower. Then afterwards, with all that space, was able to finally bring it down. So it's a big one for them to be able to claim early on, and no reaction out of Dire.
No, for sure. I mean, XM's just been stuck in the jungle this whole time, building up stacks for himself. He's obviously gone the Fiery Soul Max build. And yeah, it's going to be a little bit of time until he's truly enabled. We'll find a kill, though, onto the Pangolier, just clipping him with the very tip of the Sleight of Fist there.
This is a scary start when Setsu is 3-1-1, top of the net worth, and already level 8.
I mean, how many times have we seen an Ember Spirit just with the wand, the phase boots, and an Orb of Corrosion be able to do so much at this stage of the game? 2 remnants as well to be able to make some aggressive plays if he wants, and they might be able to get a free pick off here onto FY.
Probably the only pick off they're going to get, though, with this Rolling Thunder usage, and maybe it frees up Setsu to go for the kill. They know the ultimate's expended, and Setsu, now he's got a free team fight to be able to charge them down. Remnants on over. Easy one, and now Jalma's going to be the next on the chopping block. XM is trying to step in, maybe offering a little bit of extra damage with Laguna Blade. They know Setsu's out of mana. They won't be able to close the distance. Setsu's okay. Now Yang's even stepped in.
He's considering going back.
XM. They've got the slide back up shortly. Looks like XM will be okay, however.
He went for the chains combo, just wasn't able to land it. He potentially committed, but yeah, with that extra armor that he would have had underneath the tower, maybe a little bit too far.
So we'll have the shards to be able to play around with. Outside's going to end up going down. Nothing that Echoes is able to do with the Rolling Thunder on cooldown. And this is probably the big issues with this Doom. Like, what is this hero really providing? You've done no damage to the tower. You've got the Doom available, but I think you've got to come mid to try and defend this with this Exo push. But it's not going to be easy because Dire have so much single target damage at the early stage. Doom and the Lina. And that's where this mechanism heal is going to be so impactful just to mitigate that kind of spell casting from Dire.
Yeah, true. They're actually going for a smoke attempt here just to try and catch out Lina, perhaps farming inside the jungle. They want to keep tabs on her at all times. Honestly, just those 2 on their own probably would have been enough to take her out now that Tusk is playing with the Walrus Punch, but they'll find the best thing, a big team fight contributor in the Rubik, and they're going to get good conversion out of this Exorcism as well to be able to take out the tower. No siege creep. And even Erica's looking to join in the fray with that Dragon Lance to be able to siege from afar.
Map is already shrinking at such a rapid rate. Every 12 minutes, his T1 tower is going to end up going down. 2 Exorcisms have converted so much for Vici Gaming.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
All right, Silver Linings, Midas, up on the Doom. We love to see it.
So,
He's going to have that coming out to him. A little bit of damage going into the tower now, but kind of feels like he's missed a bit of his opportunity as well. As, well, it's only 3 minutes until Sleeping Dart time, but the question for me is who's actually going to be connecting through with you to be able to get kills, right? Like, Doom doesn't do the greatest job at being able to shove out lanes. Ricky doesn't either. Rubik, really dependent on what spell you're able to steal. So I feel like a big part of Pango's job is also just being able to address that. So Sleeping Dart into what, essentially, is my thoughts with how Outsiders are going to be able to play that next 5-10 minutes after they pick up that Aghanim Shard on the Ricky.
Speaking about the Ricky, it's going to be the support duo on VG Gaming. We'll start the fight. They're pretty hesitant at the moment. They need the boys to show up, and Nosetsu's
got another haste.
Once again has a haste to work with. And look at him just playing his distances, recognizing it's going to be difficult to run into Outsiders from China, so respect them for the moment. But it does push them away from the tier 1 tower down bottom, and we see what they're getting out of the map. Erica shoved out mid, back to the triangle. New's getting a little bit of me time as well, closing in on that Grease and just waiting for the Axo to be back up to fight.
Yeah, I mean, you did that with 2 supports and a hasted Ember Spirit that's able to quickly get back and continue farming. SF was free farming, DP was free farming. So it's these little things that VG are able to do, splitting up the map with the heroes that are strong at certain points in time, that are able to just net them that early lead. I mean, you've nearly gotten into the Guardian Greaves now on the Death Prophets, so going to provide that great sustain that you were talking about that's going to be super important against all the single target that they've got on Outsiders. And it almost essentially means that DP has to be the target of the Doom, but again, until you pick up that Blink Dagger on Ava, it doesn't feel like that's going to be the case, and that's coming after the BKB if we're led to believe his itemization is not going to be flexible at all.
It's going to take him quite some time to get towards these items with the map continuing to shrink.
Also, able to take this bottom tower. Doesn't seem like XM wants to even give it a couple of right clicks, despite having some good damage at this stage. Maelstrom, Falcon Blade, full fiery soul stacks. So that might lead them to believe that they're making a gank somewhere else on the map, and you can see the lines being drawn. FY Yang and Erica feeling like they're ready to be able to find that pick off. Doom target to get as well. And of course, Lena is the #1, but they see her farming bottom, and they're actually going to pivot their attention towards her.
Did they not just smoke onto the ward? XM's still going to be caught off guard. They'll catch up the Lena inside the jungle, and I mean, that's a kill you just can't give away. This is your late game win condition hero, and XM, every single death, this is going to stall out her timings.
I'm not sure if it was under the water, if they were like in the trees next to the tower, where they were able to just avoid it a little bit, but they should have seen heroes grouping up, and they should have seen that if no one's coming to address you front on from the tower, there's probably a reason for it.
Global just for the kill onto Pango. They won't be able to find it. Okay.
Another tower got though. So mission accomplished with that silence. Don't tell me what the mission was, but they did it.
Mission was just stopping reinforcements coming down, but
Exactly.
maybe with the global silence on cooldown, we could see a fight. You got the Diffusal, you got the Rolling Thunder. I don't know if XM wants to act as a bait, and they're going to look to try and smoke and reoccupy their own triangle. Yang might be the first point of contact. They're going to miss on the Swashbuckle, though. A lot of damage required to bring down the silence early. Eric is even going to use the Requiem defensively to push them away. Maybe they can use his fear duration to turn onto the Pango. As Yama shows up, but no one's nearby to be able to play with the Ricky. We'll get some at distance thanks to the pig pole. But
that was a bar of that. He came up, he devoured a creep, saw it was a centaur, saw that the initiation wasn't perfect, and got the hell out of there. He gets back, uses another use of his mind, and he just wants to again get into that blink BKB. It's really not going to be for another 5-6 minutes until they're able to do anything on Outsiders, it seems. And it does kind of feel like they're on a little bit of a clock.
Oh no, the shards, perfect placement. XM's just going to try and turn and bring one member to the grave with him. He will be able to do so with that last tower right click, but that is your 4th death of the game for the Lena. Almost the bottom net worth out of the cause. This is not the position you want her to be in.
No, for sure. And I mean, it has to be said though, she's not that far behind, despite how poor of a game she's been having so far. Oh, you can't let this happen though. Up onto the Doom. Doesn't choose to use the Doom, and with that and the silence leveled up, just 2 points in it, we'll be able to get this kill.
And now they might see them in the river as well if they walk down. The crews will get scouted out. Can you even go for this? Though you're so
just a
close to
pause
tier
four.
1 tower. They're going to be able to TP in to protect him, and Echoes doesn't have the damage just by himself. That's the Rolling Thunder completely expended for 0 out of it. And they're going to
Huge
go
part of
Roche.
the
They've got
teamfight's
2
gone.
points in Exo. You
Yep.
can easily take this, and there's nothing that Dire can do to stop it.
No, like the team fight is essentially gone off the back of this. Again, Doom isn't ready to join in onto this yet. I'm sure Lena is more concerned about getting that BKB than joining any sorts of fights. So yeah, Roshan seems to be the play, and they're going to be able to get it without too much issue. Although they've got a Sentry Ward drop, so Xiaoma's got to be careful.
What can we expect out of this first Roche here for Vici Gaming?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, you still do want to get into a state where you're not overly concerned if the Pango looks to try and jump onto you, right? That's what Erica's getting into with this this BKB. Like I was saying before, with the effectiveness of the Guardian Greaves on New, it means that he's going to go into the Kyron Sange. Of course, it's great just to be able to increase your overall damage, but the status resistance is going to be amazing as well when you know that you are going to be that Doom target.
Which we're still yet to see the Doom as well. Maybe with the BKB now on Ava. Might give you an opportunity to be able to enter the team fight. You're going to have to try and turn your attention over to someone else but the Shadow Fiend, as we are seeing them start to get set up for a tier 2 defense. You have everyone though. Still XM's not here. A great chance to scout out the positioning in the tree line, and now they're trapped. They're not going to be caught off guard by it. Oh, it's actually Xiaoma that might be in trouble. A Global Silence lay it down, so FY can freely roll into the middle. An easy kill onto Echoes. Meanwhile, Ava's utilized the Doom over towards the Death Prophet. They're able to bring her down. XM starting to get a decent amount of damage off to the right side. They need to get on top of the Lina, and they haven't been able to do so. Finally, we're starting to see the power of this Dire lineup, but off the back of the respawn, Erica lands 2 quick raises, shutting down any attempt of having a successful team fight from Dire.
I mean, that was probably one of the best team fights that you could have hoped for, right? Like, you're fighting next to a tower, you've got a Lina free hitting, you land the Doom onto the DP, you take her out early, she's not able to get off the Guardian Greaves, and you still end up one hero down at the very end of it all, 2 of them being caused. So it just goes to show the state of play that Outsiders are going to have to play around with for the next little bit. Lina, at least with off the back of that, was able to pick up her BKB. She's going into the Dragonlance, realizing that you're going up against this Shadow Fiend that's looking to itemize in a similar sort of way. So you've got to try and keep that outrange there, not just against him, but against the DP as well.
It was a cute little play from them with the dart to enable Ava to get on top of the Death Prophet. Wonder if we're going to continue to kind of see that throughout some of the fights.
Any cuties?
Definitely not you, brother. It's all right.
Wow.
I'll make up for it.
This is what I have to deal with, just toxicity
Oh,
in the workplace. Honestly, workplace bullying over and over again. So what do we got? Just coming through for the Shadow Fiend. I don't hate this, right? Just Chrysalis, if he wants to go Daedalus, I would understand that, but I feel like just more abilities, because you know you're probably not going to be the main target of the Doom. I want to see him go Silver Edge, just to be able to be a little bit more maneuverable in these team fights, to be able to position right on top of the Pango. Not on top of the Pango, but in a good position to be able to hit the Pango during the Rolling Thunder, or to be able to find that Lina, and if there's any hero that can deal a ton of burst damage in quick succession, it's Shadow Fiend relative to Alina.
Let's see if Dire can stall this push. They'll need the Doom to 100% protect it, which will be up in 15. A Glyph can definitely delay this. Maybe some spam of the Sleeping Darts along with the Swashbuckles, but...
This is without level 15 on the SF, by the way, and he's nearly soloing this tower. They use a really early Glyph as well when he'd been darted, so...
And now Ricky,
Alina's joining.
Echoes actually is able to protect him for the moment. The Exo committed though. Do we feel like Outsiders from China can actually take the team fight into this as they're on top of XM? A defensive use of the BKB is going to enable the Lina to reposition. But Radiant, they're just swarming all over Ava. The Global Silence will prevent her from finding a Doom target. As Vici Gaming not only get the tier 2 tower, but are they going to be considering about high ground as well?
I mean, you use Rolling Thunder, you use BKB on the Lina and the Doom. I don't see why they wouldn't, but again, it's the respect between these teams. They know what they're capable of. They're going to try and catch them on the retreat, but I just don't feel like you could commit into this. What a great timing of that Global Silence coming through from Yang, by the way. Instantly after the Doom pops the BKB, realizing that you can't let him get off that key ability that could have potentially turned this fight.
That's going to be the difficulty for Outsiders for China. How can you kind of crack this puzzle of one person stunning up the silencer to enable the Doom? You can't jump in, you can't use BKB to purge off the global silence, because otherwise the DP is going to silence you. Maybe Tusk will punch you up. You're going to need someone to try and deal with Yang's silencer in these fights, and maybe that comes down to Echoes on the Pango, maybe the Rookie as well with the Sleeping Dart if you want to use it for that, instead of kind of enabling the Doom to get on the DP.
It's not like they have great, I guess you can call it backline dive as well on Outsiders, right? It's all about just enabling the Lina through the Rolling Thunder, not actually dealing damage to people like the Silencer. And I mean, Yang's gone, it's nothing super unorthodox, but he got a Wraith Band, A, for the laning stage, but it's just going to allow him to deal a good amount of damage in a lot of these team fights from the extra attack speed. Like, he's sitting top of the supports in terms of net worth right now. When I consider a Tusk and a Rubik also in the game, that's not really something I come to expect. So you're going to be happy to be able to pop the BKB whenever possible, and you can just see XM's going to be the main target for that, although might be a little bit of a bait here with Outsiders just sitting behind.
Look at the blink on Ava.
They do.
You see the
Fine
Scorch Earth
DP still.
Bottom lane's in an okay position. Vici, they're actually going to look to go for their own smoke as well. Might try and connect to Setsu. I have prime position though with this high ground.
Smoke pop.
Erica's smoke's going to pop. These will as well, but Outsiders from China, they weren't all connected as a unit to potentially utilize that high ground advantage. They're going to try and back off. They do get... Did they get a ward down? No, they didn't get a ward down. That one was already placed, so I think that Dire are able to find with that smoke. I do hold that because they are continuing to move. FY, smoke's about to expire. But they want to jump this. Got to be cautious how deep you go close to the T2 tower. Echo's going to try and start the team fight, but the global silence will enable Vici to retreat, but it's actually Setsu. He wants to jump in, targeting down XM, who too will be protected. Yep, that's a trade. I mean, it's, what is it, global silence for Setsu's BKB along with the Lina's BKB as well.
And Rolling Thunder.
Biggest cooldown, but it is still nonetheless a cooldown, which you could take a fight with now. Both sides are still kind of grouped up.
This is a
might
bit of
be
an
Yang
easier
that's
pick,
actually
though.
caught off guard. Yama's going to jump in.
Surely.
Can they get the finishing blow? Yang, he won't even die.
Ooh, last word. Not enough.
Not enough. All right, I do want to mention, I think this XM Skadi timing could really turn this game around. If Outsiders from China continue to play fights like they are, where they're not bleeding too many heroes and their net worth isn't actually growing, this Skadi is incredible this game against the range carrying the Shadow Fiend, against someone like the Death Prophet as well, a lot of the mitigation to the healing, and she wants to charge into the middle, and if you don't lock onto your target, it can be very easy to kind of reposition. And not only that, it's just stats, man. Like, for some reason, still this year, 350 talent for the health at 15, I should say, plus the Skadi, you're going to be so goddamn healthy. You're going to have so many stats to help survive.
You've got some defensive tools as well, right? You've got the Sleep Dart unless they commit the BKBs. You've got the Smoke Screen unless they commit BKBs. You've got the Rubik with the Aghanim Shard for the Telekinesis Lift. I'm seeing Outside probably looking to go towards something like the Greaves. Of course, it's going to be able to let him purge off the global silence, but every little bit just to provide Lina the ability to get into the right position for her and be able to siege with a lot of those right clicks. And yeah, you mentioned the Skadi and the reasons that it's good. I mean, against the Shadow Fiend, any kind of range carry, it has a buffed up effectiveness. Of course, against the Death Prophet as well for the nullifying effect on the Spirit Siphon, as well as just the movement speed going through the BKB.
Don't do it. They're baiting Erica. I'm playing behind the Shadow Fiend at the moment. And if we went the other direction of the tree line. Yeah, how many times I wonder if that happened to me in a game? Like when I play and like...
No, you're not that smart.
What?
You know, why am I roasting you? Have you not heard yourself this guy?
Yeah, but that was out of nowhere. Like, it was uncalled for. All I was saying is like, so I'm in the tree line, and sometimes I wonder if I just narrowly survive. Like, but it's okay. I'm not that smart. You go fuck yourself. Absolutely no. I've had enough of you.
All right, well, we're going to get a tier 1 trade for a potential tier 2. Roshan's up as well, so the fact that they've taken away 2 tier 2 towers, the bottom one doesn't matter all that much, but I'm expecting to see Vici make a bit of a sweep across. If they could take tier 2 mid as well, fantastic. grab the outpost, and then look to go into this this next Roshan fight. I just feel like they know Doom's positioning as well. He went for a kill onto the courier just then. Use the TP all the way back to base. I'm not really seeing the next...
that. No hesitation to jump into the tree line, and unfortunately the defensive telekinesis is not going to get enough distance away, and that pickoff might be enough for Roshan. Dire have done a pretty good job at getting some of the lanes shoved in, so Setsu's going to come into play.
Feel like they can take it without the Rubik, though. That's the big question. He's going to be a big part, not just for his offensive capabilities, the potential for a great team fight winning spell steal, but like we were mentioning before, the telekinesis, you got to make sure that you're in a position to be able to save the Lina. And with that, tier 2 tower all gone, outpost gone, courier not quite, but again, there's really nothing stopping them from just going into this roast period, especially if they're able to scout out the fact that you've got XM and Xiaomar farming here. Find the pick off. Lina's actually TPing back, so they'll see her in the lane, and that'll give them the opportunity to say, hey, we take this pretty damn quickly. And why not committing with a tag team? I don't think that'll harm it too much, though.
Some big items were just picked up for Outsiders for China, but unfortunately it's going to be too late. You just got the Bash on the Pango. Ava just got 8th lens, which is going to help out a little bit with finding that Doom target, but really the important thing is this Skadi for XM, so... Even though you got the Aegis for Vici, which was given over to Erica, and I believe the Shard was given over to Setsu as well. Now, we did have it queued up,
No, they
actually,
gave it to Erica as well. They initially gave it to New, because I wouldn't have hated it on New, but the thing is, he's still having to contend with these high BKBs, so the fear aspect isn't going to be quite as good.
So do we feel like with all the items that Dai just picked up, that they can still actually take a team fight into this second Roche advantage that Vici are playing with?
I don't know, man. I mean, they might just choose to lead with Erica from now. You know, he's got the Aegis to be able to play around with. Of course, you've got the Exos, so you might just choose to pop it super early. Again, he's got Greaves, he's got BKB for himself. He's holding onto a Blast Rig as well, because he realizes that, once again, Vici have just been able to get through with a draft that's hard to kill. Yeah, it's just a question of who do you even go on at this stage. Love it. Setsu's what he's got queued up as well. He's going into a Lincoln Sphere saying, look, you essentially have to doom the DP, but even if you do, I'm not sure if you kill her.
A lot of these fights are going to come down to if Outsiders from China can hold the line. You don't have this blink on DP nor the Shadow Fiend. Maybe the Doom, along with the Pango, can help protect the Lina. Put her on the back, allow those right clicks to get going. It's not going to be easy.
But again, though, lanes are all pushed in. Vici were sitting behind the mid-wave just in case someone extended too far to try and push it out, and now they're just going to let Erica siege. He's going to get disarmed.
Look at that. FY straight over the Pangali with a Global Silence as well to help out securing the kill, and Setsu's just dancing. Remnants in and out. There's no opportunity for Ava to find the Doom target, and that was his BKB. So now how does Ava enter a team fight without the magic immunity?
He's going to need to, but again, I feel like it's not just that you're having to play around with, it's the fact that you don't have Rolling Thunder. So, not super common to get a BKB on the Pango, but Dual Scepter, Greaves, he's going for the Greaves next, but it's just not going to be able to provide enough for him.
And now they won't have this
clinical
barracks down bottom.
From Vici. Yeah. They're reading them like a book, and again, this comes from playing against a bunch of ex-teammates. You know what their default response is going to be. We're creatures of habits, humans, you know? Any habits that you got every day?
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
Hang on, Xiaomar? You gonna do this? You really gonna do this, Ava? Oh, he did get the Doom off the Requiem! Oh, the Requiem timing, no! They weren't able to get the Doom off fast enough, and now the Ricky's gonna be chased down as well.
And Rolling Thunder used as well. Bottom lane's pushing in. XM's going to have to go and deal with that. I wonder if with the Aghanim Scepter on Ember Spirit, he's going to try and at least force the BKB out of XM. Again, just bleeding every little resource that they've got dry. Lane's just going to continue to push in. You can still stand behind this SF for the next 2 minutes. Once he takes out this tower, he's going to have the Skadi as well for himself.
He might go for it. He's got a DD to work with, and FY is going to follow a triple buyback. All right, you got to get something out of this. 3 buybacks, and maybe that's where Ava can come into play. This time they'll get the Doom onto the Death Prophet. Meanwhile, XM He's been able to stand his ground and start layering the damage as well, but the Shadow Fiend on the respawn can look to play around with the BKB, but they've got to be cautious. Erica won't be able to escape the Skadi to slow him down, and Echoes with the swashbuckle from afar means that the bash potential from Erica, he can't win the man fight. He'll go onto the cover of the Shadow Blade, giving some time to retreat so Setsu can move in, and maybe XM's gone too far out. XM thought he could continue on to secure the kill, but they'll just run straight into Vici Gaming's trap.
They will indeed, and that gem as well that Setsu is holding at the moment ended up clearing out the only detection that they have as well. So SF getting the value out of the Shadow Blade, the Silver Edge, excuse me, that we were talking about before. You never really want to be buying back on a Lina unless it's to completely turn a fight, and this is basically just to ensure you're not getting tier 4 siege at this point.
They might kill her again. Maybe they might just kill her again if Lina's gone. That's just game. Nice telekinesis from outside. The buyback on the Rubik would just keep XM alive to see another day, but you're going to be going up against Mega Creeps pretty shortly.
I mean, we've seen 3 stops in all reality, you know, completely one-sided off the back of these drafts, and well, outside he's going to go down as well, and fitting that might be the thing that causes outsiders to tap out at the very end. Mega Creeps farmed SF. Yeah, the Aegis is gone, but I don't think that he can even do it. Is he going to get a Doom off again? No, still 30 seconds away on Ava, and he gets 4 hit.
He does an XM. Couple of crits, and he's going to be dispatched as well, along with the series going towards Vici Gaming. It was a nice attempt for outsiders from China. Unfortunately, some of the ex-Vici Gaming members will not be able to get their revenge today.
You know, they put him over their lap and gave him a bit of a spanking. Let's say it. You know, game 1 was a bit of an aberration. I'm sure that there's a lot of learnings that the coach Fenrir is going to be able to take from that. But ever since then, this was Vici Gaming dismantling the ex-members, like I was saying during the cast, reading them like a book, knowing exactly where they're going to be farming, where they're going to be moving, and what itemization they need to be able to pick up to be able to address that. So another stellar performance coming out from these players, which, you know, they're in Division 2 for now, but something tells me that it is going to be pretty damn temporary.
Yes, something does tell me indeed. But it's at least not going to be a
See ya.
Yeah, get out of here. Get the hell out of here.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah, we just pressed a button and got rid of Ares and Dano. Screw those guys. They're done for today. That's right. No nice goodbye for you. Get out of here. Go home.
Idiots.
Yeah, get wrecked. All right. Well, I mean, Jesus. Vici just absolutely smashed them. Outsiders, I don't know. I can't even remember how they lost game 1 anymore because those 2 games were so damn convincing. But, like, Lina's supposed to be scary in this game. She was just beaten to a pulp. I mean, what happened to this poor hero, Kezi?
I mean, I would say it starts with like the early game and the laning stage already. I didn't expect them to do as well as they did top with the Tusk DP, but I think FY did a nice job of like pulling the lane back, and then I think they eventually got on top of the DP, on top of the Lina when the lane was pushed with the tag team, because I think that really snowballed this entire game for them.
Yeah, they really did kind of take over from that point on, and without their damage from the Lina, like they really didn't have much of a bite on the side of outsiders, and it felt like it was very hard for them to fight back. Did you see any ways like they could have done that or approached like the early mid differently, T?
I think they needed to try and find a way to just stop Setsu just running around the map and doing whatever he wanted. Like this guy finishes the game 10-1-18. He has 33,000 damage. He's gone, you know, Phase, Corrosion, Maelstrom, BKB Ags, being super annoying. And I think for outsiders, they needed some moment where maybe Ricky, Pango, Rubik together with a Doom, they catch the Ember off guard, and that kill alone will give them maybe a couple minutes of breathing room. And they were always chasing for like a little bit of breathing room, wait for Lina to get farmed, wait for our big timing to come in play, but it never really happened because Setsu just kind of dominated this game. It was such an Ember Spirit performance.
Oh, but I mean, who do we MVP? Because Yang was clutch on the silencer. FY was like running around like a madman. I mean, Bab kind of owned the top lane along with FY. And Setsu, as you say, godlike performance. Erica didn't die, just kind of played a solid Shadow Fiend.
He's chilling.
He's chilling, he's vibing.
Yeah,
Right,
not Erica. We can rule him out. He didn't do it.
Let's just show it. Okay, I'll quickly do random number generator, right?
Yeah.
Random number generator, 1 to 5, okay? 1, max 5, rolling it, 3. Okay, Oh, somehow DP wins it. Congratulations, there, Prophet.
Setsu should be the MVP, I'm pretty sure.
No, Setsu should get it. Okay, but
okay.
maybe I baited production. I don't know. Oh, damn it.
Yep, some nice face into the keyboard Ember Spirit gameplay where you just blast around the fight, casting a million spells a minute. Very nicely done. But what are the nuances of his game which made you choose him, Kezi?
I think just like this early game, like not only, you know, the way they play top, but then he was helped by the supports, he goes bottom, gets like some kills. Sure, I think he did die on his first rotation where he misplayed a bit, but that's the only death he had. Comes back bottom, kills them again. Because if you're looking at the Outsiders draft, they're just waiting. And whichever team in any of these 3 games just was with the mindset of we just need to wait for the next item, they always lost. So he abused that they're slow, he used his DP's tankiness, and then, yeah, I mean, he just kind of... He didn't solo carry the game, but he really set up his team for success.
Yeah, he made it very easy for them. And it's interesting that you highlight that as well, because in our previous series with the teams which maybe weren't quite as good, even though they're technically top of the standings at the moment, the team which actually played slower and had like the kind of boring wait for the items lineup ended up winning, which I think really highlights the difference between some of the teams in this region at the moment. That, you know, this game felt so high skill that if you just had a window where you can't really play the game, the other team just jumps down your throat and you can no longer actually win. You just get the map closed out off you. Meanwhile, in the last series, it was complete opposite, where if you had a window, it didn't really matter because you weren't going to take advantage of it, and the other team, which had the better late game, would just win. Let's take a quick look back on today's action and see exactly how it all went down, because of course I just mentioned the Meteor Gaming versus LBZS series, which did go for the 2-1. Poke versus Mystique was a clean 2-0 for Poke there, and Vici versus Earthseer, probably about as clean as you can make a 2-1. 2 very convincing games for Vici, 1 very convincing game for the side of Outsiders. I mean, I don't think there's any big surprises from today, though, to be honest with you. But I just want to kind of close up this last game by asking one more question. And that's actually with the Lina. Did you feel like the Skadi was the right item rather than the Daedalus build there, T?
No, I think Skadi was honestly fine because there's a lot of things that it enables. I think if you position well, Skadi hitting the Shadow Fiend or a DP will provide the disconnect for you. It was more like she just wishes she had like the Satanic after, you know, or something, or the Daedalus down the line. I don't think if she went Daedalus, it might have been kind of putting like too naked of a damage item, if that makes sense. She wouldn't have had the cover. And I think if anything, the rest of her lineup didn't really enable her to stand her ground. Okay. And that's why when we saw the Doom pick, me and Kezi were like, please don't pick Doom. They picked Doom. It's like, this isn't the hero that allows Lina to stand her ground. Like, Doom's weakness is also needing heroes to help keep them in place, right? So I don't know. I don't think this last pick from Outsiders was very good, and unfortunately it did scupper Lina's chances of playing a game. But in the moment, honestly, Skadi was probably a fine pickup.
Yeah, just more factors than that and what it came down to in the end. Well, I guess another question then, Kezu, is Vici Gaming gonna lose a series, do you reckon, after this one?
I think they should drop at least one. I would say that they played well. I like that they adjusted after the first game, but there are some things that they need to clean up. So I do think that they'll probably drop a couple games, maybe one series, but that's also not necessarily a bad thing. You kind of want to lose some games here and there to also like get better. If you win every game, it gives you like this false sense of, yeah, we're the shit, we're gonna beat everyone. Yeah. You'd rather lose a couple games here and there and you're good.
Yeah, fair enough. Try some things out as well, because you want to make sure that you're active, you're testing out what works for you. But we are all done with today's action here on the 11th. But don't worry, as tomorrow we've got plenty more Dota 2 action to come. 3 more series are on the schedule for you guys. We've got Cloud versus Mystique again, another kind of lower end of the pack matchup there to find out how that one's going to go. Vici playing up against Poke. That one's going to be messy. I'm not sure I fancy Poke's chance in that one, since they might get a bit more than poked in that series. And then we've got YBB versus Outsiders from China, which again, another really high matchup to end the day. These two teams, which feel like they might be quite evenly matched. I'm unsure about how that one's going to go. I think Outsiders are a little bit better, but YBB, they have that kind of team cohesion advantage. I mean, which way are you leaning on that, T?
Oh, I mean, after today's performance, I think I'm leaning maybe a little bit more YBB, because Outsiders, they crushed first game, and then they decide to do the complete opposite strategy of what gave them success in game 2 and 3. So I think that kind of like craziness of draft shift after winning a game, normally that's the losing team situation. So I kind of put outside of stock a little bit lower now. Like maybe like a third place team in my eyes for this division, based on just their drafting approach in the series.
Non-qualification decision. That's hard. That's hard. Kezu, what do you think between those two, YBB and Outsiders?
It's hard. I haven't seen enough. I feel like if Outsiders can clean up a little bit, after these replays, maybe, I don't know, some guy speaks up, or I don't know if they have a coach, but someone I think needs to speak up a bit to, I think just clean up these couple of these drafting mistakes and just understanding how you get to your win condition, because Lina is the type of hero that you want to enable her to sit in the back and hit, like stand her ground and hit, and you pick a Doom with it, which is, this hero just wants to chill. He's always gonna wait for this stupid opportunity. He doesn't help your Lina at all. He does like the same thing. Now you have 2 win conditions. So just focus on one, help that. If they can do that, they're my favorites. T, you're stupid.
Nice.
Damn.
Nice.
Damn. Okay, let's go.
I don't know.
No, you're stupid.
I think Outsiders are in a good position because they get a chance to learn from this series, and that might actually help them out quite a lot, getting beaten in this way, so they can improve upon their mistakes. But they only have 24 hours to do it, so get hit in the camp. No going out and getting drunk or
Go
doing
get
whatever.
drunk, boys.
Go get drunk, boys. Woo!
No, we just got beaten. Let's drown. I'm sorry.
No, go get drunk.
No, hit the books, hit the replays, get studying, come back tomorrow, take the win, and secure your second place in the region, potentially. But of course, there's so much more there to be played in this region. So many more matches to come, and we're going to be there for all of them. Or at least watching all of them, maybe, if we're not actually broadcasting every single match, because that would be ridiculous. But we are done for today, so make sure you join us tomorrow from the early time, the regular old start time tomorrow. And and join us for those awesome matches. Cloud versus Mystique being the first one. We'll see you tomorrow. From today, we're all done. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.